Good Monday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours on this. You know what? I don't know. As far as frustrating losses goes, this isn't really up there. This one, I kind of felt like throughout the game, it was only 15-7. I kind of felt like this one's going to get away. And then that final drive by the Texans with, a minute 14 left, and you use no clock at all. Give them the Denver with 20 seconds left is dangerous, and you give them a minute. That was almost. I was watching, going, why are you not using clock here? You think Davis Mills is going 60 yards when you've done nothing offensively, and you're not making them use their timeouts. You're not making them use. What made you think Davis Mills was going to run you right down the field?
There's so many losing plays. There's so much losing football yesterday. It was astonishing. And DeMeco Ryans is at the head of the list with that. Yeah. Man, it was absolutely the dumbest thing in the world. You run the ball on first down or you throw a little sideways pass, you catch it, and you make Sean Payton decide. You going to call one now and give us a chance to extend the drive potentially with a good second down play, or are you going to let this thing run? You know what he probably does? Lets it run. If he doesn't, you can still eat. You hadn't moved the ball one single bit in the second half. Davis Mills showed no signs of life. Sean Payton, even if he calls his timeouts, you can still eat up enough clock to where they get the ball back with 10 seconds on their side of the field, on their side of the 50. DeMeco Ryans, and, they threw the short pass, and he rolls out of bounds. No one touched him. That's an out-of-bounds play. Although I thought if you were going backwards, the clock keeps going, but it's not inside the last 2 minutes, though. So it's, typically the clock would keep rolling if you go out of bounds moving backwards.
Don't you have to be forced out? Like if you go
is
back
that what
on
it
your
is?
Own?
Yeah, I guess so. Regardless, would they have called that inside the last 2 minutes, or is if you just get out? Do they
I'm
still
not
keep
sure,
the clock
actually.
rolling? Doesn't matter.
No,
they got out of bounds. The clock stopped.
As soon as you go out, no. The last 5 minutes is when you're out of bounds is when the clock stops.
But what about if you're heading backwards though? Because they keep rolling it. They keep rolling it.
Yeah.
That's a problem. I just don't know in the last two. But regardless, the Texans, DeMeco Ryans, that was on him. Now that was on him. He could have taken that to overtime and moved on. And he made a mistake, and he's got to own that because that was piss poor. And then you've got. It's just so much. The penalties. You're trying to drive the ball. Then you've got a second down, and you get a delay of game penalty, and then an illegal procedure back to back that basically kills that drive. Losing football. You punt it, and Tommy Townsend's got him inside the one, and the guy touches the ball sliding into the end zone instead of just letting it go. Losing football because it goes out to the 20. Instead of having them buried there because they weren't moving the ball on you, not really. Then you lose track of Bo Nix on the last drive, and he scrambles for 1 billion yards, losing. This team played loser football, and I haven't even made it to Nick Caley's brilliance once he gets to the 1 yard line. This guy absolutely is the worst once it comes to dialing it up from inside the 3 yard line. I have never in my life seen someone on college or pro level this completely over his head on that short yardage stuff. He has no idea of what to do. You know what he gives you? A-gap dives with British Brooks is what you get. Or quarterback sneaks from 2 yards out with the quarterback. And like you said, John, it's week after week. Yeah. Put him at the 1, put him at the 2, put him at the 3, and it is over. Just kick your field goal now. And in fact, you will lose yards. Yeah. You'll lose yards on your run. Then one of the idiots will jump off sides or move or hold, which happened again. Then Davis Mills will take a sack or CJ will take a sack. It is a mortal lock that you will lose yards and end up kicking like a 37-yard field goal when you got first and goal from the 1.
Well, it was actually a godsend that he actually jumped off, that there was a false start on that 4th and 1 because CJ got stopped.
Oh, yeah. He wasn't going to make it. He wasn't going to make it, John.
He was stopped, and they would have had to turn the ball over on downs at the half-yard line as opposed to kicking the field goal. They would have got no points. No points.
You get nothing.
Nothing. It is just ridiculous. He doesn't know when to pass, when to throw. This is week after week now.
Week after week, and he doesn't have any misdirection dialed up. We saw a double reverse pass from who? Ben Johnson, touchdown, Caleb Williams, easy freaking peasy. Jet sweeps going for first down on fourth downs. This guy has nothing dialed up. And y'all wanted Bobby Slowick out? Let me tell you something for all you idiots. You should have left him in there for a third year, and if he sucked, gone. Mike McDaniel in. Case closed. Now you're going to get Mike McDaniel in anyway because Nick Caley's dead man walking. He's done. Nick Caley's not going to make it through this because they're not making the playoffs. The ownership's not going to be happy with this. D'Amico's got to know, wow, this is too much for him. I can't even get the ball in from the 1-yard line multiple times this year. As soon as Mike McDaniel's officially fired, D'Amico knows him. This guy's considered one of the best offensive minds. Mike McDaniel is your offensive coordinator next year, and this goes down as just another David Culley adventure except with an offensive coordinator. That's what this is.
So, I mean, and we're not calling for D'Amico's head.
No, I'm not calling for
But you know
what?
D'Amico, after berating the media again last week about all the negativity, that last drive by the Texans, he needs to catch it.
Absolutely.
He needs to catch it.
It was malpractice. I tell you what, I will give our boy Shawnee some credit on their post-game show because I was listening to see what the fans would say, and Shawnee went after him hard.
Did
he? Yeah, he said he called it coaching malpractice too. I texted him some before, and he went after him hard. He is not going to be on Christmas lists. He went after. I shouldn't say hard like we probably will. But he didn't. I mean, he put it all on D'Amico's shoulders, as it was. There's nothing else you can say. Dude, you got 1:14 left. Your offense, read the situation. You had not done anything offensively. 5 3-and-outs. You hadn't done anything. So, obviously, that far back, you've got to eat time off the clock and force their timeouts if they're going to call timeouts. And you didn't do it. Even when you got out of bounds, you should have. I mean, it's just, oh my God, so stupid. I don't get paid to do your job. John doesn't get paid to do your job. None of the callers get paid to do your job. If we're all idiots and stupid, then at least y'all need to do your jobs correctly. Nick Caley, you can't put us in this situation to have our beautiful, nice Sunday days. It's a great day outside. If we're going to spend our time watching Texans football, can we get a win because we don't kick 5 freaking field goals? Yeah. Is that asking too much that you make one of them 7? Like, that should have been it, John. They should have coasted in with the win. This is a joke. They should have coasted in with the win. Now they're cooked. Now they're officially done. Yep. You know, and I don't go, the Steelers did us a solid because the Colts did it. You think you're catching a Colts? You think you're catching a Colts?
No,
you're not catching a Colts. You need to be looking at the Chargers. You need to be looking, and you're not. Let me tell you, you're definitely not catching New England or Buffalo. You're not catching those two teams. You need to be looking at the Chiefs. You need to be looking at all these other teams that you're going for. You basically need to but you need to clear out the West. You got to basically clear out the AFC West to have any shot, and then you got to win out against the rest of your. I mean, you guys are making this a terrible season. When did the Rockets play tonight? Right, Mavericks coming in.
Yeah.
Okay,
yep.
Sweet. So listen, guys, let's get your Mavericks calls in against the Rockets right now. We got chastised for the negativity, and by the way, I heard the full thing. The media, whoever it was, I think it was probably DJ Bieneme, and I don't know who else. Were pushing. It was Kunkel. They were pushing back like, wait, you don't think that you've had very positive coverage here? They were like, they couldn't believe it. They couldn't believe what D'Amico was saying.
That's why I was pissed.
That's what you were saying. I didn't hear the whole thing, and they were like,
that's all you want to write is neck. That's all you got is love. That's all you got. And when you suck, we got to say it too, because we can't just keep throwing flowers at you.
No,
just because you made the playoffs. No. That's great. That's great, but it's the same old.
This sucked. Yesterday sucked.
So you got Jacksonville coming up and at Tennessee. You could easily be 5-5. I mean, you're 3-5 now, and you could be 4-6.
You could have been in the playoff hunt with the win yesterday.
But after that, you've got Buffalo, at Indy,
loser,
at Kansas City,
loser.
I mean, honestly,
you couldn't afford to lose this game. To have any chance. No. And you were going to have to sweep the two you talked about and then win one of the one. And really, frankly, beat the Colts in because you're not winning. Was Buffalo coming here?
And Buffalo is here.
So if you kick 8 field goals, hold on, I'm trying to do the math. If you can kick 8 field goals, maybe beat them 24-23.
8 scoring drives?
8.
That's a lot.
That's a lot.
57,
if you get turnovers
58.
in their territory.
Cam Little hit a 68-yarder. If
true.
all you got to do is get the ball maybe to the 47.
But Kaimi misses field goals over 50.
Kaimi missed yesterday. Yep.
That's what he misses.
So
are we sure we're talking about 5-5? Is CJ going to be available for those games?
Oh yeah, because I tell you what, I was curious. I was Davis Mills curious. I was Mills curious. Like, I wonder what he'd do with this pass. Like, I wonder if Davis is kind of
Your neck curious?
Yeah, I was like, is he going to be able to and maybe run this offense a little cleaner than CJ?
Pretty ball. I'll give him that.
Yeah, when it's going over the head of Christian
nice.
Kirk, when it's flying over the head on a wide open throw about 26 yards deep middle.
Oh my God!
I was
he
like,
had him wide open.
Tight spiral though.
It was a tight
I said, this
spiral,
is a nice. I got to admit, this is a pretty nice spiral. I got my answer on Davis Mills yesterday. Yeah. I'm like, oh yeah, this is why he's back up.
Well, now let's see when he has a week to practice, and he's going to be, getting the first string reps. And
against, who's he play? Tennessee, Jacksonville, right?
Yeah.
Well, that's not. They don't have a punk defense
here at home. No, I mean you got the bookends are going to be.
How'd you like? How'd you like Life Without Titus Howard? Was that pretty sweet?
Actually, Blake
it wasn't
Fisher.
terrible. Blake Fisher actually hung in actually okay.
He did okay.
Yeah, he was okay.
I was watching him. He actually
he was okay. He wasn't Bernard Raymond, who got the living piss kicked out of him, the left tackle from the Colts.
Oh my God, dude!
Every snap was a beating.
Every single snap.
Every snap was a beating.
Oh my! I watched that. I was watching.
I'm like,
going,
Jonathan Taylor, why are you not chipping over there? He wouldn't even. He'd give a halfway chip. I'm like, dude, you're gonna, and that's on Shane Steichen too. You got to put you got to put 2 guys over
How
there.
many strip sacks did they have? 12. It was ridiculous.
That's why when you get away from who you are, the run game, and you let Daniel Jones cook, that's what you get. 5 turnovers.
The most disappointing thing about yesterday was that on the day that Janice McNair gets inducted into the Ring of Honor at the Broncos Stadium, that we lose this game.
Did you say Broncos Stadium?
It was they were at the Broncos.
No, that was actually home. That was NRG.
Oh no, it was no.
Yeah, no. They were not. They would not have inducted her there.
No. I think she got, for whatever reason, they wanted her in their Ring of Honor.
It was
too.
Battle Orange yesterday at the stadium. You're probably confused.
That's not a thing.
Battle Orange
The
is
Texans
one of the.
don't.
It's a new
feature orange as a color.
It's a city kit.
Not even an alternate
It is
color.
It's a city kit. It's an alternate kit.
No,
it's like the Astros.
That's not true. We saw
you know
that.
what? It was all Astros fans.
No, we saw this.
That's what it was.
We saw the city uniforms last week in San Francisco. There's no orange in this.
After the Dodgers won the World Series, Astros wanted to remind people, hey, don't forget the orange. And they were wearing orange at the game.
I saw a lot of orange with ponies and Broncos on it.
Go Cold!
Well,
That's a different
Oh.
team, too.
That dude he came out with an apology because he said break Aaron Rodgers' back, and people were like, you want him to physically assault Aaron Rodgers? And instead of ignoring the idiots, he's like, I just want to make an apology. When I was doing Go Coach,
Well, that guy
I
has a
don't want him
brand
to get hurt.
of wholesomeness. He had to apologize. It's got a brand, unlike you.
I'll say something. I'll say something when we're off the air to you.
About what?
About
the Go Colts guy? I don't think you should.
I'll go in there. I'll make sure all the mics are turned off. I'll leave my phone in here, and I'll say something. Okay.
You got to make sure that that it's off.
Hey, it hasn't always been off. The mic's in the studio.
Well, we will make sure.
No, they haven't been. All right, we got a break. 713-78. Okay. I don't know about you. I don't know. I just don't feel. I don't know.
What? You don't know what?
I knew they weren't going to win.
I don't know.
Game.
What are you, Garrett Cole?
But they should have won.
I don't know.
I don't know. No, they shouldn't have won.
Yes, they should.
They can't score an offensive touchdown. When you don't score an offensive touchdown, you don't deserve to win.
They had 5 scores. They should have won. It's their own incompetence.
They should not
screwed
have
them.
won.
Denver didn't outscore them. Denver didn't outplay them. Their offense was.
Outscore them.
I mean, did Denver outgain them?
Bro,
I don't know.
They can't score from the 1 yard line.
But you
multiple
should,
times, right?
You should.
Multiple times.
Dell, can Mike McDaniel score from the 1?
Well, now that he has a bigger back in Ollie Gordon, he can pick up those. He used to not be able to, so that's still in question.
Has he ever tried something sweet like running it right between the center and guard with 7s piled into that area? Because
No.
Nick Cayley's got that down.
You're not gonna like
great
the fades from the 1 yard line to small receivers. He does that.
I don't love that.
Yeah, you're
but
not
that's
gonna
all
love
y'all
that.
have is small receivers.
That's true.
To be fair.
That's true.
All right. Hey.
Oh, speaking of that, Mike McDaniel and the Dolphins have made a trade. They've traded Jalen Phillips to the Eagles.
How about
Pass rusher to the Eagles.
How about Chris Greer got fired and Stephen A. Smith just claimed immediately racism?
Well, what he doesn't know is the guy now making decisions is also black. Champ Kelly, he's black.
Yeah, I know.
He
but
wants
he's like,
Mike. His thing is Mike McDaniel.
Mike
must
McDaniel,
be
black man too.
Yeah.
Well, Stevens, he's not black enough for Stephen A. Smith.
No, he's not black enough for.
Look
Stephen.
at him.
All right, and the way he talks,
He definitely doesn't
He ain't
count.
claiming. All right, now see, you guys are giving us McDaniel.
I'm not
okay?
giving him to you. I'll take him.
No.
I'll take him.
We want Mahomes.
Well, you can't get him. I'll take both.
Okay,
third round
baloney.
pick. The Dolphins get for Jalen Phillips.
McDaniel's a last round pick.
No, I'm talking about the trade for Jalen Phillips. Third round pick from the Eagles to the Dolphins.
Oh, nice.
You got to be happy with that. Former
Pick.
first round to get you a third.
Well, he doesn't. Well, he's always. Wait a minute. He's always injured.
Exactly.
And
I told you I was a sucker ass pick with your Miami to Miami bull crap.
He was good the first couple of years. He was always hurt.
Beat
And,
it. He's a UCLA guy who tried to come to the U. Beat it.
Don't get mad at me because you're upset about your team.
I am upset about the
Live in
team,
my
and I'm going to
world.
not be happy with the
Live in
rest.
my
And
world
the
where we're-
dumbass Dodgers won one of the greatest games I've
Yeah,
ever
that
seen.
happened.
By the way.
That happened
One of
too.
the greatest games I've ever seen. By the way.
That happened.
By the way.
I don't take no orders from no Blue Jay. By the way.
Yeah. All right, we got a break.
You got
Let's go.
Slappy hitting a home run. in the
7-1-3.
ninth.
Rojas.
I don't want to talk
almighty.
about it. I got to
Some
live it.
defensive replacement.
I don't even want to talk. I got the
streaking
frickin'
into the gap to knock his own player down.
I've got a freaking parade here today, okay?
Oh.
You think I want to hear about this?
Well, it could
it's
be worse.
today?
You could be here trying
Today.
to fly out.
Today is their parade.
Thank God you're not flying out today since my son missed his flight yesterday. You have to get to the airport, and this on my kids. This is not – I've been posting this on Twitter. I've tried to give you all the heads up. Alec got there, and they couldn't even get into – like, it's so bad. It is currently a 4-hour wait to get into flights. A 4-hour wait. Don't get there 2 hours early. You cannot – he had to rebook his flight. I put that on Twitter, and people said, no, I had a friend who had a 6 – he got there at 1:30 and did not make a 6 o'clock flight. If people are not making flights getting there 4 hours early right now. I assume it's government shutdown stuff. I mean, it's got to be.
It absolutely
It
is.
has
It's
to be.
the
'cause-
TSA.
But it is TSA. You're right. Now, you know they're essential workers, and they're supposed to work, but my wife said, calling in sick.
Yeah, they're calling in sick. That's what they're doing.
Yeah, and Sunday's worse than you, but Alec has a 2 he's getting there at 8 o'clock this morning. He's got a 2 o'clock flight.
Oh, my God.
Oh,
All right, we got a break. We got to talk about poker. Let's talk about the 2 card rooms that are the best card rooms in the city of Houston, and those are both Texas Card House. Now,
Hey,
Texas
if
Card
the
House.
Texans had jacks yesterday, would you say the Texans had a pair of jacks and thought they were going to get there, and then
No,
the board flopped ace king queen?
Yeah, right. they flop. But let's keep on betting.
All in.
Let's keep on betting because you know what? Yeah, because I know with a minute 14, Davis Mills is going to get that jack.
Push all your chips in, D'Amico.
Yeah.
Get him in there.
Trailblazer Poker Tour starts a week from today. The Trailblazer Poker Tour from November 10th through the 24th, over $1.1 million. And that could go up. That could go way up, too, by the way. Over $1.1 million in guarantees. And the guarantees, a lot of times, they'll go up from there. So you're going to be playing the first tournament is going to be played for a couple hundred thou, 500 thou, okay? Yeah, the last tournament is going to be paid for $500,000. It starts next Monday and then and lasts 2 weeks, and it is awesome. So if you're a big poker player, you love to play, get into this thing. I mean, you can get in for $250, one tournament, $400, $250, and then the big event is you can get yourself in. I'm telling you, you can get in this thing and win big money for not very much. All you need to do is go to TexasCardHouse.com and see what's going on, how to play, where to play, what's going on. It's in spring. But you also can play at home. You can also play cash games or other tournament games at these locations. There's no better place to play. Clean environment, bar open till 2 a.m. 24 hours a day. Both of the places are open, and there's usually always a game going on. You're looking for the best place to play poker. It's not even arguable. Texas Card House, 2 locations in Spring, at Spring Cypress in 45, and on Westheimer in Greenridge. You're looking for poker, one place to go, Texas Card House.
Hey, guys, let's talk about Taqueria Sarandas, and let's talk about what's going on in the month of November. Always something good going on at Taqueria Sarandas, and I'm always looking for, okay, what can we do to really spice things up with Taqueria Sarandas? I'll give you an example. Right now, you got an opportunity to grab yourself not just a great breakfast, but you got yourself a chance to go in and enjoy awesome sports. That's right, I said it. Maybe not always when you're watching Sunday afternoons, but it's still where you're going to go, and that's what we want to do. This season, we're going to stop in, and we're going to watch some sports at Taqueria Sarandas. Pull up at the bar, watch your favorite sporting events. Once you roll in for Thanksgiving, and I said that, one family, this season of giving, they're going to select one family to receive a Thanksgiving meal, turkey, pie, sides. Come in and register at any of the Taquerias Arandas locations. They're giving away a Thanksgiving dinner, and they're going to select one winner per location. So, like over 20 winners they're going to have. Available at any Taqueria Sarandas, Arandas Bakery, and Arandas Seafood. No purchase is necessary. Taqueria Sarandas has been serving the community since 1981 with great breakfast, lunch, dinner. They cater and so much more. And now they're giving away a Thanksgiving dinner. That's for you. One winner at every single location. Stop in to register. No purchase necessary. Also, grab your tamales this holiday season at Arandas Bakery.
It's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, let's go. I mean, we had outrage a couple of weeks ago. I don't know that this is an outrageous loss, to tell you the truth. I mean, when you lost CJ, okay, if CJ plays, they win, right?
I have to think so. I have to think that they could have gotten at least one more field goal.
That defensive effort, they would have
It's not funny, Dell. I'm serious. They could have gotten a 6 field goal.
They wouldn't have been 3 and out.
They could have scored 18.
Yeah.
That's what we shoot for.
I don't like shooting for 6 field goals.
You can want. You know what? One hand and crap in the other and see which one gets full.
I've never really understood that.
A handful of 50-yard field goals.
Why
is
would
what
I
you're getting.
put my hand down there? Well, I've never understood that saying, but cool. Yeah, I would imagine you win the game, but sure, the defense, another great effort. But when it came down to it, they let up 11 points in the fourth quarter. Hey, you kind of understand. It's 15-7. Your offense isn't doing anything. You got to go out and win the game. And they tried. I mean, they dropped a pick here, dropped another pick. But when it came down to it, the Broncos went down and tied it.
Well,
and then they gave up the game-winning field goal drive.
Once again, they let the quarterback just run for 30 yards. I mean, it's so easy. I can't. Again, like Baker did. Who else broke free? I mean, it's just ridiculous. And Toa. I mean, that. Who designed the defense where Toa is on R.J. Harvey?
It's just man to man. That's all it is.
Okay, who thought that's a good idea?
Well, it wouldn't have been good with Aziz either.
No, it wouldn't have been. Get him out of the game.
Get
him out of the game.
You know, Texans played a lot of zone yesterday, but man, Denver, Sean Payton caught him perfectly. Caught him in a man-to-man. He obviously had an idea that's what they were going to do. Got him isolated and went yard on him for that touchdown. You know, they scored 2 touchdowns. One was, Sting just got beat and didn't have catch-up speed. That was kind of crazy. I was like, man, Sting's not making up any ground.
Mm-mm.
And then the other one was linebacker on running back. And that's all. They scored twice the whole game. And then their 2-point conversion, you missed the chance to knock it down.
Bo Nix early was scattershot. Ingram was open down the sideline. That would have been a touchdown.
He's thrown across his body. He was always running to the right. Like, Bo was not exactly Mr. Poise yesterday.
No, he was not.
He had a chance to run a few times and wouldn't do it.
How many times did he miss a guy when he was on the run? He
a lot.
Yeah.
Thrown across his body. You could see there was frustration there with some of his receivers, too. Yeah, he was helping. That helped.
Oh no, it absolutely helped. Thank you, Bo.
Who's that on hold, Dale? That's Andy. Let's get Andy in here. 713-780-3776. Sound off. We still got Rockets. We'll get to. There's a lot of stuff to get to, but right now we're digging in on Texans. What's up, Andy?
Hey, you guys are hitting it right. There's no way that Toa is supposed to cover any kind of receiver if it ain't a tight end or a running back. Horrible. And then not having a spy on Nix in the fourth quarter, horrible. Hell, the whole game you got to put a spy on him. A lot of his game is his legs. Same thing with Mahomes. Mahomes beat the crap out of him last year with his legs. My goodness. And then, okay, what the hell is D'Amico doing in the fourth quarter when they get the ball by their goal line trying to throw passes? Instead of running the ball, let Denver run out their timeouts and then punt it away. Hell, the offense hadn't done crap with Mills. And Mills throws, 30 times? 30 times?
Yep.
Are you kidding me? Let me tell you something. D'Amico, I've lost all respect for him. Horrible. Him and Nick, both not understanding that rookie offensive coordinators, after they tried one time, they should have never done it a second time, because that fool, we should have had, this game should have been over by halftime. By halftime. It should have been a 20-point lead.
Yeah. Thanks for the call, Andy. Couple of things. He was on a running back. You said Toto shouldn't be on anyone other than tight end or running back. Well, that was a running back he was on.
Well, and by the way, watch the film on the Knicks run. Toa was the spy.
Was he really?
Yeah, watch. Go watch that play.
Where the hell did he go?
Yeah,
He's just standing there.
They rolled Knicks to the right, and Toa kept flowing, and then Nick saw and just saw him the other way. Yeah.
He rolled right a lot. I was getting frustrated that they weren't getting home more with sacks. Like, I didn't think it was great.
Well, they designed some stuff to have Anderson shoot up the field, and they would wall him off the tight end. And
I saw that. That might have been that play where they had 82 come over and smack him a little bit. I think it was maybe his Noah Fant come over and wall him off, which is smart. But He was they had Toto on him, John.
What?
This is
Go
the
watch
second.
the play.
Was it?
Toto is standing there about 5 or 6 yards down the field.
He was the one that screwed up against Tampa Bay too,
Yeah.
right?
Well, he over pursued that time. This time he under pursued. This time he was staying back about 6
But I
8
thought
yards
Dell said
down
he
the field.
flowed too
because
far.
they rolled Nix to the right, and he rolled, but he was covering air. There was nothing for him to cover. He just kept rolling to Nix, and then Nix saw it, planted his foot, and saw space and
went back
ran
the other way.
ran to the
And there
left.
was no way he was catching him.
No.
Davis
How about a faster guy as the spy?
Yeah, I mean, Bo Nix is not like king runner, but he's got some legs. Davis Mills was 19 of 34, completed 55.9% of his passes for 4.7 yards per attempt. No touchdowns, no interceptions. That was what you were working with yesterday. Not good. That's not good. And D'Amico Ryans, we talked about it earlier. Just absolutely horrific clock management. In a game where you can't move the ball, you must get to overtime and take your chances. How do you get there? Run it 3 straight times if you want to. I understand that's enough. It's enough time for you. You could have had controlled passing or controlled runs and kept it in there. If you pop one for 12 yards, okay, you alter your mindset. But you got to make Sean Payton make a decision on first down to burn a timeout or let it go. And if he burns it, if the Texans gain 6 or 7, he's not calling timeout.
No.
If they gain 1, he's calling timeout. Well, okay, now we're in a position where we're just going to burn it off and get to overtime. That's what you could have done, but you chose not to, and now you get nothing, including no playoff shares, no playoffs. You're not hanging banners this year. None of that stuff. Nick, I know you're going to tell us we're stupid and we don't know what we're doing, or no one knows what they're talking about except you. That's fine. You can keep doing that next year when you're looking for new offensive linemen on the interior. That's fine. Whatever. But just know this, you ain't getting to the playoffs. That's not happening.
Nope.
So
All right.
You'll have to tell us how dumb we are from – once January 1st hits, when you aren't playing any games either, you can tell us how stupid we all are.
Yeah. Hey, they're not concerned. Why
should we be concerned about anything?
About anything?
Well, I tell you what I'm not concerned about, Nick Caley, because nobody is more fearless. And I like a guy who's got a little attitude. Like, you know what? Yeah. You guys think I don't care if I get stopped 10 straight times running up the A-gap. We're going to do it again. Because that's the mentality. Some people say that's dumb, and insanity is doing what doesn't work over and over and over. You know what I say? That's a guy that shows toughness, mental toughness. Like, you're not going to get me out of this. This is who we are, okay? You're not going to – we could fail 30 times in a row, which they have. They're 32 in a row. They failed to convert from 1 yard out on 32, 36 straight times probably. But Nick Caley says, you know what? We're mentally tough. Well, you can't make us stop running A-gap runs against loaded fronts. We're not going to stop, because then the terrorists win. So we're going to continue to run 1 yard out, fullback dives. British Brooks, by the way, who's a running back converted to fullback, but whatever.
All right, we got a break. 713-780-3776. You guys want to get in, talk about it? You're more than welcome to do that. Get in here. 713-780-3776. We got what did you learn this weekend in one sentence coming up in about 14 minutes. So this is where you want to be. Get your what did you learn this weekend in one sentence ready. I'm talking about HR&P. I'm talking about your business. You're starting a work week. You started a new month. How did payroll go? How costly is your payroll? How costly is it for you? How big is your payroll department grown? Your HR department? You got too many people. Are you wasting your time signing checks? Right? I mean, if you're writing checks and signing checks, you're doing something wrong. Everything is electronic now. Everything goes directly into it. You don't have to do that. I mean, honestly, let's move on, all right? And you think, no, we're saving money. I'm doing it myself. You're wasting your time when you could be out selling your widgets. You're too good at what you do, and you've built up a business. Do what you know and let HR&P do what they know, okay? If you're tired of it, I mean, it's every other week. I'm writing. I'm doing this. It's so difficult. Tax time is like painful. It's like pulling teeth. No, make it easy. HR&P does all of that. Stop doing it yourself. You're not in that business. They can do it better and cheaper than you can. Find out. Free evaluation. HRP.net. 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
Greenlightoffer.com. Greenlightoffer.com. My man Sean is out there making things happen for people who need money for their home. And look, for some of you, there's a house in my neighborhood. This guy bought it for a lower rate, maybe from Greenlight. I don't know, because this is a house that was kind of in disrepair. There was an older couple who had lived in it, and I think the kids who lived out of the country ended up inheriting the home, and it just sat there for probably 3 years. Just sat there. And somebody bought it. They redid the home. They're asking so much for it now that there's no way they're going to sell it. There's no way they're going to sell it. It will sit there forever until they change that. And all I could think about was, you know what? Wouldn't you love not to have to redo the interior? Wouldn't you love not having to, change everything that you have to change to get houses ready to sell right now? If you just want your money, if you got a house, if you're a landlord, you just want your money, you know what? Let Greenlight Offer come in. They'll get rid of the tenants or whatever needs to happen. You'll just get your money. Closing happens anywhere from, on average, 7 to 10 days is what closing looks like. You don't have to go through inspections, none of that stuff, none of the heavy lifting. Greenlight Offer will do it for you. On divorces, you need quick money for splitting the community assets. They're there for you. Relocation, great to go to Greenlight Offer. Let them make a very fair offer on your home, and then you have no hassle. You're going to get your cash, and you're done. And that's what Greenlight Offer can do for you. It's not for everyone, but it's for a lot of you. And a lot of you need to understand that you need to reach out to Greenlight Offer, contact them, and find out how much you can get for your home. Greenlightoffer.com. That's greenlightoffer.com.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, it is already 7:38. We got a few minutes, and then we're going to have what did you learn this weekend in one sentence. Hey, something positive. The Rockets won, and how about KD, man? I mean,
did you get to watch it?
Yeah,
I thought it was easily their best game of the year. They were terrific. Ball moved like. That's the best ball movement I've seen from the Rockets. I don't know. I don't know when was the last time I saw it move like that.
I don't know. You could have been more efficient than they were.
Shot the threes well. The ball was not sticky at all. I tell you what, you take Jalen Green out of there. This is one of the big differences. You don't have a primary ball handler, right? Not a true one. Jalen Green, with James Harden, it was the stickiest it's ever been. With Jalen Green, that ball will get pretty sticky too. And Reed Shepherd, he's not a true point. He's giving it up. Kevin Durant doesn't have to hang on to it forever. He's giving it up. Amen Thompson will give it up. That team did a great job of making the extra pass. As you mentioned, John, shot the ball at a very high percentage. I thought they defended better than they have defended all year in terms of not just getting lost in their rotations. I thought they looked terrific. I was really excited. I came away from that one. I don't know. It's the Celtics aren't.
They're not there.
But I still thought, man, this is really going to be a tough team to beat this year, the Rockets.
11 shots, 26 points for K. I mean, that is so good. 8 for 11. They shot as a team 54.5%, 65%. Okay, Israel, we're going to call in about Reed Shepherd.
Yeah,
okay?
He's actually shot it really well the last couple games.
4 for 5 from 3. 4 for 5 from three-point range. That's our guy. Tari Eason, 4 for 6 from 3. Kevin Durant, 2 for 3. Okogie, 3 for 5. I'm still on the fence about Okogie, but I guess he really likes him. I wonder if Finney Smith starts when he comes back. When is Finney Smith? Does anybody know? Have we had a Finney Smith sighting yet?
He'll be back Christian Kirk just took a little while, so he'll probably be back when Brock Purdy's back.
When Brock Purdy. Oh, I don't know. Brock Purdy's coming back the way. Mac Jones was 15 for 15 yesterday on his first.
Congratulations on your Purdy contract, guys.
Sam Darnold was. Did he start 13 for 13?
Dude, Sam Darnold is one of the best quarterbacks in the league right now.
Yeah, he really is.
It's ridiculous.
He's really
he's making good throws.
Mac Jones was 15 for 15, guys, to start the game, and he might have been better than that. That's all that's the last I heard of it.
Davis Mills completed 19 passes.
Did he?
That's true.
He did. He completed 19 passes yesterday.
I don't know about that.
That's true. 19 to 34.
It's impossible to know.
19 to 34.
We'll have to check that.
4.7 yards of a throw, but still.
Can somebody find out if that's true?
No, I saw it. 19 for 34.
I don't think that's true. But, okay. That's your opinion on it.
It's not really
It's
my
not. It's a
opinion.
No, it really
statistic
is.
that was
It's
charted.
a stat. I didn't really
Listen,
think
I
that he went
didn't
19 for
say
34.
19. No, look, you're acting like 19 completions to some kind of sweet. It really means nothing. He threw for 160 yards. No touchdowns.
Not quite.
And no rushing touchdowns either, by the way.
Not quite the Bryce Young game now. Okay? How
You
about
mean
you
5
go
and
into the
4 Bryce
Packers?
Young?
Bryce Young
5 and 4.
leads them down the field and just destroys them through the air and wins the game.
I swear to God, if we play Carolina anytime soon and Bryce pats CJ on the head and just tells him, keep your head up. I mean, there's going to be some ups and some downs, but you need to keep your head up, little bro.
How about
If
them?
Bryce Young little bros him with a backpack and a skateboard in his hand, I'm going to be so sad.
Bryce Young, 11 of 20,
Listening to the kids.
102 yards, no touchdowns, and 1 interception.
Listening to Chance the Rapper, Tyler the Creator, and there's Bryce Young just skating all over CJ Stroud with a losing record.
16 for 16 he was.
Who was?
Sam Darnold, 16
He
for
started
16.
16 for 16, yeah.
Oh, they were cooked. That game was over in
Wait,
the
I
first
gotta
6
find
minutes.
I think.
Well, the Commanders might be done for Daniel's dislocated elbow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What could possibly happen with a 130-pound quarterback who runs? And by the way, doesn't slide.
Fell badly on his own.
Yeah, because he's running. Don't run so much. He was, to be honest with you, that guy was running from the first snap. He had to exit the pocket so many times. It was a nightmare for them. And he's spindly. Like, he's going to get hurt running. Same way Lamar Jackson got hurt when he would take off running at times. He missed 2 years, 3 years at the end of the season. Out. Jaden Daniels, sophomore season. They said it was going to miss him. They said that sophomore issue was going to miss him. Guess not.
No.
Guess it didn't miss him.
All right, 713-780-3776 is the number. Let's go. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? You get one sentence to tell us what you learned. It doesn't have to be about sports. It could be about anything. It could be about your boss, your wife, whatever. You learned something this weekend. 713-780-3776 is the number to call and get in here and tell us what you learned this weekend. Lance, did you learn anything about Underdog Fantasy?
Yeah, I actually learned that Underdog Fantasy has the prediction market going on. This is something that is crazy, and I'm gonna tell you more about that. But that's something I learned this weekend, is that prediction market is coming to Underdog Fantasy, and that is a huge opportunity for you. But I'll tell you more about that here later this week. Right now, I want to tell you is that higher or lower is a chance for you to run every single Monday night, Thursday night games, Sunday night games, Sunday day games, Monday night games. You've got Underdog Fantasy with your higher or lower. You're going to make picks with statistics. Like, for example, Drake London. I still thought 63.5 was too low, so I said higher. Nico Collins, I said higher. Now, I also said higher with C.J. Stroud. That wasn't so good. But had I played flex, I could have lost one and still picked up the W and still made money. 2 out of 3 can win for you. 3 out of 4, 4 out of 5. The more you pick, the higher your payout goes. You can win 500, 600, 700 times your original play. You can play for as little as $5. But here's the thing. I'm going to give you something else. So analyze the games, go higher or lower on statistics. But this is the cool part. If you use promo code Lance after you download the app for Underdog Fantasy, they are going to give you $100 in bonus funds and entries when you spend your first $5. That's it. Spend your first $5 after you make that deposit with promo code Lance, and $100 in bonus funds and entries are going to pop up in your account. That's Underdog Fantasy, promo code Lance.
Time to talk about Republic Boot Company. Listen, it's a great place to have a party. You can hold up to 200 people. If you're thinking about, well, where are we going to have our clients? Where are we going to have our Christmas party? This is a great place. They got a stage. You bring the food in, everything. It is. It's just a wonderful place. What are we going to get for our people? What are we going to get for our clients? I mean, now is the time to check it out because you guys still got time to customize whatever it is with your logo to put it on. It could be a backpack, or it could be some kind of carry bag, or one of those travel bags that you take, what you put your toothpaste and your toothbrush in. All of these, and it doesn't matter what it is. They got leather items that are unbelievable. They're just awesome, and they're going to make them look incredible. And you still got time now before Christmas to do this, but you got to act now because it takes some time to do this. So act now and go to republicbootcompany.com to see for yourself. If you've never been to Republic Boot Company, go check it out. They own the entire building now, okay, right over there at Studemont. They own the entire building, and it is awesome. It is an awesome place. And when you go there, you're going to go, wow, this place really does smell better than anywhere you're going to go ever, ever, ever. They got all the boots that you could possibly want. They got everything, rodeo ready, everything that you could possibly want. But the thing is this, you got to act now if you want them to get your stuff done by Christmas. So go to republicbootcompany.com, 1133 East 11th Street in Houston, the corner of Struderwood and East 11th in the Heights. Tell them you heard it right here, republicbootcompany.com.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now here's John Granado and Lance Zerline.
All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I was having a great weekend. And then I learned this weekend that fat little Miguel Rojas that hit is going to stick with me for the rest of my life.
He was good. I mean, it was clutch, dude. And it wasn't just that. He had to play defensively.
Oh, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That play that, was it Pajes? Is that how it's pronounced?
Pajes, yeah.
My gosh. Dave Roberts, Mr. Overmanager, sends in a defensive replacement who literally saved the World Series. Yeah. Because I thought that was over. I was like, oh, that's done. Hernandez was running, had no idea, and then all of a sudden, here comes this big bull, just charges over and slams him to the ground and makes a catch. Because usually there's a collision and the ball drops. Not that time.
No, he was like,
and Yamamoto was money when he needed to be. Got out of it.
Stop. I don't even stop. Stop. I mean, 2 outs to go now is almost as bad as 7 outs to go. 2 outs to go is almost as bad as 7 outs to go. In my world,
you were rooting that hard.
Yes,
that your team losing the World Series is almost as bad as the Dodgers winning the World Series.
That's right. That's how bad it was. All right, who's first up? Brandon's first up. Let's go. What did you learn this weekend? One sentence. What you got, Brandon?
Morning, guys. I learned that at some point today I'm going to have to sit through a celebratory phone call from SMU Sunny.
Oh.
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
SMU Sunny. Oh, how'd that taste, Del?
Well,
I mean, what? By the way, your team really did a number 2. What a bunch of idiots they were.
I don't know why you would be surprised. I learned this weekend that watching your favorite team lose, you can be comforted by knowing you're right about the head coach. All he does is confirm what I believed when he first got hired. So, sure, the 3 hours were miserable, but the rest of the time, hey,
nice personal foul,
look
too.
Look how right I was.
Nice personal foul.
Well, thanks to Mario for calling a timeout a second before they snapped the football. Once again, dopey.
Yeah, and it turned into a personal foul.
Yeah, if he just lets it go, they probably win the game. But, hey, I'm right about him, so I don't feel so bad.
Who's next?
We move to Larry. Larry, what'd you learn?
I learned the Houston Texans have virtually the same mediocre winning percentage whether the taxpayer-financed roof is closed or the few times that it's open.
Same. Yeah, okay. Same miserable win percentage. Okay. All right. 713-780-3776. Who's next?
We go to Elliot. What did you learn?
Yeah, I learned that the Steelers' defense changes every week. They're either the best in the league or the worst in the league. You never know what you're going to.
Yeah, they're really good this last
Did
week.
you see their special teams coach? That
Yeah.
swaggering, gum-chewing special
They
teams
say
coach?
I watched both the Texans and the Colts game. They say he has a real problem with spitting because he chews gum
my
so
God.
aggressively.
It's so
like
gross.
It's like a big league chew in there, and it's just spit going all over. He had a play where there was a personal foul on an extra point, and so what he did was he just told Boswell kick it out of bounds, because the rule is you get it 30 yards from the kickoff spot. So they ended up getting the ball at the 25. There was none of this, and he acted like he had just done the
Cracked
sneakiest
code.
thing. Oh yeah, I mean,
Because normally when you kick it out of bounds,
he was
it's-
walking around like, "You see what I just did?" Like, relax,
Yeah, but
Danny.
that gum,
I know.
holy crap. You can't get near him. He's spitting all over you.
I bet he's a lot to deal with in that building. That
Oh,
guy
my-
has just too much swagger.
Who's next, Del?
Ocho, what have you learned?
Yeah, I learned that the last time Patrick Mahomes completed less than 50% of his passes was in 2014 as a backup to the great Davis Webb.
In college.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow.
He ever back?
That's the last time he was under 50%?
Bills put it on him.
They're-
He did not do much
Ever,
yesterday.
I learned also that I don't care about Bills Chiefs in the regular season
You don't?
because I know what's going to happen in the postseason.
Well, yeah, I mean, because Bills do really well against
Good,
him in the,
but then when it matters most,
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but that was one of the greatest
They always
22
lose.
seconds in sports
they lost
history.
last year.
Oh.
They always lose to them.
Yeah. Who's next?
Let's move to Phil. What have you learned?
I learned that people are never going to let go of the trash can conspiracy, and I can call back with the background if you want.
Yeah, call back in a little bit and let us know.
No,
I mean,
still
it's
get
already
it.
it's
I
already.
still get it here. I
Yeah.
still get it. They're never
It's
letting
never
it go.
going away.
It's never.
It's
Never.
kind of one of the reasons I get really
luck.
pissed about some of the, I get pissed off at some of those Astros because it just buries our little guy.
Who's next?
We go to Longhorn Dimitri. What have you learned?
Morning, guys. I learned this weekend that I lost 3 years of my life in the fourth quarter of the Longhorn game because Sark shut down the offense completely.
Yep.
Barely
That
held
was
on.
how in the world do you let them come back like that? Goodness
That was
gracious.
crazy.
You were dominating them.
Yeah,
And
but that
hey,
is
listen, Arch is looking pretty good now. Arch is looking pretty good.
Yeah, it was-
He's actually
it was
playing some
fine.
good football. He's actually playing some good football. So we got to give it up because he sucked early on, but he's playing well.
Give
Who's
your
next,
praise
Del?
to Longhorn Scott. Don't just give it to Arch.
I'm not
Apologize to Longhorn Scott.
I'm not
He told
apologizing,
you.
Long-
He told you if you're really paying attention, Arch
Well,
was playing
okay.
better.
Let's see. You got Georgia coming up, so just slow down. Let's see how he does. Who's next?
Tom on a mobile. What have you learned?
Hey, guys. So I learned that in this day and age of dating, you better look for that Adam's apple, if you know what I mean.
Stop. Delete him. Delete that. Just delete that one.
If you know what I mean. Yeah. Yeah, we know what you mean.
What could he
We've all
possibly
seen the
mean?
crying game. We know what you mean.
Who's next?
Let's go to Pete. Actually, PD. PD, what have you learned?
Whoa.
Hey, what's up, man?
PD, you got 1 sentence to tell us what you learned this weekend.
I learned after you do some gummy bears that have these 20 milligram things in it, special kind, that my neighbor, I went out to do something in my garage, and she's got a tramp stamp.
Okay. Wait a minute.
How does
I mean-
Hallucinate it?
Yeah,
or-
see, you can't.
Nah,
don't
too
ask
late.
questions because he'll come with it. Like he'll tell you exactly what he's done, but he just learns stuff. Don't worry
learns-
about it. Don't worry about how he learned it. He had 20 milligrams worth of knowledge that he
Gummies
gained.
and tramp stamps.
Yeah.
Well, I think he might have imagined it.
Who knows who his neighbor is?
Hey, it's not.
I don't think
table.
that's how his story was going to end,
It's
John.
not off the table.
It turns out I imagined it. It's not off the table, but PD's story is also. I dated this girl who burned my house down. Oh hell, shouldn't have done that. She was redhead. I should have known it was coming.
Who's next, Del?
Peter, what did you learn?
Hey guys, I learned that I guess the Texans need to go get some penicillin or something because they're allergic to the damn goal line.
Yeah.
Maybe just weekly shots. Just go get those shots from an ear, nose, and throat doctor somewhere. That's what you do. Penicillin is really more for if they've got syphilis of the short yardage. Maybe they've got short yardage syphilis, John.
I don't know about the syphilis thing. I just want to.
I know that
they call bad football plays.
No, but on a separate note, I know that they're extremely. Can I say limp or flaccid near the goal line?
Impotent, you can say.
Impotent. Yeah, that's really not flaccid, but impotent near the goal line. Yes,
they are.
I can say that they are.
Yeah, that's true.
A lack of potency near the goal line is
is
very accurate.
That's correct.
Yeah. Or flaccid.
Well, we have commercials for pills, so maybe they should be listening more closely to what we sell over the station. Right. Let's move to Tommy. Tommy, what have you learned?
Broncos Nation will travel. That place was 50-50.
No way.
What was
50-50? He's a Broncos Nation will travel.
Oh yeah. Oh, it was it. Yeah, I would say 50-50. Yeah.
Dash that place was 50.
Yanni was there. He said it's a lot orange.
It was. We talked about it. It was Battle Orange yesterday.
It's not a thing for the Texans.
It was their Battle Orange.
They don't focus on that color at all.
It was Astros. Everybody was supporting the Astros because the Dodgers had won.
Third kit.
Wrong shade of blue
for
it to be Astros. That was a light blue.
Third kit.
A lot of throwback uniforms.
Blue and orange. Astros
third kit,
baseball.
Del. You know how that works.
A lot of throwback
blue
Bronco
and
blue
orange.
in there.
The Astros' new logo is a horse.
They're going to need one in the offseason.
That's their city.
They need to find a horse.
Should be a gurney.
Stretcher?
Should be a stretcher.
No, an elbow brace.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We got
Just
one
swing.
Yeah, we got one more. Rava, what have you learned?
Hey, Juanito G, Lefty, Delvin,
Salchicha.
Hey, give me some of that salchicha. Coño.
Orleans, you must have that salchicha. Shout out to Sean, shut up, man. You're the intern over there. Well, hey, I got a situation. I actually news is a weird kind of thing. I learned that there's a mayor in Lancaster, California, found out a situation how to get rid of the homelessness. Give them fentanyl.
No, don't engage him, John.
No,
you live in California.
We did that story a while ago.
No,
you got to kill him. Remember what? Who
was
it? Yeah.
Is that the same one, or do we have a new mayor saying that?
I don't know. Is there
because
a new
this
one?
is fentanyl. Like
fentanyl.
No. That wasn't a mayor. I think that was somebody in the like the Senate or there was a congressman who may have said
or someone who's running for office, and he said, "Yeah, should we just kill him?" Wait a minute.
Did he say it was Palmdale? Major Lurie
California mayor says he wants Lancaster mayor.
Yeah, Rex Paris.
He said this back in April, but I guess he just learned it. Let's give them
all the fentanyl they want. All you can eat.
Homeless free. Give the homeless or unhoused free fentanyl.
Oh, my God.
He just said fentanyl buffet.
Oh, wait. Channel 7 did the story. My wife's station did the story on this.
She was there.
Yeah. What I want to do is give them free fentanyl. That's what I want to do. Now, do what now?
Mayor suggests a, quote, purge of homeless people.
Yeah, the Purge. Those Purge movies seem great for people overall. I want to give them free fentanyl. Someone said, I can't understand what you're saying. You want to give them what? I want to give them all the fentanyl they want. That's what I want to do. So
I thought people were intelligent enough to understand that it was a metaphor, but I don't regret saying it. It's brought attention to the problem.
A metaphor for what? What's fentanyl a metaphor for?
Let's just kill them.
For jobs?
It's a metaphor.
It's a metaphor for housing.
We just want to kill them. That's all. Right.
It's a metaphor. That can't be the word he's looking for.
That's what he thought.
You know what?
I think he meant I think you meant sarcasm.
Whenever I use fentanyl interchangeably with low-income housing, as I just say fentanyl, you know what that means.
You know what it means.
Stable low-income housing
So
with
what are
fixed
the
prices.
words for people who don't have homes? Homeless, unhoused. Fentanyl?
Fentanyl fit. Fentanyl ready.
Yeah.
Yeah, apparently.
Fentanyl ready. And you know who else is ready? Ownwell. Thanks, you guys. Man, what did you learn this weekend is
Look for that Adams album.
I want to talk right now about your tax bill that has probably come in, and you just put it aside. Here's what I did. Oh, look at this. And you just throw it in a pile of papers, and then you go, I'll get to that later. Don't get to it later. Get to it now. Because they can start. I mean, it's not until, you've got, there is a little bit of time here, but don't. Because then you'll wake up one day, oh, I didn't do anything. I didn't do it. I didn't protest my taxes. Holy crap. What did I do? It takes 3 minutes, literally. Sign up in under 3 minutes. All without hearing. You don't do anything after that. You just give them your address. Tell them, you tell them, hey, go get me. Go get them, because this is way higher than I should be paying. The government is wrong 86% of the time, people. 86% of the time. And if you don't do anything about it, the taxes that you're paying are going to compound, because next year it's going to be even higher, and then higher, and then higher. And then all of a sudden you're paying on a house that's not even close to what they say it's worth. So you're looking for the best way to do this. You don't pay a dime unless they win. When they win, then you pay. Otherwise, you don't pay. Okay? Stop overpaying. Start saving with Ownwell. Sign up in 3 minutes at ownwell.com/Texas. That's OWNWELL.com/Texas. All right, welcome back here. My man Brian Shack's listening to the show. That's my guy. He said Sam Darnold was 16 for 16. That's who said it. Sam Darnold looks great. Who's the biggest surprise in the NFL? Is it New England or Carolina?
Well, New England spent a lot of money in the offseason, and their schedule has turned out to be really soft. I would say Carolina because we thought, well, partly because of Bryce, and their defense was bad, really bad last year, that they were dead in the water. That's what the expectation was. Now, Bryce hasn't played great, but I would say the fact that they're 5-4, right in it, going into Green Bay, who at the time had the best record in the NFC, and holding them the way they played against Pittsburgh to 13 points?
It's crazy.
I would go Carolina.
Right? I mean,
because at least Mike Vrabel has a history, and as I said, Patriots spent a lot of money in Drake May, young quarterback who's taken a step. I don't know that anyone thought Carolina would be above 500 at this point.
Yeah, but 7-2 for the Patriots after last year, after the last couple of years. That is crazy.
I mean, they had a bad roster last year. I don't know how they're doing this, except their quarterback has taken a massive step. Butte is playing pretty well. I mean, Diggs helps, but it's not like he's been just unbelievable.
I think it's a product of Vrabel, Drake May step, and a last place schedule. And it's actually a last place schedule. I know we talk about, from year to year, but if you look at the opponents,
a lot of them are worse than expected.
Yeah.
And they had a last place schedule.
Who's the best team in the NFC West? Seattle, the Rams, or the 49ers?
Say it again.
Seattle, Rams, or 49ers?
What about them? What's your question? Who's the best team in that division?
Yeah.
Seattle's one of the best teams in football.
But the Rams ain't bad either, bro.
Rams are fine.
They're both 6-2.
Dude, Seattle's punching people in the stomach. I mean, Seattle's defense is better. You know, the Texans got messed up by Seattle, and then I watched the game last night. I'm like, Seattle's just that team. Texans aren't on that level. Like, what am I wasting my time with? Getting on, they don't. They're bad at situational football. They don't have good clock management. They are soft inside, and their offensive coordinator has no creativity to create opportunities. And I'm not Mr. The play calling. There's a lot of people who just immediately default to play calling when they don't know why things aren't working. But this is legitimate now because he doesn't create. Your job is to create opportunities if you're an offense coordinator based on what you have. And he's not doing it. Like, he doesn't – there are no plays. Most coordinators have like 3 or 4 plays that they'll use on gotta-have-its where it's misdirection of some sort. Ben Johnson has like 30 of these plays. And they come up with something that you're not expecting, and it dials up an easy touchdown. Nick Haley – this guy doesn't even this isn't even a joke. I have never seen anyone with the lack of, and I thought he did some things that were like, his 20-yard line to 20-yard line. It's kind of garden variety, no big deal. Sometimes they execute it, sometimes they don't. There's been some issues this year with protection strategies, I think, things like that. But man, the difference between being the Broncos scored 2 touchdowns yesterday and tied the game up. The Texans had 5 field goals. Texans scored 5 times, including twice when they were inside the 2-yard line. They turned them into 3s. And the Broncos just had, 2 longer, medium-long touchdown passes. They didn't score as much as the Texans, but guess what? They were touchdowns. If the Texans turn one of those plays into a touchdown, the game doesn't even continue. The Broncos can't catch him.
No.
And Nick Haley is so bad on 4th and short, on running plays that aren't goal line oriented.
1st and short.
He's terrible. No, I mean, he's terrible on short yardage. Got to have it.
When Nico came up short of the goal line, right? Oh, and by the way, Xavier Hutchinson with 2 holds in this game. One that was crucial.
Yeah.
He's trying to score, and he's holding, and it pushes him back to the 12-yard line. No chance to score.
No chance.
But
it was hard enough from the 1.
1st and goal from the 1, and you can't get in. I mean, that is just – and then they did it on the other – they did it on both ends of the field. And luckily, they had a false start on 4th and 1 because CJ didn't get there. They had to kick the field goal. Then – when Nico is down to the 1-yard line, I was like, oh, my God, he's not going to get in, and that means they won't score. And sure enough, they didn't score. Sure enough, they did not score. And that was critical for me because I had 0-0. That would have put him back to 0-0.
Critical.
It always comes back to your pocket, doesn't it?
Yeah.
18-15. How often have you seen that score?
Never.
I don't know. Scoregami, did they say that's
I think they
unique?
stopped doing Scoregami made a mistake I think they're shutting down Scoregami. It made a mistake a couple weeks ago. It's made a couple of them.
Really?
18 to 15? Like
Scoregami's never made a mistake.
It's got let me do score. Dell's probably already searching it.
Why Scoregami Twitter bot is broken for NFL scores in 2025. So apparently they did have an issue.
Is 18 to 15 a Scoregami? A listing of all. Here's football database. No, it's happened before. It's actually happened more times than you think.
So Scoregami is blaming X. They made some changes and it screwed up their bot.
10. So it's happened 10 times actually.
I wonder how many times a team has scored 2 touchdowns and a field goal for an 18.
Yeah, not often, but
yeah,
I mean,
the
I'd have to
two-point
check the box score.
conversion
Yeah, it might be 6 field goals usually.
Yeah, the 2-point conversion isn't that
The
old.
Bears and Commanders had one happen last year, and yeah, as you anticipated, it was Washington touchdown, Jaden Daniels, Washington field goal, Washington field goal, Washington field goal, Washington field goal. Yeah, Chicago.
It was just an odd game, but I actually thought Davis Mills when he first came in, he looked okay. They did get at the beginning of the half, they did get a field goal drive out of him.
Mm-hmm.
That was nice. They had another drive where another field goal drive out of him. So that was nice.
He did take one of the things you like is where you just take a blind shot down the field into double coverage with a safety that should have intercepted.
I don't love that play.
Well, I mean,
but
just
I was
throw
thinking,
it up, and he did.
You know what? Davis Mills ain't scared of cover 2.
No,
Davis Mills ain't scared.
Well, it was almost a sweet punt.
Yeah.
In fact,
he almost had a punt inside the
Nico made a great defensive play.
They would have been better off because they had to punt and the Broncos got better field position. He did hit Nico down the sideline.
It's just a flat go route, yeah.
To set up a field goal.
It was that was a good throw. They laid it right in a 26-yard pass, longest of the day. That was a good throw, and that was in the second quarter. By the way, it looked really like CJ got his head obliterated. And then when you watch the replay, I'm like, how did his head go back so hard?
It did, though.
But his arm was up, and the cornerback clearly felt bad about it. He was like, well, I really didn't want that to happen. Abrams Drain, who came out of Missouri. But it ended up being they took the penalty off. It shouldn't have been a penalty. I thought it should have been. I thought it was an easy call in real time. But then when you look at it, it's like, well, it was.
Well,
but usually when you come in
and
make a hit, usually that is a penalty regardless.
Yeah, but last year Trevor Lawrence, he slid late too, bro.
But he got hit in the head.
Well, but he got a forearm shiver right under the neck. Yeah, that was an Aziz special.
That's all right.
Where Aziz goes,
that's okay.
It wasn't okay.
I barely even touched him.
It actually wasn't. Didn't he?
Hey, and
miss
Aziz didn't have a 15-yarder yesterday, so that's not bad.
That's true. He avoided one.
He didn't end up with any 15-yarders yesterday.
Not one 15-yard penalty yesterday.
That's discipline.
That's congratulations.
And the media immediately went to Aziz after the game. Hey, how do you feel about CJ's hit? You got a penalty and
you should play it.
Hypocrisy. Yeah, well, I have it. I'll find it. Watching it live, I thought, yeah. That's gonna. They threw the flag.
Well, I knew immediately it was a concussion.
But as soon as you saw the head, okay.
And by the way, I'll be honest with you, not to get too far into college football, but the Longhorns, I was shocked to see Arch out there because he clearly had a real concussion. He was kind of swaying. For them to play him the next week,
college football does that.
What's that? I know, but concussion stacking is a major red alert for CTE. Major red alert. He's got 2 uncles who played pro football, a dad who played. Not pro football, but Cooper played in college, right? Cooper Manning, was he at college?
He got hurt, I think, in high school.
Okay. I was shocked that Arch Manning played after having a legitimate concussion a week before. That is, I don't know the last time I saw a quarterback play the next week after a concussion. I am not expecting CJ to be back this week.
No. Although, did you see the picture with him and his mom?
No. Why?
She put out there on Instagram or somewhere, he's fine. Thank you for all your prayers. So that was encouraging.
Yeah.
But you know them. It'll be a week or two before they're gonna let him play.
Stop hating on Mills. Y'all acting like CJ was setting the world on fire. CJ's pedestrian. Jason, Mills sucked. Mills was completely ineffective. He didn't suck. He was extremely docile.
Meh.
He was extremely docile. Everything was short throws. They started sitting on the throws. He missed a wide open throw over the deep middle that you have to make to Christian Kirk. It was a must-make throw, and he missed it. That's the difference between wins and loss potentially. You could have gone down there and kicked your 6th or 7th or 8th field goal. No, you can't do it. He took a sack, but that was irrelevant. They made the field goal. By the way, it's not like, Kaimi was just sneaking a couple of men.
First he missed. Oh, my God, he was burning the uprights.
Yeah.
Burning the uprights.
Yep.
Holy crap. I thought for sure one of them, I thought the second one he missed. But they gave it to him. Man, he is dangerous right now. He had 5 field goals. Way to go. The only one that could score. But it was terrible. That was terrible. 713-780-3776 is the number if you want to get in here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776, the number to hang out with us here. A lot of stuff to talk about.
Wait. Is this true?
Who?
Craig in Texas says, I learned that somebody named Will Smith has won 6 straight World Series rings. We had a Will Smith, so that was 22. And then the year before, he was with the Braves, and that was a World Series in 21. And last year, you have Will Smith, Dodgers.
How far do you have to go back?
He said it was 6.
2020?
Well, 25, 24.
20.
Well, obviously,
Go back to
23,
2020.
22, 21, 2020. Yeah, Dodgers. Was he with the Dodgers?
Was Will Smith
Wow.
with the Dodgers?
Will Smith, the lefty?
I guess so, yeah.
And he said we had a
He
Will
got a
Smith.
ring?
Well, he said that's 6 straight. And Twitter doesn't have people who lie.
Yeah. We had a Will Harris that got a ring.
And he cost them one as well.
Yeah.
7 to go. 7 outs. And now 2 outs. Now I got a 2 outs.
Will Smith
two-outer.
was
Boy,
he was with
Toronto's.
the Dodgers. Will Smith was with the Dodgers in 22, with the the Astros in 22, the
Oh,
Rangers in
that's right.
23.
Yep.
So that accounts for 2 right there.
That's 6, yeah.
And then the other Will Smith in 24 and
two Will
25.
Smiths. So there's 2 Will Smiths, and there's 3 for the one that slapped that one guy.
So what about 21?
That one
he
guy
didn't
being
get a
Chris
ring.
Rock. No. No.
Will Smith, the slapper, didn't get a ring.
No. And he put out a rap that everyone's making fun of.
Oh, my God, it's terrible.
Yeah. And then he did a thing with the red door or whatever with his wife where she told him why he needs to be okay with her.
And Will Smith, the same one that won with the Astros and Rangers, was with the Braves in
21.
Yeah. So yeah,
I remember that. That was a much better Will Smith.
Yeah,
that was a good Will Smith.
Will Smith, the pitcher, had won 3 straight World Series titles.
Will Smith, the hitter, is really good, by the way.
On 3 different teams. That's got to be something.
Yeah. How about that?
Yeah, it's got to be something. I can't believe the Dodgers had so many critical plays that bailed them out. Like they had major play after major play. That was a great game.
And even on Friday, the Jays had a
Friday
chance.
and Saturday.
Yeah.
Friday was ridiculous.
Yep.
The double play to end the game.
Plus 185 to win the series. It was all out there for you to make some
Shut
money,
up.
John.
You're the one that put that on them. And, yeah.
He got
you hear,
there.
Hey, everybody, look what's going to happen. We're going to put 185.
Just trying
Bet
to
on
make
the
you money.
Dodgers.
Just
Yeah,
trying to
nice
make you
job.
money in this day and age where the stock market's up and down. I just try to give you a good return on investment. That's all I was looking at, an ROI. That's all I was looking at for you.
All right. We got a break. 713-780-3776 is the number. If you want to get in here, you're more than welcome. I'm talking right now about, I'm talking about Chastang Ford. I'm talking about my peeps over at Chastang Ford. I'm talking about how great the deal is that you're going to get at Chastang Ford. You know how I know it? I mean, before you even go in there, I'm telling you, you're going to get the best deal on that Ford truck or SUV before you even go in there. I would tell you this. Shop it. Go see. Go see the service that you're going to get. Go see the price you're going to get, the financing that you're going to get, the transparency that you're going to get, just the best way to go about it, too. Not high pressure. I know everybody says this. It's not a no, it's not. It's just not. Here's the deal, is if you're somebody that is looking for the best way to get into that Ford car or truck, all you need to do is go to ChastangFord.com. They are simply the best. I love I love what Chastain Ford has done for me, and you will love what Chastain Ford does for you. They do it in the commercial world. That's why they're the number one commercial dealer for Ford in the city of Houston. But they do it right now too. They're doing it for you at ChastainFord.com. On 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead. It's only 5 minutes from downtown. You will love everything about the way they go about it at Chastain Ford.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now here's John Granato and Lance Zerline.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. Get in. You want to talk about this. I mean, I just don't. You know what? There was 2 weeks ago, the Seattle game. There was outrage, right? Honestly, everybody was like, what is the deal? So mad. I don't feel that this time.
I do.
I don't.
I do. That was one of my most frustrating games that I've seen them play because it literally was, I kept seeing an avalanche of stupid stuff. And I was like, this is just, it's just not acceptable. This is the third year. D'Amico's teams are very undisciplined. He's got a good defense, but the offense is just like they hired a play caller. This is ridiculous. He's just a placeholder for Mike McDaniel. I'm positive that's going to be the case. There's no way D'Amico doesn't make a change because CJ's just not going to. CJ just doesn't. If he doesn't think you know ball, he's done with you. And there's no way he's on board with Nick Caley being unable to dial up and create anything that will create touchdown opportunities. He's just not going to be. And if CJ doesn't give you a stamp of approval, and if you're this incompetent in terms of converting short yardage into touchdowns, that's the main one for me. Is that's losses in the NFL, and he's shown what's the growth that he's shown on short yardage play calling? Where's the growth you've seen? You know you can't push people around. You know that. So why do you keep trying it? So I think Mike McDaniel will be fired. He'll be out. Stephen A. Smith will get rid of him, and Stephen A. Ross. And I think D'Amico is going to say, listen, big dog, you can't get out of, you can't stay out of football for long. You gotta keep your name in it. And I think he'll be a Texan. And why wouldn't Mike McDaniel want to come over here? He has a great defense. He's got a very good wide receiver one. He's got a quarterback to work with.
It's got an angsty quarterback.
Yeah, but you could find a lot worse. You could find a lot worse in this league.
Does he want to come to a place where job security appears to not be high at the OC position?
For a 3-year guaranteed deal, maybe.
Well, he's got
I'm
head
sure
coach
it's
money.
offset. I'm sure it's offset language. Well, how many years does he have left on that deal?
I think he got an extension.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, if he wants to, he's lived in Houston before. I think this would be considered a pretty favorable spot. It doesn't take a whole lot for you to be a division contender for championship here. This is a pretty good spot. I don't know the other ones that will be open, but he's got a background with D'Amico as well.
If he's here next year,
I
the
think he
Texans
will
win
be.
it all.
What?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's a lot.
If he comes next year,
Certainly
for sure.
a thought. I just don't know if that's correct.
Yeah.
Are they going to be better up front?
Yeah, they're going to be better up front. Are you kidding? If Nick isn't concerned, why are you concerned?
Well, because
don't even say that. That's not even funny anymore.
Well, I
to
just
me.
saw why I would be concerned. I just watched them not be able to move the Broncos when it mattered. That's why I would be concerned.
My wife just brought me coffee. She's the best wife ever. She's the best wife I ever had. Okay?
She's top wife.
She's not even close.
She's top 2, but she ain't number 2.
How about next month, 30 years?
Wow.
How lucky
Good
has
job.
she been?
Boy, what a lucky woman.
I mean,
she really deserves giant praise.
Yes.
For 3 decades with you.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. I mean, she's going straight to heaven.
I feel like we haven't covered
Easy pass?
Not.
Do they even stop her at the gates?
No. She goes, come on. You're in the express lane. Come on.
St. Peter's.
You don't even need to check out. Okay?
By the way, it's worth mentioning again because we're a new time frame, new listeners. We, like you, can't quite believe how the Texans handled the last drive of the game, where they ate up almost no time off the clock and left Denver with even a timeout. Denver even had a timeout to work with. They're like, sweet. We got a timeout. This is sweet. Could have snapped all that off and gone to overtime. Chose not to.
No. I don't know what overtime would have, how that
Both kickers have big legs.
I don't know how that would have changed anything, but okay.
Well, I mean, all it takes is a turnover. It doesn't take a lot. It takes a good punt return. I mean, it's not like Denver is moving the ball on you.
So
All right.
we didn't talk about.
I'd have taken a tie.
Let's do this, though, Del.
Go
Del,
ahead.
We're halfway through the show. Let's take a break. We got 4 callers on the line. Let's bring up a new subject on the other side, and we'll get to all your calls. But we got to let's catch up on the breaks.
Right.
Halfway, it's halftime. Don't you go anywhere. It's a short halftime like the NFL, only not 12 minutes. This is like 2 minutes. But first, John Daspit.
Yeah, John Daspit, the Daspit Law Firm, making sure that you get exactly what you need when you're injured due to someone else's negligence. And I don't care if it's on the roadway. I don't care if it's work. I don't care if I think he told me he had something where a chandelier fell on someone, like while they were dining. Like, oh, that's not great. John Daspit wants to make sure when you're injured, the first thing is going to be, the adrenaline rush, especially car accident. You have the adrenaline rush and you don't know what's happening. And then all of a sudden you start to, or if it's a bad injury, you're immediately hurt. You're going to have to call an ambulance, get them out there. If you panic because you don't have insurance or you're worried about how expensive it's going to be, don't. John Daspit's going to make sure and get all that back for you. He's going to make sure that you say, well, I can't pay my bills because I don't have a job. John Daspit, or you say, I can't work because, it's physical labor. I can't show up there. I've got a broken pelvis. John Daspit will make sure that your job gets taken care of, that your money gets taken care of there as well, and your pain and suffering is taken care of. He's going to get you the settlement that that really you deserve when you have been injured due to someone else's negligence. And we're talking about injuries that can have a life-altering effect in many cases. Sometimes he has to deal, unfortunately, with loss of life, and he's counted on by the family to make sure that that it accounts for the loss of the key breadwinner. That can be a situation that happens all too often, and luckily, when you have John Dassman on your side, he's going to make sure that you get the attention you deserve, and you get the payout that you deserve for that from the insurance company. 713 Call Now is the phone number. Easy to get a hold of them, and they'll review your case for you. 713 Call Now, or go to daspitlaw.com.
It's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
Okay, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We got a full board. Let's get some calls in here. I want to see, are you outraged? Are you, I mean, I can tell you this. By the size of the crowd, it might not have been 50-50, but it certainly wasn't 60-40. It was somewhere in that neighborhood right there. People are not caring. They're just getting rid of their tickets. Those are all season tickets behind Denver's bench. All season tickets, and they're selling them all. They're just not showing up. I mean, that is an apathetic fan base. This is an apathetic fan base. Let's get Elliot in here. Hey, Elliot, what are your thoughts on this?
Hey, good morning, guys. Yeah, yesterday was a disaster, but I had a question like a week or two ago. Lance had made a comment that NFL teams don't want to get an NFL or a quarterback purgatory, and they'd rather pay a guy than shuffle through a bunch of bad quarterbacks. And I want to know why you think that is, because I'm assuming that if Davis Mills started every game this year and CJ started every game this year, I believe they would still be at 3 wins, maybe 2 wins. So would you rather be in a position where you're shuffling through a bunch of Jacoby Brissetts and maybe Davis Mills till you get your confident guy, or would you rather be in the Brock Purdy, Trevor Lawrence type deal where, well, we got to pay him because he's above average because we fear we're going to be in that purgatory situation? Because you got to sit there and wonder if you really want to pay CJ based off of what you've seen. And I mean, the guy's played almost the entire season. They've won 3 games. So why would you really want to invest $500 million in a guy like that?
$500 million. I don't think we're giving him a 10-year deal.
Well, over the course of an entire career, would he make $500 million?
I don't know. Maybe. I mean, the deal would be a 5-year deal.
Are you kidding? He absolutely will.
For the Texans, maybe not. I mean, he'd get a 5-year deal at most. His agent's going to look for the shortest deal possible.
What did they give to Sean?
$230.
The Browns did, yeah.
Well, the Browns gave him $230. What did the Texans give him right before that?
I can't remember.
I mean, yeah, it's 500. It's not out of. They're making 60 a year now.
No, they're not. They're on the way to it.
Yeah,
they're on the way to it. But even then, that would take
that
would take 8.5 years at the Texans, and that's not. And that's it. That's after the first 5 years are over. It would take 8 years at that rate to get there. So, it'd be pretty tough, John. I mean, what are we arguing about? It's not even. Who cares? He doesn't care about you. He's not giving you a penny when you can't pay your bill. So why do I care about his money?
No, I don't care about his money. I'm just saying it's not $500 million. I don't think it's going to be.
I just think it's it's easy to say you don't want to do that, and then when you are sitting there living with the Jacoby Brissetts and the Tyrod Taylors and the Davis Mills, we've been there. That ain't great either. It's not like it feels to when you don't have a quarterback, you know you have no chance of winning. When you have an average quarterback, you think you have a better chance of winning, and you got a better chance of competing for the playoffs, but you also can't afford a pass rusher, or you can't afford a corner, or a good wide receiver has to leave. I mean, that's the reality. It sucks.
Yeah.
It sucks. And
who's next, though?
The Colts have Daniel Jones, and they thought all their problems were solved, and then he has that game yesterday.
Yeah. Oh, well, their left tackle was the problem.
Yeah, he was, but Daniel Jones made some dumb throws.
He wasn't good. No, they got New York Giants Daniel Jones. Yeah. That's what they got yesterday anyway. Who's next? Michael. What's up, Michael?
Fellas. Hey, man, it's like the Texans didn't do themselves any favors by starting the season 0-3. And also it was a beautiful weekend out this weekend. So all the fans are like, no, we're not going to go see this trash team lose another game. And, the stadium sucks. Like, there's nothing to, hang out around the stadium. And there was no bars or anything cool to do. So it's like, yeah, we're good. But Lance, I wanted to ask you, let's peer into the future. You kind of already touched on Mike McDaniel, but, I'm already moving on to next season. I mean, this season is toast. You guys said that after week 3. When do we start talking draft? What do we do in the draft and free agents? I heard that the New England Patriots spent like $300 million on offensive linemen this season, and that's, they're stellar. And the Broncos tackles were amazing. Like, they gave Bo Nix 15 seconds every play to throw the ball. It was crazy. Did you notice that?
Yeah, I thought they did look, there was some heat. They had some rolling pockets. I didn't think the Texans really dominated the pass rush game. I thought Denver hung on okay. I kept hearing about this incredible pass rush by the Texans, just a swarming, incredible unit that can never be stopped and is going to hurt your mom if she gets in the way. Nah, not really. They were all right yesterday. They were okay. I thought Denver did pretty good at holding up. Not great. Bo was running around a lot. I think Bo was sensing a lot of pressure, though. And I didn't think Bo was very
and look at where the Patriots, they spent $500 whatever on offensive line. Yeah, look where it's got them. Nothing. 7-2. Whatever.
Well, that's not really all it was, to be honest with you. I'm looking at their signings. They got Morgan Moses, who's just he signed a 3-year, $24 million contract. He's okay. They gave money
Will
to
Campbell, right?
Yeah, they drafted a guy in the first round. They drafted a tackle in the first round.
Now, I didn't see it play for play, but Drake May got sacked 6 times yesterday by the Falcons. Still won the game.
Garrett Bradbury's just a guy. It's not. I mean, yeah, their offense. I would do not go cause and effect. Offensive line spending and free agency, 7 wins. That's not what this is at all. This is a change in culture with a head coach who knows what he's doing, and it's a quarterback who's performed well above expectations for his second year. I think there are other moves you look at, like Matt Collins is a nice little add. You have Milton Williams. They spent a bunch of money there at defensive tackle. Carlton Davis at corner.
They brought in Spillane.
Robert Spillane at linebacker. Yeah.
Harold Landry, one of Vrabel's guys.
Yeah. Usually, if you spend a bunch of money free agency at offensive line, it pretty much rarely works out. I will just tell you that right now.
Did it work out? No.
It rarely works out.
They've lost 2 games already.
The Jaguars, it has not. Once again, John, don't fall into that trap. You're better than that. Ask Alonzo. Go ask Alonzo if the offensive line is Drake May's just barely, are they pulling Drake May's ass along with them? Drake May stinks. It's the offensive line that's doing it. That ain't it.
No,
so
the Jaguars did that a few years ago. It didn't work for them either.
So New England, through their first 9 games, have given up second most sacks in football.
Yeah, it's not. That's a bad narrative. The cause and effect is not equal. It's not that, and they're not the greatest running team either. They're really not. This is the offensive line there is extremely average. Don't spend. You have to draft offensive linemen.
For example, the Texans' offensive line, which we don't think that much of, has given up 19 sacks through 8 games.
Lakin, free agent. You had free agent. It's free agency offensive linemen who are available means the other team doesn't want them.
Yeah. All right. Who's next, Al? PJ, what's up?
Go ahead, PJ.
Hey, what's going on?
What's up, PJ?
Hey, to piggyback off the John, like I tell my wife, I'm the best decision she ever made in her life. So, yeah, you stuck with me.
Yeah, that's right.
And, hey, Dale, we're stuck with Cristobal, man. I don't know where to go from here. I mean,
what do you mean? We're stuck,
this
man.
Bonehead penalty.
What? We're stuck. That's what it is. All the money's behind him.
Yeah.
All the money's behind him. That's their dude. We're in the middle of a 10-year contract. You might as well sit through the rest of this year.
Careful.
And what? And next year, too.
Sit back and what? What were you about to say?
Let me finish. I'm not going to go where John or you might go. I'm saying sit through this year, and if you want change, hopefully he pisses all over himself next year, which is most likely, and then maybe they'll be in the mood to get rid of him. But you at least got the rest of this year and next year, and then maybe there's some hope.
And to piggyback off the Texans before I go, I mean, how many times you going to switch offensive coordinators? I mean, sooner or later, it's either the quarterback or it's the offensive coordinator. You're going to have to pick one. You can't keep having a Russian roulette of OC. I mean, sooner or later, you're going to have to stick with a guy. You're going to have to tough it out. And my Steelers, we Jekyll and Hyde on defense. I mean, when we play like we played yesterday, I think we can beat anybody. But I think you got to take my car, hang up, and listen about the Texans' offensive coordinator situation.
It's true. You can't just keep flipping and flipping. But here's the thing. If Nick Caley were so bad this year that they wanted to get rid of him, guess who they go to? First-time caller Gerard Johnson. What do you think's going to happen there? Nothing great. I don't care. Just because you change people, it's not going to change anything.
Well, you might get a yard. You might get a yard.
Maybe he has something dialed up to get you a yard from the one, but more than likely, you either stick with it and see what he's got for year 2, or you say, look, we got a limited window open with rookie quarterback pay scale, which is how I would look at this. I mean, you're already going to be going into year 4, and by year 5, he gets a substantial bump, and in year 6, you're probably franchising him because you're not sure if you want to give him the extension. I mean, that's where it looks right now, although I don't know that David Mulgeta will get him out of there by then. So I don't know what you do. You know what I do? I'd have to say we sucked again. We blew it. You already pulled the plug on Bobby Slowick. This one isn't working. You have a pay scale for a rookie pay scale for 2 more years, and like I said, the 5th year you're already bumping up. I'm just admitting I'm tucking tail and licking my wounds, admitting I made a mistake with Kaylee, and I get somebody with experience. And then you know what? I'm paying Mike McDaniel if that's what it takes. I want somebody who is a creator, someone who understands how to get the most out of skill position players. I would go after Mike McDaniel because we know he's gone in Miami. There's no way he survives.
No, he can't survive.
And if you don't get him, get somebody who has experience.
Racist.
Don't get a hot name. This is the young guy off of the Rams tree. Don't want it. Don't care. Nick, you stay out of this. I don't need a Patriot guy. You stay out of it. Let Hannah pick it.
Whoa.
And then Hannah, get at me. Text me. I'll give you some thoughts on who you get. Let me start right now. Mike McDaniel. Boom. End of discussion.
Okay.
Pay him whatever he wants.
Well, I don't know about that. I do know about this. There's one thing I know about. And Anthony, you're next. Anybody else wants in 713, we'll get all calls the rest of the show. As long as you guys want to talk, you're more than welcome. I do know about Kent Jones over at Dream Red. I do know that Kent Jones knows the hacks. I do know that he's been doing it for 30 years. I do know that he's closed over 1,400 mortgages. That's a lot of mortgages, people. He knows everything about it. He knows how to get you that agent that might kick you back some of her fees, right? He knows about the title company. He knows about the surveys. He knows all that you don't know about. He knows all the hacks to save you. Now, I can't guarantee that he has, but I can tell you this. Our listeners that have gone to Kent Jones, they email me, they tell me they've saved thousands and thousands and tens of thousands of dollars with Kent Jones. Normally, if you got a broker, like a ticket broker, man, you're losing money, bro. But when you got a mortgage broker, you're saving money. They know things you don't know. I wish I knew Kent when we were buying our homes. Or, listen, if you're even thinking about buying a home, take this number, call him, and he can tell you this is the best time to lock in. This is the best kind of mortgage for you. This is the best, all of it. 713-520-5626, 713-520-5626, or 975loans.com. You're even thinking about buying a home, call Kent Jones.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now here's John Granado and Lance Zerline.
Okay, welcome back. On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-376. 713-780-3776. Anthony is first up. He's been waiting, and we got a full board, so let's get through them. Let's roll through these. We want to hear your comments on what you thought happened yesterday and beyond. What's going on, Anthony?
Hey, guys. Love your show. It's the game went exactly how I thought. They were going to kick 17,000 field goals, and then the other team was actually going to score real touchdowns. It's like the complete opposite of what I watched when I watched the Rockets. They had the same trajectory when they came out with the coaches and everybody excited, but it seems like to me the Rockets is just a far better disciplined team, and they're literally dominating teams now. Like when I saw the last game, by the middle of the second quarter, I was like, I don't even want to watch this game anymore, but I wanted to watch the pure domination. And then when I watched the crap salad of Texans kicking field goals all day, and then somehow the stupid coordinator keeps slamming the ball up the middle 17 times on the 1 yard line, I'm like, bro, throw the ball. This is the NFL. This is not high school football anymore. But that's my opinion. Guys, have a blessed day.
All right, man. Stupid coordinator. He doesn't know nothing about goal line offense. I mean, it is frustrating, though. You see all of these teams that it just seems so easy for other teams. And for the Texans, it's like pulling teeth just to try to get a first and goal at the 1, and you can't score.
I mean, Philadelphia is a deadlock cinch. Every team is a deadlock cinch with quarterback sneaks. We have seen you cannot. I think quarterback sneaks. I think if you grab the snap and run over to the B gap between the tackle and the guard and the tackle, you got a much better chance. You're not getting it right up the middle. But this is really like, I was trying to search through. Let me see if ChatGPT pulled it up. I'm looking for if the Texans have any, like how the Texans did with in short yardage, in their conversion rate on short yardage or something like that. And it didn't have a number for. No. I was looking up 2-point conversions because I don't think they've converted a 2-point conversion for a few years now. I think it's been a few years since they've converted a 2. I think 2023 was the last time they converted a 2-point conversion. But their short yardage conversion is absolutely atrocious. Mm-hmm. And I put a lot of that on. Once you get past an offensive line can't generate push, you just got to say, well, why do they keep doing it? Well, because it keeps getting called. Why does it keep getting called? We don't have an answer for. I don't have an answer for that. I mean, I don't know. I don't have a good answer. I have no idea why he keeps doing the same thing that doesn't work. And I don't think it's funny. Like, to me, it shows that there's no growth. He hasn't grown at all. You're already at, what's your record, Dale? 3-5?
Whose record?
Who?
The
Miami's?
The Texans.
No, yeah, they're 3-5.
So it's 9 weeks in. You're 3-5 with the bye week.
What's your record, Dell?
I don't play, so I don't have her. I don't.
So you haven't gotten any better. Like, the whole thing was, well, he's going to learn on the job. He was running the same stupid stuff early in the year, and I thought, okay, well, he'll figure out. He'll come up. He'll dial up some plays. I don't know if it's D'Amico saying we got to be hard-nosed. We got to show him that we can get a yard when we need a yard. Dude, sometimes you need to admit who you are. You're too finesse up front. You're not that guy. You're not that guy. So run your little fake jet sweeps and then reverse option pitch out to the running back going the other way. Do something misdirection-wise that gives you an advantage, but not this. I'd rather see 3 straight lob passes to Nico. Just throw 3 straight fades. 3 straight fades. When does Tank Dell get back so he can start blocking around the goal line again?
Yeah, we need that. That's what we need.
That's
open
what we
up
need.
a hole.
Yeah.
We need Tank to open up a hole.
We need Tank or Christian Kirk to get in there and open. Christian Kirk, for God's sake. It ain't going to take much for him to blow out a hamstring, so it'll keep him away from everything.
All right. Who's next, Dal? Underrated mess. What you got, bro?
What's up, fellas? Nick Caley had no juice being hired. Texans tried to hype him up, saying he had all this energy, but that guy had no juice. Nobody cared about this dude. This dude is what it is. D'Amico looks confused on the sidelines. I really think that he's neutered by Caserio because he doesn't have personnel decisions. The only coach I trust is the special teams coach. But the most important thing is I learned that 2 pumps is too much.
Yeah, Rico Daldo.
Yeah, 2 pumps is.
He did a celebration.
I thought.
Wait, what happened?
I thought 2 pumps was okay.
Well,
that's what Keel and P said.
Well,
Key and Peele.
Yes, he did a Key and Peele bit as a celebration after he scored, and it was made reference to on the broadcast.
Yeah,
he did a couple pumps. The rest were
2 pumps, and he said just 2.
Just 2, but that was too many for the referee.
Yeah.
Or at least 1 too many, at least, and then they threw the flag for a excessive. Was it taunting, excessive celebration?
It was
lewd and
I
lascivious.
think he got arrested for lewd and lascivious behavior.
I don't know if you can throw a penalty for lewd and lascivious, at least name it that, but it's just the Jameson Williams rule. Hey, you're a little too freaky out there celebrating touchdowns, so penalty on you.
It was freaky now.
Rico Dowdell's character arc, this is insane what he's been able to do.
No, I mean, it is.
And shout out to Dave Canales. What D'Amico's unable to do this year and what the Texans are unable to do, I feel like an inferior an inferior Carolina Panthers team is. Don't tell me about their schedule or anything like. They just went in and won at Green Bay, so I don't want to hear about schedule, fourth. I don't care about all that stuff. They have 5 wins, you don't. So, Dave Canales right now greater than. That's what it is. And you know what really sucks is the Astros went out like dumper boys on the toilet, just sitting there, just unloading for the last end of the year and couldn't get off the toilet. Then you got the Texans with just complete lunacy, bad clock management, bad execution, bad play calling, and you got a defense that is an AFC championship caliber defense. And in the meantime, the one shining light, the one bright light is because this was supposed to be the year of Astros, Texans, Rockets. And instead, I have full confidence in the Rockets. Full confidence. Love what I'm seeing. Think they may still make a move, but love what I'm seeing from the Houston Rockets, even though they lost, their first 3? Or did they win? No, first 2. That's right, first 2. They lost their first 2. The first was a scrap. The second one, I don't know. They were just dumb. I was at the game. I don't know how to explain it. But since that time, and they're playing probably fewer games than anybody in basketball. For some reason, they're taking off about 5 days between games. But, man, I like what I see a lot. This is going to be a really good year. I'm putting all my eggs are in the Ime Udoka Houston Rockets basket. But I have confidence in that squad. A lot of confidence in that squad. As a matter of fact, rest of you are poor. All you poor basketball fans with your poverty-ass teams.
Don't start this again.
What? I know
you did this with CJ, and look at what happened.
But you got to have the swagger. You got to live it.
You don't call other people poor.
You got to live it.
Oh, my God.
Poverty coaches, poverty top players.
Don't do this. Don't do this because
I can't. I got to get back on the horse.
Nope, don't do it.
Got to get back on the horse.
You ruined it for CJ and the entire organization already.
Get back on
and you're
the
going to
horse,
do that to our Rockets?
I don't know what he's on right now. He did not learn his lesson.
You got to get back on the horse, boys.
You know
can't
what?
Be scared.
He's Mario Cristobal. He's Lance Cristobal.
Oof,
he doesn't learn his lesson.
That's insulting.
Mario doesn't learn his lesson.
Wow. That might be one of the more insulting things John's ever said about you.
Yeah. Lance Cristobal.
You are Lance Cristobal.
All right.
Stubborn.
You know who's pissed at you? The Zaddix, because they want to make rings for the team, and look what you did.
I know, and they made a watch. They had a special. They were commissioned to sell. They didn't make it, but they sold these watches that were unbelievable, that were Texans watches. I went to the unveiling party, and it was incredible. And they can make – and listen, they have jewelers in there that can make – designers who can make you specialty rings. If you want to get a ring made, I don't care what it's for. It could be for your own – high school football team. You're like, you got it going good and you want to get rings made for your team. It's a 20-year anniversary and you guys won state championship or something. I'm just throwing something out there. I mean, because they make diamond engagement rings. They take the loose diamonds and they design and create settings. They can pretty much do anything behind the scenes there in terms of making what you want. Draw a picture, take a picture, whatever the case may be, they will do that for you. But they also are selling the top jewelers in the entire world. And I'm talking about luxury watches. I'm talking about specific pieces that are available for you with tennis bracelets, earrings, necklaces. It doesn't matter. And it's a beautiful location, 28,000 square feet. And they've got an entire second floor that is designated specifically for the bridal experience and helping you have the perfect engagement and the perfect wedding ring. It's Zadok Jewelers. Go to Zadok.com, that's ZADOK.com, or just stop in at 1801 Post Oak Boulevard, Zadok Jewelers.
All right, like we said, it's your show. We got a board. We got one line open, but we're getting through them as fast as we can. We want your thoughts on what you saw yesterday. 713-780-3776. Jeff is up first. All right, let's get Jeff in here. Hey, Jeff, what do you think?
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good morning. Hey, I misspoke. I told the guy answering Drake May because I was looking at the Patriots score, but I wanted to talk about Bo Nix real quick. And then, of course, the Texans on the goal line. But I noticed, and I wanted to get your guys' opinion, I didn't see Bo Nix make a completion while under pressure. Now, I understand you're running with the ball, fearing for your life. I've seen Lamar do it. I've seen CJ do it. I've even seen Bryce Young do it. I did not see him make a completion when under pressure. So I wanted to get your opinion on that. And as far as the goal line goes, I'm usually with Lance. Hate to say that, John, but I'm usually with Lance on most of his calls, but I wouldn't have thrown the ball on 1st and goal, but the pitch or something for sure. But if you're inside the 3-yard line, I don't think you should ever throw the ball because you're back to the 10 or 15. But, 1st and goal, they could have ran anything but up the middle. So I'm going to get off the phone and listen to your guys' opinions. I love you guys, and have a great week.
Well, if you're with Lance most of the time, then I can't respect your opinions. So I do agree, though. Bo Nix was not good on the run.
No.
He was terrible. He was actually terrible.
I'm going to look up how he did under pressure. I'm looking it up in the.
He was not good. I mean, he missed a lot of throws that he hurried, that he just was off target. He had guys open. He missed. He just did. He was not good yesterday. I think he's better than he showed, but you know what? They haven't played great defenses like this. And it played out exactly. What did we say? Under?
Mm-hmm.
It was a matter of fact.
What was the
I think
score
I
coming
said it was going to be something like some stupid score, 16 to 11 or some crap like that. And sure enough, it was 18-15. That was the lock of the year that these two teams, with those offenses against those defenses.
Yeah, but you say that. But you know what? Like the Texans had it down there where they could have converted. They could have converted easily. Well, not easily because they don't convert. You also lost CJ to a concussion, which I don't think you probably projected. But I think that game could have turned into a little different game with no Pat Surtain. But that's you blew it. No Pat Surtain, and you still lost. Now you think if CJ, I'm pretty sure if CJ stays there, you win the game.
Yeah,
I think so. It's not. Your plays calling doesn't go away with your short yardage stuff, but still, I mean, CJ is just markedly better than Davis Mills.
Yeah.
There's just no doubt.
All right, who's next? Caesar. Let's get him in here. Hey, Caesar.
Sports fellas, double ride.
Double ride.
2 questions. One, what makes you guys so confident that you're going to have a chance at McDaniels with the history of terrible O-line selection and development and one weapon maybe on the offense? And second question is, Howie Roseman, the best GM in the NFL. Jalen Hurts has had a different offensive coordinator every year that he's been in the league, but he's had success every single year because he keeps getting talent to put around him. I'll shut up and listen.
I don't even know that it's arguable. Howie Roseman is the best.
Well, but look, he's had Lane Johnson. It's been there forever. Jordan Mailata was a huge hit. This guy was a rugby player. And they drafted him in the 7th round, I think it was, and they stashed him and they developed him, and he turned into a really good left guard. Landon Dickerson, they got him on a discount because he had I think it was a torn ACL or he had an injury where he wasn't going to be able to play his rookie year.
But Lance, the entire roster.
Kelsey, no, he's the best. I'm saying, but the offensive line, it's been over a period of time. It's not short term. He hits it and he sticks there. Kelsey, forever. The guy hits winners, and they stick around.
Chip Kelly came in, and Laurie gave him Laurie gave him the keys to everything.
That's right.
But he kept Howie Roseman, and Howie Roseman stayed, and he just went, okay, you want to get okay, I'll just wait until Chip Kelly shoots himself in the foot.
Milton Williams,
which he did, and Howie Roseman goes, okay, now I'll put together Super Bowl teams for you. Howie Roseman it's not even close. I don't know that there's anybody close to Howie Roseman.
I think Brad Holmes from Detroit, but those are the two best. Ballard's pretty good, but he's not in that category. Like he's got certain positions he's done well, but Howie does everything well. Brad Holmes, for the most part, does everything well from Detroit. Those are the two best that I know of in terms of building from the ground floor up. Buffalo has been pretty good at some stuff.
All right, why would McDaniel come here?
Well, I think number one, you have a quarterback. I mean, look, we're going to look at it with a jaundiced eye, but the fact is you have a quarterback, you have a number one wide receiver who's big, not one of the littles. You have a head coach who he knows and trusts and respects in D'Amico Ryans. You have a team and an organization. And once again, you can say whatever you want. You can make whatever narratives up. I'm just telling you, around the league, the Texans are known as they got pretty good facilities. They're willing to spend money. They're not super meddlesome at the top. Mike McDaniel, I think that, they won 2 division championships in a row with Slowick, and and you've got an elite defense. Like, when you have an elite defense, you don't have to score as many. You just have to be efficient. I think that the Texans are now, maybe there would be a question about, does he have the ability to get the type of guys he wants in? Is Nick Caserio going to be a pain in the ass? I don't know about all that. But I think the Texans are a pretty good situation. It's pretty rare to have a quarterback that has, that is a young quarterback that you have some respect for him being a pretty good quarterback. Do I think he is elite top 10 talent? No, I don't see that right now. But that's a pretty good, based on the jobs that are going to be open, that's a pretty good one where you can win pretty quick and you have an elite defense, which you should never take that for granted, because the ability to get off the field quickly on defense is a big deal to offensive coordinators.
Yeah.
I don't know what other jobs are going to be open, but we can't act like this is some terrible job. The Texans are not a terrible job, and the coordinator position is not going to be a terrible job.
No,
this isn't some. Let's not go overboard. This is not considered the worst. I mean, come on.
No. It's not. It's clearly.
Why would anyone want to go here? Because you have C.J. Stroud, you have a bunch of draft picks next year, and you have a head coach that you like a lot and that you're going to work under. You've been here before. You lived here before when he worked here previously. And I just look. They missed Joe Mixon a lot. Could Joe Mixon get him from the one? Maybe.
Maybe.
Woody Marks is not for. I know everyone loves to give Woody Marks hand massages and foot massages like he's the greatest player that's ever played. I like Woody fine. Woody's vision's not that great. Woody doesn't
vision
see
is
it
way
great.
better than Nick Chubb running up people's backs.
No,
yes.
I think Nick, in terms of pure vision, Nick has better vision.
That's the one thing
I saw
he's
the
got.
play that you talked about. No, I will fight you on this one because
I will fight you on this one.
Woody, we can go watch tape.
Way
on this.
better.
Did you
than,
see
than
yesterday
Chubb.
when he had an easy cutback and he missed it and just danced
That's
and
all
ran
he's
right
done.
into it?
That's all he's done.
He had
is
an
get hit
easy
behind the
cut.
leg and bounce out. And
Nick
get,
sees
and pick
things
up
way
yards
better.
for him.
I know what you're talking about when Nick has done that, when he thinks there's nothing there, so he puts his head down and goes. But when it comes to actually run lanes developing, I think Woody's very average when it comes to his vision. I've seen him make some good reads. I've seen him make good reads. I'm not going to act like he hasn't, but I don't think that's where he stands out. He didn't in college, and I'm not sure that's where he stands out now. It doesn't mean every read's the wrong read. Most of them are going to be good. But I think Joe Mixon, is not a dancer. Joe Mixon's going to hit it in there.
Joe Mixon's that's different.
Yeah.
Woody would not be on the field if Joe Mixon was here.
No. Well, he would on third
obviously.
downs.
But between him and Chubb, it's not even close.
Nick Chubb wouldn't be playing if Joe Mixon were here.
No,
Woody
neither of them.
Marks would be getting some totes.
Neither of them. Who's next, Del? Eddie. What up, Eddie?
What's up, fellas? Hey, just as far as the Texans, man, as far as potential, I think we definitely deserved an elite, experienced OC. But if you're going to go with a unproven one, I say they should have just thrown the books and gave just a blank check to Tony Romo. I think that dude will make a definite elite OC. But I also wanted to throw in there a question about the World Series, if I could. Was it me, or I feel like I'm the only one because I haven't heard anybody comment on this, but why didn't they steal that second base to avoid the double play? I mean, that looked like a given base, and I just thought it was dumb coaching, or was Vegas involved?
I don't know what to do with any of that call.
Well, you can't get thrown out at second, though. I mean,
the World Series on the line.
Yeah.
What about Matt Ryan as an OC? What? He said Tony Romo. What about
don't
Matt
listen
Ryan
to him. Don't listen
breaks
to Dell.
down film on the broadcast.
What about Dan Orlovsky?
We talked about former quarterbacks.
What about Kurt Benkert?
He's
what about Matt
That's
Leinart?
too inside baseball.
Oh, no, I know what you're talking about.
What about Tebow?
Well,
I saw him break down some Ole Miss
not
stuff.
really. But Matt Ryan seems like the type.
I tell you what, Jim, right here, this is I think what the Houston Texans are going to run. I can't guarantee it, but I think they're going to run right between the guard and the center. I think that's what he's going to do. I don't think I would do it. I think I would get something on the perimeter, but I'd look for something, maybe A-gap, maybe the other A-gap. I think that's what we're looking for here, Jim. Thanks, Tony.
Thanks, Tom.
Tony was right. I mean, if Tony was calling our game, which we're not good enough to have the Tony-Jim combo. That's not happening.
No, we're not getting that.
We're not
but
getting
at
that.
least we didn't get, what's her name?
Who?
Pam Oliver?
Pam Oliver doesn't
No.
play-by-play.
Who's what's her
play
name?
woman.
Who?
On Pro Football?
Beth
Who is
Mowens?
that?
Who are you talking about?
Yeah, Beth Mowen.
She does Pro Football?
Yeah.
Usually
we got
we're
her
gonna-
one game. We had her one game.
We usually get Moose, we get Iron
the
Eagle, we get
Tennessee game,
Spiro.
we had her.
Well, that was once. We get Spiro, we get Moose, we get the same stuff all the time.
We might get an Iron Eagle.
Iron Eagle, he was there
Yeah.
yesterday. We got JJ. Wait, no, that was the
Yeah,
the
we got one
Steeler
JJ.
game.
We had one
We
JJ.
had JJ last week?
Him and Iron.
We had Steeler. Yeah, the Steelers had Iron and JJ yesterday.
So we'll get an Iron. I mean, we're never getting Jim.
No, those days are over. Troy.
Not at 3 and
Well, I don't know how many national television game ass
Don't
kickings
they
do
have
we have
another
left.
Monday? Do they have another
We had
Monday
a
night
Monday
game?
night. Yeah,
Sure,
and
we have
got-
an ass kicking coming later.
And we got Troy and Joe, instead of the B team.
That was
I'll be honest. I don't really know what they're doing here. I can just hear Troy in their mind. This one is. I don't have an answer for what they're doing in the short yardage stuff. I mean, I can hear all these quarterbacks just saying this just doesn't make a lot of sense, Jim. Like, no, it doesn't. Troy, it doesn't. Tony.
So we're done with Troy and Tony this year, but we got an Al and Kirk coming up against the Bills.
Herbie's not going to understand what we're doing either.
And then we got
Herbie.
And then we
Herbie
got,
and Al.
Then we got a Tirico and Collinsworth at the Chiefs.
What?
They're not going to. Collinsworth is not going to have
Little
any
did they know-
idea. He's going to give us some
little did they know
PF.
We'd be 3-5 right now.
He's going to give us some. Are we getting flexed out?
You know what?
Is it?
Oh.
Is that around that time, December 7th? Do they start?
Yeah,
Oh, I
buddy. Get your 7:00 game ready for a nooner.
They're gonna flex out of a Chiefs game.
Gonna find me a ring, gonna hold her tight, gonna grab some afternoon delight. No night games for us because we're flexed out all the freaking time because our offense sucks and we're losing again. Bum, 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 bum. Stupid ass team. I just talk myself into anger sometimes.
They got your hopes up, didn't they?
Yeah, they did.
But it's the same. You know why I get so mad? It's the same dumb stuff. Like, why do we do the same dumb stuff?
I knew we were losing this game. I knew
Why
we
did you know we were losing? They should have won this game,
They
though.
should have not won this game.
They should have won. That's negative thinking
They lost
when
their
you're
starting
part.
quarterback.
Well, that made it tougher, but you still could have won.
Nah, the defense is prone to give up.
Oh, you lost your
drives.
quarterback. That's why Stingley got beat off the.
This is what they do.
Hey, I don't
Snap.
think that was Stingley. I think he was looking for help from Bullock, and Bullock was late to
Help!
the
He couldn't catch up. Bullet, the deep sideline.
He let
can't
him
get
go.
there.
He let him
Dude,
go.
he didn't let him go.
Yeah, he did. Go
can't-
watch the play again.
Then
Go
once
watch it
again, Matt Burke should
He
not
was-
have a
he
job
was
today.
thinking
If-
he had help.
You can't have help over the top to the end zone like that.
Yeah, you
He
can.
can't get there in
Bullock
time.
was just late getting there.
He can't get there. I think Stingley just got beat.
Go look at it again.
You know, Stingley gets beat too. He had no ability
No,
to
he
catch
doesn't.
up. So
Shut
you
your
think
mouth.
the play was to let him have
Shut
a
your
free?
filthy mouth.
You think the play was to let him have a 3-yard running head start
Didn't even get hands
and
on him.
hope that a safety can get there on time? That was a terrible strategy. If that's a strategy.
At least get your hands on him if you're going to.
Sting didn't even touch him. Yeah, it's a reroute. Typically, if you're going to bracket him, there's a reroute. He didn't even reroute him.
And then couldn't catch up.
Yeah, it's Stingley. You're just going for your LSU guy.
That's all right. You damn
That's all
right.
that is.
Bias.
Yeah, wait, we need one guy that's a good player on the team.
And the
one
Cougs
guy.
and the Cougs lost too.
Oh, the Cougs.
Yeah, it was awful.
Holy crap, that was awful.
And they never even they got the brakes beat off their D.
Well, I mean, the Conor
Man.
Wegman pick 6 when they were driving to take
Oh.
the lead. Woof.
Yeah, that was a
Man.
game ender.
Yeah, changed the entire
God, that was a
complexity.
terrible throw,
Yeah.
too. Awful. All right, we got a break. Let's talk East River 9. You don't follow not Lance Zierlein because you're pissed at him for some reason. I don't know why. He's pretty funny. But he did tweet me this morning, and he said, oh, you know what I learned? I learned that the East River 9 is awesome, has the best views, and the course is just great. That's what he learned this weekend, not Lance Zierlein. That's what he learned, and it's better than disc golf, actually. That's what he said, too. But here's the deal. If you're looking for a great way, now, you got a business, and you want your people to work. You don't want to play golf all day. They can play golf at night. they can invite your clients out at night, and it's an hour and a half, and you get to spend an hour and a half, and then take them inside a great sports bar to watch games, eat, drink. I'm telling you, this is, and you know what it costs to get a reservation, a corporate membership to a regular club? A lot. Not the case at East River 9. So I'm serious. Think about this, because it's a great way to entertain your clients and a great way for you to show appreciation to your workers. So you're looking for a great way. Now, you want to just go and play, you can do that too. They got pickleball there. Again, they got the great restaurant, sports bar, everything. And they've got a beautiful, beautiful course, and especially at night, because when the lights are on and the downtown, I'm telling you, I don't think there's a better view in the city. You're looking for the best way to get out and play golf at night and during the day. EastRiver9.com, EastRiver9.com.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
I mean, everybody's frustrated. Everybody. I'm looking at Dalton Schultz post-game. He had a nice game. Made a couple of big passes. I mean, this is so frustrating not being able to score touchdowns. It's just so frustrating. They should have won. They should have won that game. They should have, but they can't. Listen, shoulda, coulda, woulda, all of that crap. You don't score touchdowns, and you don't win. You don't deserve to win. How many games now is this where they don't score an offensive touchdown?
They've scored 4 touchdowns total in their 5 losses.
That's just awful.
4 touchdowns and 5 losses.
And
if you play losing football, you lose, period.
2
Boom.
or 3 where they didn't score a touchdown at all.
They benefited from Jacksonville blowing a coverage for 1 touchdown.
No, that's right.
Nico was streaking down the field by himself. And then, of course, the never-ending debate about the second half Bay touchdown. But either way.
It's not a never-ending debate. That's you.
And my show. Sean's with me there, too. But, yeah, it's pretty simple. You can't put the ball in the end zone. You're not going to win football games. And they get inside the 5-yard line and can't finish the deal consistently.
It's just awful. Just, God, it's just, man, every other team can score, it seems like, easily. This team, it's just
it is
like
a war.
A chore.
It is a war trying to score. And ever since teams started playing the high safety shell and they took away explosive passes, it's like the Texans are completely feeble because they're going to either give up pressure or they're going to have a penalty. Like, you just know it. And it's true, and it happened again. CJ takes a sack again on a 3rd down in the red zone. Davis Mills took one there. He had a holding penalty, as you mentioned, John, on that little jet sweep run. Like, you already know what's going to happen. It's already happened for 2 years in a row, and really 3. The first year we were just more excited because, like, we didn't know what wins looked like. But this is what they do. They get down there. Gary Kubiak used to have some of the same issues, by the way. By the way, we've seen this for 20 – John and I have seen this. Well, everyone who's followed. You have too, Dell. Everyone's seen this. This has been 23 years except for the Arian Foster era. He could score touchdowns. They could find touchdowns in red zone then. But the rest of it has been basically you just can't get there once you get inside the 20.
Do you expect another revamp of this O-line? They're just going to swap out guys again.
God, man.
We're talking about OC and who's going to survive and who isn't. But whatever the OC is, who's going to make
Tell me why you wouldn't.
This O-line
Tell me
work?
why you wouldn't. If you know it's not good enough, you can't continue to do you can't do a CYA cover your ass situation. If you know it's not good enough, you knew with your head coaches, so you got rid, until you got to D'Amico. If you know your offensive line's not good enough, you really have no choice. There are certain guys, Juice Scruggs, this is enough time to say, you know what, the Scruggs thing isn't working. The Lakin thing isn't working. We're okay at center. Maybe we stick with Jake. At right guard is who's the right guard right now?
Is it
Ed Ingram?
Yeah, Ed Ingram. I mean, that's a Band-Aid guy at best.
You have
Titus Howard that you spend good money on. You'd love to cap cut him and save some money, but guess what? I don't know that you can afford to. And he hasn't played
Is Ursary going to be – okay, is Ursary a guy that you build this line around?
Build around?
Well, I'm not comfortable with that phrase.
Give him another year, but I don't know about build around him. Not what look. It was one rep, but Nick Bonito.
But he's a young player.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, but yeah, he should be your left tackle next year. But build.
Well,
I don't know if they have a foundational piece.
I'll tell you this:
not a second-round tackle.
That first-round pick. That first-round pick better be an offensive lineman.
Yeah.
It better be
and you hate going
a tackle.
You hate going into any draft saying we must draft this position. It's one of the worst things you can do.
Oh, no. Nick told us we don't do that. I don't even know what that means, drafting.
Well, you don't want to be – because
he doesn't even know what that means.
Yeah, but last year you got traded ahead of because everyone knew you needed a guard. And so Minnesota
but we don't draft
ahead
for
of you.
need. I don't know if you heard.
No, actually, you didn't get traded ahead of last year. Minnesota just was already there. Yeah, they just took him.
Nick said he doesn't know what that means.
Okay, well, in the meantime, he had to trade out because the position got drafted.
I don't even what.
I don't listen to his degrading of media and fan base. I don't listen to that anymore. He's not being a serious person when he does it.
We just
you know
get
exactly what it means.
Players.
You are not serious people.
Don't be glib and act like you don't know it. You know exactly what it means. Just stop.
Yeah.
Just stop.
What is this clock management? I don't even know what that means.
What does that even mean, Brian?
What does that even mean?
What does clock management mean, Brian?
What is this trying to get a first down? I don't even know what that means.
We are trying to score every single drive. What do you? I don't understand
even know what
this.
That means.
What is this red zone offense that you speak of? What does that even mean?
They
I
were
don't even
trying
know
to
what that
score
means.
on
Some
every
people
single
score
drive.
from 50 yards out. Is that the red zone? I don't know.
Well,
I guess the red zone's everywhere.
Lance, I think Nick is right. They tried to score. They do try to score in every single drive. Of course, they did, and then they had to punt it to the Broncos, and the Broncos won the game because they tried to score in every single drive. I would ask for at least one. That drive, don't try to score. Run clock, force them to call timeouts, punt the ball away. I don't want you trying to score. And was it the third down where Davis Mills threw with into 6 pairs of Bronco hands? Was that the third down? When they knocked the ball down at the line of scrimmage, there was no one open.
No.
They're lucky that ball didn't get picked off.
Yeah. Yeah, that was terrible.
There were hands
Davis Mills
everywhere.
got worse as the game went on.
He did get worse.
It's like
He
the
was pretty
Broncos.
good to start.
Yeah, he was all right to start. I thought, you know what? He just completed that 26-yard pass. I thought, we're going to be okay with Davis. It's going to be okay. And it got progressively worse to the point that I was like, D'Amico, kill off all their timeouts and go to overtime. It's the only chance we have. Nope. We're going to do something sweet. Throw some passes. Okay. I mean, okay, if you think this hapless offense is going to all of a sudden muster what it takes to get down the field about 40 yards for field goal, okay.
And even the Davis Mills pass initially on that drive that Hutchinson caught was so bad and so off target, it forced Hutchinson out of bounds. Like, Hutchinson had to make a play on it to catch it and
it was down low.
Squirt it out of bounds. Yeah, that was how bad that throw was.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, sliding inbounds, keeping the clock going wasn't even an option.
That's how bad that throw was.
Yeah. I mean, the whole thing was awful. All right. 713-780-3776. There's nothing in here, Del. We're done for the day.
I mean, they made Bo Nix look pretty bad.
We'll get to your calls on the other side. 713-780-3776. Hurry up, get in here. We got another segment for your calls. Don't go anywhere.
It's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back. We got calls, so let's go. 713. This is always, Mondays are 5 out of 8 times they're a bitch session, and that's what we got this morning, unfortunately. 713-780-3776. Mark is first up. What do you say, Mark?
Hey, I was wondering, what about Mike McCarthy as offensive coordinator? Mostly his offenses are always ranked in the top 10 in the NFL, and he's a veteran guy. That's all I got.
I don't know that he'd come in as a coordinator. I don't know. I don't know if D'Amico needs. My guess is D'Amico will want to have a connection with somebody in some way, shape, or form. And I don't know if he has one with him.
Mike McCarthy? I don't know. You know what, though? Let's get away from New England. Let's get away from San Francisco.
Get away from Dallas.
Let's get away. Dallas, too. I mean, let's get away from, I know this guy. I worked with him in New England, so no.
Yeah, but that's usually how it works, though.
I know that's how it works, but you know what? You got to change it up.
So can he be trusted? Can you still trust D'Amico to hire an offense coordinator? If it's not someone like a McDaniel who you've heard of and seen produce offenses, if it's someone that the common fan doesn't know, can you still trust D'Amico to make a good hire?
Well, you're going to have to, but...
No, but you. I mean, I know what you have to because he's the coach.
I don't have a lot of confidence after this last one. Nick Haley, why...
Yeah. I don't know.
Why is my phone connected to my...
no one knows why.
My phone's connected to my stupid computer.
Do I trust D'Amico to make the call?
To make the hiring call, yeah.
To make the hire?
If it's not some established guy you've heard of before. If he just pulls another, passing coordinator from some place that's been successful before.
I don't think you can let him do that. He's hired 2 guys with no experience. It's got to be a guy with experience.
So he's got to pick a guy who's been pretty much recently fired from a head coaching job.
And McDaniel work together. I mean,
Mike. I don't know what Mike McDaniel wants to do. He might want to take a year off. Who knows what he wants to do? But I know that's the name that's going to be the one everyone latches on to.
I think everybody's going to want him.
Yeah, it just depends on what he might want to do.
Right. Who's next? Del?
Caleb, what's up?
Oh, Caleb. Hey, Caleb. Caleb Williams?
Hey, what's up, guys? How are you?
Good.
Yeah, so I just wanted to, the 34th overall pick you guys mentioned, they got sniped for a guard there at 24. J.D. Higgins, to be the 34th overall pick, he's leaving a lot to be desired. I've heard his name maybe, timing on your hand 5 times throughout the whole season. It's like, man, you don't think they could have, it goes back to the conversation, too, with me and Oline and taking 2 receivers day 2. You don't think they could have spent that pick, for a bigger need?
Well, it was a pretty big need last year. You may not remember the conversation, but you lost Tank Dell for the year. You lost Stephon Diggs. It was Xavier Hutchinson and basically nobody, along with Nico Collins. That was wide receiver was a really big need. So much so that they drafted 2 wide receivers. So I'm not ready to give up on a guy who is, honestly, Higgins. Typically. And Aaron Glenn said this to me when we were talking about Travis Hunter. He thinks it's harder for a wide receiver who's a rookie than a cornerback is a rookie. And he said, we were just talking Travis. He said, I would have Travis full-time wide receiver because it's hard to learn that position. It takes time. I'm not really – after next year, I'm willing to have a different conversation. But for right now, I'm not going to say Higgins is a mistake pick. And – John, you remember we talked about this a lot. They had a wide receiver or something we felt like they had to have.
Mm-hmm. Oh, no. But he has been underwhelming.
Yeah, he's been underwhelming.
Everybody was like, oh, my God, what a great pick. There's Jaden Higgins. You get to draft him in the 12th round or 11th round of your fantasy draft. Jaden Higgins, wow.
Yeah, that was too much.
Nothing. Literally, you're not getting anything. You're getting more out of Noel.
Yeah, you are.
You really are.
A guy they didn't play very much on offense yesterday.
I know, again.
11 snaps.
Well, there's your boy Christian Kirk came back. So sleep tight. You just gave him a bunch of money.
Put a bunch of little guys on the field. Tank Dell proved that little guys, they do stuff.
We don't have a little guy squad. Yeah, Tyreek Hill does stuff too, and that's why he's got 7 kids. He does stuff.
I don't think that's what John meant.
I thought he meant do stuff. Oh, okay.
No, that's
he's a little guy. No, I mean, look, I don't know. It's you have one slot receiver. It's going to be Christian Kirk. That's just what it is. Jalen all has to wait his turn, I guess.
So wait till
you have
next year.
Xavier, Hutchinson, Higgins. Like right now, you just have a bunch of. It's like having a fantasy football team where all the players are kind of the same, and you're literally trying to guess who to start every week, and you always pick the wrong guy. That's what it feels like. Even though I doubt we're like wide receiver choices away from wins with the Texans. I don't think that's what it is.
All right. Who's next, Dell? Chuck is next. Hey, Chuck.
What's going on, guys? I was going to wait to the end of the show just to let everybody's emotions calm down, but I really can't do it anymore. This team friggin' sucks, man. Can anybody get me the mayor of that friggin' town in California so I can get some fentanyl or one gun with one bullet in case I got to watch this crap again? Please, somebody kill me. Thank you.
No one wants that to happen.
No one wants you to get fentanyl from the
Stay
mayor.
alive, Chuck.
Can you call that California mayor one gun, one bullet?
If you missed it, there's a California mayor who said, like in April, that his problem for dealing with the unhoused was to give them all fentanyl.
Yeah.
He said it was a metaphor, though.
It was a metaphor.
Whatever that
I don't think he knows what metaphor means.
I don't think he does.
Not in that case, no.
This is a soliloquy.
What?
This just is an aside, which is a structure and common structure in literature where enough, mayor.
No.
Enough, mayor.
You're the mayor of Lancaster. No one wants to hear that from you.
Lancaster, mayor. It's not a metaphor. That's not a metaphor.
That's not what a metaphor is.
All right. Last call before we. Tom?
No, not Tom. Big Tom.
Big Tom.
Real
Big
Tom?
Just
What
Big
up?
Tom. It says
Not little
Big
Tom.
Tom.
Big
I got
Tom.
you. I got you. Yeah.
What up? What up, Big Tom?
Well, more often than not, over time, this team has always tried to field goal you to death. I mean, they're never going to win any games that there's parity. They got to score 2 times just to be down 1 if the other team can score touchdowns at will. And it seems like this year that Oline was a vanity project just to prove that they can make something out of nothing. Love you guys. That's all I got.
All right. Obviously, vanity. You know what? Vanity project's a pretty good way to put it. I hadn't heard that before.
Yeah, I like it.
You know what? They're if we're not concerned, why are you? We got guys, okay? Yeah, okay. That guy that you picked up, the other team didn't want. That guy he got benched midway through the season. Yeah, okay, that's a good pickup. That guy you paid $13 million to and traded him 4 games into the season. That was good.
Your starting center is a guy who was out of work last year until you picked him up last year.
Yeah.
I was hurt. Yeah. Missed all year.
Ingram benched. Tomlinson benched. Cam Robinson street. Brown street. I mean, do you talk about we know more than you do? We know what we're doing, and we're not concerned. Why are you concerned?
There's a lot of concern coming from you, feels like, which is not what Nick would have you be. Nick told you. What are you worried about?
I know, I'm tired
you're
of John.
3-5.
You're sounding like everything's going to be fine.
Oh, a team can't get a yard to score a touchdown? You sound concerned. What are you concerned about?
No. Yeah, we're not concerned about our goal line offense.
We don't have it. Well, maybe Sam's creative enough. We don't really have creative people here. What we should do is just overlay. I'm not concerned. Why are you concerned? Over all the times they're inside the 5-yard line, they can't score.
Wouldn't you love it if Nick Caserio one day just came out and said, you know, frankly, and he's not going to throw anyone on the team under the bus, but wouldn't you love it to say, we just haven't been good enough running the football in short yardage. There's just the offense has been just very inconsistent. He might, but typically he's going to go after you for asking questions that you're not really capable of.
But he
of
wouldn't
asking.
attribute it to his mistakes. Like he won't attribute it to his lack
No.
of acquiring talent on the offensive line. He'll just point out that they've had issues but he won't take accountability for those issues.
Well, at what point this offseason are they going to? Well, Joe Mixon was hurt all year. That was the problem. That was the problem. If we had our running back, that's
you're not allowed to talk. Well, first of all, that's never coming up because they're not allowed to mention his name.
Well, they are. We're not.
But they can mention it. But when do they? They never mention Joe ever. And if you bring it up, nothing new. That's what they say.
They go, "There's no update currently." That's what D'Amico said the last time he was asked about it.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, if you're not bringing up Joe Mixon in a way that suggests you care about Joe Mixon, then you're really out of bounds.
You care about?
Hey, what are you doing? Do you care about the well-being of Joe Mixon, or you just care about football stuff?
You don't care about him. You don't care about his life.
That's your problem.
Do you care about the person, or are you just trying to get your fantasy football team? That's what I wish you would have said. Oh, well, because your fantasy team needs a running back?
No, my actual team needs a running back.
Yeah, my real team needs 1 yard.
Speaking of never talk about, is Jimmy Ward still?
Jimmy Ward.
I forgot
about
that.
Jimmy Ward.
Is he working his way back?
Well, I mean, when he came back, right, he was like, well, Jimmy Ward's back.
Well, there's just really no room for
the hell
Jimmy
is
Ward.
he? I don't know. Is he not better than MJ Stewart? Is he? I don't know.
Well, MJ is a guy they really like. MJ's been okay. He's had his misses in coverage. I think MJ's a backup, but
yeah, but they got Jalen Reed back, but they're not okay. Is Jimmy Ward not supposed to be better than Jalen Reed?
Yeah, maybe they just don't want to mess with Jimmy Ward. Maybe they just say, we're staying away from all that business.
Yeah.
I don't think we'll see him. If we haven't seen him now, they're just holding him out until if there's an injury, maybe they bring him back. But you're right. Jalen Reed, MJ Stewart, like Bullock, and I'm trying to think. There's another safety.
Well, Jalen Petrie?
Oh, yeah. Well, he's a nickel, but yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And, well, we cut CJ. That was another great. That was another pickup. That was great. This offseason, the additions were
spectacular. How many have hit?
And let's trade away our first-round pick.
No, but how many have hit so far?
Off season?
Yeah.
Ed Ingram's been okay. Ed Ingram's been okay. I don't think Lakin. He has to rotate with the second rounder. That's a miss.
Yeah. Christian Kirk?
No.
I don't think that's a hit. He's not played.
No, that's not a hit.
He's played in what, 2 games or 3 games?
It might be 3 now.
C.J. Gardner-Johnson, hit or
miss?
Miss.
Trent Brown?
Never took a snap.
Hasn't taken a snap.
Cam Robinson out.
Cam Robinson traded.
So if Ursary, you would give that he starts.
Well, not a free agent.
No, but any acquisition.
That's just a free agent pick.
Let's stick with any because Noel and Higgins.
I think
when he plays.
Well, you're always going to have ups and downs as a rookie. I'll say hit.
Jake Andrews?
He was here.
I think
previously.
That's a hit, actually. He
was in 2024. Before
Jake
they picked him up during the 2024 season. He just didn't play.
Oh, did it? Because he was out for the year with an injury.
Yeah.
Oh, no one knew that.
I did. I just
that
told
was
you.
Impossible to know.
No, I just told you.
No, it was impossible.
You know, the Texans right now are playing with only 3 safeties. I'm looking at their depth chart right now. According to our lads, they only have Bullock, Lassiter, and Jalen Smith. No. I'm sorry. Bullock, Stewart, and Jalen Reed. They only have them listed for 3 safeties.
Yeah.
What about Justin Watson?
But they're carrying 1 billion linebackers. They're carrying 6 linebackers.
What about Sheldon Rankins?
Yeah.
What about him?
He makes plays. That's a hit, I think.
Well, he made a couple of plays. We hadn't seen much of him.
Well, he's coming off the illness, right?
What about E.J. Speed?
What about Tommy Tagai?
Togai was here last year.
He was?
Yeah.
What about Darrell Taylor? Can't get on the field.
Danico Autry is not. Is
Oh,
that one?
he
No,
was
I
here
know. I
last
was trying
year.
to figure out is that one of the
Previously.
reasons why Taylor doesn't get on the field. But
Well, I don't know. Derek Barnett plays.
What about E.J. Speed? Is he?
I think he's all right.
I think
you know,
he's all
does
right.
he play enough to
Jalen
be
Knowles
considered?
okay. Your local guy Braxton's okay.
What about Austin Brinkman?
Yeah, he's been fine.
He has
This
been
The
playing.
snapper?
This is a real. No, he's had a couple high ones. Remember?
Yeah, but we're just going to count it.
No, remember we're like John Weeks. What
He
happened to
needs
John
some
Weeks?
he needs some wins here, okay? We're trying to get some
Nick
W's.
needs some wins?
Yeah, we're trying to get some W's.
Because
here
John
for
Weeks
Nick.
is in San Francisco being perfect.
I know, and Austin Brinkman has. Not
Hey,
been
John,
perfect.
go to a break. He's trying to delay. He's trying to run you
All
into
right,
his
I know.
show.
Look, it's already 7. We're breaking. Don't go anywhere.
Wait,
It's
what about
ESPN
this guy?
97.5 and 92.5. Don't go anywhere. All right, we are about done. So thank you for joining us here this morning. Actually, we can do a story or two. How about this? A San Francisco woman is charging $30,000 to help desperate parents name their babies. $30,000 she charges to name your baby. Do you want to pay $30,000 for a maybe? Would you think Sebastian would have liked if you to pay her $30,000 to pick a name?
No.
You think she would have come up with something different from Sebastian?
Well, his name is Snacks now. His name is Snacks now.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he would
Snacks
have liked.
and Sebastian.
What about Seabass?
You pay $30,000. Get something other than another John. You're a John. He's a John.
Yeah, she's pretty hot though, so I think she should.
Give her $30,000. You better be getting something better than that.
Wait, she's hot.
Bunch of naming rights.
Would you pay her $30,000 for something else?
No.
Oh.
Still no.
Just to name the baby?
No, for
you
something
got to do
else.
more than that for 30.
That's the newest hot girl. What? That's just another one of these hot girl grifts. Hot girls try to get away with everything.
Yeah.
They already got the fart in a bottle game on lock. They got the bathwater game on lock. Now they're naming babies for $30,000 so they don't have to do something in a camera. Please.
Yeah.
That's the easiest pathway to success is being hot. That's Sydney Sweeney running around like that.
She's salting your eyes.
Yeah.
Yeah, $30,000.
I'm trying to watch what you call it right now. Euphoria, and she keeps trying to do stuff. And I'm like, hey, keep the clothes on, Sydney. What are we doing here? Let's keep it clean.
But you knew going in she was going to do stuff.
Yeah, I had an idea.
Yeah, so you didn't have to subject yourself to that.
Yeah.
You decided to.
Yeah, but I'm trying to be a good person.
By watching Euphoria?
I watched.
That's not a show for good people.
Euphoria makes you a good person?
Yeah, why is
I think
watching-
you know what's going to happen in Euphoria.
Yeah, it's the only reason I started it.
Yeah.
I know.
Fast forwarding past plot
And here she
stuff.
is assaulting your eyes.
Oh, she's talking to her counselor, her sponsor for AA. Who cares? Fast forward. Get me to a party scene.
I'm reading the story, at least through the New York Post that you referenced, Sean. If this lady doesn't get the F out of here with this, I have sometimes clients want me to drop everything and help them. For a baby name?
30 large. 30 large. I mean, I could pick a name right away for you.
Yeah, as much as Lance was making fun of you, John Tyler's a fine name, and he'll
I'll
go
do it
through
for $300.
Great. That name doesn't get you made fun of. It's an easy one, and John didn't get paid $30,000 for
Well,
it.
I named Sebastian after Bastian Schweinsteiger and Davis Love III. His name is Sebastian Davis because I love Davis Love III because he was better than everybody.
If that doesn't say you're white, I don't know what does.
What?
You named your kid after Schweinsteiger and Davis Love III. That may be the whitest combo I've ever heard.
It really is.
That's why he snacks.
Oh, my God. Your wife lets you name your kid after a soccer player.
And a golfer.
I didn't really name Davis Love III, please.
Yeah, you felt that. You felt
Davis
that one.
Love III. I've got the sweater tied around my neck.
A German midfielder from the 2000s.
No, that's right. That's on brand.
Yeah.
He's
Yeah.
a winner, too.
All right, we're done. What did we miss today? Oh, Hugh Freeze fired. What about Dabo getting a $10,000 fine for losing again? 46-45.
We got lots of stuff we'll cover
focused
tomorrow.
on the Texans, but what's going on in that Bengals locker room, we should talk about tomorrow.
Oh, my God, yes.
The offensive players.
When 40 points isn't enough.
Chase Brown, anyway.
And Jamar Chase said, "Now you ain't going to get me to talk about him."
Yeah, he said, I don't want the defense after me. Yeah.
And he's walking to the locker room. He's like, can't get one stop. Just one stop.
Wow.
And somebody caught it on camera like, ooh, I'm telling. And they had to post it right away. Oh, snitch-ass snitches.
We're done. Mopey and Mapes next right here on ESPN 9. I see Mapes' legs in there. He's actually on time today.
That happened one time. Leave him alone.
Okay. One time is enough, Del. What happens if you do? Never mind. One time. They call you that forever.
Okay, sure.
Yeah. We're done. Mopey and Mapes next. Don't go anywhere.
lot of negativity this morning, and I get it. It won't stop here because we got to talk about the game. But for you Astro fans who feel a little ignored, maybe you're a one-team person, you don't care about the Rockets or the Texans, I'll give you this. Mauricio Dubon won a Gold Glove. He won a utility player Gold Glove. Credit to him for that, but it's almost like, look, you're not really good enough to be an everyday player at one position. So let's make it clear that no matter what position you play, if you're out there, you're pretty good defensively. So he gets that. Credit to Mauricio Dubon for that. We will talk about baseball a little bit because apparently the most famous Japanese player of all time ain't even the most valuable player on his own team. We will talk about how the Dodgers found a way a little bit. We're not going to focus on it too much. So the Texans, all of their same problems that we've talked about all year long popped up again. And it's not surprising because they played a team who picks at their pressure points. All the problems that the Texans deal with, the Broncos were well equipped to push back on and keep tapping until it broke. It started with, of course, the CJ injury, and we'll hear from Azeez Al-Shaair on that because, of course, considering what happened with him in Jacksonville last year, people wanted to know his thoughts on it. And because he is a player who probably didn't have the advantage of all the replays, and maybe D'Amico falls in line with that because he talked about it after the game, how it felt unfair, how his guys got penalized and that play wasn't penalized. I think it was rightfully officiated. It's a late slide. The guy doesn't hit CJ in the head, or in the neck area, which is what Azeez Al-Shaair did. Forearm in the neck area of Lawrence that slid up and hit him in the head. It's a play that resulted in both quarterbacks leaving the field, but I think they're different plays. So we will hear from Azeez Al-Shaair on that. But the CJ hit, knocking him out of the game, leading to Davis Mills playing, was unfortunate for the Texans. They likely win the game if CJ plays because of how well their defense played for the first three quarters. But as I said, the same problems that followed the Texans all year appeared in that fourth quarter because the defense, once again, when we knew it was on their shoulders, the Texans' offense was unlikely to win this game. The defense was going to have to hold Denver down. And it's a tough ask to tell a team to hold an NFL team under double figures. Look, it's 15-7. You've played lights out. Yes, am I asking a lot? Sure. But at that point, it's either you or them, and you got to get it done. The Texans defense didn't get it done. They gave up 2 drives in the fourth quarter that ended the game, and the Texans lost. So this is not to say it's their fault, but when it came down to it, the Texans had a chance to end the game with their strongest unit and didn't do it a couple times. And then, of course, you look throughout the year. We can go back to Jacksonville and Tampa, where the defense gave up drives in the fourth quarter. So that is something that has continued against good football teams. And they're now 0-5 in one-possession games this year. D'Amico Ryans in his first 2 years was above 500. I think they won 7 games each year in one-possession games. So whether you want to say that's regression to the mean and things are going to flip this year, their fortune in one-score games has flipped completely in the opposite way. And this is the result. You're now 3-5. Once again, you don't score touchdowns. Kaimi Fairbairn kicked 5 field goals, had an opportunity for 6. He missed one because as good as he is under 50 yards, I think he's perfect this year. He does have several over 50-yard misses. He is not as automatic as it feels like the rest of the kicking world is. Cam Little makes a 68-yarder, sets the NFL record in Las Vegas for the Jags, who won a game. And it was a day where you thought you could gain some ground as you're looking at the score of the Steelers-Colts game. Now, was it realistic that you're going to catch the Colts? Probably not. But you would have got within a game, at least closer, a game closer. And then, of course, you had 2 games against them later. The Jags one is the bigger one. And with the Chiefs losing, you're talking about really in the playoff picture. But instead, you're 3-5. And this team ain't a seller. I don't even know what they have to sell other than maybe some backup pass rushing help. So they'll continue on because the season isn't over. They're not making moves that other teams are making because they will look at themselves as still in the playoff chase. But I don't see it. This team consistently has proven that when a good team shows up, they find a way to lose. And that happened yesterday. So, of course, CJ gets knocked out. Davis Mills starts out pretty good, but then he starts to miss throws. Throws you would hope he could hit. The Christian Kirk miss was a big one, but I don't know what to expect from a guy who's been out as far as not playing really since last year. Davis Mills doesn't take meaningful snaps, and that's the way we want it. And then when he's thrown in there without any warning, I think those results are to be expected. C.J. Stroud struggles to score touchdowns against good football teams with the pass rush. Davis Mills wasn't going to do it. So that's the player side of it. The defense gave up the 2 scores. The offense, once again, stuffed inside the 5-yard line a couple times. They have an inability to score in short yardage. That's the player side of it. Yeah, you're not going to get pushed against good fronts. This is not what this offensive line is. But then you go to the coaching. So, of course, the Nick Caley discussion will have to continue. He's overmatched. He is not good when it comes to facing teams who have real talent on the defensive fronts. The offense just doesn't perform. And that is a bigger D'Amico Ryans problem that we can discuss as well. But as far as D'Amico Ryans specifically, in fact, we will hear from him when we come back on this topic of why he decided to push the issue late in the game. You are tied at 15. You have little time remaining. The Broncos have timeouts. You're deep in your own territory. You've watched this offense sputter all game long. Why are you pushing it in the late stages of the fourth quarter to go for the win instead of doing everything you can to get into overtime? It's no guarantee you score points in overtime. But putting pressure on that offense to drive the field with little time remaining to go kick a field goal to win the game, there's no shot. You were giving the Broncos an opportunity, and they took advantage of it. So we'll hear from D'Amico Ryans when we come back. We'll hear from you as well. 713-780-3776. The Broncos beat the Texans. The Texans are 3-5, and they lose in the same way they've lost all those other close games. Self-inflicted wounds. You don't score touchdowns inside the 5-yard line, and your defense, once again, the strongest part of your team, cannot close the deal. That game had to end 15-7, 15-10, because if the Broncos ever tied the game, at some point they're going to put another drive together to win it because the Texans' offense was a no-go. So we'll hear from D'Amico Ryans on that decision to try to score late. When we come back, we'll be back.
You're listening to the Del Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Del Olalea.
So let's hear from D'Amico Ryans here. The Texans had the ball late. It felt like this was an opportunity to run the clock and get to overtime because the thought of them driving the field for a field goal seemed nuts. The Broncos would have to screw up the entire set of downs for that to happen. But the Texans went for it, and in some cases, you like the aggressiveness, but you have to understand the situation. You haven't been moving the ball all day, and your backup quarterback has gotten progressively worse as the game has gone along. So what are we doing here? With no threat of really running the football, is Davis Mills going to pick apart that Broncos defense even without Patrick Surtain to go lead a winning drive? Unlikely, but they tried it. It didn't work. Broncos had their timeouts and had enough time to go down there and get a game-winning field goal. You lose the game 18-15. Here's D'Amico Ryans on the thought process on the final Texans drive.
Possession that you all had. Was there any thought to maybe running the clock down just a little bit more, especially with the Broncos having 2 timeouts left?
Yeah, the thought there, we wanted to get quick passes to get us moving. We're trying to drive down and, of course, try to get in field goal range. But to have a couple quick incompletions, it was not the plan at all for us.
So that was the line of thinking. There's nothing about your team that suggested that was the correct way to go about it. I understand the aggressive approach as far as we want to go try to win a game. We want to walk off field goal, at least an attempt to go win the game. You got to understand your situation.
Yeah.
The most likely outcome was you giving the Broncos back with the ball with enough time to go down there and win the game. That was when we're talking about likely scenarios. I don't know how much analytics play a part in their decision making as far as do we go or don't we go. What happened is far more likely than you with your backup and that O-line having to block that Denver pass rush. What happened was more likely than the other thing where you're walking away with an 18-15 win and we're all patting Davis Mills on the back for what he did late.
Yeah, if they had to go like 20 yards to get a field goal, I still think you should have just run the ball
and see if you break one.
Like, I'm not even sure like how close to field goal range you have to be for me to be like, you know what? I think they can get it with a few quick passes. I think they can get there. No, it's just like not gonna happen. Like I watched the last hour and a half of this football game. I know that this just is gonna be 3 incompletions or a sack.
Oh, in this case, it was an incompletion. It was a completion that wound up taking the receiver out of bounds on his own impetus. So
that's bad too.
Yeah,
That's like the second worst thing that could happen.
The throw was so off target, it forced Hutchinson to make the grab and then slide out of bounds. Because people were asking about how come the clock's not running. I believe if you go out even backwards on your own impetus, as far as I'm just your own momentum or your own decision, I think the clock will stop. If you get pushed back, like if you're trying to save time and the defender shoves you backwards, I believe the clock keeps moving. Because the defender, I don't know exactly why they make that decision, but I think that's how it goes. Instead, he goes out of bounds by himself. Texans don't even force them to call a timeout there. And on third down, Davis Mills throws a ball that felt like it would have hit 4 pairs of Bronco hands if it didn't hit the first. Had no chance to be completed. Like there's a play in our college football game, sure as in Madden 2, called Sticks. And the Broncos knew that the Sticks play was coming, got their hands up quick, and everybody in the vicinity was guarding the first down line.
Yeah.
The Texans had no chance. And that's why they had to kick the ball away. And eventually the Texans decided, or at least forgot for a moment, that Bo Nix could run, because the scramble to get them into real field goal range was one where they're rolling to the right on a design run. Toto, I guess, flows too far to his left and the offense is right. And Bo Nix goes, wait a minute, there's no gap integrity from these pass rushers. I'm just going to go this way, outruns toe-to-toe, gets out of bounds, and it's like, all right, game over. Then they run it like a quarterback power for like another 10 yards to get to the side or the hash that Will Lutz wanted. Game over, 18-15. It's not as dramatic as the Baker Mayfield play because you thought you were winning that game at 20. What was the score at the time? Whatever. They were up by.
You're up 1, I think.
Maybe. I forgot exactly. It might have been 1. They were a 4th and 10 stop away from winning that game. So it wasn't as dramatic, but it was maybe more
worse.
deflating.
It was worse.
Maybe more deflating
because it was Bo Nix.
Because
and I watched Bo Nix for 2 hours. Just all he does is roll out to the right and throw it.
Yeah, they're mitigating the Texans pass rush by designing the rollouts, and they would have a tight end kind of cut off Will Anderson, and
That's all he does is just run to the sideline, like where he's running to the sideline or running to the line of scrimmage, and at the last possible second, he just kind of flings it, and every once in a while he completes it. But a lot of times
it's not even
incomplete.
close. And he was scattershot even when he had guys open, when he stayed in the pocket. He missed Evan Ingram on a play, he missed Cortland Sutton on a play. He did hit Cortland Sutton on a touchdown when he beat Stingley. There's some debate about whether Stingley thought he had help. He gave Sutton a free release on the outside, and that ball even hung up a little bit too, but Stingley couldn't get back there to make a play. Wound up as a touchdown for the Broncos. But, yeah, I was thinking what I was watching, and I was like, oh, that's Auburn Bo Nix. That's the guy I remember when he was playing in the SEC where you never knew where the pass was going. He would throw on the run. His feet would be bad throwing the football. And despite all that, partly because C.J. Stroud was hurt, the Texans were still in the ballgame as opposed to putting the Broncos in a spot where they couldn't come back. The Broncos, once again, come back in the fourth quarter to win it. So that's
less dramatic than the
Giants game. That's going to be looked at as
had to score a lot less.
Fourth quarter Broncos. That's what I heard on the broadcast. All right, relax, buddy. Sure, they did come back and win the game, but they were playing against an opponent who, if they gave them another quarter, probably doesn't score a point.
Okay,
so
that's what
they
I was
had
wondering.
opportunity after opportunity when they were doing everything in their power to not win that game themselves.
I was wondering, how many drives do you think
If they start,
the Davis Mills-led Houston Texans, how many drives would it take?
where do
for
they
them to
start?
Score points at all? 25.
If they have to start
at their own 25.
their own 25, how many drives?
Touchback. That's all it was. There was just punting for touchbacks
Yeah.
for 30 straight minutes in this game.
So if Davis Mills has to start inside his own 30-yard line,
Yeah.
you're talking about a touchdown or a field goal?
Field goal. I'll give
How
him
many
a field
drives?
goal.
Could he put together 40 yards?
Like, when you fail, you just start back at the 25. You can't even do the, well, if we move it a little bit and then pin them deep and then, field position game.
Well, the Australian punter for the
No, not
Broncos
happening.
was destroying the football.
Not happening
Yeah.
at all.
So I would, if you give them in that second half, as the Broncos had kind of figured out anything the Texans wanted to do,
I should probably look up how many drives they actually had and didn't.
since they scored
do
their
anything.
15th point, how many drives did they go without scoring? I would say it would take until about this time today.
3, 4,
Maybe the Broncos
5.
eventually get tired and the pass rush gets tired. But if you're only playing 3 plays at a time, maybe you never get tired. But maybe a full game's worth of drives.
So since scoring their 15th point, they had 6 punts.
Scoreless drives.
Yes.
I would say you could probably double that.
Also, these drives were 3 plays, 3 plays.
Yeah, they're not moving the
5
football.
plays, 4 plays, 3 plays, 3 plays.
Yeah, it's not like these long extended drives that get shut down by a holding call and you have to punt it. They were getting shut down almost immediately.
Nothing worked.
So I would probably say give them a full game's worth of drives. Maybe the 12th drive produces a field goal. Maybe a Bronco gets a cramp on a Nico Collins
That's what
play.
I was thinking. I was like, you probably need at least one, if not multiple.
Bronco error is what you need.
Coverage bust, Bronco error, someone getting hurt.
Because remember, the Texans O-line got banged up.
Yeah,
Titus
they're-
Howard had to
yeah,
leave the
they're
game.
out.
So now you put that on along with C.J. Stroud being out. Now you got to worry about Blake Fisher holding up, and he did okay. He wasn't awful. So a lot of things come into play to make that decision mine. Like 12 drives probably before they go score a point or something. And speaking of,
I think like 20. I think they get shut out.
at some point, a Bronco screws up a coverage. I
Yeah,
think.
that's probably true.
It may be Davis Mills.
I was thinking by, I don't know, maybe the 4th 3-and-out punt, I was like, I think it's on the Texans defense to like get a pick six. Like, I don't think they win without a pick six at this point.
I think a defensive score or, maybe they block a punt for a safety was the only way they're going to win that football game. And it turns out they couldn't do that. That's why they lost.
Because I was thinking 15 does not win this game. It looked like it might have for a while. But I was like, I just don't think 15 wins
I knew the Broncos had a drive in them.
Yeah, they get. That's the thing with the Broncos offense is that it doesn't look that good, but it's like they can still. Sean Payton can just like
draw something,
whip something up.
Yeah,
that like R.J. Harvey's on,
and because
Henry,
they're
or
real,
Henry ToTo's on R.J. Harvey.
Yeah, they're a real NFL team. At some point, they're going to put together a drive. You can't put the Texans defense in a position where they have to keep a team under double digits.
Yeah,
they came in with the best defense points-wise and yards-wise in football, only giving up 15 points. I imagine they still hold that distinction. I haven't looked at it. Of course, there's one more game tonight. But at some point, the Broncos were going to score. But also, when you're in that spot, when it is in the fourth quarter, when you've done all that work defensively, and there's a situation going on in Cincinnati where the offense has lost their minds in thinking about how the defense always gives up leads. But it's the exact opposite here. We haven't heard the defense get off the offense. But when the defense, your strongest unit, has the game on their shoulders, at some point, and I'm sure they realize that we can't let this team score a touchdown, because if we do, this team on offense, our team, isn't going to score. So in the fourth quarter, it's a lot to put on them, as I said, but I would have hoped the defense would have found a way at least to keep that 2-point conversion from happening. It didn't. And they go on to lose. It's not their fault, but they had that game on their shoulders, and they couldn't get it done. Eric, I see you. Wood, I see you. We'll get to you when we come back. And when we come back, we will hear from Azeez Al-Shaair. He was at the center of really nothing that was his fault yesterday, but because of a hit on C.J. Stroud, that was initially ruled a penalty and then taken off the board by replay assist. The media went to him to ask him some questions about his experience and the contrast between what happened on the field at Trevor Bank Field, as Sean would say, and what happened at NRG yesterday. So we'll hear from Azeez when we come back. But first, I want to tell you about Monument Chevrolet. Look, Truck Month, they extended that. It's gone, but you can still go get yourself a Chevy Silverado 1500. Just check out all the prices at monumentchevrolet.com. Great vehicles and great people. It's pretty simple. You can't be in business for as long as I have, over 50 years now, without providing great service to your community. And they've done that in Pasadena. They're off of Bellway 8 and 225. Sure, they're in Pasadena, but if you're listening to me, you can get on out there and get the car that you love, whether it be a Silverado or the Blaze or the Trax, or maybe you want one of their EV vehicles. I talked about those quite a bit over the last month. Those cars are waiting for you. And the great thing about them is the price doesn't change. They're not going to trick you with the price on the website, and then you head on out there, and all of a sudden, you've got all these add-ons that you weren't expecting. You're not going to get duped. You're going to get a great vehicle at a great price, and you're going to get great people to get you in that car as quickly as possible. They don't rush you, but they understand you may not want to be on out there for a very long time. So the car buying process for them, they want to make it as quick and easy as they can for you. So check them out and the cars at monumentchevrolet.com. Then head on out there to Pasadena off of Bellway 8 and 225. Get the car that you love with people that understand you want a car that you're really going to love for a long time. That's Monument Chevrolet. And as always, Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
It's the Del Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Del Olalea.
All right, let's hear from Azeez Al-Shaair, then we'll get to the calls. He, of course, was asked about the hit on C.J. Stroud, which led to a concussion, which led to the Davis Mills experience. We'll see how C.J. feels coming out of it. There's a picture of him with his mom, smile on his face, so at least we know it isn't as bad as it looked initially, because you were worried if he was going to go into the fencing position with his hands. We've seen that most notably with Tua Tagovailoa. So it doesn't appear it's as extreme as that. But this is what, now CJ's second concussion since he's been a Texan? Did he miss a game last year with the concussion?
There
or was it the year before?
Jets won his rookie
Was that
year.
2023? I don't know if he missed one last year, but it's at least two, which is a little concerning for your young quarterback. But here's Azeez Al-Shaair. He was asked about the play, how he felt, and maybe the difference on field, how it was treated.
You know, the first thing, obviously last year, that was me. So the first thing I'm thinking is like, damn, like it's a tough situation. I go up to the kid who made the hit, and I'm just like, hey, I was literally just there. You probably gonna get crucified. You probably gonna get kicked out the game. But just like, I just know who you are. Know that all that stuff that people are gonna say about you, if they do, you know, it is what it is. Like that's not a reflection of who you are. Just go out there and play, clear your mind, don't think about it. Obviously, seeing CJ on the ground like that is tough, and it's just football. Like I know that kid wasn't trying to go out there and do that because I know I wasn't. But to see that there was, not only did he not get ejected, it was not even a flag. Like I think that frustrated me more than anything. Not because I wanted to see the kid get kicked out of the game, but just knowing everything I just dealt with a year ago, to where the NFL comes out and calls me this headhunter type player, and you don't even have a guy like that get a flag. Like I was blown away. It really shocked me. And you know, maybe that's something that they learned from my play. Maybe that's why. And you know, the ref did tell me, because I asked him, but I genuinely was just questioning like what the hell was going on, like how did that happen or not happen? And he told me like, you know, something that they were looking at changing this year to just see if there was contact to the head of the neck area, and if it's a late slide, and they won't flag it, whatever. You know, it just is what it is. So I guess in a certain way, I'm happy because it's like, okay, it's a bang-bang play. It is a tough play. You know, I hate that it was my quarterback that had to be the learning lesson of, you know, what not to do or what's not a penalty now. But I guess from a defensive player perspective, it's like, okay, I just hope that that's how we're officiating it, that's the league-wide thing, and that's a week-to-week thing that they uphold, because that can happen every single week.
Now, I don't know that he got to see a full-on replay, so sure. Hit to the I guess the upper body of a quarterback's out, head hits the ground. Those are similar things, but forearm to the neck, into the head for Azeez Al-Shaair. A hit to the shoulder of C.J. Stroud that resulted in his head bouncing off the turf. A little different, and they initially did throw the flag, and then they got the replay assist.
Azeez went through that, so you wouldn't have to.
Yeah, Trailblazers.
Random
Trailblazers, Azeez Al-Shaair.
That kid on the Broncos.
Yeah, I don't think they're the same hit.
I
don't think they're the same hit, and the NFL saw it differently. You can tell he's still a little upset about how he was portrayed. A lot of Houston people who make their living, maybe not their living, but certainly make a bit of a buck aggregating Texas material, were on his side. Maybe even printed a shirt or two. But that was last year. I think the hits are different. And you heard Azeez, maybe rightfully so, a little upset, but I don't know if he got to see the replay. But it did look really bad, and you just assume a penalty should have been called. It turns out they decided not, and you lose your quarterback. You don't get the benefit of the 15-yard penalty. I do think it's funny, like, hey, it should have been a penalty, which I understand, but sure, it's 15 yards. You get a first down, but the end result is the same. Your quarterback's out of the game, so I guess you want some type of compensation for it, but at the end of the day, it doesn't
settlement money.
It doesn't change what happened to your quarterback. But hey, give us the penalty.
It helps pay student loans.
Yeah, then they could have been in a position for Kaimi to miss a 55-yard field goal instead of punting the football.
Right?
I guess
they would then have to still gain yards
to go kick a field goal.
Yeah, I mean, I do enjoy Azeez Al-Shaair, and I get the question was probably about like
He was putting the spot
reflecting on
coach, yeah.
himself. But it is funny that he was like, first thing I did when I saw CJ hit the ground, went up to that defender, told him it's all right. That's a very funny.
It happened to me.
Hey, listen, man, I've been there. As CJ's still like writhing in pain, just being like, listen, it sucks, I know, fellow defender, but you know,
Me and you.
yeah,
Brothers in arms.
Yeah, it's like he's more of a, defensive player. Like
He's
I'm on
defensive
the side.
player first before
Unity,
Texan?
Yeah,
Yeah.
unity for defensive player. Hey, CJ, sucks he had to learn his lesson like that.
Don't
Like,
slide
that's what he
late.
said.
Don't slide late.
He did slide. Like, I mean, there's a reason neither of us are like even bringing it up at all. Is that like that was 100% on CJ? That's just a football play.
He thought he could get a first down, realized I'm not getting this first down, and then slid.
Did the quick like drop slide.
And suffered the consequences, unfortunately. But at least he's up and about. We will see his status, I imagine, because it's not college football. He won't be playing on Sunday. College football,
we'll see. We'll see.
Well, he doesn't play for the Longhorns.
We'll see how bad he wants.
Or another college football team who doesn't care about concussions as much as the NFL does. Let's get to these calls. Let's get to Wood first. He wants to talk Texans. What's up, Wood?
My brothers, how y'all doing today?
We're good. How are you?
I'm pitiful. I feel bad. I mean, man, that was sickening yesterday. The worst part about this is that I have to be the band drum, the drummer who beats the drum to make all this noise about how pitiful and horrible the offensive line is that Nick Caserio has put together for the last 5 years. And it's crazy because when you have a young quarterback that's supposed to be your franchise quarterback, you go get a defensive tackle to blindside block for him. You don't get rid of him because you figure, well, we're paying him $20 million and you have a false start every now and then. Well, maybe we can put together something better. You ain't been able to put together no kind of offensive line since you've been here. These sorry, pitiful, pathetic, weak, soft offensive linemen, I mean, they can't pick up 1 yard. 1 yard when it's 3rd and 1 or 4th and 1, 2nd and 1. It ain't nobody on that offensive line that Nick Caserio brought in that you can say, we can run behind the center. We can run behind the left or the right guard. We can run behind the tackles. It ain't nobody out there that you can depend on. They all are soft. And Nick Caserio put this together. And the same of it is, D'Amico Ryan is going to have to realize he has put together a defensive squad that is raising hell out there. He got monsters, grown men on that defensive line. He's going to have to take over and say, Nick, I've been working with you, letting you do the offense. I'm going to need to take charge of this whole team. I'm going to need to put some grown men out there who can play football on the offense. And he's going to need to stop letting Nick go to New England and get his coaches, the tight end coach, and get the assistant offensive line coach. He was from New England, too. He's now an offensive line coach. You know, you got to leave these New England people alone. This is no longer the New England South. We're trying to go in a different – D'Amico's got to realize I'm going to take charge of him and handle the salary. Let me pick the player. And quit giving away my number 1 draft pick. You gave away one last year. You gave one the year before. Well, you can use the number 1 draft pick. I know when them GMs see Nick Caserio calling, they ready to fleece him. Yeah, we got the Texans on the line. Here comes Nick Caserio. He's a real smart fella. He's going to give us his number 1 draft pick. And the crazy part, we don't get a number 1 back. Let me have my number 1 draft pick.
Thank you, Wood, for the call. Yeah, the Texans traded out of the first round last year because, well, an offensive lineman they wanted got snaked. The Vikings took the pick and player, or at least a player that everyone thought the Texans wanted, so they traded out of the first round. And normally trade backs are applauded. People love when a GM acquires more assets. That's just a thing. We're coming to find out the Texans don't have enough premium football players, and you tend to get them in the first round. At least I believe the numbers say you're more likely to do that. So perhaps this year they don't trade out. But Wood, we're in line to draft another offensive lineman. Now, the problem is Nick Caserio has not shown the ability to draft good ones. So he isn't going anywhere. D'Amico, I don't know that he can tell Nick Caserio what he can and can't do. I'm sure they just have a relationship where there's some pushback back and forth, but it'll be up to Caserio again in the first round to find a talent. And because of their failures previously, it feels like offensive line is going to be the choice again. Because you have a bunch of guys who are short timers right now in that interior. You drafted Ursary. That's hopefully a long-term solution. Titus Howard's got money owed, so that might play into whether they get off of him. But your interior is full of guys who are, I won't say they were barely rosterable, but Ed Ingram, the Vikings didn't want.
I think Wood can describe him.
These sorry, pitiful, pathetic, weak, soft offensive linemen. I mean, man, they can't pick up 1 yard.
Yeah, they struggle to do that against good
That's
fronts.
my favorite part.
When it's predictable. Sometimes you just gotta pick up a yard when everyone knows you're trying to pick up a yard, and they can't do that.
Texans Cap posted a graph, whereas all the teams in the NFL, how many touchdowns they have on 2 yards and goal or less. So on the 2-yard line or inside. The Colts, and I forgot who else, lead the league with 11, and it all goes all the way down. How many do you think the Texans have?
What's the context again?
Touchdowns inside the 2-yard line, or 2-yard line and in.
It's easy to remember a lot of the Texans touchdowns outside of the Ravens game. That's where it kind of messed with me because they scored so many. I would say they have less than 3.
They have 0.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise
They're the only
me.
team in the league
Yeah, it
with
doesn't
0
surprise me.
touchdowns inside the 2-yard line.
Up close, they don't score. It doesn't surprise me. I was thinking maybe they got one
On
against the
accident.
Ravens or
yeah,
something.
like
Yeah,
they're throw to a backup tight end or something.
No, they don't do any of that. No trickery. No ability to say, hey, we can run it down your throat.
And the Rams had one, and of course the Rams just blew the hell out of the Saints yesterday. But they had a goal line situation where it's probably the most open I've ever seen a man in an NFL end zone. Is how open, again, one of their nondescript backup tight ends were. And it's like,
we got plenty of nondescript backup tight ends here.
Yeah, that some would say that's all of them.
Dalton Schultz is like, hold on, but I get your point. Yeah, I don't know.
The fact that other NFL teams can make
Well,
scoring
we know
inside
they
the
can
one
do
look
that.
so easy.
Well, yeah,
it looks so
yeah.
easy. The Chiefs do a different trick play every week.
It's about Ben Johnson pulled out one to score a touchdown.
It's like, run up the middle. Run up the middle behind these terrible offensive
There's
linemen.
an understanding of play sequencing, what the other coordinator's thinking, what's his tendency, and you go against it and
Run
go
up the
against your own tendency to make those plays look easy.
Run up the middle.
The Texans do the most predictable thing all the time, and predictably it fails, and that has continued. Let's get to, since these are actually more off topic, let's get to Eric, and then we'll go to break here. Eric, you want to talk about the Horns?
Hey guys, how you doing? Yeah. If the Longhorns beat the Aggies and the Aggies end up with 2 losses, along with the Longhorns as well, who's going to get in the playoffs? Because we know Miami's not going to make it with their 2 losses. And did Arch Manning find his groove? And Welcome to Derry is getting pretty good. I'll hang up to listen.
Look, Eric agreeing with something I think about TV.
That's a rarity.
You're asking me to talk about things 4 weeks, 5 weeks in the future.
I'm just
I
gonna
don't
go
know.
blanket. If you're a 10-2 SEC team, you're probably in.
Yeah,
just,
probably.
Just blanket statement. You're probably.
Yeah, you're asking me if they do this, and sure, probably Texas is probably in if they beat the Aggies. Yeah, I don't know that they will. I don't know if they'll get there with only 1 loss. Or 2 losses. We got time. We got time to figure that out.
I'm worried about this bye week.
Yeah, the CFP stuff gets real wonky at the end of the year. Hell, you mentioned Miami. Georgia Tech, who felt like a runaway, got beaten. Now they're in question of making it.
That's why you can't just go like, well, if this team wins out, It's like, chances are they're not going to win out. That's how this goes.
It's college
in
football
November.
today. Who thought that Georgia Tech would go to NC State and not ever get a stop?
If Virginia wins out, they probably won't. All right.
Yeah, we've
won't.
seen
They're
their
not that
act.
good.
Now they beat Cal, but it's Virginia. They're always going to be in a game like that where it could go either way.
There's like 2-3 teams that I'm comfortable being like, yeah, they'll probably.
Yeah, Ohio State and Indiana will likely face each other for the Big Ten title.
A&M
the other team
has
will,
a good shot.
and the
That
team
just
will,
wouldn't
and the other team will get in anyway. That's where I stand right now. Look, we watched Oklahoma, Tennessee. And look, toss-ups, all of them.
Oklahoma, great team. Looks like a really good team.
Yeah, I bet you better. Yeah, rooting
hanging
on
my
Oklahoma
hat on that.
and then of course
They're ranked higher than the Texans.
That that gold hat you're hanging it on. Texas gets the big win against Vanderbilt.
Arch Manning did joke that the concussion
shook something loose.
Yeah, maybe helped him. That's where we're at.
You can do
a la Joe Burrow.
Once again,
in that
you can.
Fiesta Bowl.
Yeah, you can do that in college. The NFL. Hey.
DJ.
Well,
it's a division game against the Jags.
He's not playing in that game. Cut it out. The NFL ain't allowing that to happen. Cut it out. We're seeing Davis Mills.
Just clear concussion protocol.
No, clear the long. If he had the Longhorns setting up the protocol, he would clear it. But he's not going to clear it.
Practice on Thursday like Arch Manning did.
It's the least surprising thing that Arch Manning was available for that game. It's just how it works in college.
If it was close whatsoever, he was
going to play. As long as Arch could spell his name, he had a real shot of playing in that game. All right, we'll go to break. Caesar, I see you. You want to bring up something sort of relevant because the trade was made relatively big one as far as NFL trades are concerned. So we'll talk about that. If you guys want to join us, you can. 713-780-3776. But before we go to break, Sean's going to talk to you about Prize Picks.
Yes, Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app, and the best way to make some money when watching your teams, not just your teams, any teams on your TV screen. Obviously, it was a big weekend, and we have baseball officially wound down. Hope you took a lot of Yamamoto mores because he just pitched every day. But tonight, we got a little Rockets action. We got a little Monday Night Football. So let's go Rockets. Kevin Durant, maybe you heard of him, newest Houston Rocket. Let's go more on 33.5 points, rebounds, and assists against the Dallas Mavericks. Let's go Reed Shepherd. How about Reed Shepherd? More than 1.5 3-pointers. So Reed, just make 2 tonight. That's all I'm asking for. And then Monday Night Football, you have the Cowboys, you have the Cardinals. I'm just blindly taking a Cardinals running back against that Dallas defense. Give me Bam Knight more than 50.5 rushing yards against a Cowboys defense that makes every running back they go up against look like Barry Sanders. So if you like those picks, you can follow them. If you don't like those picks, you can download the Prize Picks app and you make your own picks. Download it today. Use promo code MAPES when you sign up. You get $50 in lineups when you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES on Prize Picks. You get $50 in lineups when you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right.
Caesar and special guest, we see you. We'll get to you here. But we talked about this a lot last week, and I had to go with a Sling Day Pass to watch my college football this past Saturday. And that's because I'm a YouTube TV customer, and right now I don't have ESPN. If you want to get them back because you're like me, just go to keepmynetworks.com to get ESPN back. You missed out on college football, on game day, and you're going to miss out on Monday Night Football, of course, along with the NBA and college basketball if you have YouTube TV and don't have your ESPN. So go to keepmynetworks.com to get ESPN back. I suffered through that on Saturday. We'll see if I have to do that again. All right, let's get to Caesar, and then, as I said, we'll get to our special guest. Caesar, what's up?
Sports fellas, double rods. Hey, Eagles fan here. Dale, you're our resident Miami insider. Straight up, what are the pros and cons of adding Jalen Phillips to the Eagles roster? And I know he's kind of injury prone, but when he's healthy, what's like kind of the ceiling and the floor in your opinion?
Okay, the pros, beyond the fact that your current defensive coordinator coached him for a year, he does create pressure. The con is he is someone who doesn't finish those pressures with sacks. He has been called almost. That has become his nickname because he almost brings a guy down. In the last couple weeks, he has had Justin Herbert almost sacked, which would have likely ended the game against the Chargers. Against the Ravens on a third down, he almost had Lamar Jackson down. Lamar Jackson shook him off and threw a pass to Likely that led to a Raven touchdown. So he creates pressure. He gets close. He has not been able to get guys on the ground. That would be the good and the bad of Jalen Phillips. Maybe you get out of the Miami curse and all of a sudden he's bringing guys down in Philly. You never know. So you're going to get someone who plays hard and will affect the quarterback. The question is, can he get guys on the ground? And if he does that, you're looking at someone who one Miami guy said had a chance to be a DPOY if healthy. He has that type of talent. He just has to convert that talent into production, and he has been able to do that partly because he hasn't been healthy. His biggest sack total was his first year, which might be concerning. He's a rental as it stands. You gave up a third rounder. The less you had two. You had the Jets and the Eagles pick, your own pick. You gave up the Eagles pick, of course, which won't be a high third round pick because the Eagles are going to be good. And now you have to decide whether you want to pay him or not. So, is he a rental, or is he someone as a young pass rusher can get through this year healthy, and then you can give him a big deal? That's kind of long and short of it when it comes to Jalen Phillips.
I enjoy you being our Miami insider.
I'm not an insider. I'm just a miserable fan who's watched them for years. That's
Move
all.
aside, Barry Jackson
or Omar Kelly.
Ira Winderman.
I'm not an insider.
We got Dell.
Follow my team.
We're good.
I know enough to know that a move like this, it could be a good one for the Eagles if he plays up to his potential. And even if he just adds to your pass rush and you're willing to give up a third rounder for it because you already have a third rounder, that might be good enough to get you back and win another Super
I kind
Bowl.
of think just like getting pressure on the Eagles is more valuable than because it's more likely to me that there will be somewhere there to clean it up. You know, if Jalen Phillips, still can't actually finish the play and make that sack in the key moment, it just maybe this is trafficking on Eagles teams of past years of like, yeah, but there's probably someone else that's closing in too. Like there's another guy who won his block.
Sure. And he's not the only player. If you're looking to pick at the scraps, that is this Dolphins season. Bradley Chubb, it would cost less to get him as far as compensation, and Minka Fitzpatrick is someone the Dolphins are taking calls on. Remember, this is a guy they traded for.
He might break the record of being traded from the same team. He has to get traded this season and then get traded back and then traded again.
Yes.
It just has to happen.
So he was recently acquired in a move to get off of Jalen Ramsey, who didn't want to be there anymore. The Dolphins didn't particularly want him there anymore. So Minka Fitzpatrick is available if you need a safety. He hasn't played poorly, but not up to the level of what his current contract is. It's anyone can be got if you give up the right price. And right now, those are the most likely guys. Your defenders. I know the thought of Achane gets people all warm and fuzzy in their special places. Not
Imagine
sure.
him on this Texans team. Ooh.
Yeah, he can get stuff at the 1 yard line too.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Maybe
I can't believe people are.
Maybe they'll throw a pitch to him. Who knows?
To shift this to more of a Texans thing, I can't believe that people still even as last week before this game are still like, man, imagine Breece Hall or Devon Achane. Like, no, it doesn't matter. They're not going to get that much better results. Like, yes, Achane can probably hit. If there is a hole, hit it faster than Nick Chubb or Woody Marks.
Yeah, Achane has run behind plenty of subpar offensive lines in his career, and to mix results. If you hit a crease, of course, great. But the Texans don't create a lot of creases.
Also, I trust Mike McDaniel to scheme him up a little if our line is subpar.
Nick Haley, not so much.
I don't trust him to scheme it up a little to get a playmaker in space because. He really that's not his bag.
No.
In-breakers. That's his bag.
Slants and in-breakers and getting the ball out of your quarterback's hands
and
quickly,
run up the middle.
Because
don't forget to run up the middle.
Well, all of it plays a part in 15 points and never scoring a touchdown from the 2 yard line or in this year. Let's get to Raheel, our special guest. He called in last week. Apparently he couldn't get enough, so he's back. What does Raheel want to talk about today?
What's up, Del? 5'9", 171.
This isn't the Dan Patrick Show. Cut it out. And 171.
What up, H-Town? Can I do that one?
That's not that show either. I mean, you can. We had the guy say sports earlier, and it ain't that show. So I guess you can do what you want.
Man, R.I.P. A.J. Hoffman. R.I.P.
He's not passed. The other guy actually has passed away. You awful person. Look at him. Okay. Now he's caught. Look at you. Sean can't believe it.
Two things, all right? Number one, No Layups will be broadcast live at 12 p.m. on the Tech Bag YouTube channel today. So just want to throw that out there.
Thank you.
Number two, I heard you talking about who is available on bad teams like Miami, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why can't we extend that to the Houston Texans maybe trying to get the social media coordinator for the Dolphins? Or
why do you want that guy?
Trying to get
a woman?
I don't know. Why not? Why not? If you have the talents to make the season interesting, as bad as it has been, that's the kind of talent I want on the Texans or the Cowboys or another team. So why aren't we picking off front office? I guess that they're front office players, right? Why not pick them off as well in a down season?
But wouldn't the Texans be considered a bad team?
That's the thing. They might be sellers.
Shouldn't they be trading their social media manager at 3-5 at this point?
Like, hey, anyone can whip up a final score graphic that's somber and says we'll get them next week.
Of course.
That's not the greatest use of your talents. Let's ship you to, the Chiefs.
Yeah, so shouldn't the Texans be on the market to cash in on their social media?
No.
No?
The Texans are very much alive in this AFC South. Very much alive right now. I have hope.
In this AFC South? Past your AFC South.
Why do you think this team, who at minimum will be missing their starting quarterback next week?
We don't know that.
I said it. Well, the NFL history and most recently would suggest he's not playing. But you're right. We don't know. But we can assume he ain't going to play on Sunday. Why do you think this Texans team is still alive?
They just took one of the best teams in the NFL to the brink of elimination.
Why am I asking him a serious question? What's my
Okay.
problem? The man called in to promote his show coming up in 50 minutes. Why am I taking him seriously?
Trying to take away all of Rich Eisen's listeners.
Yeah.
How dare he?
What are you guys talking about on No Layups? The Aggies bye week? What are you guys talking about?
Who won the bye week?
No, we'll be running down all of college football. The Bloody Saturday. Indiana is just, gosh, they're so much fun to watch. I can't get enough of Indiana. This is literally one of my favorite teams right now to watch. The other thing, I don't want to do the rant here just because I know y'all have some conflicts of interest.
Mm-hmm.
But what's going on with YouTube and ESPN right now, it's disheartening right now. So I don't want to do that here because I respect what's happening on your station because of the messaging I've heard.
That's the first.
But, yeah.
That's the first for you to respect what's happening on the station.
Yeah, and I respect that because I'm not going to I'm not going to do that. But yeah, a lot of random stuff. Last thing, starting five. To me, it's as good as Prime Hard Knocks. Am I wrong?
I have not watched Prime Hard Knocks. What Rafiel's talking about is the Netflix show featuring the NBA, starting five. I don't watch sports docs anymore. I just don't have the energy for it. So I'll take your word for it. I'm someone who, hey, isn't there a Welcome to Dairy episode I can watch? I'll watch something on Apple TV. I just had enough. Look, I do this for 5+ hours and plus the research. I don't want to add more to it. All right, Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant likes trolling people on Twitter. James Harden has a surprise girlfriend. I can get that in clips. I don't have to watch it.
Surprise girlfriend? There's a surprise kid.
Well, yeah. The kid is like 10 or 8, whatever, however old this kid is, and we didn't know that.
5 or 6 now, I think, like roughly around there.
Can he?
Everybody has a surprise kid. I was like, what?
Can we have now? Deuce isn't a surprise because we've known about Deuce, Tatum's kid, for a while. Can we get like a celebrity, not a Sons of NBA Stars basketball league? But Bronny can't play in the league. He's too old.
What?
He's too old. Like
Why not?
Because an
He's a real
elementary
NBA player.
Yeah, he's an actual NBA player. He was getting time yesterday. Elementary school age league where we get the stars kids to play each other. I would have watched that before I watched starting five. If you told me it was, we talk about 1-on-1 at the All-Star game, Deuce versus James Harden's kid at an All-Star game, give me that.
Chris Paul's kid.
Yeah.
Enforcing the rules.
Give me all of those guys. I don't know.
That would be fun.
This is what I'm talking about.
Okay, Dale, you're on to something.
Thank you. You want to make the All-Star? Let's see how good the genes are. Carmelo's kid's like in college, so he can't play. But
Keon can't play.
Yeah,
right?
10 and under.
Bryce can stay at. Well, Bryce can play Keon, I guess. We can do that. But it's we can have ranges.
Oh, okay, yeah. U8, U12,
yeah,
U16.
Jordan's kids can be in the over 30 league. We can do it all.
Oh my gosh!
Let's do that at the All-Star game.
This should be the All-Star game.
This is what
Wouldn't
I'm saying.
This be way more fun. Yeah,
yes.
This would be way more fun than an NBA All-Star game.
And have their father sitting courtside with shame or joy, depending on how the game's going.
In the
oh my god!
In the adult
I
game,
love this so much.
This is
brought to you by Prize Picks. Make sure you use promo code Mopey.
Yeah.
Or Mate.
No, I'm Mopey.
More on
More.
LiAngelo Ball, 3-pointers made.
He could play in the above 20 league. I guess 20 and above can include the Jordan kids or whatever.
Yeah.
And then
with
we
an
have
ankle monitor.
Yeah, we can have the college kids as well, and then we can have the elementary school kids, and those are the All-Star games. This is what I'm saying. Give me something.
Man. Imagine
I think
there's a scenario where we have the whole bracket out, right? Like for the under the U10.
Yeah.
And then there's one wild card, and you don't know whose son is going to be or which player has a surprise.
You don't even know.
Son. Yeah.
You don't even know.
Jordan's
know.
son.
Yeah. We don't know who can hoop and who can't.
Yeah.
Man, this is going to be good.
Yeah.
I love this league. I'm going to make this happen.
And the MC and the guy who introduced, or the person who introduces the surprise player is Drake's kid, who we didn't know about until like 6 years ago. He can do that to kind of line up. Hey, I was surprised.
I've been there too.
Yeah, here it is, and it's I don't know whose kid it would be. Give me that.
Shangoon's kid.
When did he have that kid?
As a 10-year-old
At 14, when did he have that kid?
His kid is just mid-range doing that hook shot and then crying for a foul.
Like, oh well, he does do that.
Because it has the arms out. Yeah.
Yeah, the European arms out. Yeah.
I do like the idea of being able to watch this and be like, see, this kid takes the drills with his dad seriously. This kid's just a rich kid who wants, he just wants to be on the Switch right now.
Yeah. Who are the guys who are real about hoops, and who are the guys who are like, yeah, I just do it because my dad did it. I got it.
Oh man,
just pay for my Fortnite stuff.
This is I do this.
Yeah.
The build up to this, Nate's doing the promo.
Yeah.
All right, guys, the big All-Star weekend game is here. U10. I'm telling you right now, Jace Harden over 3.5 buckets made. Right now, do it over 3.5. The reads for that, come on.
Yeah.
That alone is like, sign me up.
You can stack all of Jalen Green's kids together in a combined 20 points.
Oh, does that count? Does it have to be like? You have to father that kid. Can it be a stepson?
Oh, Jalen's stepson could play in the 20 and above league.
This is like the dual citizenship question in the Olympics.
Yeah.
I mean, what do we do here?
I don't think Stepson's.
It's something that will be brought up.
Well, what if you play in the under 10 league, and since we want this to continue, are you allowed to switch allegiances like in international soccer once you get on the over 20 league? Like Bryce, as a college kid, as he grows up, can he switch allegiances to? I don't know. I don't know how that would work. But I like all of this. I love the brainstorming. Hey, Adam Silver, when you're trying, instead of trying to hide scandals, let's highlight the next generation, the kids who we see at courtside or at podiums.
This is what we want. We want to celebrate fatherhood, so let's do this.
That's right. All these NBA dads. The NBA cares. I want to hear about the NBA dads. Let's go.
Yeah.
Great way to promote fatherhood.
Yeah.
Man,
give me that.
Absolutely amazing work by James Harden for hiding his kid for that long. Yeah. I had no idea. I follow the league very closely. I had no idea.
He's a private person, at least with
the
things he cares
about. Great work there by him. Great work.
Man,
all right, guys. Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate it. And then he brought him out on a Netflix show for everyone to see. He's like, I'm going to hide this kid. I don't want to say hide because it makes it sound like he's ashamed. I'm going to keep this kid away from the spotlight for years and just have him randomly walk out on my Netflix show. And there it is. We found out about Jace Harden.
It's crazy how old he is.
And no one knew. Well, he was never at a game, I guess. I'm sure, like, internally the Rockets knew, and people in the league might have known, but the fact that the general public had no idea.
Yeah. It's like, who's this kid at this game hugging James Harden?
I never saw it.
Harden just loves the kids.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah, no, it was just
James Harden, once again, not like Steph.
No.
He knew about, I forgot her name now.
Yeah. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Oh, there could be a girls' league, too.
Yeah, I don't know. The only NBA kids that are girls that I know is Steph's kid. I don't know the other.
Doesn't LeBron has a daughter?
I guess. Sorry, I'm too busy watching Bronny throw lobs or catch lobs from Austin Reeves last night.
Again, Bronny, somehow too good to be in our idea. Somehow just a little too good. If he were worse, he would be the star.
JJ's giving him minutes. He's too good for our idea.
No, but if he was worse, he'd be all over this.
Of course, he's
and LiAngelo Ball running a pick and roll.
He would be the impetus for the entire thing.
Yeah.
If he wasn't in the league, which he actually is, and getting minutes for a good Lakers team without LeBron. All right, we'll go to break with that. Thank you, Raheel. Of course, it devolved into what it devolved into, but we appreciate the call. We'll get back to the Texans here. We'll hear what D'Amico Ryans thought about the hit on C.J. Stroud. It is one that I'll shoot the guy some bail because I disagree with their thoughts. I heard Aziz Al-Shaair, and I didn't like, or I won't say I didn't like, I didn't agree with what he said. But these guys maybe didn't actually see the play in replay form. They saw when it happened. They saw the penalty flag get thrown and get picked up. So they had some ideas about unfairness. We'll hear about that from D'Amico Ryans when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's the Del Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
YouTube TV customers get the sports you love on ESPN back, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football tonight, NBA, college basketball, and more. Act now. Go to keepmynetworks.com to get ESPN back.
Appreciate Raheel showing some restraint.
Yeah, we'll have to tune in to know what his true feelings are.
On no layups. I'll be at home and then in a nap, so I probably won't hear it. But, they record it, so maybe I'll listen to it later.
Swing by Texags like you always do.
One of my first stops. One of my first stops after my day is over to feel, or at least to find out what Billy Lucci and the rest of the Aggies think about their nationally ranked team with the chance at a national title.
Bye-week grades.
Sure, all of that. All of that. All right, let's get to this from D'Amico Ryans. C.J. Stroud took a big hit. He left the game with a concussion. We will see if he's available for the game against the Jags. I have my doubts, but it's not completely out of the question. It just isn't the way the NFL operates currently. So people immediately went back to what happened in Jacksonville last year where Azeez Al-Shaair was thrown out of the game, but I feel like he was thrown out of the game for the aftermath, not for the hit. It was flagged, though, and that was a point of contention for the Texans. Here's D'Amico Ryans on the C.J. Stroud play.
Yeah, CJ scrambled. Of course, he tried to, he slid, and the guy, came up and hit him. As I see, it's unnecessary roughness. He hit the quarterback when he's sliding and giving himself up. If I'm incorrect on the rule, I've seen that happen multiple times, with our guys, and we get the penalty, but for some reason, it just didn't happen there. So we'll look at the film and see, what actually happened there. At the end of the day, we lost our starting quarterback, all right, because of the play. And anytime you lose your starting quarterback, it's always tough. Davis battled, tried to do a good job there. He battled, but we just didn't do well offensively once we lost CJ.
The back half of that is the point. You can hear him say, I have to watch the film, and maybe once he watches the film, he'll say, as a former defender, maybe he'll show the same solidarity that Azeez Al-Shaair showed to Chris Abrams' drain and go, you know what? That's a clean play. Of course, when it affects you and it's your guy, you're going to feel a certain way, but we'll see what he says afterwards when they ask him about it today. But the bigger point is you lost your quarterback. No matter if you throw the flag and you get your extra 15, the gist of it is you don't have your starting quarterback anymore in a game you really, really needed. D'Amico Ryans contributed to how that game played out with his, I will say, unfortunate choice to try to score at the end of the game. But his offense, CJ or not, did things that they've done all year. CJ was in when they couldn't score inside the 5-yard line, where they were fortunate that Aaron Terry got called for a false start because CJ didn't get in on the sneak. The sneak that was fourth down. The Broncos would have got the ball back. Instead, because of the penalty, you got to kick your field goal and take points. I don't know what to do with the play calling other than to suggest know your weaknesses, and they are quite a few on the offensive line, and call plays against it. Don't ask those guys to get pushed. I know whether it be toughness or the thought that the easiest way is to go straight forward. If we get a yard, we score a touchdown. You are not getting that yard. Not against established good fronts. You got bullied in Seattle. You got bullied by the Broncos. Understand, you are not the bullies. On defense, you want to be bullies. Understood. You want to hit guys hard, slap your helmets after you make plays. Understand. I get all that, by the way. There's a real chance that Azeez Al-Shaair gets fined for that hit on Dobbins. I didn't get a clear enough replay. It felt like helmet to helmet. I'm not sure, but I would not be surprised if the Texans are even more furious.
Here we go.
I will not be surprised if the Texans come out of this week even more furious that CJ doesn't get the penalty called for the hit on him, and Al-Shaair catches a 15-yarder, or not a 15-yarder, he didn't get penalized, or catches a fine for the hit on Dobbins. It has all the markings of it. Dobbins was defenseless. It felt like he led with the head. Maybe he didn't, but it looks like he hit Dobbins in the head. So we'll see. I'm just saying that can be a point of contention a little bit later in the week.
If
That's all.
Aziz has to keep catching fines to save defenders' wallets everywhere,
yes.
I'm sure he's fine making that sacrifice.
Sean is making reference to sound we played earlier where it felt like Aziz Al-Shir felt like
I went through that. Maybe they changed the way they rule it
because of me.
Because of how everyone looked at how unfair they were to me and said, let's make a change.
We will see. I wouldn't rule it out.
Didn't he get one on Cam Ward, too?
Yes,
where
that
it
wasn't called,
penalized?
but it was a clear hit to the head, and he got penalized. I would not be surprised if that Dobbins hit turns into a fine, and they'll be even more mad.
Set aside the $15,000.
Should be. Do you think the Texans just garnish wages for him every week on, look, you'll get it back at the end of the year.
I was going to say, it's like a security deposit.
Yeah.
It's like, we're just going to withhold $30,000 right now.
They treat game day like it's an apartment. Hey.
Yeah.
We're
At
just
the end of the year,
like an
you get it
Airbnb. We assume there's a chance that this could happen, or like the hotels. Hey, just leave your card. We'll take it out. We'll give it back to you.
Yeah.
If it turns out you don't get
Don't
fined.
trash the place.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. That's all we're asking for. Don't hit a guy head to head, and you'll get your money back. That's all. So I would be on the lookout for that, just as an aside. But as far as the head coach, Caley once again showed that he may not be right for this job, which means the head coach should take on full responsibility. Caley is simply an indication of a bigger problem. That for whatever reason, your coach has a blind spot when it comes to hiring OCs. The GM has a blind spot when it comes to picking good offensive linemen, which leads into your OC not being as successful as he could. And then you have an OC as a first-timer who, at this point, cannot game plan to limit the deficiencies of an O-line. And I won't even say have a productive offense, have an average offense. Every week, with anyone who has a defense with a pulse or at least relative health, the Texans have a problem scoring touchdowns. Why am I expecting that to change? I expect Davis Mills or C.J. Stroud next week against the Jags for us to be having a very similar conversation. Where why is the Jags' best pass rusher isolated one-on-one in a key situation? How come on 3rd and 1 you're running it right up the middle? And you know what? I will take back that part of it because they seem to adjust and then forget that they adjusted, because last week against San Francisco they're a little bit more creative with that stuff, partly because of what happened against Seattle, maybe partly because San Francisco couldn't hold up. So I think we can't run the ball against this team. They'll do different things, and then they'll revert back to the same things they can't do because they were successful with things they didn't do before.
I will say they were a little creative this week in the goal line, because instead of handing it off to Nick Chubb or Woody Marks,
British Brooks, a 215-pound fullback,
catch you off guard.
You're
thinking halfback dive, fullback dive.
Well, if your fullback, who is really a running back, can't run through a linebacker, then did you catch anyone off guard? Yeah, the defensive tackles didn't get him like they were getting the running back, but the linebackers did, who were bigger than your fullback.
Second level of the defense.
Still stopped at the first level of the line of scrimmage.
But next, then it's the last line of
who
the
would
defense
they have to use
stop the
to trick the team to get to the third level? Run Christian Kirk on a jet sweep?
Yeah. Or maybe one of those like where they motion the receiver into the backfield and then hand it right up the middle to Christian Kirk. Because you still have to hand it up the middle, Del. You can't.
Oh, you can't get to the outside.
Can't use the other, 50 yards of space on either side of your tackles. Can't do that.
Look, I'm not saying it would work, and if it doesn't work, you're going to get criticized. But at this point, you've proven you cannot run it up the middle. So, on the drive, maybe have the fake jet sweep, and then
hand it up the middle.
Run, yes, because that's what you do. And then you've got the defense thinking, oh, they're going to run this fake jet sweep, and they run up the middle. And then you hand it off to Jalen Knoll, who only played 11 snaps.
Get some motion going.
And then maybe he can beat a guy to the corner. Because you won't fool him, but maybe his speed will be enough to beat a guy to the corner.
Can he fight through a Riley Moss tackle?
Who did not get called for a pass interference penalty. So the referees heard Patrick Surtain's words and said, all right, maybe we're being a little racially biased.
I did keep an eye out on him. I think it was mostly fine.
Yeah.
A little physical, but mostly fine.
Yeah. I mean, it was a little early on a breakup. Nico Collins, one of those stick plays that the Broncos weren't fooled by.
I was thinking, I was like, I kind of need it just for to have something to talk about on Monday. I would really like for that to have been called.
We didn't get it, though.
And also, it would have been 15 yards for a Texans offense that
needed every bit of
needs
it. Did not get it. He was credited with a good breakup on, what was it, 4th or 3rd down? Either way, it was a really big play in the drive. Resulted in no points for the Texans, I believe. And that's just the way the game went.
There's a lot of drives like that for the Texans.
Well, on 5 drives, they scored.
Yes. And then 6 consecutive to end the game. I was going to say season. To end the game.
Kind of into the season, particularly if your quarterback can't play next week.
It feels like it.
Yeah, it was. They set themselves up to be in a spot where they have to win games like that, particularly when you have a lead going to the 4th quarter and you lose another one. 0-5 this year in one-score games.
That, you know what? I'm kind of fine with that because next year
it's going to revert back.
Regression back.
So
I'm just waiting for that Bill Barnwell column that he writes every August, where it's just like, hey, the teams that are good in one possession games, they're going to be bad. The teams that are bad are going to be good. And it's like, whoa, analytics.
You're talking about next year. They have so much work to do for next year.
Yeah, but they got 5 one-score wins in their back pocket.
No, if you're worse, those one-score losses can just turn into 2-score losses. You don't have to. You don't have to stick in these games.
Regression.
You don't have to stay in one-score games. You could get worse and regress where it's now 2-score losses.
We'll worry about the defense. Will keep you in these games. I think the defense will. Maybe you still lose 18-15.
That's true. The defense has youth and guys in the contract. So you're right. I mean,
D'Amico Ryan. I mean, what? Someone gonna steal Matt Burke? Maybe. I don't know.
You never know. It feels unlikely that
LSU?
Matt Burke. Is he a Louisiana guy?
I have no idea.
Feels unlikely that Matt Burke is in line for a head coach.
I was about to say there's a lot of jobs open, and then I was like, no, wait, that's college football. The NFL, there's still just one, right?
They'll
just the Titans.
Titans job. Imagine the Dolphins job will be open at some point, and then maybe some others going forward. But I don't think we have to worry about Matt Burke.
Okay.
If you were worried
now
about
Auburn.
Auburn's not hiring. I don't know who they're going to get after firing Hugh Freeze, but I think Matt Burke is safe if the Texans want him. All right, we will go to break with that. You certainly can join us, 713-780-3776. We will continue to talk Texans. We'll go around the league a little bit beyond a trade that happened that's bolstering the Eagles. Someone else in their division may have lost their quarterback for a long time. We'll get to that. We'll talk some other NFL as well, because what's going on in Cincinnati is nuts as far as how the defense treated what happened to them in their loss to the Bears and how the offense did afterwards. Look, the Bengals somehow, some way took a lead in the game where they're down by 2 scores late. With 2 minutes to go, they were down 2 scores and had a lead. And then the Bears went down the field thanks to Colston Loveland and Caleb Williams and won that game. Defenders approached it one way. Offensive guys approached it quite differently. So we'll hear from one of the stars of that offense, Jamar Chase, when we come back. But before we do that, I want to remind you, because I'm sure those Jamar Chase quotes wound up on ESPN, and if you're a YouTube TV subscriber, you missed out. Go to keepmynetworks.com to get your ESPN back. I went without it this weekend. I had to find an alternative to watch my college football. That was a mistake considering one of the results. But, hey, maybe your team won, and you would have missed them if you're a YouTube TV subscriber or didn't go find a different option. So go to keepmynetworks.com to get your ESPN back. You don't want to miss Monday Night Football. You don't want to miss College Game Day. You don't want to miss the wide slate of games that the ESPN networks have for college football. So keepmynetworks.com. Before we go to break, I want to talk to you about Monument Chevrolet. Yeah, you're right, Sean. He said in my ear, I've talked about Monument Chevrolet already. I do want to talk about Aqueduct Plumbing Company right now. Simply put, if you're looking for a great plumber, go to Aqueduct Plumbing Company. And what's great about them is they got that free price quote. You don't know what the problem is. You just know that there is one. You don't know how to fix it, but you don't want to be charged for someone telling you how to fix it. Go to aqueductplumbingcompany.com to have someone come out to your home for free and check out what the problem is. Where are you going to get that anywhere else? So Check out all the services they have to offer. It's not just the big jobs. It's those small jobs like a leak that can turn into a major problem if you don't get it fixed. So big jobs, small jobs, it doesn't matter. If you got a problem with your pipes, maybe you're an older home, you have an older home and you need a repipe, aqueductplumbingcompany.com is the place you go. So you can call them at 281-488-6238 to set up that appointment, or go to the website and find their great drop-down services menu, and they'll show you everything they do, from repipes to leak detection. Maybe you have a remodel that you're looking at or some new construction. They do it there at Aqueduct Plumbing Company. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
You're listening to the Del Olalea Show. That's kind of full of sports, but also filled with a lot of movie talk. Now back to the Huntington Bank Studios with Del Olalea and Sean Mapes.
No movie talk today. We'll get into that later in the week, certainly on Friday when Michael Carroll joins us. As this chair malfunctioned, that was great. But the Texans aren't the only one with issues. Now, the defense and offense for the Texans seem to still be locked in. Not a lot of issues. We'll see if the defense continues to go through a year leading the league in points given up, and the offense can't put together touchdown drives and they lose games the way they lost yesterday. If the defense kind of pushes back on the Texans' offense, that's already happening in Cincinnati. The Bengals, as I told you, were down multiple scores late because their defense isn't very good. The Bengals offense scores a touchdown, goes for two, gets the onside kick, and then scores a touchdown to take a lead with very little time remaining. And then the Bears score. Colson Loveland, long touchdown where he catches the ball, breaks a tackle, and runs away from the Bengals defense for a 47-42 win for the Bears. So you score 42 points, you lose the game, you're going to be mad. The Bengals offense, even with Joe Flacco, still putting up numbers. Let's hear from one of their stars, Jamar Chase. He was asked after the game, because he's a leader on the offense, is he going to go have a conversation with the defense? And here's Chase's response.
A leader or any of the leaders on the offense, is it good to get on the defense or stay in your lane?
I'm going to stay in my lane. I don't want no defensive player come and chew me out about what the I'm doing.
Yeah. He's not going to go down there and talk to who's a Bengals defender right now? Trey Henderson still active?
Still there.
Yeah.
Still there.
He's not
Third,
going to.
Jermaine Pratt.
Yeah, Jermaine Pratt. Or is he no longer there? He's not going to go down there.
I know Jesse Bates left a few years
Yeah,
ago.
he's a Falcon right now. He's not going to go down there and have a conversation.
That might be part of the problem, is that we don't know the names
Yeah.
of these.
They hired Al Golden to fix things. He is not.
Oh.
I'm not going to rip him. It just hasn't.
I know. I was like, oh, okay, so things have gotten better. Al
Nope.
Golden? No.
B.J. Hill, I know that
Okay,
name.
yeah.
Cam Taylor-Britt, Jordan Battle, the former Ohio State Buckeye. So these are names I would know. DJ Turner, the former Michigan Wolverine. I know a lot of these names because I know college football.
Shamar Stewart.
Yep, he got buried on the play by a Bears offensive lineman that got highlighted. So they
don't stay in your lane, Dell.
no, I'm not.
You
I'm
don't
not a
want
Beng-
them coming over to tell you what the F you're doing.
I'm not a Bengals
Okay.
offensive player.
Also-
I'm allowed to look at the defense and go, not so great.
Also, please, Cameron Taylor-Britt, please talk to Jamar Chase about what he should be doing. Like, of all, it would be one thing if Chase Brown said that. Jamar Chase is literally the best player on the team.
Well, speaking of Chase Brown, he was asked about it. He said, can we just finish an effing game? Finish effing game is what his thoughts were about it. He couldn't believe it. Jamar Chase talked about how he's never been in the spot before. I think when we speak to the differences about how one side of the ball is approaching it and the other, you heard Jamar Chase say, stay in his lane. We heard the defenders when asked, they didn't speak to the media. They said, see you on Monday. Multiple defenders said, we'll see you on Monday. I guess that's when they maybe have to talk in open locker room the day after. But I guess on a Sunday, they don't have to because no one on that side is going up to the dais or the podium to speak.
Not a podium game.
Yeah, not for those guys. So some of those guys, including the aforementioned Shamar Stewart, said, see you on Monday.
Maybe Trey Hendrickson's like, hopefully I get traded by then.
Is he on IR? Is he healthy?
I know he's missed games, but I didn't know if that was precautionary as like
He didn't play this week. He played against the Jets. So
yeah. Because I don't know if that's a like let's not risk him if we want to trade him.
Get rid of him,
Yeah.
Yeah, that's possible. So the Bengals, who were hoping to stay in the playoff race until Joe Burrow comes back, they have the offense to do it. They don't have the defense to do it.
No.
And your offensive stars are frustrated, but they're not going to go down there and talk to the defense.
I will say we do need to give Joe Flacco some flowers here.
He's been really good.
400 yards.
He's been really good.
Ridiculous.
Just out there slinging it. Doesn't
Especially for me, I went from watching the Texans game to watching this game.
Yeah.
It's like a different sport. It's like a different sport.
I'm not going to lie to you.
I'm not saying which one's better. I'm just saying I was like, oh my God, I watched the last like minute and there's 3 scores.
Do you think it's a problem for the Texans that we can say that on a week-to-week basis? Because I remember early in the year when Buffalo and the Ravens were playing.
That was also a different
sport.
That
Now
was week 1, yeah.
Yeah, so we said that as well. Now,
I was ready to hand Baltimore the Lombardi trophy.
Seems premature.
Yeah.
Pittsburgh got a big
didn't work
win.
out.
They beat the Colts, so the thoughts of the Ravens immediately creeping back into the race are maybe pushed aside for a little bit because everyone was pointing to the Colts going into Pittsburgh and winning that game as a reason why the Ravens were going to win this division. Yeah. The reason is they still get to play the Steelers twice, so that certainly helps. Much we talked about it, how it's
they have
in some ways
schedule,
like last year where they can catch them, partly because they played them a couple of times. Bills Chiefs. I gotta admit, I don't care about Bills Chiefs in the regular season. I don't care. I don't care what the Bills do in the regular season.
The Bills ruined the rivalry.
Do whatever you want against the Chiefs in the regular season. Do it in the playoffs, I'll say, when it comes. It's very reductive, but as far as the Bills are concerned, I don't care what you do to the Chiefs. I don't care that this might provide you with a chance for home field advantage against the Chiefs. I've seen this play out before. It doesn't matter to me. You can do less. That whole that song they play and they sing "Let's Go Buffalo," whatever the hell it is. Don't all of it. Don't care. I don't care that you held off Patrick Mahomes. Do it when it matters because you have not been able to do it for the better part of a decade now. This has been going on for how long?
Since like 2020 is the first time they played
the bubble
in the
year, the COVID year, right?
Yeah. Because 19 it was Texans.
Texans
Bills.
beat them.
Yeah. So yeah, he can't beat Patrick Mahomes.
Can't beat Burrow either.
Can't beat Deshaun Watson. Can't beat any of the best quarterbacks.
At least he can do it that time. He can't beat Joe Burrow in a playoff game. Yeah, so I don't care. It was great theater for CBS to talk about these two rivals and the Bills Chiefs at it again. Yawn.
It goes the same way every time, not just in the regular season, also in the post. Like, there's not a single. I mean, I do think there is one Chiefs win somewhere in there in the regular season, maybe early, but it goes the same way every single year. And like, yeah, I'm the same way where I'm like, it is reductive. Normally, when I say do it in the playoffs, I'm kind of joking. This one, I'm 100% serious. Doing the playoffs. Like, what are we?
I don't care
What are we talking about?
if for some reason these two teams played 8 times a year and the Bills won 7 and somehow the Chiefs still made the playoffs. I'm still taking the Chiefs in that playoff game.
Just every time.
I'm still taking them.
Every time.
Until the Bills show that throwing to Kincaid and Knox is something that can actually lead you to a Super Bowl.
Nah.
I'm out.
Yeah.
Don't care. Beat it. I imagine Spagnuolo will find ways when it matters, and I imagine Andy Reid will cook up something when it matters to beat him, and Patrick Mahomes will do the Patrick Mahomes thing.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Bills. Another win over the Chiefs in the regular season. It means nada to me until proven otherwise. All those Bills fans celebrating. You got to be in the back of their minds. They got to be thinking to themselves, yeah, this is great, but we've been through this before.
Yeah, we know. It happens literally every year.
Their hope better be that they don't have to deal with the Chiefs. Like, someone else gets them.
I would think that they have a better chance in the playoffs if the Chiefs won yesterday. Because I was like, oh, maybe the cycle is broken.
Yeah.
You know? No.
Their hope, much like it happens for other teams, someone else deals with them.
Yeah.
And then you are better equipped to beat the team that beats them. Like if the Colts, like the Chiefs go into Indy, if Indy has home field, which is now up for grabs, of course, because the Patriots are 7-2, the Broncos are, and so are the Colts. If, along with the Bills, if it happens where the Chiefs have to go on the road someplace and lose, that's your shot, Buffalo, because I ain't trusting you to get it done. All right, we'll go to break with that. We got one more segment to go before we wrap it up. You can still get in, 713-780-3776. Sean and I, for just a little bit longer, we'll be back.
YouTube TV customers, get the sports you love back on ESPN, including college football, college game day, tonight's Monday Night Football, NBA and college basketball action picking up later this week, and much more. You can act now. Go to keepmynetworks.com to get ESPN back.
It's the Del Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Del Olalea.
So I went and looked it up. Since Mahomes and Allen have started playing each other, that started in 2020, the first time they matched up against each other. The Bills have won every regular season matchup since the COVID year where the Chiefs beat them, and then the Chiefs went on to beat them in the playoffs. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. The Bills win the regular season matchup, and they haven't played each other every year in the playoffs, but since 2020, the Chiefs has beaten them. So it's great for the Bills fans temporarily, but if they have any self-awareness, they should know it doesn't mean what you hope it would mean. Go do it when it matters and see if you can get it done. I do think it's interesting that people talk about, hey, Josh Allen's eventually going to get over the hump. I guess in some ways, maybe, but Dan Marino never won a Super Bowl. There are no guarantees. But we know he's regular season dominant against the Kansas City Chiefs, so credit to him. Some other things in the NFL before we wrap it up. Tucker Kraft out for the year. He tore his ACL in the Packers loss to the Panthers, and I alluded to it earlier, but Jaden Daniels dislocated his elbow last night against the Seahawks, and he is out indefinitely. We will see. I mean, it may be a case of if the season is lost for the Commanders, they just shut him down, but he will be out for a good long while as he dislocated his elbow. So a tough night for the Commanders all around. They get blitzed by Sam Darnold and the Seahawks, and then they lose their starting quarterback. I don't whether you want to call it a soft year slump, but it all felt like it's been off for the Commanders really since Terry McLaurin sat out training camp, came back, got his money. He's been injured throughout the year. Debo, of course, is banged up, and then your quarterback has missed time previous, and when he gets back, he's out again. So, prime opportunity for the Cowboys to win a wild card or make a wild card because the Commanders are off the board, but the Cowboys have an awful defense. We'll see if they make a trade before the deadline to strengthen or bolster that defense. The Rockets won over the weekend. That's the good news. Outside of Dubon winning a Gold Glove, the Rockets win. Oh, look at that! They're just fine. 0-2. Look, no one overreacted, I would imagine. Yeah. And they're 3-2. They got the Mavericks tonight. Should be a win. And the Rockets are rolling right now. Shot the ball really well in Boston. And clearly, I know that question was asked maybe in the offseason of the three teams currently going. Who has the best shot of winning a title? Well, it's played out so far with the Astros out the door and the Texans seemingly on their way. It's Rocket season here, clearly. And probably should have been the first choice anyway. All right, that music means we're done for the day. We'll talk some Rockets tomorrow, see how they do against the Mavericks. We'll get more into the Texans because Amico will speak today. We'll see if there's an update on Stroud and after watching the film, what he thinks about his team. And we'll get into college football as well. Barely touched on it, but we'll talk about it quite a bit tomorrow. But since we're done for the day, Sean, what does that mean?
These sorry, pitiful, pathetic, weak, soft offensive linemen.
Thank you, Wood.
Yeah. Got a new addition.
For summing it up. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Are doing two things, Houston, and that's helping homeowners like yourself with their property problems and buying houses. In 2024, we bought 138 houses, and we want to buy more. We buy inherited houses, vacant houses, pretty houses, not so pretty houses, behind in payment houses. We even bought my tenant won't pay me the rent houses. We buy them all. We will buy your house in as-is condition. No repairs needed, no clean out, and we will pay for movers to help you move. Call me at 832-779-4000 for a same-day offer. That's 832-779-4000. Call for Sean with Greenlight offer, and I'll get your Greenlight number on your house today. Woo!
I'm Scott Hansen, host of NFL Red Zone. Lowe's knows Sundays are for football. That's why we're here to help you get your next DIY project done, even when the clock isn't on your side. Whether that's a new Filtrete filter or Bosch and Cobalt power tools, Lowe's has everything you need to feel like the MVP of DIY. So get it done and earn your Sunday. Shop now, in-store and online. Lowe's, official partner of the NFL.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like frames. Because you found a classic 70s concert poster. But when you went to get it framed, you realized the frame will cost about 4 times the amount of the poster. Which is actually absurd because no one will be looking at the frame, and if they are, then you severely overestimated how cool this poster is. But then you remember by switching your home and auto to Progressive, you could save hundreds and put it towards a classic 70s concert poster in an absurdly overpriced frame. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Hey, Lance Erline here. You know I don't play around when it comes to burgers. And Burger Chan is the real deal. And now they're giving us more chances to enjoy it because they're open for dinner Wednesday through Saturday. Plus, they're open for lunch now on Mondays. And to celebrate football season and their new hours, they got a deal. Walk in there the day after a hometown football win, mention ESPN Radio or say Go Texan, and you score a free side order with your entree. That's Victory Mondays at Burger Chan. It's BurgerChanHTX.com.
Hi, this is Harold Gunn.
And this is Bill Olson. Texas Outdoor News is the longest running, most award-winning outdoor radio show in the state for a lot of good reasons.
We bring you the latest news and information about hunting and fishing across our great state and beyond.
And our guests are who's who from industry, government, and the field.
Texas Outdoor News is brought to you by Ford Trucks and your best in Texas Ford dealers. Join us Saturday mornings at 6, Sunday at 7 on ESPN 97.5.
This is Ron Ansana with your market scoreboard report on ESPN 97.5.
Stocks are edging higher, extending last week's gains, while the NASDAQ is leading the way up more than 100 points in the early going. It's going to be a news-heavy week. We not only get ADP's estimate of how many jobs were created, nothing from the government, of course, because the unemployment report hasn't been collected since the shutdown is now entering nearly the longest in history. Meanwhile, we have markets up around the world, Europe and Asia up across the board. We also have a lot of other economic data coming out in the way of earnings reports that'll get from some of the big tech companies that haven't reported yet, and the S&P 500 showing very solid earnings thus far this season. Oil prices are down 11 cents this morning. Yields on the 10-year note 4.09%. The dollar is slightly firmer. Gold is rebounding $21 to $4,017 the ounce. Of course, another big event this week, the Supreme Court begins to hear oral arguments as to whether or not the president's tariffs on other countries will in fact be illegal. The Supreme Court will make at least hear that decision on Wednesday. That's when it all starts. How it ends up is an open question.
John and Lance, weekday mornings from 7 to 10. ESPN 97.5.
KFNC 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston.
Presented by Zadok Jewelers.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
Miguel Rojas!
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Smith with a smash. Betts has it, steps on the bag. The throw to first. Double play!
Live from the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles.
To beat the champ, you gotta knock him out!
Coming up on today's show, complete Week 10 roundup, World Series recap, Monday night preview, and now it's Rich Eisen.
Oh, baby, do we
have a Monday show in store for you right here live on Disney Plus, the ESPN app everywhere, and ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. My Lord, did we have so many sporting moments over the weekend that will last for quite some time to talk about with you. Once again, here on a Monday, we have no guests. It's just us talking about it in studio and then us talking about it with you at 844-204-RICH being the number to dial here on this program. Good to see you over there, Christopher Brockman. How are you?
Rich, I'm great, man. It's Victory Monday. Let's do this.
Well, you and I, it's also Overreaction Monday. We just completed that podcast. It's available for everybody in their RSS feeds, along with all of us here on the Rich Eisen Show. The cut-down version of it airs at 4:30 Eastern Time on ESPN2. And then the full version of it on our YouTube channel. If you want to watch it, youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show. You want to hear it, get it wherever you get your podcasts. It's already in the books. Good to see you over there. Jason Feller wearing his Dodger black. Good to see you over there, sir.
My blood pressure's still elevated. Canadian wife won't talk to me. I'm on cloud nine.
We'll talk about all of it later on. That kind of just sums it all up.
That was awesome.
And to say you can't go home again, it's clearly the case now for Jason Feller. Good to see you over there, TJ Jefferson, Candles Lit. How are you, sir? Good to see you.
You know, Steelers special teams coach Danny Smith has all that gum in his mouth.
Okay, look at you.
I'm going to try to see if I can get as much gum.
Oh, my gosh.
Well, that's only two. Okay, very good. Good. TJ with the props and the jokes.
That's all I really bring.
Listen, everybody, week 9 in the books with the exception of the Monday Nighter right here on the ESPN family of networks. Between the Cardinals coming off their bye and the Dallas Cowboys needing to get back to 500 as soon as possible, with the Eagles on a bye week and getting stronger. We'll talk about that on the program. But it's every year, it seems now. The football gods out there see fit for all of our viewing pleasure and competition pleasure, seem fit to get together and say, these two all-world quarterbacks don't play in the same division, but let's have them play every single year anyway. And back in the day, for us, I guess, dare I say it, a generation ago, maybe, Peyton Manning and Tom Brady did it all the time. And now it appears the football gods want Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen to play every year. They played in Week 9 in Western New York for the 6th straight season. 6 seasons in a row. They don't play in the same divisions. And it's the first time that they matched up as MVP quarterbacks. I mentioned this stat on Overreaction Monday. Might as well mention it here.
Do it.
They've hit double digits now in terms of facing one another, 10. And now it was their first matching up as MVP quarterbacks. The record for most matchups in the history of the National Football League between MVP quarterbacks, the aforementioned Brady and Manning played each other 17 times. They were division mates for 1 year. Okay. Right. Brady came in 2001 when the Colts were in the AFC East. Next year, realignment. They go their separate ways, but still, they faced each other 17 times. And then, including the playoffs, by the way, another 17 times, Johnny Unitas and Bart Starr faced each other many other generations ago, 17 times. So it was the first time they faced each other as MVP quarterbacks. It was another first as well. It was the first time Mahomes and Allen faced each other when neither were in first place. That's right. As we all know, the Bills lost to the Patriots on a Sunday night. They lost to each other, just to get this exactly correct. This game was in Week 5 of the NFL campaign, when Drake May came in and shocked everyone in Western New York and won under the lights against the Buffalo Bills. And they have yet to lose since, which is why the Bills were not in first place coming into this game. And as we all know, the Chiefs famously started 0-2, and the Broncos aren't losing football games. They've won 6 in a row now after they beat the Texans yesterday, 18-15. And the Chargers keep winning. And the Chargers were the ones who began to put the Chiefs in that 0-2 hole in Brazil. So that's all mentioned as the backdrop of this game, because it's a rarity when you see two MVP quarterbacks face one another. It's a rarity for these two to face each other as non-first place teams. And it's also a rarity that these two teams are, because of that last stat, at a crossroads. They're teams at a crossroads of the season. Because as the Chiefs were losing in Western New York, the Jacksonville Jaguars escaped in Las Vegas. And the Jaguars are one of the 4 teams to have beaten the Chiefs this year. And they come off their bye, and they are now 5-3, and the Chiefs are 5-4 heading off into their bye. And the Bills, had they lost this game, watching the Patriots win again in Atlanta, that result, in New England against Atlanta, which can't make a field goal or an extra point for their lives. That might be the difference between the Falcons making the playoffs or not at the end of the year. Mm-hmm. They lose by 1 in New England. The Bills take the field yesterday knowing they've got to win to keep pace with Drake May. And the team they have to beat are the Chiefs. And I don't want to hear it. That, well, the Bills keep beating the Chiefs in the regular season and the Chiefs just keep beating them in the playoffs. Even though that is correct.
And that is exactly what happens.
I know. The Bills have now won 5 in a row against the Chiefs in the regular season, and the Chiefs have won the last 4 against the Bills in the postseason. As a matter of fact, 3 of the last 5 Bills campaigns have come at the hands of the Chiefs after the Bills beat the Chiefs in the regular season. But coming into this game, as I mentioned, with neither quarterback, MVP quarterback, being in first place, a loss might eventually mean they're not making the playoffs at all. And sure enough, the Bills, despite boat racing Carolina, which turned right around and won in Green Bay against a team in Green Bay that smoked the Steelers in Pittsburgh, only to turn around and lose every ounce of mojo that they had to lose to Carolina, while Pittsburgh flipped the script and got 6 takeaways of the hottest team in the NFL and hottest quarterback running back combination in the NFL in Indianapolis. You can't tell week to week what's going to happen. So you need to take care of business in the week that you're playing. And the Bills playing a Chiefs team that could ill afford to lose if they wanted to make it 10 straight years atop their division. And the Chiefs are taking on a Bills team that could ill afford to lose if they want to win their 5th straight time atop the AFC East. This is big. And I don't care that the Bills boat raced Carolina and Carolina won in Green Bay. They, in their own locker room with the defense being maligned and now missing Ed Oliver for potentially the rest of the season, they went ahead and they pressured Mahomes like it was the Bucs in the Super Bowl. Mahomes is not used to getting pressured like he did yesterday. 52.6% of his dropbacks were pressured. Only the 4th game in his career when he was pressured on 50 or more percent of his dropbacks. The other 3 games happened from 2018 to 2020. So the Bills turned back the clock on Mahomes in terms of him running for his life. 2nd worst passer rating in his career, 57.2%. You don't think that means anything to the Bills, who aren't guaranteed a division this time around, like whenever they face each other before, the Bills and the Chiefs? They're not even guaranteed a playoff spot with the way the rest of the AFC West is going, and the Ravens coming on stronger, one would think. James Cook. I said it the other day, just keep finding number 4. Don't forget the reason why he was holding out or holding in and you paid him anyway. 27 carries. This is what we're talking about. Put the bell cow on him and see what he can do. 114 rushing yards. First 100-yard rushing game by a Bill against a Chief. Pardon me, but of anybody against the Chiefs since Zamir White did it. If you remember the Christmas Day surprise of the Raiders in Arrowhead.
Zamir White.
In 2023, and the only one who's had more rush yards through the first 8 games in the history of the Bills than Cook's 867 is OJ, who had 1,100 plus in 73 and 75. He won the MVP award in 73, by the way. It's a career-high number of carries. 6 career games now with 20 or more carries. Half of them have come this year because the Bills understand This is how you do it. And then Josh Allen, man, this is unbelievable. You want to talk about a remarkable quarterback performance in a game where it really mattered. Again, I don't want to hear it that they don't do it against the Chiefs in the postseason, because that can change at any postseason, and there's no guarantee they're going to see each other this postseason. You got to make it to the postseason before you worry about this stuff when they, again, faced each other for the first time without being in first place. Josh Allen, 23 of 26 for 273 passing yards and a passing touchdown. His 2 rushing touchdowns give him 79 in his career. That is the most of anybody in the history of the NFL. He broke the tie with Cam Newton at the top. This is the one that's kind of crazy. He's got 7 rushing touchdowns this year now. First quarterback in NFL history with 6 or more rushing touchdowns in each of their first 8 career seasons. The other ones are named Jim Brown, Marshall Faulk, and LaDainian Tomlinson. He's a quarterback. 6th player in NFL history to do so in any 8-season stretch of a career. That widens out the net to Derrick Henry and fellow Bill Thurman Thomas to be in the mix. He's unbelievable, and he did it when they needed it. They need it. I don't care that they don't do it in January or February, because this year neither may get the chance. And this is what exactly the Buffalo Bills needed to do. You put up the AFC standings, if you don't mind, Mr. Hoskins, please. Because the Buffalo Bills now are the top wild card team, a half game behind the Patriots, who won again, as I mentioned. They've been on fire since starting 1-2, 6 wins in a row for New England, which now visits Tampa next. And the Bucs are coming off of a bye. That's a big win, while the Bills next visit Miami, which, as you know, has a dumpster that's apparently on fire. So that was massive for the Bills, because otherwise they would be a 5-3 team, just like the Jaguars, and the Chiefs would be 6-3, right in front of them with a tiebreak on top of them, because they might not win their division either. And that possibility just got that much larger because they're 5-4. The Chargers, who beat them, are a game and a half ahead of them. The Broncos, who they have yet to play, the Chiefs go on a bye, and they come off that bye at Denver, which after their 6th straight win, Denver now starts Week 10 in 3 nights against a Raiders team that has Brock Bowers back healthy, 3 touchdowns against the Jaguars. But that's a tall order for them against a defense that is killing it and taking scalps. So the Chiefs now head into their bye in this situation, which is way worse than the Bills situation, and it could be absolutely different. And that's why I don't even care about their postseason records against each other. This was a big win for the Bills and a tough loss for the Chiefs, who head into their bye week 1 game over 500. It's the first time in the Mahomes era that the Chiefs haven't hit their bye at least 3 over 500. So they are now in a spot that they're not used to being in. This is what Mahomes had to say after the loss.
We've had great moments. We've had bad moments. We got to be more consistent as a team. I got to be more consistent at quarterback. And we got to be able to battle. I mean, we've kind of been in a lot of these tight, close games in our history, but they're not going our way now. So how can we deal with that adversity? How can we be better and learn from it? I mean, you only learn from so many losses. I mean, you got to learn from it fast. And it's going to be an uphill battle when we get back. But I think our guys are up to it.
I mean, the 4th and 17 he converted was unbelievable to Rashee Rice, who is definitely back, 4 catches, 80 receiving yards. He had his first rushing touchdown of his career. By the way, 11th different wide receiver to rush for a touchdown in the Mahomes era. And it just gives you an idea of how diverse that offense can be when it's clicking, which it can, and it is. And Kelsey's playing way better than a lot of people thought that he would follow up last year's season with. There's a lot to hang your hat on if you're Kansas City. The problem is they started 0-2. They started 0-2, and hopefully they get healthier and come back, and then they have their 2 games against Denver, which is the way through. It's their way through. They do have the Colts coming off of their bye after they visit visit Berlin this weekend against Atlanta. They're at Dallas on Thanksgiving. They're home for Houston on a Sunday night, and Houston's only giving up 15 points per game despite being 3-5. The Chargers, they have to win that. These are all pretty much must-wins for Kansas City to repeat as AFC West champs for a 10th straight year. And if not, they got to win enough to make the playoffs and then go through as a wild card, which they've never done. They've been on the road before, as we know, and made the Super Bowl, having beaten Buffalo and then Baltimore, and then went to the Super Bowl and then won it.
But never from the wild card.
That is correct, sir. They've won it every single year from the spot of AFC West champs. So that's why, again, this is a massive win for Buffalo. Tough loss for Kansas City. Doesn't take the Chiefs off. The loser wasn't going to be removed from the chessboard. But I don't want to hear it about the Bills can't do it in January because they might not see the Chiefs at all.
Well, the Bills can't do it in January.
Well, I understand what you're saying, Chris. They haven't done it.
And especially against KC 0-4.
I understand it, but there's some people on this team that it doesn't matter to them, and they also can't go into life thinking that the inevitable is going to happen to them anyway. But what they want to do is they want to play at home because that advantage is significant. Certainly it's the last time they're playing in this house. They want that. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. When we come back, we hit the NFC North, which had the puzzle pieces just tossed straight up in the air in week number 9. Bears are back in it. The Vikings are flat out in the mix as the Packers and the Lions stub their toes at home. There's the Colts losing to the Steelers. The Steelers defense rising up. We've got a great new segment about a Mike Tomlin soundbite. As you know, he's very quotable. It's called Straight Outta Tomlin. It's awesome. And we've got some great Did You Knows to end hour number 1. Also, still to come on this program, my breakdown of World Series games 6 and 7, which were, I wrote it down here. Drunk. They were drunk. The games were drunk. 844-204-RICH, number to dial right here on the Rich Eisen Show. Don't go anywhere. So much to talk about on this Monday.
Michelle's Moment here for Gainbridge and their Give Back program, Gainbridge Assist, powered by Parity. Gainbridge and Gainbridge Assist, powered by Parity's goal is to empower girls and women through sports and education, providing 32 organizations in 21 states $222 of grant funding during 2025. These grants aim to level the playing field and expand access to sports and education for girls and women across the country. Here's to a future with no limits for women's sports with Gainbridge and Gainbridge Assist, powered by Parity.
Hey, it's Desmond Howard. You want to win the weekend? It all starts with the tailgate. And for me, that means Kingsford Charcoal.
They've been bringing the flavor, the smoke, and the heat since 1920. No wonder they're still the gold standard of grilling. So fire it up, feed your crew, and let the smoke do the talking. Kingsford, the king of the tailgate. Get it today at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Sean Mapes here to tell you that Prize Picks is the best way to win cash on your Texans and Rockets this season. Which players are going to go off? Which ones are overhyped? Make your picks in less than 60 seconds and turn your takes into cash all season long on Prize Picks. Prize Picks is the only app that offers stacks, meaning you can pick the same player up to 3 times in the same lineup. Want to pick more on Kevin Durant's points, rebounds, and three-pointers? Now you can pick them all in the same lineup only on Prize Picks. You can also follow other Prize Picks players directly on the app with the new feed tab. Follow a friend, a celebrity, or maybe your favorite local radio personality and check out every lineup they create with just one click. PrizePicks also offers injury reboots. If one of your players leaves the game in the first half and doesn't return, PrizePicks won't count it as a loss. Download the PrizePicks app and use code MAPES to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. PrizePicks. It's good to be right.
Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
You've heard me talking about Two Creeks Crossing Resort. What a beautiful, relaxing place. We took the family when school got out, and we had a fantastic time. We stayed in the treehouse. You know, the kids love that. I drove up after I got off work and was there in 90 minutes, which is pretty close to my normal commute. The family took it all in, from exploring their 92-acre property to fishing in the creeks and their catch-and-release pond, which the kids loved. Everybody had a great time, and we can't wait to go back. Book now at twocreekscrossingresort.com.
Hi, I'm Danny Clark, owner of Collectors Firearms. We're celebrating our 50th year in business, and we would like to invite you to come see our 12,000 guns in stock. Don't let the name fool you. We carry all the latest and greatest guns, in addition to the antiques and collectibles. We even have a tank right out front. Have you been putting off cleaning your guns? Bring them to us, and we will give you a basic cleaning free of charge while you wait. Come see us at Westheimer at Voss, CollectorsFirearms.com. That's CollectorsFirearms.com.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000, and they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-761-9065. 800-761-9065. 800-761-9065.
Priority Tax Relief. I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
With Progressive, it's easy to reach customer service with our app, website, chat, or by phone. Because when getting help is hard, it's not help at all.
Little help. A little help over here.
Thank you for calling Bench Press Assistance.
What?
Due to excessive gym volume, all available spotters are currently lifting heavy weights off the chests of other bench pressers.
Seriously?
Please continue to hold, and we will remove the barbell from your chest in the order in which your cry for help was received.
Getting assistance should be easy. With Progressive, it is. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
When you switch to Progressive, you could save bundling your home and auto. Then you could put that money towards some of the surprisingly more expensive things in life.
Attention passengers, we've reached 10,000 feet and internet is now available for purchase.
I just paid hundreds for this flight, and you can't even throw in internet? I'll just take the free pretzels.
Sorry, but I do have snack boxes for sale.
I'm just gonna sleep.
In that case, we are selling pillows and blankets as well.
I'll just breathe. That's free, right?
Life costs a lot, so bundle and you could save with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Straight Talk knows the best holiday gift is simply saying yes.
Yes, you can stay up late. Sure, more cookies. Of course we can watch that movie again.
That's why we give you real unlimited data, so you can say yes to all of your family's streaming, scrolling, and sharing. And now at Straight Talk, get another gift worth giving, a free 5G phone with select plans. Because yes is the best gift to give.
Yes!
And receive. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Back here on the Rich Eisen Show on ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. The Green Bay Packers.
Speaking of green.
Absolutely destroyed the Pittsburgh Steelers on Sunday Night Football. And I was talking about how great it must feel for Jordan Love to do what he did as a guy who'd been sitting behind Rodgers, wondering when he's going to get his chance for Green Bay, knowing the future plan was for him to be the Green Bay quarterback, knowing invariably he would be on the same field as Rodgers as an opposing quarterback. And for him to come up with 360 passing yards and one of his best performances, 20 straight completions, must have felt great for him. And then he shows up back home on his 27th birthday. And this is a big number, because if anybody's been paying any attention to any show that talks about anything to do with the Green Bay Packers, you've seen the number 27 for the quarterback means something, because that was the age at which Bart Starr won a championship and Favre and Rodgers won their only championships with Green Bay. And now here's Love at 5-1-1, happy birthday, Jordan Love, you're 27. And then he plays one of his worst games of his life.
Pretty bad.
And you tip the cap to the Carolina Panthers, man. They got Bryce Young back. He didn't have a terrific game, although Micah Parsons didn't get a single pressure on him. It's the first time in his career that he bageled in the quarterback pressures department. And the Packers, in a game that everybody was chalking up, they wind up losing on a last-second field goal, 16-13, absolutely stunned at home in front of the faithful. 80 passer rating for Jordan Love, his lowest passer rating in a game, in his first game without a passing touchdown all year long. Rico Dowdle, man.
Heard of him.
25 carries, 130 yards. Rico. Now you heard of him, huh?
Hit him with the Rico.
2 rushing touchdowns. He has totally taken over this role for the Panthers, despite them paying Chuba Hubbard prior to last year's game in Munich that I called against the Giants. Talk about a crossroads. That was Daniel Jones' last start as a Giant. He got cut, and the Panthers have not looked back, and they are now above 500 through their first 9 games for the first time in 6 seasons. They were 5-4 through 9 games played in 2019. They lost every game after that, finished 5-11. But listen, this was big for them to go into Green Bay and stop the top-ranked team, number 1 atop the NFC standings team in their own home. And this is the reason why you can't sit around and go, oh, that team is great. That team has no chance. I wonder how many survivor pools got busted with that one. You can't sit here and say, also, Green Bay has no chance moving forward because, again, you just throw that one out for Jordan Love and Micah Parsons. They haven't played like that all year long. The one issue about moving forward is Tucker Kraft may be done for the year.
Confirmed.
It is, in fact.
Yeah, as far as that's good.
And he was the yards after the catch machine. I know this fact off the top of my head because we did a piece on it in NFL Game Day Morning on NFL Network on Sunday. 11.2 yards after the catch for Tucker Kraft, most by any player in the NFL at the wide receiver or tight end position, the most by a tight end since they started tracking such things 19 seasons ago. Really? To the point where we were saying that the Packers were serving up helpings of Kraft yak and cheese.
I know.
I actually dropped a microphone on the set after delivering that line. That's a problem. But Josh Jacobs is not. Again, he had another rushing touchdown, at least 1 in 7 out of 8 games. That's the most such games in the NFL entering tonight's Monday Night Football contest. So the run game's working. The passing game's going to get better, one would think, certainly from yesterday. It's proven to have been better. Problem is that they're 5-2-1 now. And one would think with J.J. McCarthy coming off of the sideline after being hurt since week 2, and he gets his first start since week 2 against the Lions team that's 5-2, coming off of a bye. Carolina had to think to themselves, we just knocked Green Bay out of first place in their division. But that's not the case. Because there's J.J. McCarthy showing up. You know, it's one of my favorite subject matters. I'm biased. Everybody knows it. Because we're both Michigan men who know how to win. But I understand there were lots of doubts. And there were doubts here, too. I even went higher register last Thursday. I think it's all going to work out for J.J. McCarthy. Not worried about him. And the words always about J.J. is, well, he doesn't really have to throw all that much because Michigan did all the running, forgetting about all those deep throws he made in Ohio, where he's also still undefeated. Same for Colston Loveland. We'll get to that later. J.J. McCarthy, 3 total touchdowns 2 in the air, 1 on the ground. Did everything he needed to do in the moment, as fellow Michigan man Tom Brady was pointing out on the Fox broadcast. Ended the Vikings' 4-game losing streak in Detroit. Detroit was 3-0 at home this year. Their last home loss was last year against the Bills. So J.J. McCarthy removes Josh Allen as the last quarterback to have beaten the Lions at home in the regular season. Removes Jaden Daniels in that category overall, a guy who is the unicorn coming into this season, and we all know this season's now in doubt for him. Every throw McCarthy needed to make, it was on point. It was accurate. It was exactly where it needed to be, including the one to Naylor that nailed the coffin shut on the Lions. Great throw. Brady was saying, way to go. Tom doesn't just throw those around because he's rooting for a Michigan man. That's a fact.
Well, I mean.
No, it's true, man. It's true. And the ankle sprain, because he was hurt, not on a sabbatical, J.J. McCarthy takes that talk and shoves it in places where the sun does not shine. It's just one game. Just one game. But boy, did he come up with it. J.J. McCarthy emotional about it.
It was awesome. Yeah, it's just when you're hurt, being on IR last year and being out for 5 weeks, it absolutely kills me not being out there with those guys because I love every single one of them. And, I know they got my back and I got theirs the rest of the way.
And that's the shirt that he's wearing. You see it says JJ, the blue collar shirt. That was issued by Jim Harbaugh back in the day. He wore that shirt as a Frosh quarterback to the MSU game.
JJ Automotive. And
so he's back in the state of Michigan, where he's also still undefeated. It's such a great day.
And Tom Brady has none of those same feelings.
No, I'm definitely more biased than Tom. But although I don't have my name all over the locker room there in Ann Arbor, as you guys have seen. No, so listen, it helped to have Aaron Jones back before he went out. Aaron Jones had a ton of production, 98 scrimmage yards. Jordan Mason had 10 carries on top of it. Run the ball like that. Protect J.J. enough for him to make the throws, and then we talked about this, Christopher, on our Overreaction Monday pod. The defense, man.
Yeah. Brian Flores, masterpiece.
Season high 5 sacks, 11 quarterback hits. And last year, when, again, Sam Darnold was a quarterback there, one of the 2 quarterbacks we keep hearing about the Vikings screwed up by letting leave because J.J. McCarthy couldn't do it. Last year's 2 losses to the Lions in the regular season that caused them to go on the road and be one and done by the Rams in a wild card weekend. Jahmyr Gibbs had 160 scrimmage yards or more and multiple touchdowns in both Lions wins. On Sunday, a career-low 28 scrimmage yards.
Yeah.
First game in over the last 2 seasons, he had fewer than 50 scrimmage yards. That's spoken like a guy who has Jahmyr Gibbs in fantasy and has got left a mark this morning.
You can say that.
Same thing with all Jonathan Taylor fantasy folks.
Yep.
But the Lions held to just 65 rush yards. That's it. Detroit, in case you're wondering, has been averaging through the first 8 weeks of the season 133.7 rush yards a game. So the Vikings defense made J.J. McCarthy's performance stand up. And, hey, J.J., again, we need to see more. Obviously, I'm having my fun. I love crowing about him and leading with my chest and speaking with it. But McCarthy may just have a little bit of what you want in a quarterback in the National Football League, which is resilience and coming up big in tough spots. He becomes just the 3rd quarterback of the Super Bowl era, drafted in the first round, to have 2 road divisional victories in his first 3 career starts. The others are named Patrick Mahomes and Dan Marino. So good on you, J.J. McCarthy. They are now 4-4. But they're a last-place team because the Chicago Bears, everybody.
The Bears. The Bears.
The Bears won 4 in a row and then lost to Snoop Huntley. Mm-hmm. And they almost went back-to-back in losing to Snoop Huntley and Joe Flacco. because despite the offensive performance that they were getting in every phase, in every phase, this kid Monangai may have just listen. When you hear in the NFL that it stands for not for long, and I don't care how healthy a room may be with running backs and receivers and quarterbacks, but everybody wants the starting gig, which is why if you are hurt, you don't want to be hurt for long, because if you're out,
dude,
adios. And DeAndre Swift certainly hasn't looked like Monangai did. Kyle Monangai, 26 carries. How about this? Rutgers in the house. 176 rush yards, 6.8 yards per carry. Last rookie to run for as many rush yards was Anthony Thomas in 2001.
A-Train.
So DeAndre Swift misses the game with a groin injury, and Caleb Williams is catching a touchdown pass from DJ Moore. And the Bears take the lead only to cough it up. That 15-point lead, they cough up in the last minute plus of the game because Joe Flacco is finding T. Higgins, who drops nothing, and finding Chase and finding everybody and throwing for over 400 yards for the first time in his career. And then lo and behold, an onside kick worked. Onside kick works. And he gives the Bears the lead. And sure enough, the Bengals defense, much maligned for good reason, gets him Caleb into a third down situation. Caleb runs for the first down and then throws over the middle to Colston Loveland, the rookie tight end, who takes it the distance because the Bengals just try to knock him down instead of tackling him.
That was amazing.
That play was amazing.
And that was basically the Bears-Bengals game from start, which, by the way, started with a Bengals kickoff return for a touchdown. By the way, on the day, may he now rest in peace, Bob Trumpy, the former Bengal, who, as you know, turned into a terrific NBC announcer.
Sure did.
He called some Super Bowls with Dick Enberg, but his original partner, the one that you would always hear him on every Sunday for the AFC West, I'm getting goosebumps, was named Charlie Jones. Do you know the name of the Bengal who returned the opening kick for a touchdown is? Charlie Jones. Can't make it up. Charlie Jones with a touchdown. That's how it started, and that's how it ended. It was basically the football version of a Dodgers-Blue Jays World Series game. Wild.
Yeah, it was.
And the Bears are now 5-3. The Bears are now a half game behind the Packers. The Bears are now in third place behind the Lions because they lost that Week 2 game, that boat race of a win that gave the Lions a 4-game win streak before they've lost 2 of their last 3. Look at the NFC North standings. 4 teams separated by a game and a half. Unbelievable. The Bears next up go home to take on the Giants before they visit Minnesota, have Pittsburgh, and then after that home game against Rodgers, back in that building, is going to be lit. Lit. Bears fans might start drinking for that now.
You're probably right.
And then the day after Thanksgiving on Prime Video at Philadelphia, let's go before they take on Green Bay twice. Some big-time Bears games if they can keep playing like consistent football. And the takeaways, they've had 3 or more takeaways now. After this victory, that Bears defense have 3 or more takeaways in a football game now for 5 games this season. Let's go.
Yeah, Rich, about 2 weeks before the season started on No Contest Wrestling, we had the WWE Tag Team Street Profits on.
Yes, sir.
Montez Ford and Angelo Dawkins. Ford is a Bears fan. Dawkins is a Bengals fan. And they start trash-talking each other about this game in Week 9. And I was sitting there like, yeah, no one's as excited about this game as you two are, trust me. And it turned out that might have been the craziest game of
Well, I can't say the year. You can't say the year because we've seen some other ones that are just off the charts.
It lived up to their expectations.
8th game since '83 with multiple go-ahead touchdowns in the last 60 seconds of regulation. How does that sound? To back up your play right there.
Yeah.
And as I mentioned, the Bears, no turnovers, and they had a 5th game this year. All 5 of their wins have featured 3 or more takeaways. They've got the best turnover margin in the NFL on plus 13. And Ben Johnson's pulling out bags, tricks all over the place. And they're in the mix. Everybody's in the mix. Everybody's looking alive in the NFC North entering Week 10. When we come back, the Bengals side of things. And then that Colts-Steelers game before we wrap up hour number 1 of this Week 9 edition. Phone lines are lit. We've got more than enough time to take your calls. Coming up.
This college football moment is brought to you by ServPro.
College football teams have moments they recovered from and made it like it never even happened. Like on September 24th, 2016, when Tulsa found themselves down 31-0 to Fresno State. With 10 minutes left in the second quarter, Tulsa fought back to tie the game at 41. And then won 48-41 in double overtime.
ServPro. Like it never even happened.
Feeling stuck on your own 10-yard line in the career game? Maybe it's time to just go for IT. My Computer Career has the game plan to score a rewarding new IT career in months. Whether you're a rookie, a breakout career changer, or a military veteran ready to serve. Why spend years chasing a college degree when you can fast-track your future in IT starting now? Take your mark, get set, go for IT. Take the free career evaluation at mycomputercareer.edu today. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. You know I'm a numbers guy, and I like the numbers that Daspit Law Firm is putting up for their clients. The super team at Daspit Law handles a full range of personal injury cases, and they are getting results from their clients in big numbers. Car accidents, truck accidents, industrial accidents, construction accidents, maritime accidents, offshore accidents. These are all areas where if it's you or someone you know, I encourage you to get a free case review from John Daspit with the Daspit Law Firm. Call 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW.
You've heard me talking about Two Creeks Crossing Resort. What a beautiful, relaxing place. We took the family when school got out, and we had a fantastic time. We stayed in the treehouse. You know the kids love that. I drove up after I got off work and was there in 90 minutes, which is pretty close to my normal commute. The family took it all in, from exploring their 92-acre property to fishing in the creeks and their catch-and-release pond, which the kids loved. Everybody had a great time, and we can't wait to go back. Book now at twocreekscrossingresort.com.
John Granato here. Walking into Republic Boot Company at 11th and Studewood in the Heights is like walking into a time machine to the Republic of Texas. Seriously, go check it out. Whether it's their exclusive 1836 collection of all leather boots or a customized pair with whatever material and design you want, these are going to be the most comfortable boots you've ever worn. Hats, suits, and all kinds of handmade leather products in a Texas-inspired haven. Book their space for your next event. Republic Boot Company, where tradition meets style. RepublicBootCompany.com.
Hey, Houston, Lance Zerline here. Listen, if you're craving authentic Mexican flavor, head to Taqueria Surroundus. Since 1981, they've been serving up mouth-watering tacos, sizzling fajitas, and fresh tortas that hit the right spots. Family-friendly vibes, bold flavors, and prices that will not break the bank. Whether it's breakfast, lunch, or dinner, Taqueria Surroundus has you covered. Find a location nearest you and taste the tradition. Taqueria Surroundus, Houston's go-to for real Mexican food. Vamos, let's eat.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. And they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-761-9065. 800-761-9065. 800-761-9065.
Priority Tax Relief.
John, what are you doing? Get in my car.
So why are you walking to work?
Thanks, man. It's these insanely high gas prices. They're draining my bank account. I can't afford to drive anymore.
Dude, don't walk. Just do what I do, because I never pay full price for gas anymore. I use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Oh, wait. You're telling me you get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code PROFIT for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code PROFIT. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code PROFIT for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code PROFIT.
Means nothing. Back here on the Rich Eisen Show on ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. ESPN Radio, again, presented by Progressive Insurance, supporting you every step of the way, progressive.com. Just been talking about Jamar Chase doing his best to say, you know, I don't want defensive players chewing me out and telling me what I've done wrong, even though he rarely does. Well, honestly, if he said if he flat out came out and talked about the rift that has to be taking place anyway in that locker room. You're 3-6, season's going down the tubes. The front office does something aggressive to get you a quarterback that, say, just in the case of Chase, gets you 62 targets since they brought Joe Flacco on as a starter. So this is all working. And T. Higgins became the third player in the Super Bowl era with the receiving touchdowns in 9 straight home games, tying Jerry Rice with the Niners and the guy who once upon a time only caught touchdowns in Philadelphia, but then did so. His record of 10 straight was with Minnesota. This is Chase Brown's doing what he's doing, but the defense can't stop a cold. What's he going to do if he comes out and says, this sucks? My defensive teammates are the reason why we're 3-6.
I don't mean maybe to like a media member, but I guess my question is internally.
I don't know what that would do either. What's it going to do?
Well, I mean, people speak up about their teammates all the time, right, Chris? I mean,
I don't know. It just seems maybe they need to do something.
I don't know what it is. What's fire the coach in the middle of the season? That ain't happening. You know, Mike Brown. I mean, we've got a drop. We've got a drop for whenever Mike Brown signs anybody. The last thing he's going to do is fire a coach and open up his Velcro wallet to pay someone to not coach the Cincinnati Bengals. One of them. Just ask anybody. Never. They were hoping to hear that when Marvin Lewis kept on winding up short. You know, that's just not going to happen.
But this was all also very predictable. They didn't do anything different in the offseason. They made no changes.
Well, they got Shamar Stewart, who hasn't done anything.
Who hasn't done anything. And it was like, can Joe Burrow outscore everybody and hang on and win games? And then he goes down, and now Flacco is absolutely balling. The dude had the second most passing yards in a single game for a player over 40.
Mm-hmm.
Tom Brady threw for 500 in the Super Bowl. Nope, doesn't matter.
I don't think it would help anything. I don't know what's to be done. There's a trade deadline in the next 24 hours. You're 3-6. Joe Burrow might not be coming back.
People are trying to get Trey Hendrickson.
The Bengals and the Bengals and the Commanders right now are teetering on the edge of what do we do?
Yeah.
Both are 3-6. Meanwhile, you know, the Pittsburgh Steelers, let's talk about them in the few minutes we have left in hour number one. They get torched by Jordan Love and the Packers at home. We're all wondering, is there something going on with the Steelers defense that is fixable? Gerald McCoy on NFL Game Day morning on Sunday morning said, looking at the tape and watching this team, they are the least physical Mike Tomlin team he's ever seen.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and he goes, I don't know if whatever Tomlin's saying isn't being heard or listened to, but this does not look like a Pittsburgh Steelers physical defense, lots of hats to the ball, creating havoc. And if you told me going into the Colts-Steelers game yesterday that the Indianapolis Colts, who had not a single, despite Daniel Jones's renaissance, didn't have a single 100-yard receiver all season long, would have not one in Michael Pittman Jr., but two in Alec Pierce, and Daniel Jones would throw for almost 350 yards passing, I would have thought they got boat raced again, the Steelers. But it is the exact opposite. Jonathan Taylor, just 45 yards rushing. That's it. Season low, obviously. Daniel Jones was the man who was absolutely harassed and hounded. 6 takeaways for the Steelers defense. The rest of the NFL has 2 combined games with 5 or more takeaways. The Steelers came up with 6, most by anybody this season. Most by the Steelers in any single game since 2010. 2010. And Rodgers is turning back the clock in terms of his physical prowess. He looks really, really good. Jalen Warren, first career game with 2 rushing touchdowns in support of Rodgers, who had a passer rating above 95 for the 157th time in his career. That ties Drew Brees for second most all time. T.J. Watt recorded his 5th career strip sack in which he recovered his own fumble. Since 1991, only Jared Allen, Chandler Jones, and Robert Mathis have more. T.J. Watt came up big. This is huge. And it leads to our new segment of Mike Tomlin Soundbites. Straight out of Tomlin. Hit it.
You are now about to witness the strength of street knowledge.
Our kicker is a serial killer.
Straight out of Tomlin.
How do you explain such a drastic difference? You shut down the run, take the ball away. That's a high-scoring team.
It's a fine line between drinking wine and squashing grapes in this business. It's nothing dramatic, It's really not. And that's why we respect it so much.
Straight out of Tomlin.
Does he write these down?
I love it.
Does he have a book?
He's the best, man. It is truly the truth, though. There's a small difference between drinking wine, fine wine, and squashing grapes in this business, and they've been trying to squash the grapes. Didn't work out.
Apologize for winning.
We are not, and they are now 5-3. And everybody thinking, here come the Ravens. Well, the Ravens might be closer than they appear in their rearview mirror. It's still 2 games.
Yep.
Still 2 games. Big-time win for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Got to give it up. They're at the Chargers next Sunday night. That is a big game in the AFC. Oh, wow. So much to talk about here on the Rich Eisen Show after just 9 football weeks. Don't go anywhere.
Most people in radio commercials talk really fast. But we made this one for RV owners. Progressive knows they like the slower pace of RV life, like this commercial. And they know Progressive will protect their RV at a fair price with discounts. Now here comes the fast part. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
Out here, pets are always by your side, watching the herd, running fence lines, or asleep at your feet. Pets are some of our favorite customers. When you bring them along to Tractor Supply, we'll always have a treat waiting. And with our price match guarantee, you'll always get the best price on their favorite food, toys, treats they love, and pet meds to keep them healthy. Tractor Supply, for pets out here.
Last year, we bought over 54,000 cars from your friends and neighbors. Why did they sell us their cars? Because we pay more at GiveMeTheVin.com. And why do we pay more? Because you and I both know that your car is worth more than others will offer you. And your time is worth more, too. I'm John Clay Wolf, and I created GiveMeTheVin.com. Sell me your car faster and hassle-free because you're worth more.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Still have
haven't ordered dessert for Thanksgiving? Skip the line and order today for a sweet, stress-free holiday to make sure your family's favorites are reserved. From rustic pumpkin to southern pecan to die-for fudge pecan and double-crust apple pie, every slice is scratch-made with the very best ingredients. Whether it's Friendsgiving, an office potluck, or game day weekend, Dessert Gallery brings everyone to the table. Visit DessertGallery.com or stop by our stores at Kirby or in the Woodlands before it's crumbs and cries of who ate the last slice.
Hey everyone, it's BMAC. Have you tried Old Humble Distilling Company yet? If not, you're missing out because their award-winning small batch Texas whiskeys are the real deal and unique to the Gulf Coast. You can grab a bottle at Specs, Total Wine, or finer retailers. Can't find it? Just ask for Old Humble Distilling Company by name. Better yet, swing by their tasting room in Humble, open Tuesday through Saturday from 3 to 9. Stop by after work because on Wednesdays they have happy hour, $8 cocktails until they close, and on Thursdays, trivia joins their lineup starting at 6:30. Try Old Humble Distilling Company because life's too short for factory whiskey.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. What's the scariest thing about winter coming? You thought it was night walkers? No, they're not even real. But the scary things are frozen broken pipes. They can be real and cost you thousands of dollars when you get damage to your home. Aqueduct Plumbing Company can come out and give you a free estimate for pipes that don't burst in a freeze. Billy Brown says if you go with them, he'll throw in a traditional water heater absolutely free. Call them today. AqueductPlumbingCompany.com, 281-488-6238. That's 281-488-6238.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Attention, anyone that owes money to the IRS. Every day, your unpaid tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. The longer you wait, the more you will end up paying. If you owe $10,000 or more, now is the time to settle your debt before the IRS takes aggressive action, like taking your wages or property. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, or other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Your tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. Call right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, or other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now.
Call 800-984-2303. 800-984-2303. That's 800-984-2303.
I just bought another house for cash. Sell me yours at greenlineoffer.com.
Whether you're buying a home or you're refinancing, Kent Jones at Dream Rate Mortgage is the guy for you. He's done over 1,400 closings. He's been in it for 30 years. He knows all the hacks. He can save you thousands and thousands of dollars. He does it all the time. Dream Rate Mortgage is the way to go. Shop your loan. Kent Jones loves that. Dream Rate Mortgage, 975loans.com. That's 975loans.com.
Dream Rate Mortgage, LLC, NMLS number 2482473. J. Ken Jones, NMLS number 356118. Equal housing lender.
Houston is Soccer City, USA, and World Cup 2026 is coming our way. Join me, Glenn Davis, every Tuesday and Wednesday, 6 Central Time, for Soccer Matters ESPN 97.5. Presented by the Daspit Law Firm.
Can you dig it? The Hall of Fame with Booker T and Brad Gilmore is on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. ESPN 97.5, presented by Zadok Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston, a Gal media station. This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
Miguel Rojas!
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Smith with a smash. Betts has it, steps on the bag. The throw to first. Double play!
Live from the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles.
To beat the champ, you gotta knock him out!
Coming up on today's show, complete Week 10 roundup, World Series recap, Monday night preview, and now it's Rich Eisen.
Hour number 2 of the Rich Eisen Show is on the air on Disney Plus, the ESPN app, which you get everything ESPN, And then there's Disney Plus, as I mentioned. There's also ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance, Sirius XM Channel 80. We say hello to all those who listen to us through podcast form. We appreciate that. We appreciate the subscription if you are a subscriber especially. We also appreciate anybody who takes in the Overreaction Monday podcast that Chris Brockman and I recorded before today's Rich Eisen show. The No Contest Wrestling podcast records later on today, which means O'Shea Jackson Jr. will show up crowing like he actually cares about baseball. That'll be later on in hour number 3.
You have no idea. He's been texting me.
No, I know. He sent out videos.
Cancel
and all
his key card.
All that sort of stuff. No,
he can't. Key card?
Well, he talks about his hostile work environment. We don't want to.
He claimed he was going to come here at 9 and sit in for the whole show. I knew that wasn't.
We don't want to get him upset. Thank you so much. 844-204-RICH number to dial. If you're on hold, please stay on hold. We're going to promise you we take all your phone calls. We don't have any guests today. We just want to talk sports.
Let's do it.
With you and amongst all of us. And one of the reasons why we keep our Monday slate clean in many ways of guests is, well, nobody wants to talk to us. But other than that, it's because it's because there's so much to talk about. And I kind of like the real estate to explore all of it. And certainly the World Series suffices as one of those. Christopher, when we previously on the Rich Eisen show, what's more likely Friday subject matter, one of the things you threw at me prior to the weekend was, what's more likely there'll be a Game 7 in the World Series or a 1-7 team in the NFL will beat a Los Angeles team?
Yes, sir.
I chose Game 7 of the World Series. Almost turned out to be both with the plucky Tennessee Titans.
Yeah, so close.
Scoring on special teams and on defense on the Chargers early on in that game. Yep. But the Chargers pulled it out. But the reason why I thought there would be a Game 7 is because who the Dodgers were throwing in Game 6. Yoshinobu Yamamoto, who had thrown complete games in his previous 2 playoff outings. And sure enough, Yamamoto showed up in Toronto in Game 6, dominant. 6 innings pitched, 5 hits, 1 earned run, 1 walk, 6 strikeouts, 96 pitches, 63 of them for strikes. And sure enough, the offense and the runs sufficient enough for Yamamoto to hand the lead off to his bullpen were provided by a guy who was so down and out. He was just so honest about his struggles. And it was Mookie Betts. Sure enough, this is how good he is, and also how good Dave Roberts is the manager of the Dodgers. He's so good, he's hitting 130, and he gets dropped from 2 to 3 in the order. And then for Game 6, he gets dropped to 4th in the order. How about Dave Roberts saying, this guy can't hit a lick right now, and he's down on himself, but I'm going to hit him cleanup. I'm going to have him protect Freddie Freeman in the lineup. And sure enough, who steps to the plate in the 3rd inning with runners in scoring position with a base hit? Mookie Betts, his first RBIs at all since Game 2 of the NLCS. Span of 8 games. And this Game 6 was kind of feeling unlike the previous wild games. It's, Yamamoto's getting the people up and getting down in order, and this game's 3-1 after the Blue Jays got 1 run in response to the 3 spot for the Dodgers, and it's 3-1 going in later stages of the game. And Roki Sasaki gave us a little bit of a pulse check in the 8th inning, 2 on, 1 out, got out of that. This game's not going to be like any of those other crazy games, is it, until the 9th inning? Oh, my goodness gracious. So Sasaki hits Alejandro Kirk to start the 9th right on his hand. And sure enough, John Schneider does what he has to do because Kirk's not going to be able to score on anything in the gap. Right? So he puts in Miles Straw, who runs like Xavier Worthy at the combine. And sure enough, Addison Barger hits one to the gap. And I've never seen this before. The ball hits like a highlight chulo right in the crease where the
look at that photo.
Padding of the wall meets the warning track. And Justin Dean, who just got substituted into center field for Tommy Edman by Dave Roberts, raises his arms up, saying, this is a dead ball.
It's like Little League.
And Straw, who's inserted to score on exactly the ball Barger hits, can't score because it's a ground rule double. Now, there's a lot of arguments about whether this should have been too bad, Dodgers. You could still pluck the ball out of the wall, whether the rule book says it's a ground rule double only if it's not playable, like, say, in the vines of Wrigley Field.
The Ivy, yeah.
Lots of pissed off Blue Jay fans that the rule was not applied appropriately, that there have been previous inside the park home runs by somebody as slow as Prince Fielder. If you look it up, he once had an inside the park home run on exactly a play like this, and he makes Alejandro Kirk look like Ricky Henderson.
Oh, hey, no. Come on.
But sure enough, it's a ground rule double. Straw doesn't score. Barger's on second. And that's when Dave Roberts says, I'm going to go to my Game 3 starter now. Even though we're wondering if he's going to start Game 7, if there is one. Screw it. There is no tomorrow for us. I'm going to bring in Tyler Glasnow. And I'm going to have him face Ernie Clement, who is hitting like Mickey Mantle on top of Stan Musial in these playoffs. And Clement takes the first pitch and pops it up.
Oh, yep.
Nobody advances. I keep saying how the Blue Jays are the kings of the productive outs. Here's an unproductive out just when the Dodgers need it. And then here comes Jimenez, who is maybe the best ninth place hitter I've ever seen with runners in scoring position in my entire life. And there's two of them right there. And the Blue Jays need them both to score on a 2-out hit. And Glasnow gets him to lace one to left field on a broken bat that looks like this is now a tie game. But here comes Kike Hernandez in to throw a dart to second base, and a guy who Dave Roberts puts into the lineup for Game 6 just because he thinks he's bringing some juice, and Miguel Rojas, who makes an incredible pick of a ball that was dirted right in front of him to stay on second base and get that run-of-the-mill World Series Game 7 forcing 7-4 double play. I've never seen that. Unbelievable.
What was Barger doing?
Thinking that was a base hit off the bat. So lots of ifs and buts and candies and nuts brings about the Game 7. Oh, my goodness. So Max Scherzer, future first ballot Hall of Famer, starting for the Blue Jays, and it's Ohtani starting for the Dodgers. An interesting choice that I think had to be brought about because the Game 3 starter saved Game 6. But that doesn't preclude him from Game 7. No, not by a long shot. And Ohtani starts Game 7 against Max Scherzer, which will be something, in Cooperstown lore. Who started Game 7 of one of the most incredible World Series ever? Shohei Ohtani versus Max Scherzer. Unbelievable set of circumstances. And the Blue Jays send Bo Bichette to the plate with 2 on in the third inning against Ohtani. And Bichette hits a no doubt about her. Straight out of the building. And it's 3-0 Blue Jays. And when you hit 3-run home runs, you usually win baseball games. And I'm sitting there thinking, okay, the party can start now, except for the fact that, well, that's the Los Angeles Dodgers out there with stars all over the place and guys who aren't stars who can really play baseball, and a manager who has got a magic touch. Oh, and Magic is in the building and owns the team as well. So, listen.
But it did feel like the route is on.
Especially when, in the next half inning, in the fourth inning, top of the fourth, Will Smith leads off with a double. Freeman with a base hit. Runners on the corners after a Betts out. A 1-out walk worked by Max Muncy. Bases loaded against Max Scherzer, and who comes up but former Blue Jay Teoscar Hernandez, who sends a screaming liner to center, and Dalton Varsho makes a gorgeous catch. If he doesn't make the catch, we have a tie ball game. Yep. Instead, this means just one run comes in, and that's all the Dodgers got. And I'm thinking, okay, this may just be the Blue Jays' night. What a catch that was. And just when you thought, okay, that's kind of crazy, we're settling in, Jimenez steps to the plate. And was it Robleski was on the mound, right? Mm-hmm. He clearly tries to get hit by the pitch.
He threw his arm at it.
And then the next pitch, Robleski just hits him with it. And Jimenez takes...
He gets so mad.
He gets upset. Like we're putting people on base just to prove a point. In a 2-run game in the World Series Game 7, Robleski basically tells him all sorts of things he can do to himself and his mother.
His grandkids.
And benches are clearing. We're playing the feud. And people are running out from the bullpen. Oh, I'm coming in. Hold on a minute. I'm making my way. Clayton Kershaw and his dad bot. I'm almost there. Hold on a minute. Hold on a second. What the hell's going on in the World Series Game 7?
That was crazy.
Playing the feud.
I loved it.
I got the blood flowing.
It was exciting.
It did. Whoa.
Another thing I haven't seen before in a World Series, right? So then, just when we're seeing, hey, we're within reach of a World Series for the Blue Jays, right? And John Schneider, looks across the dugout to Dave Roberts, say, two can play at the game of putting someone from previous starting positions into baseball games to do things out of the bullpen. In comes Trey Savage in the 7th inning, walks Ohtani, then gets out of it with a double play grounder to end it. And in the 8th inning, here's Savage. And just when you're thinking, Dodger fans are sitting there thinking, there's 6 outs to go. Max Muncy hits one to Quebec.
Missile.
In the 7th. It's now a 4-3 game. And we go to the 9th. And this is why you watch baseball. Guys you've never heard of unless you pay strict attention. Stroll to the plate. And with Ohtani on deck and 1 out, and the Blue Jays 2 outs away, and it's a 3-2 pitch, and you hear John Smoltz tell Joe Davis and the rest of all of us listening, this needs to be an action pitch. What I mean by that is it can't be so far out that Rojas doesn't offer at it, and you put Ohtani up to the plate as the go-ahead run. He's got to swing at it. It's got to be close enough that he swings at it. And it is a spinner that's right down Broadway, and Miguel Rojas takes it out of the yard.
Unreal.
With basically one hand. And Joe Davis had the only reaction you can have while you're working clean, which is, no way. He said that. By the way, Joe, you could say that about every single at-bat of this World Series.
His wife was telling him that he was going to hit a home run, and he wasn't even playing when she was saying this.
Listen to your better half.
I guess so.
Ties the game. Miguel Rojas, what's he doing in the World Series? Just ask. Well, the reason why he's in the World Series is because Andy Paez couldn't hit. Mm-hmm. He couldn't hit. But that doesn't mean he can't play.
Yeah, and he was being saved for something.
Because bottom of the 9th.
Yep. This was so insane.
Wait a second.
Blake Snell, your game 1 and 5 starter, comes out of the pen. And this is the guy you're going to say, get us to extras. Because if you get us to extras, you can keep pitching, right? That's in theory. And sure enough, Andy Paez comes running out of the dugout for the second straight game, be a defensive replacement in center field. And I'm thinking to myself, why is Dave Roberts doing that? All right, well, let's see what happens in this inning. Unbelievable. I can't get enough of just going blow by blow here. So Snell gets Vlad Guerrero to fly out. I mean, Snell versus Guerrero Jr. had epic moment written all over it. And certainly since the first pitch that Snell threw in his previous outing was yanked out of the park by Davis Schneider, and then the next at-bat by the guy at the plate to try and tie the game and send Canada into a frenzy that this thing's not over. Or that it is over. That we're not going to extras. This is not going to go 18 innings. And he flies out to center. Bo Bichette singles to left. Now you know at this point in time what's going to happen here. Okay? There's going to be a pinch runner because he can't run at all. As a matter of fact, there was a base hit earlier in the game on 2 outs.
And he couldn't advance.
Couldn't score.
Yeah.
So who's at the plate but Mr. Barger himself? And with Isaiah Kiner-Falefa on first, Barger walks and IKF goes to second. Then Alejandro Kirk, once again, hit by a pitch. And the bases are loaded. And you're like, this is the end of the moment. But this is, to be honest with you, unbelievably, this is the moment that Dave Roberts inserts Andy Paez into center field in the middle of the inning, guys. And Dalton Varsho's at the plate. All he's got to do is put the ball in play with the infield in and hit it hard somewhere not right at anybody. And who does he hit it to? To Rojas, who looks like he bobbles it and stumbles, and I'm thinking this World Series is over, and he throws to the plate, and IKF, for some reason, slides in with his feet. This is a force play at home. Run through the plate.
Just run.
Run through it. Or slide with your hand. Yeah. You've got your mitt on. Yeah. Slide with your right hand. And he's ruled out at the plate. The replay, at first blush, the first thing I saw was Will Smith's right foot off the plate. I'm like, are we going to see the most 21st century moment ever that a World Series is clinched and won on a replay reversal? That was in the ether until you saw Smith's foot tap back on the plate before, for whatever reason, IKF sliding into home with his foot. Instead of his
all the
hand
dirt, and you couldn't
through it.
And with the dirt, because of the slide, you couldn't tell where the plate was.
And you think it would be closer if he ran through it?
You would have been safe.
Absolutely.
Sliding slows you down.
Or when you look at the replay wide, TJ, I mean, we can obviously have an argument about it. We'll never know.
Yeah.
We'll never know.
I'm not arguing.
Running full
just
speed,
running
full speed. By running through it like
you go to first.
Like Jeremy Giambi once tried.
Right. He was safe.
Okay.
I mean, true.
But just running through it, well, that one you needed to be tagged. This one you have to be tagged.
Right.
But when you look at the wide,
his lead
IKF's lead, his secondary lead was non-existent.
Yeah, he had like two steps.
He was not.
Again, Snell is going to pirouette and hit Muncy, who's his infield in. You have full view of whether the third baseman's going back to third. Yeah. He can't sneak in behind you. This is the nightmare fuel for Blue Jay fans we're running through right now for the next rest of their lives.
It's brutal.
But it's not over. It's not over because Ernie Clement, who just set the record for most hits in a postseason, is coming up. And he smokes one to left center. And you could see Kike Hernandez is way too in to go get it. And he is trying to basket catch it, and you're thinking, this thing is now over. What are the odds he's going to basket catch it? Whatever those odds were greater than Andy Paez, who was just inserted, running for his life from center field to go and grab the ball over Hernandez and make the catch while they collide.
Look at that
Laid
photo.
him out.
Laid him out. I thought Hernandez was like out.
Right. He didn't even know if he caught it.
Collide.
Look at that photo. That is perfect.
You cannot get enough of this.
That's what Podgett should have blown up in his house.
Yeah, that needs to be in his house.
Yes.
Yeah,
Tattoo that on himself.
Even better. You should get that tattooed, Jay.
Kike Hernandez had the soundbite. Did you hear what he said?
Yeah.
No.
He said when Paez caught it, looked down and said, "Are you okay?" And he thought that Paez didn't get it and that the World Series was over. And he's like, "I'm effing all right. What are you talking about?" Paez basically told him, I caught the ball.
Kike said, "I was just down because I thought we lost."
Yeah.
When he came over to me, I said, "Do you have the ball?" And he was like, "I have the ball.
Yeah.
And then you see him
I'm fine.
Yeah.
I'm fine. We just effing lost. He goes, no, I had the ball. That happened.
That was
Four
insane.
extra innings.
That was insane.
Back to back. More nightmare fuel for the Blue Jays.
That was an incredible moment, man. Like,
that felt like, okay.
I really thought it was going to be...
Dodgers are going to win this now.
I thought it was going to be Kike Mays for a second, the way he was going back.
Yeah, he was way too shallow.
Well, yada, yada, yada. I mean, Will Smith homers.
Yep.
And the problem for the Blue Jays is before the Will Smith homer and after the Will Smith homer, there was somebody in the game. And it was the Game 6 and Game 2 winner in Yamamoto. And they have to look at this guy and say, oh, no, I don't want to see you anymore.
He had to have gotten drug tested after this, right?
Yoshinobu Yamamoto.
Build a statue of that guy.
And sure enough, after the Will Smith home run, puts the Dodgers up. By the way, I believe in the 74th inning of action of the World Series. Wow. Top of the 74th. is when Will Smith homered. And Yamamoto is now trying to save his own Game 7 win after winning Games 2 and 6. Trying to save his own Game 7 W. Gives up a double to Vlad Guerrero Jr., who brings his hands in and somehow keeps it fair down the left field line. I can't get enough about talking about this World Series. And with men on first and second, with Guerrero doing what he did in this World Series, Alejandro Kirk comes up. And I thought to myself, with runners on first and third, do you steal here? Do you steal? Do you dare steal here? Because Kirk could get the double play ground ball. Yeah. And sure enough, Yamamoto breaks Kirk's bat in half. But Kirk had enough power to get it right to Mookie Betts. With an unassisted double play. And the most entertaining and wildest World Series, I got to say, I think I've ever seen, comes to an end. The Dodgers become the first back-to-back champion since the Yankees did it. The first back-to-back NL champion since the Big Red Machine did it in the mid-'70s. And when Ohtani signed with the Dodgers and then Yamamoto signed with the Dodgers, all of us were here like, how many World Series would it take to make this a success? Some of us said 2. Some of us said 3. Well, guess what? They've got 2. And they've got the team to go get a third. Because, again, the stars are aligned. The stars are in their lineup. And give it up. You got to. Certainly when there's everybody, oh, they spend all this money, and then they defer all this money, and they do all this, and they buy it. Well, in the same way that Phil Jackson had Shaq and Kobe after he had Jordan and Pippen, you still got to have the guy or the lady, depending on the sport, to push the buttons. Give it up to Dave Roberts, who, by the way, showed up in Toronto, kept it light. I think what he was trying to race and run the bases, fell flat on his face in front of the whole team. Yeah. Kept him loose. He's the one who dropped Mookie to the 4th spot in the order, and he got a 2 RBI single out of Mookie. He's the one who starts Ohtani. By the way, brought in Glasnow at one point in Game 7. He's the one who, dude, if we get him on the show, what made him want to put Andy Paez in the game? What made him say, you know what, middle of this inning, let's go put him in there? Miguel Rojas in the 6th, Game 6, comes up with that pick on the double play to force a Game 7 that he ties with a home run. Put in Justin Dean, who knew the rule enough to put his hands up.
Yeah, that was incredible.
He could have easily just ran over, tried to grab it, and then the play lived on.
And he was the one in Game 3 when Schneider was out of players that wasn't for him. He kept his guys in the game. Yeah. Congrats, Dodgers fans.
This locks up Hall of Fame for him, right?
I mean, plus what he did as a player. I mean, there will be people who are like, well, he had this guy, that guy, that guy, that guy. Still got to win it when everybody's expecting you to. And they had a Blue Jay team who was poised to prevent it. And
good team too, man.
Dude, he
after
pushed
winning 2 at Dodger Stadium,
buttons.
man.
They won both in Toronto.
Yeah.
And that's my World Series review.
It was awesome. What a series, man. It was so good.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance, supporting you every step of the way. Progressive.com. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. So much more to discuss on this program. Man, that was an unbelievable World Series and one of the most watched ever as well. Congrats to baseball on all of that. Back on the Rich Eisen Show in a moment.
Coach Saban here, and let me tell you, every second matters. Preparation is everything, and that's why I trust Kidde Smoke Alarms.
And as North America's #1 home fire safety brand, they're built to respond over 25% faster to smoke detection. Kidde helps protect what matters the most. Find it at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. #1 claim based on total household installations as of December 2023. 29% faster average smoke detection based on internal testing of smoldering wood fires for Kidde 9th edition versus leading competitor 8th edition products.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the weather first, before wearing face paint to the game.
Bro, your Go Cats is dripping into your nachos.
Oh, and now paint is in my eyes.
Interception! Did you see that?
No.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Hey guys, this is Lisa Zadok from Zadok Jewelers with a hot tip on how to keep your lady happy. Visit the Zadok Bridal Shop, a modern bride's dream. We work with our global network to source GIA-certified ethical diamonds for you at a fair price. Not only do we carry a selection of the finest diamond settings, we also have a full custom design team ready to turn any ring dream into a ring reality. Zadok Jewelers, where Houston gets engaged.
Houston values banking that puts people first. Veritex Community Bank is now part of Huntington Bank, and Huntington is committed to keeping banking local, investing in neighborhoods, supporting small businesses, and helping Houston thrive. More at huntington.com/Veritex Bank. Member FDIC.
Howdy, Ags. Bucky Richardson here from my friends at HR&P, a proud partner of Texas A&M Athletics. Winning 2 Southwest Conference championships required protection up front and a wrecking crew defense. And that's what HR&P provides for Aggie-owned businesses. HR&P protects and defends Aggie businesses from the burdens of HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. If you're an Aggie-owned business, let HR&P customize a plan for you.
Visit hrp.net/AGS. That's hrp.net/AGS today.
D&M Leasing just delivered a truck to a customer who had heard their ads for over 25 years. He's always thought leasing was just renting. But when the dealership offered him an 84-month loan, he realized he'd be stuck upside down in payments again. That's when he remembered D&M Leasing. They showed him that leasing isn't just about what you can afford. It's the smarter way most people pay for their vehicles. Call 817 or 972-35-LEASE or visit dmautoleasing.com today.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
Cast your line and relax at twocreekscrossingresort.com. Your fishing getaway awaits.
Get in on exciting gaming action at La Berge Casino Resort Lake Charles. Introducing our new exclusive statewide table progressives. We've linked our table game progressives between 4 pen play destinations in Louisiana. That means our big payouts just got bigger. No matter which location you choose, you have a shot at these combined jackpots. Get to La Berge Lake Charles or Baton Rouge, Boomtown, New Orleans, or Margaritaville, Bossier City, and get ready for big payouts.
Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-522-4700.
When it comes to accidental injury cases in Harris County, there's one law firm that files nearly 3 times as many cases than any other firm, and that's Daspit Law Firm. Why? Because they're the best at what they do, getting their clients the compensation they deserve for injuries they've wrongfully suffered in an accident. Lance Dline here, and if you suffered an injury in an accident and you would like a free case review, call John Daspit now, 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW, or visit DaspitLaw.com.
Hey guys, it's B-Mac, and I'm excited to tell you about Burger Chan and their great new promotion to celebrate football season. Every Monday after the Houston Pro Team wins, Burger Chan will be giving out a free side with your entree. Just tell them B-Mac sent you, mention ESPN 97.5, or say Go Texans and it's yours. And they've expanded their hours with dinner service until 9, Wednesday through Saturday, so more time to try their curly fries, tots, and the best burger in town made any way you want it. Burger Chan's got you covered on every Victory Monday. Check out their full menu at BurgerChanHTX.com.
Attention
taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and miss the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. And they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-761-9065. 800-761-9065. 800-761-9065.
Priority Tax Relief. Hey, Lance Erline here. What's the scariest thing about winter coming? You thought it was night walkers? No, they're not even real. But the scary things are frozen, broken pipes. They can be real and cost you thousands of dollars when you get damage to your home. Aqueduct Plumbing Company can come out and give you a free estimate for pipes that don't burst in a freeze. Billy Brown says if you go with them, he'll throw in a traditional water heater absolutely free. Call them today. AqueductPlumbingCompany.com, 281-488-6238. That's 281-488-6238.
You fancy and have an HD radio? Well, good for you, number one. Number two, listen to ESPN Houston's HD channel, 97.9 HD2.
Back here on the Rich Eisen Show on ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. Let's go to the phone lines here. Terzo in Iowa, everybody. You're on the Rich Eisen Show. All rise. Terzo's Niners got the win. He's a Dodger hater who loves the Giants. What's going on, Terzo?
Yo, man, it was a great weekend. Unfortunately, we probably lost Mikael Williams for the season. We can never seem to make it out of MetLife Stadium without an injury.
I know. But you got the win, though. And Mac Jones has been unbelievable. 5 wins now as a starter. Five. And Brock Purdy got the one against Seattle that you need in Seattle before he got hurt, or he got hurt during it. So not bad.
Well, exactly. It was a big win. Mac has been looking great. McCaffrey's out of his mind right now with what he's able to do. We just got to try and keep pace because, like you've been saying, the Rams and the Sea Chickens, they're going to be tough. They're going to be a tough out. And we're going to have to do whatever we can to keep pace with them because I don't see either of those teams slipping up going forward, and this might be the best division in football. But that World Series, man, that was awesome, man. That was great baseball. Shout out to the Dodgers. Good on them. You know, as much as I hate them, that was still a great World Series and a lot of fun to watch.
Thanks, Terzo. Greatly appreciated. Terzo in Iowa here.
See you, buddy.
Appreciate you guys.
Listen, if you got to handicap it right now in the NFC West, just based on injuries alone, the Niners have got a bigger hill to climb, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I think without a doubt. Ricky Pearsall still hasn't been back. Brock Purdy's still not back.
Well, and Ayuk is apparently around the corner. I mean, you got those guys.
But his practice window hasn't been open yet. They lose another defensive player to a season-ending injury. What they've been able to do to overcome all this, hats off, kudos to keep pace, but it's not looking good with the way Seattle and the Rams look.
We'll talk about that in hour number 3 a little bit more. Matt in Oklahoma, you're here on the Rich Eisen Show. What's up, Matt? How you been? Congrats on your Bills, brother.
Rich? Are you there?
I am, sir. Congrats on your Bills.
You kicked a little dirt on my Bills yesterday, but we're not dead.
Come on, man.
You and that math hole over there. You know, I'll guarantee you one thing. The Patriots are good. They're young. May's really good. They're not going to win the division. Buffalo's still going to win the division. So he can crow out all he wants. Other thing. To the 2 idiots yesterday here in Enid, Oklahoma, that were cheese flags that put me off going down the road. Mm-hmm. How you like that, you bandwagon?
Yeah, hanging out. Whoa. Matt in Oklahoma coming in on nice and strong.
I'm telling you, these same guys had Cowboys fans flags on their car last month, so I know who you are. It's okay. You know the best part about today is I woke up. If the playoffs start today, Kansas City's not in the playoffs. So guess what? You're only as good as your last game. So suck it, Kansas City.
Hold on a second, Matt. Matt, not to knock you off your retribution tour here. While I have someone from Oklahoma on the horn, do you all wear shorts to win games over there in Oklahoma?
Are you talking about our kicker?
Oh my goodness, great! What's he doing out there? And stopped and even
I don't care if he wears a tutu. He can wear whatever he wants. But I watched it. It's great.
Matt, I mean, like his shorts are so small. I mean, John Stockton is even saying get a room.
My 8-year-old son made a comment about it. He said, "Daddy, what's wrong with his shorts?" And I said, "No pants." I said, "Don't worry about it. Just close your eyes. As long as you can make the kick, we don't care."
And then he did.
It's okay.
Okay.
It's okay. My son wanted me to call you and crow about the Bills today. He made me promise this morning. My son Luke.
Okay. What's up, Luke? Hey, listen, you have every reason to do it. It's a big time win, and
he said, tell Rich, because you were talking bad about his Bills yesterday. He seen you on NFL Game Day morning.
Yeah.
He said Rich is going to regret that tomorrow morning. You call him.
Okay.
I said, okay, buddy.
I wish I had gotten the pick. I got the pick wrong. Tell Luke I got the pick wrong.
You got the pick wrong. Who cares about the playoffs? We won yesterday. The Chiefs are in the playoffs. They start tomorrow, so life is good.
Matt in Oklahoma, everybody, right here on the Rich Eisen Show. Matt. All right, bringing the funk and the noise.
Sounds like Matt's going on looking for some vigilante justice.
He certainly is.
and I get up, Bill, this could get called into court someday.
Yeah, be careful. But let's talk about your Patriots, Christopher.
Why not?
Listen, I understand that Matt in Oklahoma, a diehard Bills fan, is like they're not going to win the division. We're going to win the division.
Might be true.
I can't sit here and say that for any sort of certainty at all, because the Patriots right now are beating the teams that are right there in front of them, and the next one is in Tampa. This is going to be the one where it shows that they can pack their defense that stops everybody who's running the football, and that Drake May is going to show up. And then Baker Mayfield, as you know, was the MVP through the first, 6 weeks of the season, right? I mean, when Seattle welcomed them in week 5 and Tampa lit them up, and, and this is and the Bucs are coming off a bye, but right now you just have to give it up to what the Patriots are doing right now. And what that is winning football games, and winning football games with a kid that has the Bill Parcells phrase, when a young player starts becoming a big-time star in the league, he always said the phrase is he dropped his Huggies. And this guy in Drake May has dropped his Huggies. He's as good as they come from a draft class. This is why everybody wanted to trade up for him. This is why the Giants try to trade up for him. This is why the Vikings apparently try to trade up for him. And at the end of the day, the Patriots are like, get out of here. We have earned the 3rd overall pick. And by the way, you are so lucky. I'm going to talk about luck. There's luck, obviously, in getting somebody who's generationally greatest all time, 199th overall. But the player has to have the want to, can do, and all of that stuff. I mean, in this upcoming draft, if you've got the 3rd overall pick, there might not be quarterbacks taken in the first 3 picks because there's nobody worthy of it. And instead, this was a draft where there were 3 quarterbacks worthy of it, and the Patriots got theirs. The Patriots got theirs.
Yeah, without question.
And what they've gotten is a kid who, as Kurt Warner said, is the best deep thrower of the football, doesn't turn it over, and he's efficient. He gets rid of it.
The 2 turnovers on Sunday almost came back to.
No, I understand that.
Kind of got lucky with a missed kick.
In general. Okay, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, of course.
He has thrown an interception in back-to-back games. Yeah. Passer rating over 100. Most consecutive games of 200 or more pass yards. We had this graphic last week. We now just have to update it. He now has 8 of them. Aaron Rodgers, Tom Brady, and Peyton Manning are the others of 2020, 2007, and Peyton Manning of 2004. Aaron Rodgers is 2011. He had 12 of them in a row. Every last one of them won the MVP award. So he's got 4 more to go to catch the 2011 Rodgers. He's already tied the 2020 Rodgers and tied the 2007 Brady and the 2004 Manning. They all won the MVP awards.
Yeah, and he's efficient. Leads the NFL in completion percentage. He's 2nd in passer rating. Still taking a lot of sacks, too. He's doing this behind still kind of a makeshift offensive line, though Will Campbell has been awesome this year. The other 5 guys, it's been a tough unit. He's taking a lot of hits.
Well, and the neat thing is for you guys is that the Patriots are stopping the other team. Drake London had a day and a half.
He did.
But the running backs aren't. The New England Patriots have now held opponents to less than 50 yards rushing every game this season. And the teams that they've faced, Achane, I guess Dowdle wasn't going yet for Carolina at that point in time. James Cook, Alvin Kamara, Pollard, and Bijan is the latest.
Oh, Quishon Judkins, too.
Yep, Judkins, too. New England has held all opposing running backs under 50 rushing yards for the first 9 games this year.
Yeah, that's been a real surprise.
And if they could do it to Bucky Irving and Rashad White next week, they would join the Brady Buccaneers for the longest such streak of 10 games. So that's how you can win your division. But coming up is, as I mentioned, Tampa, then the Rams, then the Patriots are taking on the Jets. I just lowered my voice there. At Cincinnati, home for the Giants. Now, after their bye, home for Buffalo. That's it right there. And Buffalo, in the meantime, they're at Miami, home for Tampa, at Houston on a Thursday night, at Pittsburgh, home for Cincinnati. This division can be New England's 100%. So that's why that was a big win for the Bills. And I don't care, as Matt in Oklahoma might be taking orders from his son Luke to come and air me out. I'll say it, I guess, in a much more measured way, that 100%, it doesn't matter what the Bills and the Chiefs do in the postseason. The regular season, the Bills needed it, and that win might actually prevent the Chiefs from making the playoffs, depending on how they move forward. 844-204-RICH, number to dial on the program. We're back with more of your phone calls. So much more to cover from Week 9 of the NFL season.
Feeling stuck on your own 10-yard line in the career game? Maybe it's time to just go for IT. My Computer Career has the game plan to score a rewarding new IT career in months. Whether you're a rookie, a breakout career changer, or a military veteran ready to serve. Why spend years chasing a college degree when you can fast-track your future in IT starting now? Take your mark, get set, go for IT. Take the free career evaluation at mycomputercareer.edu today. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Harry Douglas here. Fellas, it's time to step up your grooming game. Manscaped just leveled up with the Lawnmower 5 and the Chairman Plus, 2 powerhouses built for unmatched precision, comfort, and control. Whether you're cleaning up before a night out, preparing for a big meeting, or getting ready for a game day, Manscaped has the tools to help you look and feel your absolute best. These aren't just old school clippers. They're engineered for modern men who take pride in their daily routine. So upgrade your grooming gear and experience the difference. And now you can find Manscaped products at your local Walmart.
For premier recreation, dining, and entertainment, head to East River 9, located 1 mile from downtown Houston. East River 9 is the only 9-hole par 3 golf course, driving range, and pickleball facility in town that features night golf under its LED stadium lights. The venue boasts a tremendous view of the Houston skyline, which is perfect for sunset gazing while enjoying your favorite cocktail or River House restaurant menu item. Go to eastriver9.com to book a tee time, pickleball court, or sign up for our annual membership. You'll be glad you did.
Get in on exciting gaming action at LaBerge Casino Resort Lake Charles. Introducing our new exclusive statewide table progressives. We've linked our table game progressives between 4 pen play destinations in Louisiana. That means our big payouts just got bigger. No matter which location you choose, you have a shot at these combined jackpots. Get to LaBerge Lake Charles or Baton Rouge, Boomtown, New Orleans, or Margaritaville, Bossier City, and get ready for big payouts.
Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-522-4700.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. and they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority tax relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-761-9065. 800-761-9065. 800-761-9065.
Priority tax relief. Hey, Lance Zerline here. You know I'm a numbers guy, and I like the numbers that Daspit Law Firm is putting up for their clients. The super team at Daspit Law handles a full range of personal injury cases, and they are getting results from their clients in big numbers. Car accidents, truck accidents, industrial accidents, construction accidents, maritime accidents, offshore accidents. These are all areas where if it's you or someone you know, I encourage you to get a free case review from John Daspit with the Daspit Law Firm. Call 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW. I'm Scott Hansen, host of NFL Red Zone. Lowe's knows Sundays are for football. That's why we're here to help you get your next DIY project done, even when the clock isn't on your side. Whether that's a new Filtrete filter or Bosch and Cobalt power tools, Lowe's has everything you need to feel like the MVP of DIY. So get it done and earn your Sunday. Shop now, in-store and online. Lowe's, official partner of the NFL.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like frames. Because you found a classic 70s concert poster. But when you went to get it framed, you realized the frame will cost about 4 times the amount of the poster. Which is actually absurd because no one will be looking at the frame, and if they are, then you severely overestimated how cool this poster is. But then you remember by switching your home and auto to Progressive, you could save hundreds and put it towards a classic 70s concert poster in an absurdly overpriced frame. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Monument Chevrolet. For new and used cars, fleet sales, and service, visit Monument Chevrolet in Pasadena, right off 225 and Beltway 8 at monumentchevrolet.com. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
John Granado with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Robin, if you are a business, you will go to them.
We are here to help you with your railings, with your fencing, with your door frames. We can do it for you.
HoustonPowderCoaters.com or call 281-676-3888.
Oh, boy, what is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid an incredible SUV? Is it the spacious interior that's comfy for the entire crew? Maybe it's the capability of going off-road or the 600-plus miles of range. Could also be the driver behind the wheel. What if it's all that and more? What is it then? It is the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. So much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. It's 562-314-4603 for more details. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. Let's go to Derek in Missouri has been hanging on forever. What's up, Derek? How you been, brother?
Oh, gosh, Rich, it's been a calamity, colossal week for the Broncos. They've had me go into almost a cardiac arrest faster than Brockman consuming as many donuts and cookies as he has over there, getting to a sugar coma.
Ladies and gentlemen.
But, man, yesterday against Houston, I'll tell you, fourth quarter comes about. I'm like, where have I seen this movie before? It's like, oh, yeah, now I remember. Started all last month against Philadelphia, then the Giants, and then yesterday this team is insurmountably insane, but in a good way, Rich. And the vibe that I have right now, I haven't had since 2015. It's pretty nice right now. And one more thing before you let me go, Rich. What would you say was the biggest surprise yesterday? The Steelers over the Colts or the Vikings over the Lions?
Good question. Thanks for the call, Derek. What was the biggest surprise of the Week 9 Sunday? How about them apples?
How much the Steeler defense kind of dominated.
The Steeler defense stepping up.
Nobody was giving that
6 takeaways there. I don't know. I think the Panthers beating the Packers in Green Bay is that one. Again,
that's the big one. Right
Packers
there.
were 5-1-1, man.
13-point favorites, I think.
And listen, look, they had right then and there the ability to just win one at home that they're supposed to win and then welcome in the Eagles, they would be 6-1-1, and the Eagles were going to be 6-2, and the winner was going to take over this conference, and all the Packers had to do would be just to win, and guess what? They'd be a game and a half in front. Now, that Monday nighter next week is for 5-2-1 against 6-2. If the Packers go to 6-2-1, they're a half game in front of Philadelphia and could still be gotten by Philadelphia. I mean, this was a big loss. Obviously, Carolina at 5-4, they're in the mix in the wild card hunt right now. They are, in fact, sniffing it. Their problem is there's too many good NFC West and NFC South teams. Their hope has to be that that's just going to cancel a bunch of them out. I mean, the Rams' next two games are against San Francisco and Seattle. Perfect example right there. They keep winning and they could sneak in. And that would be just a monster occurrence for Carolina. But that loss by Green Bay knocks them down to fourth in conference right now. And your leading team in the NFC after 9 weeks of football, because the Monday nighter between the Cardinals and the Cowboys are not going to affect it, are the Philadelphia Eagles. After all of this, what do you say in the Overreaction Monday podcast, calling all the things going on there internally and what becomes external? You called it mumbo jumbo.
Mumbo jumbo.
Great use of mumbo jumbo.
Thank you, sir.
And but at the end of the day, the Philadelphia Eagles enter Week 10 atop the NFC. And what happens when a trade deadline rolls around? If I'm getting a call from Howie Roseman,
hang up.
I am not answering it.
Do not answer. Straight to voicemail.
Because the bottom line is, I'm just going to be wondering, what's he trying to pull on me?
How am I getting ripped off?
But he's the Obi-Wan Kenobi of NFL trades. These are not the draft choices you're looking for. These are the draft picks I'm going to give you. And you will say yes and give me this player.
It's annoying.
And you will thank me for it.
It really is.
Jalen Phillips is a Philadelphia Eagle. And Brandon Graham is going to start getting into shape, and we'll get BG back in the mix as the OG. And this guy, Phillips, is one of the best at rushing the passer. And that's what they do in Philadelphia. Let's control the line of scrimmage. Let's get you off the spot, and let's get our offense rolling through Saquon Barkley, and then A.J. Brown he's going nowhere, folks. He's going absolutely nowhere. And all this is a third-round draft choice. So next year, when the Dolphins are on the clock with their third-round draft choice, Howie Roseman will just be sitting back, maybe cackling because he's celebrating another championship. Or he's not cackling as hard because somebody threw another can of beer at him. Can we lay off of Howie Roseman during these parades, please? Protect him at all costs because he's one of the best in any sport at this. What a great coup.
Don't forget they also got Jair Alexander.
Oh, yeah. They got him, too. And Michael Carter from the Jets.
How? Like Jesse Pinkman, he can't keep getting away with this.
He can. But the bottom line, maybe does he block his caller ID? Is he blocked? Rich Eisen here for Sonos, the speakers that bring every game to life in my own house. With studio quality sound, Sonos makes you feel like you're right there in the stadium. Whether you're cheering on your team, binging your favorite show, or listening to the hottest songs, Sonos fills every room with incredible sound. Setup is easy. Just plug in, open the Sonos app, and you're ready to go. Want stadium quality sound at home just like me? Because I love Sonos. You will too. Explore soundbars, speakers, and more at Sonos.com. Sonos. They look as good as they sound.
With Progressive Customer Service, there are lots of ways to connect with us, so you never have to miss a second of your favorite sport. Because you'd much rather watch a ball go through a net 124 times in 48 minutes when you don't really have to pay attention until the last two, and then somehow those 2 minutes will take an hour. You don't want to miss all that. Luckily, you can chat with Progressive on our app, online, or over the phone without missing a single one of those times the ball goes through the metal circle. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
What's up, Houston? Lance Dline here. Listen, if you're looking for a spot to catch a game, hit up Aranda's Sports Bar. Ice cold beers, killer tacos, and big screens blasting every home game. Since 1981, Aranda's has been bringing that authentic Mexican vibe, now with a sports twist. Cheer with friends, savor the bites, and feel the energy. Plus, stay late with epic drink specials that keep the party going. Aranda's Sports Bar, your Houston spot for epic sports and bold flavors. Head on over and get loud today.
Hi, I'm Danny Clark, owner of Collectors Firearms. We're celebrating our 50th year in business, and we would like to invite you to come see our 12,000 guns in stock. Don't let the name fool you. We carry all the latest and greatest guns, in addition to the antiques and collectibles. We even have a tank right out front. Have you been putting off cleaning your guns? Bring them to us, and we will give you a basic cleaning free of charge while you wait. Come see us at Westheimer at Voss, CollectorsFirearms.com. That's CollectorsFirearms.com.
John Granado here. Walking into Republic Boot Company at 11th and Studewood in the Heights is like walking into a time machine to the Republic of Texas. Seriously, go check it out. Whether it's their exclusive 1836 collection of all leather boots or a customized pair with whatever material and design you want, these are going to be the most comfortable boots you've ever worn. Hats, suits, and all kinds of handmade leather products in a Texas-inspired haven. Book their space for your next event. Republic Boot Company, where tradition meets style. RepublicBootCompany.com.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. What's the scariest thing about winter coming? If you thought it was night walkers, no, they're not even real. But the scary things are frozen broken pipes. They can be real and cost you thousands of dollars when you get damage to your home. Aqueduct Plumbing Company can come out and give you a free estimate for pipes that don't burst in a freeze. Billy Brown says if you go with them, he'll throw in a traditional water heater absolutely free. Call them today. AqueductPlumbingCompany.com, 281-488-6238. That's 281-488-6238.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code COOL to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Property tax bills are showing up this month. You know what that means? The government's going to try to screw you. How about this? 86% of Ownwell's customers receive reductions. 86%. That means the government is wrong 86% of the time. Last year, 60,000 Houston homeowners switched to Ownwell and received, on average, better reductions than similar agents. Ownwell customers have average savings of over $1,100. Put property tax money back in your pocket in just minutes. Only pay if you save. Ownwell delivers top results using a combination of proprietary technology and local expertise. Hundreds of thousands of happy customers and 5-star reviews. Look, do not let the government screw you this year. Use Ownwell. Stop overpaying and start saving with Ownwell. Sign up in 3 minutes at ownwell.com/Texas. That's ownwell.com/Texas. Ownwell.com/Texas.
What's your name? ESPN 97.5, KFNC 97.9, HD2, Mont Bellevue, Houston.
Presented by Zadok Jewelers.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show. Miguel Rojas! This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Smith with a smash. Betts has it, steps on the bag. The throw to first. Double play!
Live from the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles.
To beat the champ, you gotta knock him out!
Coming up on today's show, complete Week 10 roundup, World Series recap, Monday night preview, and now it's Rich Eisen.
Hour number 3 of the Rich Eisen Show is on the air. First 2 hours, just like this one, is brought to you by Progressive Insurance on ESPN Radio. Also, we're on the Disney Plus and ESPN apps at the same time. We appreciate everybody who calls in at 844-204-RICH. Number to dial. We broke down games 6 and 7 of the World Series. Baseball news as players are beginning to opt out of contracts now that the World Series is over. How many times can Alex Bregman opt out of his Red Sox contract? It seems like he is...
great question, but that was expected that he was...
I know that, but I mean, it's now official. I think he set the record for actually opting out of the Red Sox contract. Cody Bellinger just opted out of his Yankee contract. Edwin Diaz, trumpet time. He just opted out of his Mets contract.
He ain't going nowhere.
Well, he's not going to go anywhere because Soto's going to give up money to keep him, right?
If necessary.
Okay.
No chance.
All right. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. Phone forever. Phone lines are completely lit. There's a parade going on in Los Angeles, California. So
parade in this studio right now.
Apparently, well, we'll get to that shortly. In hour number 3, I think O'Shea Jackson Jr. is coming in here. I'm not paying attention to what's going on.
You probably shouldn't.
All right. We have lots more football to talk about here on the program. The Seattle Seahawks have entered the chat for best team in the National Football Conference, if not the National Football League. Everybody. They're only one half game behind the now 7-2 Colts, thanks to the Pittsburgh Steelers taking care of the Colts. And then the Seahawks do what they do, which is win on the road. They went into Washington last night on Sunday Night Football. I told y'all that I was concerned about the Commanders and that they're just not looking like last year. And it has, something to do with the injuries, but it also has to do with just not looking at all. I'll be honest, and we'll talk about the Commanders in a minute. I didn't see the Seahawks starting 6-2, certainly after they lost week 1 at home to the 49ers. But what they are is deep and playable. What did you say prior to the show? That they remind you of the Patriots because of why?
Because back in the day, when Brady would be throwing all these touchdowns to a bunch of guys you never heard of. Everybody in fantasy last night, and I know this isn't fantasy, but everyone in fantasy is like, who is... They're checking their teams. They're checking their free agents. Like, who are these guys? Well, they look great, man. And the uniforms especially. They looked amazing.
Rich Eisen shows social media's Jay Culp put Chris Brockman's team in our Guillotine League right on the chopping block thanks to Torrey Horton's touchdowns last night. I think he knows who Torrey Horton is. And so does Brockman.
Who the hell is Tim Horton?
Yeah,
I don't.
No, it's Torrey Horton.
So close.
6 touchdowns now this year. That's the most by a Seattle rookie since DK Metcalf in 2019.
Torrey Horton, here's a who.
He did. And a what and a how. One of 4 receivers in the last 5 seasons with 6 or more touchdowns in his first 8 career games. The others are named Jordan Addison, Christian Watson, and Jamar Chase.
Okay.
Oh. But really, it's the Sam Darnold to Jackson Smith and Jigba world that we're talking about.
Sure is.
Jackson Smith and Jigba. JSN. 8 more catches for 129 yards and through 8 games. Gentlemen in the studio and ladies out there listening, we have a possibility on our hands of a 2,000-yard receiving season. Mm-hmm. Jackson Smith and Jigba has 948 yards for the first 8 games of the season. Jeez. And in terms of his age, 23 years old, he just broke the record for most yards in the first 8 games of a season by anybody less than 25. And that record belonged to Isaac Bruce. Went to the Hall of Fame after a 22-year-old. He had 938 receiving yards in the 1995 Rams season. That's how good this kid is. He's like the 7-11, right? I don't know. Well, the 7 is the touchdown, and the 11 is his uniform number. He's always open.
Yeah, Rich, and you're right. He's on a pace right now for 2,014 yards.
6th game with 100 or more receiving yards. No player has more than 4, and that's tied the single-season franchise record. Steve Largent, 4 games in a row he's had that mark, and that's the longest active streak in the NFL. And Sam Darnold, man, he's improved upon last year. Improved. And that's a guy who won 14 games last year. I'm not talking win-losses. I'm talking about 21-24 for 330 passing yards, 4 passing touchdowns. He had 1 interception. But he didn't throw an incompletion in the first half. He was so on fire, he didn't even know he hadn't thrown an incompletion in the first half. This is him after the game talking about exactly that very subject matter.
Obviously I can feel the flow of the game and understand that we're doing really good on offense, but no, I didn't know that I hadn't thrown an incompletion. But it's pretty cool. Someone at halftime said to me that I hadn't thrown an incompletion, so I think he's to blame for that, for throwing an incompletion in the second half. Yeah. 17. Not going to say who it was.
It's just good to see him being the man. Two more things about Sam Darnold here. This is crazy. Oh, man. Fourth game with 4 more passing touchdowns since 2024. Only Lamar has more with 6, but let's go further back. There's only one other player in the history of the Super Bowl era to throw for 325 passing yards or more and 4 more passing touchdowns with 3 or fewer incompletions with no sacks taken in a game. I know that's a very small subset, but it just shows you throwing a lot, throwing for scores a lot, not missing, and not taking a sack. The only other one was Johnny Unitas in 1967.
Ooh, wow.
He's the 5th player with 4 more passing touchdowns, 3 or fewer incompletions in a primetime game all time. You want to put it on the subset of doing it on the road. There's only one person who's done that. And his name is Len Dawson, who's also in the Hall of Fame like Johnny Unitas. Okay. And defensively, they're coming for you. The head coach can dial it up in Mike McDonald. And he is just a road warrior. Along with the rest of this team, they have now won 10 in a row on the road. This is crazy because normally you're like, don't take on Seattle. Don't let them get home field advantage because the 12s are so nuts and crazy things happen in Seattle, and it feels like you're playing on the moon up there. Certainly in a primetime game, crazy things happen. But this is a team that's like, we don't care. 10 in a row on the road. They win 1 more on the road that ties the 2019-2020 Chiefs, who won a Super Bowl in that span. And 3 more, they try the 2016-2017 Patriots, who won a Super Bowl in that span as well. And Seattle's next road game, however, is just up the road here against the Rams after a home game with Arizona. And this is what's pretty cool. They've got 2 against the Rams and 1 against the Niners left, and we all know they lost the first one against the 49ers to start the season. They're in San Francisco to end the season, and the NFC West is just deep and playable. Can Seattle keep doing it? Because, listen, they may have receivers you've never heard of and you were looking for the waiver wire to pick up. They got A.J. Barner, their tight end from Michigan, who ran one in. I guess he's their tush-push guy. Everybody's getting a tush-push guy. It's not the quarterback. It's the tight end.
As long as it's still legal.
And
I actually do have him on my team.
So they're great in every phase right now. And 100% can win the division, and 100% can win the conference. This is so wide open right now, you can't sit here and say they ought to have a chance. You even an overreaction Monday asked if they could be number 1 overall.
Absolutely.
And at this point, they can. Kudos to them. And in this division, I think we're going to get 3. I really think we're going to get 3 out of this division. And it's separated by a half game. That's it. I mean, the Cardinals need to win tonight to even have a shot in the realm of entering the chat at some point. How's that for keeping things Dumb and Dumber wide open, having a chance?
So you're saying.
But the next game for the Rams, after eviscerating the Saints coming off of a bye week, is against San Francisco, which just got another win from Mac Jones. And another game in which Christian McCaffrey is just on point doing his thing. And to me, listen, with all due respect to Dak, and what I'm saying next is not disrespectful. This is not one of those. Having your hamstring ripped up like that, that's awful. That must have been a terrible rehab for him. And, those things can, who knows, maybe make you the shadow of less of yourself. And he's just only come back and been amazing. But Christian McCaffrey is the comeback player of the year. Achilles tendonitis in both legs, and then a knee injury on top of it. And he sets a record. with his 16th career game with one on the ground and one in the air. That's all he's doing. He's keeping this team afloat with Mac Jones, who'll find Kendrick Bourne here. He finally found Juwan Jennings for a touchdown. At some point, Kittle's going to enter this zone. He has caught one touchdown since coming back from a hamstring injury of his own. They keep losing players on the defensive side of the ball, one after the other, but they keep on keeping on as well. This is, just ask Jim Harbaugh, former Niner head coach. Oh, it's easy to just go into MetLife in a one Eastern game and come out with the win on Jackson Dart. They got it done. Give it up. And then the Rams are just killing it. This is Matthew Stafford's best year as a pro. Did you hear what I just said?
Ooh.
Did you hear what I just said?
Best year as a pro.
Yes, sir. I got the numbers to back it up. Hold on a minute. I just have to find them first. Keep tap dancing while I look through my page.
Well, I'm saying he's had some monster years, including 5,000 yards in 2011.
And that year he won the ring.
Okay.
That's pretty.
He was comeback player of the year that year.
Yes, his back is better, huh?
That's
How about that, too?
His back is better. Yeah, 41 touchdowns.
I found it. I got it. Let me take it over again, please.
Sorry.
Thank you. I saw 5 touchdown passes from his arm in London. Bye week, comes back, he threw 4. That's the most in a 2-game span in the history of the Rams. That's Kurt Warner we're talking about here. In terms of most passing touchdowns in the first 8 games of a single season in Rams history, the 2020 version of Stafford is second in this regard, 2 behind Kurt's 99 season when he won the Super Bowl and the MVP. Stafford didn't win the MVP in 2021, but he won the Super Bowl. He's got 21 now. And this is the guy, again, we didn't know if he was answering the week 1 bell. When Puka's in, he finds him. When Puka's out, he finds Devontae Adams, who has now 5 touchdown passes in his last 2 games. Running the football, they are so good at it. Balake Karum. Balake went to war.
Oh,
yeah. And a season-high 171 rush yards for the Rams against the Saints. Williams had 25 carries for 114 rush yards. Those are season highs for him. And he didn't touch the ball in the first drive of the second half. And it's just like, is Blake Corum going to take this over? Yep. And so they're getting 13 carries from Balake and 25 carries from this guy on the screen. And they've got 4 tight ends that need to look alive because Stafford's going to find them. And Puka hopefully is going to – apparently he could have played again yesterday, but he didn't come back in.
Yeah, he kind of took a ding to the shoulder on that 4th down.
Well, I think it was his chest. He took it right in the chest. Okay. He fell on the football. Yeah. So NFC West is wide open. Anybody can win it, and anybody can go from there to win the conference, don't you think? Right now? And it's going to be so much fun. Rams at Niners next week. Seahawks at Rams the following week after that.
It's getting good.
Do you want to go to war, Balaki?
Yeah. Good. And, you know, and by the way, the Niners, as we all know, have already won in Los Angeles on that Thursday night.
Right.
Where they took a massive lead with Mac Jones and nobody else, apparently. And Kendrick Bourne had 90 million yards receiving. And the Niners won in Seattle as well. The Niners, who are as banged up as anybody, playing with their backup quarterback and Mac Jones, 6-3. They could take control of the division. They could sweep the Rams. Ooh. And they already have a win in Seattle in their back pocket. And they got one more against Arizona after next week's home game. They could sweep the division. That's how you win it. Monday night at home against Carolina. Everybody, what? That game doesn't mean anything, does it? Yeah. Carolina now at 5-4. The game that I know every Niner fan has circled, like, watch, we'll lose this one at Cleveland. They always go to Cleveland, and it either rains or 40-mile-an-hour winds. Weird stuff happens for them there. Mm-hmm. And then a late bye before they're home for Tennessee at Indianapolis on a Monday night. They finish up against Chicago and Seattle. This is fun stuff. Anybody can win it out of the Rams, Niners, and Seahawks. And anybody can win the conference from there, too.
If I give you NFC West or the field for the 1 seed.
Man, how many more trades is Howie Roseman going to make?
Probably at least 1. We got about, 24 hours until the
field. I took the Lions prior to the season, so I'll take the field.
Yeah, but you're going to get off that pick.
No, I'm not. Why would I get off that pick?
In 3 weeks, you get the mulligan on the Thanksgiving.
So what's more likely? I get off that pick or the field or the NFC West takes the 1 seed? What's more likely? I get off that pick or the NFC West gets the 1 seed?
See, now you're gonna stay on the pick just for spite. I'm gonna say NFC West.
How dare you use my desire to be right against me?
Well, I know who you are as a person.
Okay. That offends me as a host, not as a human. It's like that Seinfeld line. That offends you as a Jewish person? No, that offends me as a comedian.
You said that when Chris got the nod as an actor for the golf tournament.
That's right.
That's when.
That's right.
Ricardo in San Francisco is on the phone line. What's up, Ricardo?
Hey, Rich. Amazing series this year. I really haven't been watching it for the last decade or so, but I thought Roberts is a much better manager than I ever thought.
Got to give it up.
He made the calls. Like, it seemed to work every time he made a call. Defensively, offensively. Blue Jays, on the other hand, Clement as an example. Like, I don't understand why he swung on that first pitch by Glasnow. Let him work the count. Exactly. See how he's doing. See if he's finding the play.
I don't know. How can you argue with Ernie Clement's approach when that approach got him 30 hits in the postseason? And that's not an exaggeration. That's the number. He set the record, and he's the one that damn near won it.
The warning track.
Yeah. But Roberts inserts Pages, a batter before. What made him think, you know what, I got to put Pages in there right now? What made him think that?
Is he a better fielder?
Well, and also, with that switch, what I was thinking?
Yeah.
Roberts could have taken out Rojas and put in Edman, who's a really good defensive second baseman, made a lot of good, amazing defensive plays in the series. And he left him in, and he was the guy that, got that grounder and had to throw the play. Right. The other thing that's amazing about that game was this could have been a World Series that was decided on a replay.
Can you imagine? That's what we were talking about too, Ricardo. Like, what a 21st century moment. After further review, the Blue Jays win the World Series.
Win the World Series. It's amazing.
Thank you for.
I've got a question for you. I was thinking about amazing World Series closeout performances. I'm going to give you 4. I'm wondering what you think. Yamamoto, obviously, this past weekend. Madison Bumgarner in 2000.
Don't forget about him against the
pitches in 2 different games.
Yep.
2 days of rest.
Yep.
Won with 5 innings. Jack Morris in 91, 122 pitch, 10 inning shutout.
That's the one that I would.
Or Josh Beckett, 2003, to close out against the Yankees.
Well, you can't. Hold on a second. How do you leave out Randy Johnson in 2001?
It was 1 inning and 12 pitches. It wasn't huge.
Okay.
But I think I'm looking at the days of rest being something amazing. But Bumgarner pitched 185 pitches on basically between 2 days with 2 days of rest. Yamamoto was amazing. He threw 36 pitches with no rest. But Jack Morris went 10 innings, nursing a 1-0 lead, which is incredible.
How about this one, Ricardo? Because, again, we were talking about it. I was talking about with Cooper, my 14-year-old. He was unaware of Madison Bumgarner's achievements. And I basically said Bumgarner's a Hall of Famer in part because of what he did in that World Series. And he asked, is Yamamoto now a Hall of Famer based on what he just did? And I'm like, not yet.
Mad Bum did it 3 times.
Yeah. No, but not what we just saw, where it's just like, you know what, I'm going to throw my arm until there's nothing left. And thanks for the call, Ricardo. I just don't, but it's something I told him, like, that's something that we're off and running for him.
Oh, we're off and running. No doubt. Beckett against those Yankees, though, that gets left out in the all-time great performances.
Well, part of it is because I don't want to talk about it. That's when I stopped following baseball. 844-204-RICH.
One of the many times.
Is the number to dial right here in the program. ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Keys to Progress program. The Progressive Keys to Progress program is gifting cars to veterans in need. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. I suggest a trade deadline candidate and team that I think needs it to stay in first and keep going forward. That's next.
Tim collects bobbleheads. A lot of bobbleheads. Baseball bobbleheads. Race car bobbleheads. Little chihuahua bobbleheads. He's got an entire room strictly for bobbleheads. Does he need them? No. Is his wife mad about it? A little. But Tim works with Empower, and he got good at money, so he can be a little bad. Ooh, horse bobblehead. Classy, Tim. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football. It's a pepper thing.
This is Lisa Zadok from Zadok Jewelers. We believe that the jewelry you own should be the jewelry you love. Did you know that we buy jewelry, diamonds, and watches that you no longer wear? Just bring them in, and if we make you an offer, you'll get store credit for items you can enjoy now, or you'll leave with a check in hand. It's that easy. Jewelry and watches were not meant to collect dust in a drawer. Stop by Zadok Jewelers today on Post Oak and San Felipe. Zadok Jewelers. Make the moment.
Jeremy Branham here. You've heard me talk about Pro Dunk Hoops and their drill-powered lightning adjust system that lets you raise and lower your goal in seconds. It's 10 times faster with zero effort. Right now, with your new Pro Dunk basketball goal, you can get the lightning adjust system for free. That's a $249 savings. But you have to call. You won't find this offer on the website, so call Pro Dunk at 281-351-9822 and mention ESPN. That's 281-351-9822.
Hi, I'm Sean with Energy Texas, and I'm a customer too. I'm proud to say our rates are 17% below the national average. Every day, our team is focused on keeping costs lower for you. We take affordability personally because this is our home too. So we work harder and smarter to fight rising costs, while also improving reliability for years to come. This isn't just my job, it's a commitment to my community. Together, we power life. Entergy.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. And they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-761-9065. 800-761-9065. 800-761-9065.
Priority Tax Relief. John Granado with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Robin, you guys are doing data centers now. There's all kinds of businesses that could use powder coating.
Yes, we are doing industrial, which means oil and gas. We are doing plenty of residential, and now we're doing tech. We're going in with Meta. We're going in with Tesla. We're working on their data centers. We've even done Samsung in Austin. So the sky is the limit when it comes to our coatings.
I mean, if I'm a city and my water tower is looking terrible, I'm going to call you.
Call us because we want to make sure you take pride where you live.
And we're getting ready for the World Cup, and you're making the city look beautiful.
We really are. Anywhere from Pleasure Pier in Galveston to the Woodlands Waterway to Buffalo Bayou Park, Houston is going to look so pretty, and we want to do that for your backyard as well.
That's right. I mean, if you can do it for the city, you can do it for residential.
Most definitely. We want to help you.
For all your powder coating needs, there's only one place to go, Houston Powder Coaters. HoustonPowderCoaters.com or 281-676-3888 and ask for Robin.
That is me.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well,
trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
I asked the D&M executive the other day, who's your ideal customer? Someone frustrated with luxury car depreciation, someone trading every few years and piling up negative equity, or someone looking to save up on a monthly payment? His answer was all of them and more. D&M has over 50,000 active clients who know that leasing is not renting. It's the smarter option. Call 817 or 972-35-LEASE or visit dmautoleasing.com.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
Back on ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance as well, right here on the Rich Eisen Show. Trade deadline is tomorrow in the NFL. And there's one team out there that's currently in first place, just had a really nice win this past weekend. I think they should go ahead and make a big move. And that is a team that's not usually known for it. It's the Pittsburgh Steelers. And I understand I'm saying this to you after they just had that big win over the Indianapolis Colts. And Aaron Rodgers is just looking as good physically. I mean, the stuff that he is doing, rolling out, moving around, he just looks younger than his driver's license. Doing stuff that, you know, the old, if you will, Rodgers used to do, rather than just an old-looking Rodgers. And, again, at some point, we're going to find out. We talk about the iceberg all the time here, that there's an iceberg, and then we just see the tip. Sitting here on this set or watching at home. There's a big-ass iceberg underneath. But I just want to know why, at some point this offseason, the Pittsburgh Steelers decided just can't have George Pickens around here anymore. And it could be because he does the same thing physically as DK Metcalf, and they wanted a different style of receiver rather than just having two guys who play the same position in similar physical ways and attributes.
No one's really similar to DK physically.
Well, Pickens is pretty close to it.
No,
I mean, maybe not human bat suit, to use a Daniel Jeremiah way of doing it. But I don't know, because they could sure use George Pickens right now. DK is getting erased a lot, and Rodgers is doing a lot to get it to a whole bunch of other folks. I understand.
Calvin Austin.
The word on the street is Jalen Waddle could be had. And that's now that Chris Greer has been replaced in the front office, that the Dolphins are putting more players on the table to be had than they were with Chris Greer in charge. Stephen Ross has basically given a green light to the entire roster. Who do you want? Jalen Phillips is now an Eagle. And if this is the case that Jalen Waddle can be had for a package, Ian Rappaport went on NFL Game Day Morning yesterday, mentioned the words of first-round draft choice.
For Waddle?
Yes, sir. Laugh all you want.
Seems high.
Guess what?
This is not how this works, though, right?
I guess so. Yeah. He comes at a premium. I don't know, if you're the Steelers, you'd throw a 2 on there? But isn't that what they coughed up for DK?
I believe so. I mean, we know Howie Roseman's going to get him, so what are we even doing? It's going to happen.
They're not going to get Jalen Waddle.
Yeah, second-round pick for DK Metcalf.
Yeah, they don't need him, Rich, but guess what? They'll take him.
Stay by your phone, man. I may need you.
The Steelers have a 12 projected picks in 2026. 12.
Well, they can get it.
They got a first, a second, a third, 2/3, or 3/3, 2/4, 2/5, 2/6, and a 7th-round draft choice. This was back in May. So they coughed up something for DK Metcalf. What did they cough up for him, if you don't mind?
A second-round pick.
Yeah, so.
Their own second-round pick seemingly would be in the 50s.
So that's gone. They have a first and 2/3. I don't know. Get creative. You want to toss a first to Miami's way? I mean, you already have their number. You've already done deals like Minka Fitzpatrick. You acquired him and traded him back. I'd have to consider it. I know that sounds crazy. But Rodgers...
You're going to win now, so...
Yes, this is what happens when you hire Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah. Okay.
And certainly if you want him to stick around for another year, which is the word on the street as well, it's what the Jets wanted to do too. It's like, stay around as long as you want. You show up like the Rodgers of an MVP season and we'll surround you. And they went ahead and got everybody you wanted to get. And if they can put Jalen Waddle on this field...
Stretching that field out.
Yeah, man, with DK Metcalf, well, that's the good stuff here. If I'm the Steelers, you got to sit here and say, Carpe diem. We haven't won a playoff game in 7 years. Everybody around here is sick and tired of just making it.
They're beyond sick and tired.
And right now, they're 5-3. The Ravens are 2 games back. You want to give the Ravens fits? That's DK. That's Jalen Waddle. And if that's the case, then so be it. Right? Well, we'll see what we got in next year's draft. We'll see what's going on. We don't want to, like, the draft is in Pittsburgh. We don't want to smoke them if we got them for the first night and a half. But guess what? I don't think fans would care. They would just chill out.
Wait for round 2.
And wait for round 3 if that's the necessary thing. Late on a Friday night if that means they are hosting the draft as champs.
And getting Rodgers is something that was not a Steeler move, right? So let's keep it up then. Keep doing go the Costanza route. Do the things that you don't normally do. Why not? Go for it.
Just throwing that out there to everybody.
Is that RES Consulting or is that just an aside from Rich?
I don't know. I think so if we get consensus, because the best thing about us is it's about us.
It's factual.
We say that all the time at RES Consulting. And I think he once upon a time, that comes from, isn't that Steelers Russ or is that Broncos Russ?
Ooh, that's a good.
I think it might have been Broncos Russ or I don't remember.
I think it was Broncos.
The best thing about us, though, is it's about us.
I think that's Broncos Russ.
Broncos Russ. Speaking of the Denver Broncos. So the Denver Broncos make Russell Wilson the largest dead cap in history, draft Bo Nix, and everybody's thinking, well, that's the end of them. Because they're going to be cap strung, and when you draft somebody in the first round of a contract, I kept pointing out, first-round contracts, they go 5 years, but if you're drafting a quarterback, you're going to want to win in the first year there, and this cap hit that they're taking for Russ, like that's going to leave them with an inability to build around Bo Nix and win football games. And I guess if that's the case, that take basically is the first 3 quarters. And then there's a fourth quarter. And that's when Bo Nix makes everybody look silly. They did it again yesterday against the Houston Texans. Look at these numbers, Chris. TJ, take a look at them.
14.3
in the first
he's
3
like a
quarters
different person.
Of this season. And then the fourth quarter, it's like Knicks time? Is that what it is? Is it Knicks time? Bo time? I mean,
it's
Bo knows.
Well, it can't be. Well, it was Tebow time.
Right, I'm trying to think of an N that'll work for this. An
Bo, you know, I don't know.
Nuclear
Now,
Knicks.
this is RES Consulting.
I mean, in the Knicks of time.
Nuclear Knicks?
Yeah, nuclear Knicks in the fourth quarter.
Here comes nuclear Knicks. I don't know.
Yeah.
Important moments.
Oh boy, important moments. I just that's like a headline. That's a back page. That's not like, hey, it's Tebow time. I don't know what the hell's going on, man. I saw it. I would say I saw it with my own. I saw it with my own self. Tebow time. I wanted to see it in London. It didn't happen. The fourth quarter was just as bad as the first three. Maybe it was a me thing. It's an MP. But the Broncos have now gone from 1-2 to 7-2. That's 6 wins in a row. We had our friend Derek from Missouri call in saying it feels like 2015. Guess what? That's the last time they won 6 in a row in a season. They went to Super Bowl 50 and beat the Panthers. Yep. Super Bowl 60, by the way, is coming up, and it's in the same building as Super Bowl 50 was. Ooh. Will Lutz made the field goal with time expired, so it was yet another game in which the Broncos didn't lead at all until the very end. And they had a few games where they didn't trail and then lost. So I guess only fitting here that the Texans had them dead to rights throughout the day, and then the Broncos took care of business in a game that combined for 16 punts. It was all about the defense, and Bo Nix got it done. 6 plays, 48-yard game-winning drive. He had 37 total yards with his arm and his legs on that drive. And it wasn't pretty, but it doesn't matter. Did you see when Will Lutz went out there, did you see they had a cutaway to Sean Payton? Did you see that? I think his coaching point was kick it straight the F through. Go on out there and basically like you make it. I think it was something very similar to that.
He told him to make it. Like, it's the one thing. Don't miss. All right, now you're putting in this idea in my head.
3 7-2 teams. One of them is a team that beat them because of a leverage penalty at the very end. That's the Colts and the Patriots at 7-2. Good Lord. Patriots are 7-2.
If only someone here predicted that.
Okay. Where's the guy who called in for the win-loss game that had him going 0-17? That person has to be, you want in the want to get away commercial. So they're set up. Of course, they haven't played the Chiefs yet, and that's what's sitting out there. They've already lost to the Chargers as well. So Denver just can play defense, lights out defense, just lights the whole way out defense. They are so terrific on that side of the football. It's not funny. 3 of 17 on third downs, 0-3 in the red zone. Of course, with the 4 sacks we're talking about, Texans fans would want me to point out, and I will, that C.J. Stroud got hit as he was sliding. That looked pretty ugly.
Brutal the way his head hit off the turf. Got to think that's going to extend to this week that we may not see.
He was terrible.
Yeah.
But the Broncos are in the mix. Oh, and as for the Chargers, well, there's a parade going on around here, and we were talking about the Rams. That wasn't pretty either. Joe Alt getting carted off again. I mean, how many injuries is this team going to suffer on that offensive line or throughout?
The rumor is surgery. For him.
Man, oh, man.
Yeah, that stunk to watch.
But they still got it done after giving one up on special teams and then having a defensive touchdown thrown on them. Justin Herbert, 250 yards, 3 total touchdowns, 1 on the ground. That pick 6 cost him. But not at the end of the day, 27-20 final. Omarion Hampton's going to have to come back at some point, too. Mm-hmm. But this is a team that's banged up and still 6-3. Oh, I'm told we have a Harbaugh Files, which is another one of our favorite segments. Is there a setup to this that I should know about the Harbaugh Files? Oh. Let me ask you this question. In terms of Harbaugh Files, I shouldn't have even asked. No. How many of these percentages are the greatness of Justin Herbert? Subject matter. No. Almost 100%.
Yeah, 93.
Hit it.
Sometimes people that are standing on third base think they hit a triple, but they didn't.
The Harbaugh Files.
Justin Herbert. By now, there's no other ways I think that he could impress. You know, but then every time I think that, then he finds a way to. You know, it's like another rung on the ladder of esteem. Yeah, he's that guy. He's that competitor. He's that kind of player that it's reserved for the great ones. That find a way, and they'll do it. Whatever the situation presents. But I mean, some of those runs. I mean, the physical nature of those runs. I mean, looked like Larry Zonka at times. Just what a player! What a player! Superstar.
The Harbaugh Files.
Larry Zonka?
Well, the thing that caught me, Ladder of Esteem. That sounds like a tour, right?
Right.
Whose tour is it? Ladder of Esteem.
Oh, it's a hardcore '80s metal. It's a Metallica.
Ladder of Esteem,
Megadeth, or something like that.
Okay,
DJ, I think.
The Ladder of Esteem tour. Yeah, that you get.
Faith No More opened. I saw them in '98.
That's right.
Yeah.
You get a laminate so you can go backstage on the Ladder of Esteem tour, right?
Yes. Yeah. Hang on, have a cold drink with James Hetfield.
Another rung on the Ladder of Esteem. That's my deep coach and our neighbor across the way, getting set for the Steelers. Getting set for the Steelers on a Week 10 Sunday night. Oh, baby.
That's fun.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Progressive makes bundling easy and affordable. Get a multi-policy discount by combining your motorcycle, RV, boat, ATV, and more. All your protection in one place. Bundle and save at Progressive.com. I think Progressive, I shouldn't mess around with a sponsor and promise something. I think Progressive actually, if I'm not mistaken, they insure O'Shea Jackson Jr.'s bandwagon that he jumped to say he's a Dodger fan all of a sudden.
I think that's true. Yeah.
Well, perfect way to bring him onto the program. Coming up next, O'Shea Jackson Jr., fresh off his bandwagon. Let's see if he still has splinters from it when he sits in our chair next.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy team synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
You're standing inside a secret prison. It houses the Nazi high command.
I'm going to put Hermann Goering on trial.
Sony Pictures Classics presents Nuremberg, starring Academy Award winner Russell Crowe, Academy Award winner Rami Malek, and Academy Award nominee Michael Shannon.
Do you plead guilty or not guilty?
Schuldig. Nuremberg opens only in theaters everywhere November 7th.
Last year, we bought over 54,000 cars from your friends and neighbors at GiveMeTheVin.com. Why did they sell us their cars? It's because you're worth more, and your car's worth more. I know that, and you know that. That's why I created GiveMeTheVin.com. It's the fastest and easiest way for you to sell your car for more money when it's time to sell. I'm sitting here waiting on the other end of GiveMeTheVin.com.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
This is Lisa Zadok from Zadok Jewelers. Have a watch that needs a battery change or just plain doesn't work anymore? Maintaining a luxury timepiece requires exacting attention, and we service over 30 of the world's favorite brands, in addition to being the largest authorized dealer in the region. If something's just not right, allow our 7 on-site watchmakers to handle your watch with the care and attention it deserves. Bring your watch in for an estimate today. Zadok Jewelers. Make the moment.
You've heard me talking about Two Creeks Crossing Resort. What a beautiful, relaxing place. We took the family when school got out, and we had a fantastic time. We stayed in the treehouse. You know the kids love that. I drove up after I got off work and was there in 90 minutes, which is pretty close to my normal commute. The family took it all in, from exploring their 92-acre property to fishing in the creeks and their catch-and-release pond, which the kids loved. Everybody had a great time, and we can't wait to go back. Book now at twocreekscrossingresort.com.
When it comes to accidental injury cases in Harris County, there's one law firm that files nearly 3 times as many cases than any other firm, and that's Daspit Law Firm. Why? Because they're the best at what they do, getting their clients the compensation they deserve for injuries they've wrongfully suffered in an accident. Lance Dline here, and if you suffered an injury in an accident and you would like a free case review, call John Daspit now, 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW, or visit DaspitLaw.com.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. And they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-761-9065. 800-761-9065. 800-761-9065.
Priority Tax Relief. Okay, Texas, pop quiz. True or false? Walmart has more than 500 million items online. True. Find a huge selection online that you can't find in stores. True or false? Groceries always cost more when they're delivered. False. Walmart's grocery prices are the same for delivery as they are in store. Last one. Walmart can deliver in as fast as an hour. True, y'all. Use express delivery to get eligible items to your doorstep before the pool party starts. Walmart. Who knew? Subject to availability. Fees and restrictions apply.
Dream Rate Mortgage, the ultimate mortgage hookup. Visit 975loans.com.
NMLS number 2482473, Equal Housing Lender.
Houston values banking that puts people first. Veritex Community Bank is now part of Huntington Bank, and Huntington is committed to keeping banking local, investing in neighborhoods, supporting small businesses, and helping Houston thrive. More at huntington.com/Veritex Bank. Member FDIC.
For 250 years, brave Americans have answered the call to defend our freedoms. Wounded Warrior Project honors this legacy of service and sacrifice with life-changing support for post-9/11 veterans, service members, and their families. We help warriors access VA benefits, improve their mental and physical health, and provide them with career assistance so they can thrive for a lifetime. Join us in honoring warriors at woundedwarriorproject.org/America.
Page. Let me tell you about Sonos, the speakers that bring every game to life at my own house. Listening on the Sonos soundbar, watching Game 6 and 7, I truly felt like I was in Toronto. It was unbelievable. The studio quality sound, it made me feel like I was right in the stadium. The whole family was taking it in. We loved it. And the setup is so easy. You just plug it in, you open the Sonos app, and you're ready to go. Fills your room with incredible sound, whether you're listening to the hottest shows or watching an epic sporting event like we were over the weekend. Explore the soundbars, speakers, and more at Sonos.com. Sonos, they look as good as they sound. And looking as good as he appears to be back on the Rich Eisen show prior to recording No Contest Wrestling with an NCW championship belt over his left arm and a Los Angeles Dodgers over the right. O'Shea Jackson Jr., good to see you, sir. How are you?
I'm sure with those Sonos, you could hear how deadly quiet that crowd got at the end of 6 and 7.
This guy over here.
6-7.
6-7.
Yeah, you know. Come on, man.
6-7.
Come on, man.
Okay.
Yeah.
Look at you doing a 6-7.
Yeah, I mean,
Yamamoto,
the Dodgers did it first.
Yamamoto, what games did he win?
Come on, but the double plays at the end of both of those games and just hearing how quiet it got.
They ended both games on double plays. When was the last time we saw 2 game-ending double plays? Mm-hmm. One of them from the outfield. Mm-hmm. We saw 2 home runs to start Game 5 to lead off the game. Speaking of quiet stadiums, I honestly, we can go on and on and on about all that. We have a caller that wants to call in and tell us about what went wrong with the Blue Jays, is what I'm told. Borat in Calgary, Canada is joining us right now. Borat, you there?
Yeah, so thank you. My name is Borat. I'd like to make an analysis to baseball, if you like. Not as good as yours. You are number one dog, but I try, if you don't mind.
Okay. All right. As long as you keep it clean, Borat.
I will try. When I come from Kazakhstan, I live in Toronto. They make a baseball very nice. I like the Blue Jay very much, but I must 4 points. Point number 1, congratulations to Book and Charlie Dodger. They are full value for the win. But I also have no problem with physical error. More love to the Billy Buckner. Physical error you cannot prevent sometimes. But the falafel mental retardation is not acceptable. I think he must be Uzbek. We will run him out of this town. He will not show his face here again. Point number 2 is Little League. Before even maybe 10 years old, he learned this thing. Why he forget them at the moment of judgment? Number 3, it is not falafel, neither is Schneider. Do you have this Schneider hot dog in the United States, or is it only Canadian?
I think it's only Canadian, Borat. Yeah.
We have a brand called Schneider hot dog. We will roast his belly fat crispy, and we will eat our enemy. Bottom line, no primary lead, no secondary lead. Rojas double clutch, feet first slide is no good for victory.
Ladies and Borat in Calgary, everybody.
Wow.
Well, there you know that one was going to go.
Expecting.
We give that one a whirl.
Borat
we got the guy in Ohio who does the Morgan Freeman.
That's right.
By the way, he might be talking about Freeman. Kevin Stefanski just announced he's given up his play calling duties.
I know.
To Tommy Reese.
I saw that. Also, Jerry Jones just said on Sirius Radio that the Cowboys have made a trade to immediately address the need, but won't say who they traded for.
Of course not. It's a coming. It's on the way.
Hold on a minute. You're saying he went on the radio to say we've made a trade.
What are we doing?
But I'm not telling you who it was.
Yes, exactly.
Why? Because it's still in the process of closing?
I guess. Yeah,
but just to tell everybody, hey, it's happening.
We're making moves. Yeah.
Hey, the last time he told you, TJ, to sleep easy, you lost Micah Parsons to Green Bay. So he just told you basically, don't worry, I got this thing.
This is like another guy I saw on TV yesterday who made a claim, and the reporter said, well, who was it? And he goes, well, I'm not going to tell you. Tune in your local news. That's what this sounds like to me.
Jerry Jones said, immediately we will have him on the field, and it will address some of the things that have been our shortcomings.
Okay.
Some of the things. Well, that's a big player.
Better be Jeffrey Simmons coming.
Dude. Jeffrey Simmons
that
coming
would be
to
massive.
Well, that would be.
That's why it ain't going to happen.
Well, they would have, they would have taken one of the picks they got from Green Bay and flipped it to Tennessee, like he said that it would be possible to do. And I was one of the first people to say that usually doesn't happen is a trade deadline. Is your first to flip a first-round pick. I think he's the last one to do it for Amari Cooper, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. You and Brotman were in the studio
when that happened. He also said he's working on 2 other trades ahead of tomorrow's deadline.
Oh, man.
Oh, still working.
Yeah.
One of my favorites, the squirrel.
So is he going to acquire a squirrel?
It's possible.
No, but in all seriousness, T.J. Jefferson.
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you this question. Because by the next time there's a final minute before you record No Contest Wrestling with O'Shea Jackson Jr. By the next time we're on the air, we will most likely have found out who he's referring to.
You would assume.
Yeah. If it was a first-round pick they got for Micah and they get Jeffrey Simmons, would you say this is fine, I'm good with everything?
Absolutely. I mean, it doesn't patch up all the holes
Micah
in that defense.
into Simmons. Again,
and a first-round pick.
And another first-round pick in the following year.
That's not bad.
Maca.
I mean, Jeffrey Simmons isn't exactly a pass rusher.
Yeah.
Dude, Jeffrey Simmons is a game changer from the middle of the defensive line.
He is a obvious
And he's
stud.
28. He's 28.
Okay.
Yeah,
and Micah's 26.
And he's already under contract, right? He already just signed a big deal.
Yeah, I just threw somebody out there and tried to make us.
Well, he hasn't played the last 2 weeks. That's presumably being held out, so he can be traded.
Same thing with Calvin Ridley.
Yeah.
You don't need him.
Nah, I think we're good there.
All right.
I mean, look.
Steelers need Calvin Ridley.
Hey,
we'll take any help we can get. We need some cornerbacks.
On Tuesday's show, I'm going to take a page from Jerry Jones here to wrap this up. Tuesday's show, we've got a great guest list. Just not going to tell you what it is. Trust me.
And we have 2 people we're working on, but we're not going to tell you.
We're working on 2 people. It's to address our guest needs.
Check your own local news. All right.
Check us out Tuesday. It's going to be awesome.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. Trade stocks and ETFs, options, futures, and crypto all on one platform. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move. All investments involve risk, including loss of principal. Options, futures, and crypto trading carry significant risk and may not suit all investors. Securities offered through Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC. Futures trading is offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Crypto offered through Robinhood Crypto LLC, NMLS ID 1702840, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Portfolio management offered by Robinhood Strategies, an SEC registered advisor.
Rich Eisen here. As you all know, I care deeply about pediatric cancer research and awareness. That's why I'm proud to talk about Hyundai Hope on Wheels. For over 27 years, every Hyundai sold has helped fund life-saving pediatric cancer research. Together with over 850 dealers nationwide, they've raised more than $277 million, supporting over 25,000 kids in their fight against cancer. At Hyundai, hope isn't optional. It comes standard. Visit HyundaiUSA.com and search Hyundai Hope on Wheels to learn more.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. What's the scariest thing about winter coming? If you thought it was night walkers, no. They're not even real. But the scary things are frozen broken pipes. They can be real and cost you thousands of dollars when you get damage to your home. Aqueduct Plumbing Company can come out and give you a free estimate for pipes that don't burst in a freeze. Billy Brown says if you go with them, he'll throw in a traditional water heater absolutely free. Call them today. AqueductPlumbingCompany.com, 281-488-6238. That's 281-488-6238.
Time to hydrate, Houston. Rambler Sparkling Water's cranberry flavor is back and available for a limited time this holiday season. Available at Sprouts, Whole Foods, and many other retailers. Cheers to the flavor of the season. Rambler Cranberry. Get rambling.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Attention, anyone that owes money to the IRS. Every day, your unpaid tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. The longer you wait, the more you will end up paying. If you owe $10,000 or more, now is the time to settle your debt before the IRS takes aggressive action, like taking your wages or property. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, or other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't.
Hello, Houston. He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. We're Jeremy and Joe. Happy opening night, Joe.
Happy opening day. College basketball. It's here, baby.
It's a great day.
It's the best day. It's the best day.
Go Cougs.
Go Cougs. Well said. Yeah, I'm over on campus. It's buzzing already. Already buzzing on campus. Houston opens up the season against Lehigh. Lead story of the day. We'll react to that tomorrow. But lots to get to today. World Series is over. It is officially not baseball season. It's hot stove season. That's good. Rockets won a game over the weekend, starting to find their stride. They're looking good. Plenty going on in college football, NFL. But the Houston Texans fall to the Denver Broncos yesterday, chat. The Broncos beat an injury-riddled Texans team. Is it fair to say that? Injury-riddled Texans team?
I guess. Your quarterback's hurt. Your right tackle gets hurt. That's pretty much it, though. I mean, it's not
Christian Harris got hurt.
Christian Harris did get hurt.
Did you catch in the post-game where somebody asked D'Amico Ryans, like, hey, playing shorthanded, you didn't have Harris? Like, I laughed a little bit whenever I heard that.
Because they haven't had him, I don't know, all season by choice?
Yeah, they don't play him. Like, what's the significance of Christian Harris not being available whenever he plays a few snaps on special teams? I wouldn't call him injury-riddled. Like, I think every NFL team at this stage of the year has some injuries. They've had their fair share. They've had their critical ones, just like most NFL teams. But you lose your starting quarterback, that's significant.
Yeah.
I mean, you lose your starter a few series into the game. That is a major shift on what's going to happen the rest of the way.
Yeah, it's almost impossible at this point. Like, we see backup quarterbacks have some success, and, you know, if your backup quarterback is in there, Jeremy, for a long time, you want him to go, like 500? Whether they play 2 games or 4 games, but coming in after a week of not really practicing, I don't think I'm shocked. I'm not shocked at all by what we saw from the Mills Mafia crowd and how lackluster his performance was in this game. You lose your quarterback, it's hard to win in the NFL, especially against a defense that's good. Even though Surtain was out, it's still a very good defense, and it just was an uphill battle even when CJ wasn't there at the beginning.
Yeah, that was significant. Do you think the Texans are cooked at 3-5?
No. I can't say yes, because even though it puts you in a bind, watching the Colts game back a little bit this morning, not thoroughly impressed with what we saw. Even though it was a 1-score loss, I think they're still alive a little bit. The AFC is still kind of up in the air, so they're not fully cooked yet. They're on the grill, but they're not cooked all the way through just yet, I don't think.
I think they're cooked.
Really? Like, fully cooked?
Yeah, I don't want to be like D'Amico in this whole thing. I mean, D'Amico's kind of right about, like, hey, we're close. Like, he hadn't said that in a while. But, I mean, they are close. Like, they're pretty close to being a good football team. They're pretty close to having a winning record. Like, you're right there with the Rams. Very easily could have won that game. Very easily could have won the Tampa game. Probably should have won the Jacksonville game. You were never in the Seattle game. If you don't lose your starting quarterback yesterday, you win that game. So, like, I think that I don't want to say this because you are what your record is. Like, I firmly believe that. You are what your record is, but you can become something else. So they are 3-5 team, but they are very close to being like 6-2. They're very close to being 5-3, but those stars just haven't aligned. And, like, who knows how long C.J. Stroud's going to be out. So, like, you're in a deep hole at 3-5. You have a couple of games, away from being in the playoffs. You're 2 back at Jacksonville. They currently have the tiebreaker, so you don't even control your own destiny there. Your schedule's very tough. So, like, I get mathematically. Like, look at this schedule. Like, Jacksonville, okay, maybe you can beat them, although you're going to have Davis Mills more than likely. At Tennessee, that should be a cupcake. But then look at this gauntlet after that. Buffalo, at Indy, at KC, the Cardinals, who are very dangerous if Jacoby Brissett is quarterbacking, the Raiders, who suddenly look dangerous because Brock Bowers is back, and then you go to the Chargers and you finish the season at the Colts. Like, that's a tough schedule down the stretch. So, like, your easy games were supposed to be coming up, and who knows if you have your starting quarterback. And that team yesterday that was led by Davis Mills in the second half did not look good offensively. A bad-looking offense looked way worse with their backup quarterback, which is how it should be. You should never look better with your backup quarterback. That would be weird. So, yeah, I think I think they're cooked. Like, I'm ready to call the season. I really am.
Yeah, I mean, I don't blame you, honestly. Like looking at how, I mean, even before the season started, we looked at the schedule and said how tough it was. You look at the schedule with C.J. Stroud and an offense that we were just asking to be competent this year, and you go, okay, Bills, Chiefs, all the 49ers, the Broncos, all these good teams you're playing this year. Like, this, it wasn't going to be easy to win 10 games fully healthy, and then you've played the way you have, and then now you lose your quarterback for who knows how long, because some guys come back in a week, some guys are out for multiple weeks from a concussion. Like, it can vary all over the place. So you're in a tough spot. I won't say it's fully over just yet, because part of me just feels like it'll shift at some point. Like, to have all these losses by 8 points or less, you would think you would get one or two of them at some point this season. You would win a one-score game, and maybe the luck would flip a little bit on your side, but you also might just not be destined for that this year. You think about, like, the Vikings, 2 years ago, went like 10-1 in one-score games. The Texans might go 1-10 this year in one-score games, the trajectory they're going on. So that's why I can't fully say it, because these games all are close, and they haven't played that well. But the defense is so elite that, like, it still gives me like a small sense of hope, but it's not much.
I see. Mine's coming strictly from like a mathematical perspective.
Sure.
This junkie on the text line, Lance and Jeremy's reactions to the Texans losing are the total opposite. I didn't hear Lance's reaction. If you provide some context, that'd be good. I still think that the Texans are capable of putting a good product on the field. Like, I firmly believe that. Their defense is very, very good, maybe the best in the NFL, although I wonder if the game script kind of changes and skews that a little bit. But still, one of the best defenses in the NFL. I think that they have the potential offensively to not be top 10 or anything like that, but just top half, top 16 of the league, which I think if you combine a top 16 offense with a defense that's top 3 in the NFL, and I'm just talking about eye test, I'm not talking about statistics, because I know statistically they're better than that, then you can put a good product on the field. I think they're still capable of putting a good product on the field. I think they're just too far behind the 8 ball. Yep. I think they're too far behind the 8 ball. I still think they're a ways away from putting that complete product on the field. And now we don't know how long C.J. Stroud's going to be out. The only piece of evidence that we have with C.J. Stroud specifically was 2 years ago, or his rookie year. That's the same thing. Whenever he had the concussion and he missed 2 games. He missed 2 games with a concussion. Case Keenum went 1-1, in that time. Who knows how long he's going to be out here. We'll have to hurry up and wait. Go Cougs, statistically the greatest college football quarterback of all time. I went as Case Keenum for Halloween last Friday. So, I'm talking about it strictly from, like, a probability standpoint. I think they're cooked. I still think they're capable of putting a good product on the field, but they're getting closer and closer to too little, too late.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't place a single dollar wager on the Houston Texans to make the playoffs this year, to win the division, do anything of significance at this point. So I do lean with you for the most part. It's just hard for me to ignore this defense and not say, like, gosh, if you can just score from the 1-yard line, like, that's all you got to do, Jeremy. Score from the 1-yard line once or twice this season. Like, you're in a different position than you are now. It's not a big ask. It's not, but they also make it seem like it's impossible to accomplish something so easy that every team in the NFL can do, except for literally the Houston Texans.
Easy. It's not easy. It's not an easy thing to do. I don't really like that thought.
Why?
Because it's not easy.
They're the only team this year that hasn't scored from 2 yards and in. The only team in the NFL. Texans Cap tweeted out this graphic today. The only team in the NFL to not score a touchdown with 2 yards or less to go. The only team in the NFL. That's pathetic. Like, how is that possible?
Because it's hard to do, Joe.
To not get one?
Because it's hard. Yes, that you're proving the point on how hard it is.
You're the only one.
It's a very difficult thing to do.
The Saints have one.
It's a little harder when you keep trying to give the ball to British Brooks.
It's a hard thing to do.
They make it a little bit harder.
Well, yeah, they make it hard on themselves. Like, that's the problem. It's not that it's hard to do, and then they just keep trying the same thing over and over again without ever trying anything different. Like, it's baffling to me that they cannot score from 1 yard.
It's not baffling to me. I think it's very easy to understand. Like, I don't know why you're baffled here, Joe. Is the Texans' offensive line good?
No.
There you go. I rest my case.
The problem is the offensive coordinator.
Next witness, Your Honor.
They just keep running up the middle.
No, it's they're pounding their head against the wall. It's very stubborn play calling, quite frankly. We'll hear, like, D'Amico talked about this after the game too, and, like, it's very clear that his mantra is we're just going to be strong and physical and we're going to manhandle you from a yard away, which, I mean, I get it. Like, you're a defensive coordinator that's now a head coach. You're a strong guy. You could probably push somebody, in the trenches one-on-one. Like, I totally understand what he's saying. But if I have a Texans offensive line and I have a defensive line that's above average, I'm not gonna win that 1 yard. Like, I'm not gonna win the battle of the trenches. I'm not going to do it. So like the frustration that I have not able to score from the 1 yard line, 2 yard line, whatever it is, it's more the stubbornness of continuing to try that and banging your head against the wall when their defensive line's clearly superior than your offensive line.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't understand how they don't try anything different. They don't do a tush push. Now they're doing this weird quarterback sneak that I thought last week was maybe a one-time thing, but it's clearly not. It's designed for the quarterback to take a step to the right and then follow your guard in. I just don't get it. I don't know what they're doing.
Well, they don't get pushed. Like, I think we overcomplicate the sports. We really do. And I understand it's a complex thing. I understand that all sports are complex within a very simple idea. All sports are simple. Like in football, what's the goal? The goal is to get the ball in the end zone, to score more points than the other team, to get a little bit of a push. And I understand they have complex ideas in order to gain a competitive advantage over their opposition. Baseball, score runs, right? Get dudes across the plate. Basketball, put the biscuit in the basket. Like, it's all very simple stuff. Now, there's complexity in being able to do it, and the best teams are more complex than usually the bad teams, generally speaking. The Texans' issue isn't like some complex thing. It's very simple. They struggle in short yardage situations because their offensive line is inferior to most defensive lines in the NFL. It's not a complicated thing. Very easy to understand.
It is easy to understand, but I also don't understand why you don't try something different.
They should. No, you're absolutely right about that.
If you watch the Chargers game yesterday or the Bills game yesterday, like that, you put a running back directly behind the quarterback and he pushes him across the line of scrimmage. I know Justin Herbert and Josh Allen are much bigger than C.J. Stroud, maybe similar size to Davis Mills, but push it. We saw the Seattle Seahawks yesterday. They put their tight end at the quarterback position, and he got pushed across the line of scrimmage.
Yeah.
Push him. Help your offensive line. Use force behind the quarterback. Or
are we sure that we want C.J. Stroud taking hits, though?
Okay,
like, this is another one of my things.
Then use your tight end. Do what the Seahawks do.
Yeah, I'm cool with that. I'm cool with some creativity there. Like I'm now the Texans don't have many tight ends left, but like I'm good. I'm good with those ideas. Now I don't want to subject C.J. Stroud to hits. I've been saying that forever. I don't want to scoreboard what happened yesterday, but this is why I don't want C.J. Stroud to run. This is why I am prone to have C.J. Stroud do some quarterback sneaks. Now the creativity from the one. If you have an offensive line that's bad, hey, cool. That's fantastic. I'm down for that. I'd like some rollouts. Like, let's give C.J. Stroud a little bit of a rollout with the option, okay, let me find somebody. Let me run it in if I have space, So my biggest complaint is that they are very stubborn with their goal line plays. Very, very stubborn. Like, I mean, watch the game yesterday. Watch the first 2 plays in a goal line situation. Did you have faith in the Houston Texans gaining a yard against that Denver Broncos defensive front? Of course not. So do something different. But they got stubborn. They got stubborn with it.
There was no faith that they were going to score there. 0, which is incredibly sad that you can't get a yard. Like you don't have faith in your team to get 1 yard. That's all you need. And I mean, D'Amico's right. It's on the players ultimately to get the push, but at some point you also have to recognize that you literally can't.
I don't know, man. I don't know if it's on the players. Like, if you and I were playing chess and I had a pawn and you had a queen, who's winning that matchup?
The queen?
Yeah, so I'm gonna dump the board over and say, let's play another game. Like, I don't know if I agree with D'Amico there. I think that they got too stubborn for their own good. Junkie said they did finally do a jet sweep. Yeah, you did it with not a shifty receiver. You did it with Nico, and I understand he's your playmaker, but he's not your shiftiest guy. You have 2 other receivers who are shiftier than Nico. I'm not trying to diss Nico. That's not his game. His game isn't lateral quickness. Not that he's bad at it, but he's not the best in the wide receiver room at it. Mm-hmm. And he's a big guy. He's great, over the middle. He's great on the deep posts. He's great at a bunch of things. Lateral quickness isn't Nico Collins' forte. Like
it's not at all. There's plenty of other guys you could have used. Maybe you could have used them in other parts of the game too, though, Jeremy.
What's that?
Maybe you could have used some of those receivers in other parts of the game too.
I don't understand this criticism though. I really don't. I think we're fake outraging this.
About Noel?
Yeah, I do.
Look, I think Christian Kirk on that first drive, he helps convert a 3rd and 8. He helps convert a 4th and 2. But I just don't get it. You have a player it's going well. Like you talked about stubbornness. They're so stubborn with how they run things on the red zone. But then you see something in your offense that's working, and you choose to put that player on the field for 11 plays.
But it's not like Kirk played bad, though.
I know, but, Noel's better.
You think Noel's better than Kirk?
Yes, the way he's played this year. Yes.
Joe,
But you're doing it against weaker competition. Like, I mean, he was doing that against poor defenses.
He still had success. He's going to abandon it? You're not even going to try against a good defense?
I would understand this more if Christian Kirk had a bad football game yesterday. But Christian Kirk played well yesterday. Like I thought he looked good.
Can I redirect your anger, Joe, a little bit? I think I maybe make this a little sharper. Like I would side on the Christian Kirk side of this, but to me, my frustration with Jalen Noel is that Harrison Bryant outsnapped him, and British Brooks had the same amount of snaps as Jalen Noel.
Different positions. How can you compare a fullback to a receiver?
But it goes back to the offensive stubbornness that we have to have these macho sets with 2 tight ends and a fullback. Like, there's no creativity at times with this offense.
This is a lot of fake outrage right now.
No,
like we're comparing a fullback snap count versus a slot receiver.
If I'm being serious, how is it fake?
Because we're talking about formations when we're comparing play counts with it's because they had short yardage situations. They're not running 21 personnel at 1st and 10.
Well, maybe they should stop running 3 tight ends and a fullback and try to run right up the gut. It wasn't working. That's kind of what we talked about this segment.
Let's go run and shoot from the 1. Let's spread it out 4 wide.
Hey, you know what? At least to be different, Jeremy. At least to be different.
I don't see a lot of great offenses going 3 tight ends and a fullback on the goal line. They at least give some threat of something
Chargers,
out wide.
Anybody who's running sneak.
I think they should have played Noel more in this game.
Yeah,
I think he's better than
understand
Christian
the Noel
Kirk.
frustration. I just don't understand it after a good game from Christian Kirk. Like if the Texans would have won that game yesterday and had the field goal, no one's like, "Oh, why didn't Jalen Noel play more?" There's 100 reasons they lost that game yesterday. Jalen Noel not playing over Christian Kirk is not one of them.
Totally agree. But it's just it's with the frustrations of the things we saw in the game. It was high on my list.
Okay. Fair enough. 713-780-3776. Plenty to get to. Game management came up. We'll discuss the game management. I think there was a little gotcha journalism towards DeMeco Ryans earlier today. We'll get to the top college football stuff, top NFL stuff as well. But coming up next, let's listen a little bit to the failures on the goal line. DeMeco Ryans had a thought on why they failed at the goal line. And then I thought it was very interesting what Sean Payton had to say after the game, an edge that Sean Payton knew his team had before that game was ever kicked off yesterday. 713-780-ESPN if you want to join in. You can find us on Twitter at ESPN 97.5. Joe's at Joe George Radio. Brian's at Sacked by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. It's Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN at 92.5. First, a minute on Pro Dunk Hoops. It's here. It is here. Pro ball already started. College basketball is here. I've been champing at the bit for this. And I'm going to be jonesing to shoot some hoops here pretty soon. You're probably going to be jonesing to shoot some hoops. Your significant other is probably going to be jonesing to shoot some hoops. Your children are probably going to be jonesing to shoot some hoops. Your neighbors are going to be jonesing to shoot some hoops. And if you're going to shoot some hoops, you need a goal from Pro Dunk. They have the best goals you'll find. Don't waste your time. Don't mess around at the big box stores. Get a goal from Pro Dunk. Tempered glass backboard gives you that true authentic feel. It's got a breakaway rim, which is fantastic, and you need that because it's height adjustable. Yeah, I don't think you're going to be throwing down some yams on a 10-foot goal, but you can lower it all the way down to 5 feet, raise it all the way up to 10 feet, and you're going to have a great time reliving the glory days. Their accessories are next level too. You get these LED light kits for night play. You're at work, kids are at school, we get it. Sun is down by the time you get home, we get it. We'll get LED light kits, and you don't have an excuse. Backstop nets, so lazy bones doesn't have to chase after the basketball. Pull pad lettering and lots more at produnk.com, including professional installation. That's right, they'll do the work for you, not you. You don't have to worry about it. The pros from Pro Dunk are going to do that. And right now, if you call Pro Dunk and mention hearing this ad on ESPN, you'll receive the Lightning Adjust Drill powered height adjustment feature for free. This is a $249 value. Because you listen to us, you're getting it for free. Installed for free, too. How great is that? It helps you raise and lower the goal 10 times faster with zero effort. Zero effort, that's for me. Free, give me 3. So take advantage of this now. Call 281-351-9822, 281-351-9822, or visit them online at produnk.com. That's produnk.com.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
713-780-ESPN, 713-780-3776. YouTube TV customers, get the sports you love on ESPN back, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, NBA, college basketball, and more. Act now. Go to keepmynetworks.com to get ESPN back. 713-780-3776. Noah's better than Kirk. How is Jeremy trying to argue that? I mean, I think it's up for debate at this stage of their career. But that's not really the point. Even if you're like, Noah's better than Kirk, okay, whatever. Like, let me entertain that for a moment. That wasn't the reason they lost yesterday. Like, Davis Mills was overthrowing receivers. Davis Mills was throwing the ball behind Dalton Schultz. They could not move the ball. They could not score from the one. Like, even if Noah is better than Kirk, that's like the 25th thing on the list. 713-780-3776. Jeremy's just trying to be controversial. He likes to gaslight anybody who does not agree with him. Yeah, but that's fun. Another junkie. I've never heard anyone say they're champing at the bit. Isn't it chomping at the bit? No, it's champing at the bit. Google it. 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HR&P listener line. Coward D is back. Coward D, it is so good to hear from you. I hope you are well. What is up?
Hey, what's up? I just wanted to chime in on the last segment. You said, like, I don't know if it was Brian or Joe, whoever said it, but you don't run like 21 personnel that close to the red zone. This is why you shouldn't have two producers on the show. You just need one. One will do. Thanks.
Coward D agreed with me. That's rare.
And took a drive-by on the way.
Yeah, I don't know if that was a drive-by.
That was pretty damn direct, Joe.
Right,
I think he just walked up to her face and pulled the trigger.
Yeah, Coward D, I like you. Oh, I have. Here is D'Amico Ryan's his thought on the failures at the goal line.
Yeah, to start for us, it wasn't good enough. We were in the red zone multiple times as an offense there at the 1 yard line, had multiple opportunities to get it in. That's just about, it's sheer willpower. To me, it's at the 1 yard line. We got to find a way to, displace guys at the line of scrimmage and punch the football in, right? And that's what it takes in that situation.
See, this is where I have the issue and where it's stubborn. You don't have the manpower for that. You don't have the horses up front to push them back a yard. And it took one play to realize that. So it's stubbornness of like, we have to do this. And I get where it's coming from. He's got a football mindset. He's a physical player. He wants his team to be physical and move the opposition. He wants to impose his will on the game. So I totally understand his mindset. But how are you, after a play, maybe two plays, not realizing, we're not winning in the trenches? How long does that have to take for you to continue to do the same thing over and over? It's the definition of insanity.
It takes them however many games they've played and more, 8 games. They've been doing this all season. This isn't new. Like you're going to run 2 plays against Denver and be like, hey, now's the time to change. Like, this isn't new. This is what they've been trying to do all year, is impose their will against defensive lines in short yardage situations. It's not just in the red zone. It's been on 3rd and 1. It's been on 4th and 1, 2nd and 1, whatever. They're incapable, but they keep trying over and over and over. It's stubbornness, and frankly, it's poor coaching.
Yeah, it
is. You're going to keep trying to do the same thing that's largely ineffective, and it's been a problem for weeks and weeks. It's bad coaching. It's not on the players at this point because they can't do it. It's on the coaches for trying and trying again.
It's just terrible strategy.
It's bad coaching.
Terrible strategy. Here's another thing that caught my attention, too. I was driving around town listening to the Denver Broncos press conferences because you can always gain a little bit. Like, I like to hear the opposing mindset because you'll learn a little bit about your team when you listen to the opposing mindset. Now, early in the week, they're not going to give you anything. But after the game, they'll empty the tank sometimes, depending on the coach. And Sean Payton, I thought, was a good listen to after the game yesterday. He talked about, like, a bunch of different things. He talked about the Texans running a lot of quarters defense, which they knew that they were going to see, but they confused them a little bit because they ran more single high safety than they're accustomed to getting, but he felt that they're going to do quarters in some critical times, and specifically the R.J. Harvey bubble play right around Henry To'oTo'o, ran the bubble route right by him for a touchdown. He's like, yeah, we had that planned. That was something we were going to go to in a critical spot against their quarters defense, which is like, oh, that's awesome to hear from a play caller. But here was Sean Payton on where he thought they had an edge before the game.
If you want to know one thing, we controlled the line of scrimmage. We felt like there was a big advantage for us in this game, our front versus their offensive line.
Okay, all right. Sean Payton knew it before the game. The Texans should have known it before the game. I'll give them one play. I'll give them two plays. But to continue to go back to the well, Sean Payton knows what he's doing. Sean Payton's won a lot of football games. He's hoisted the Lombardi. He got suspended a year for Bountygate. Bronco fans love when I bring that up. Sean Payton is telling us, and we know this, it's not rocket science, Denver's defensive line better than Houston's offensive line. Sean Payton knew they had an advantage there that they wanted to take advantage of. The Houston Texans are saying, well, it's sheer power, and we have to be able to do it. So we're going to continue to do it because that's what we think. You don't have the horses.
Well, I think that it goes to like the larger issues with this season is what we're saying here. Like other offensive coordinators, other teams, they know how to attack teams, even in a critical moment in a game in which the Texans defense has mostly dominated the Denver Broncos. They knew in one moment the play they needed the most, they had the play call. Nick Haley doesn't have that. He doesn't have that. He doesn't have a bag. He doesn't have anything. I don't know what he's bringing to the game at this point because he's just trying to do the same things over and over again.
His bag is British Brooks fullback dive.
I guess, but like that bag stinks. Like they don't have an answer to anything an opposing team does. Like they don't have someone with that years of experience. Something that you knew. This is why hiring a first-time offensive play caller was a risk, and it's blowing up in their face.
Yeah,
and C.J. Stroud getting hurt It doesn't help, but like, I'll be honest, I'm not with what you said in the first segment. I can't guarantee the Texans win or say the Texans win yesterday's game if CJ's out there.
Oh, I disagree.
I think that because the same problems that they have with scoring in the red zone have been a problem all year long. I don't know why one game's going to make a difference when they've been struggling with it.
Yeah, they scored 3 points in the second half yesterday. C.J. Stroud did that on his first two possessions. And they lost by 3. They very easily win that game with C.J. Stroud.
I think it gets to overtime at least. But I will not guarantee that they win this game because they can't score. Did you see how
bad it was offensively yesterday?
Yes, and it's been like this against every good team the Texans have played. It's been this bad offensively as well.
They win that game with C.J. Stroud IMO. 713-780-3776. Do they win that game with C.J. Stroud yesterday? You're right about the red zone though. They were in the red zone 3 times yesterday. You know how many touchdowns they had in the red zone yesterday, right?
0.
Because
they scored 0 touchdowns.
0 touchdowns in the red zone.
Even I can do that math.
Have you guys seen their stats for their 5 losses as far as offensive production?
Yeah.
4 touchdowns scored in their total combined. Yikes. In their 5 losses.
Yeah. Look, I'm not high on Caley either.
That is.
I'm not high on Caley either. Like we all know that. We have a junkie saying I'm ready to start the Mike McDaniel as offensive coordinator campaign. Well, we've been on that. Like we've been on that since last year. There's other guys I'm watching too, like Stefanski. Like old boy in Cincinnati. A lot of guys I'm watching their job status to see if they'd be the OC. That said, I don't think the Texans will move on from Caley for what it's worth. I think Caley will be back unless it's really, really bad the rest of the way. And even then, I'm unsure. What you said, though, about like Caley at the 1, I hope that it's Caley. I hope it's not D'Amico because, look, D'Amico gave up defensive play calling a few weeks ago. Why? To be more involved in the offense, right? I hope for D'Amico's sake that this was Nick Caley banging his head on the wall and it wasn't D'Amico chirping in Caley's headset like, hey, fullback dive, hey, halfback dive, hey, Davis Mills from the 2 quarterback sneak. I hope for D'Amico's sake it was Caley.
Yeah, but if he stepped away to help with the offense more, then this is also on him. Like
sure.
It's Caley for maybe calling the plays, but if he's not going to call plays defensively, then what's he doing during the games as he's watching Nick Caley call the same plays over and over and over again?
Maybe he's the one doing it.
That's concerning.
I lean that way.
What did he just tell you in his post-game press conference, Joe?
They're going to win
He just said that we have to move them.
I know.
He said it's look, we have to gain a yard. So like either it's him doing it or he defends Nick Caley doing it when ultimately he's the dude.
I think he is perfectly okay with what's happening. Why? I mean, what would prove against that?
He believes in running the ball up the middle from the one.
He does, except he just doesn't recognize the fact that the team can't, apparently. Him or Nick Caley.
Yeah, I wasn't even mad about this game up until talking about their 1-yard deficiencies.
Because it's awful to watch?
Well, no, because, I mean, you lose your starting quarterback. I'm not expecting a win.
You're right.
Like, you lose your starting quarterback early in the game against the Denver Broncos, who are now a 7-2 football team. I'm not expecting a W. If you would have got out of that with a win yesterday, some way, somehow, wow.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, what a win that would have been. But it was hard. It's hard for me to be mad at that game. Like, Davis Mills had to play almost 3 quarters. Like, I'm not mad that they lost yesterday. I thought they showed good fight. Moral Victory Monday. We can take your calls on this, get your thoughts on it. 713-780-ESPN. We'll get to the game management aspect of this a little bit later as well. Defense, did they hold their own? All of it. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Affordability is the biggest problem in today's car market. New vehicles average nearly $48,000 in most people's wages. Well, they haven't kept up. That's why some are stuck with 7-year loans just to make the payments work. At D&M Leasing, they solve the problem with the Easy Lease, offering low monthly payments, no money down, and terms that make sense. D&M Leasing can help you skip the long terms with lower payments. Join over 50,000 customers on the road today. Dial 713-290-1000 or visit them online at dmautoleasing.com. White glove concierge experience at less cost. Luxury SUVs, sports cars, pickup trucks, family sedans, they do it all. With 50,000 active customers, they have the program for you, and our experts currently are on standby. Leasing is not renting. It's a smarter option for most. If you listen to them for years, it's time to reach out right now. Again, call 713-290-1000 or visit them online today at dmautoleasing.com and get no payments until 2026.
It's Jeremy and Joe
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
YouTube TV customers, get the sports you love on ESPN back, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, NBA, college basketball, and more. Act now. Go to keepmynetworks.com to get ESPN back. If we could go back in a time machine, I think we should hire Peyton. I don't know if they had the option to hire Peyton. Peyton told Coward there was an NFL owner that he interviewed with that he could tell the organization was a mess. We assume that was the Texans. We don't know that for sure. I think it's a safe bet. I'm not sure that they would have had Peyton if they offered him the job. Where do you stand on that?
No, I'm with you. But just based on the timeline of everything, it doesn't feel like that. It was he was considering the Texans in any way.
Yeah, and I do agree that Peyton's a better head coach than D'Amico. Like I don't know how that's an argument. So I do agree with your premise. I just don't think the Texans had the chances of signing Peyton. Let's go out to the HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Big Tom, you're in the junkyard with Jeremy and Joe. What's up, Big Tom?
Well, I can tell you what their problem is. It's called confirmation bias. They've had just enough success against borderline zombie teams to justify maintaining their mindset. You know, in their mind, they run it 100 times. They only got to succeed once to prove that it works. And, you know, you just never can get people or organizations to shake that logic until they end up collapsing under their own weight. I mean, because let's be honest, before CJ got run over, they still couldn't get into the end zone. I don't think they could have gotten the end zone if they had a 300-pound Terminator running a QB sneak. That's all I got. Love you guys.
Thanks, Big Tom. Yeah, I don't disagree. But they also didn't have great success in the red zone and in short yardage situations against the bad teams either. They were scoring on bigger, longer plays most of the time. So I don't know if it's confirmation bias. The only thing that's confirmation bias for me is they are who we thought they were. They are.
But they are who we thought they were, and we let them off the hook.
No, we didn't let them off the hook, but we are who they thought they were.
I agree with Big Tom. I think confirmation bias is a great way to put it. I think it goes to a little bit of D'Amico's sensitivity with the media too. It's like, what do you mean, guys? We just racked up a bunch of numbers against the Ravens, who were hurt, and the Titans, and then we did enough to beat the Niners. And he's like, yeah. I think confirmation. I think that's exactly what happened. I like Big Tom's point quite a bit. Rack them. 713-780-3776. Back out to the HRP listener line. James, you're in with Jeremy and Joe. What's up, James?
Hey, guys, man, thanks for taking my call. I was so disappointed in this game, even more so than the Seattle game, because the Seattle game was bad, but Seattle has proven to be probably one of the best teams in NFC. But Denver, their offense they were not good either. I think Bo Nix had maybe 86 yards in the third quarter. So, I mean, Denver was terrible, and they were right there for the taking. And I agree with you guys. When we get in on the 1 yard line, and our the thing that we're going to do that's different is run the fullback 2 or 3 times, and then we're going to get even more creative. We're going to run Davis Mills on a quarterback sneak from the 2 yard line, like he was going to be able to make it, and British Brooks couldn't make it in. I mean, these guys have no. We're wasting a Super Bowl caliber defense on this pathetic offense, and it makes no sense to me.
It doesn't make any sense. I agree with that last part. This is a Super Bowl quality defense for sure. And Denver's offense wasn't good. They should have won this game, Jeremy. You're right. They should have won this game even without C.J. Stroud. They should have won because Bo Nix was not good. He gave you the ball twice. You should have won this game, but they couldn't put together anything of consequence. They put together some long drives. That first drive is 14 plays, takes off 7.5 minutes, but ends up in a missed field goal because your kicker was also shaky yesterday. Even though he made a bunch of them, a lot of them were close.
Just put the biscuit in the basket, Joe.
He did.
It's not horseshoe or hand grenades. But
true.
No, I'm teasing. I'm nitpicking. 713-780-3776. I don't know. See, I have an issue with calling Denver's offense terrible. And I saw people tweeting about this too, like, oh, Bo Nix looks really, really bad. This is what the Texans do to people, though. Mm-hmm. The Texans are on scholarship too. Is it a combination of both? Absolutely. But the other team's offense looking bad is in large part because the Texans' defense is really, really good. Like, there's a reason that Bo Nix had one of the worst games he's had this season because the Texans' defense is really, really good. So I never feel, whenever we're talking about a team's performance, I never feel like we give enough value and weight to the opposition, whether it's good or whether it's bad. D'Amico Ryans didn't give enough weight to the opposition when he was talking about their second-half performance against Tennessee and their full-game performance against Baltimore. He was not realistic with the caliber of opponent that they were facing in those games. Tennessee because they stink. Baltimore because they were injured. I think the same thing with Denver. Like, yes, their offense looked bad yesterday. Is that because Denver has a bad offense, or is it because the Texans have a good defense? I think it's more the latter. I feel like we never give enough value and weight and gravity to the opposition. So I don't think that Denver's terrible. No, I think that they look bad because the Houston Texans defense is great.
Yeah, the defense deserves the defense deserves all the credit for this one because Bo Nix is. When you look at the Giants game as a great example, like he wasn't good for 3 quarters for the most part, and they scored 33 points in the fourth quarter. They can score a lot of points. They've done it all year. The Texans defense is what kept them in this game. It's what kept them in all these games. I mean, they've shut down the Rams this year. They did a really good job against the Buccaneers this year. All these close games, the other team, like they have good, you're facing good opponents for the most part, and your defense is the one that's keeping you in all of them. It's your offense is just letting you down every single week, it feels like.
See, I wasn't mad at yesterday's result because I can't be mad at a game that you lose with your backup quarterback in. Like, I can't. Like, did it surprise me that the Texans could not move the ball in the second half? Absolutely not. Like, I wasn't surprised by that. I watched Davis Mills for 2 years. I sat through that. I remember what it looked like. Now, maybe he gave us a little bit of false hope because it didn't look all that bad initially. Like, right when he took over, it's like, okay, he's slinging it around a little bit. He's connecting with Nico. They're moving it. Got a couple of field goals before the half. One of them was gifted, though, because Denver's punt returner muffed the punt that basically gift-wrapped the field goal. But I as soon as Davis Mills came into the game, I lost any expectation of that game. I really did. 713-780-3776. Back out to the HRP listener line. John, you're in with Jeremy and Joe. What's going on, John?
Yeah, just a couple quick points. My opinion, I don't think nothing is going to change until they get rid of Nick Caserio. This guy has been in charge for 4 years. 4 years. And it's not like I expect the offensive line to be, like, outstanding or, perennial greats. But they're still at square one, basically. They have nobody to build off of on that line for the most part, if they'd be playing in probably 5 years. 4 years of control, and their line is still at square one. And I think that's the biggest issue. And I don't hear too many people saying it. Every once in a while you hear it, but that's the biggest issue. And Nick Caserio, he needs to go. As much as the offensive coordinator, he needs to go.
I don't disagree. I don't disagree. I don't disagree at all. Like, D'Amico Ryans wants to bully the other team at the 1 yard line and get his guys across because he believes that's how you win football games in the red zone. Fine. Then get a GM that knows how to scout an offensive line through the draft, through free agency. He's got like one-off hits. Shaq Mason was good for a year. Ingram's been good this year. Titus Howard wasn't his, but he extended him. The offensive line's not good enough. For what D'Amico is now trying to say is how he's going to score in the red zone, this offensive line can't do it. They can't protect the quarterback. They haven't protected the quarterback in 4 years. They can't run the ball very well. The only time they've really done it is when Joe Mixon was doing all the work himself. The offensive line's terrible, and it's not getting much better. It's like slightly better this year in some areas than last year. That's it.
I think they do a better job of scheming around a bad offensive line. I think that was the issue last year is they had a bad offensive line, but they didn't know how to scheme around it. I think they're scheming around a bad offensive line this year better. So you're starting to see the sack numbers go down, the pressure rate go down. Why? Because they're scheming around it. But then whenever you get to the brass tacks of a good offensive line, 1st and goal from the 1, 2nd and goal from the 1. How does it fare? Are you moving bodies?
No.
Nope.
They don't move any bodies.
So I think you can scheme around lack of talent for the most part, but it's going to show up. It's like a wart right on your chin. It's going to show up at the timeliest of times. I think it's a fair point for sure. I don't think Caserio is going to get fired.
So you don't think Caserio or Caley gets fired?
I don't think Caserio gets fired. Caley, I think I need more information. Obviously, there's still way more games, so it kind of depends on where the arrow is trending. If the season was over today, right now, and you're making the decision, I don't think they would fire him. Would I? Yes. Will they? I don't think so. Now, we still have a lot of body of work. There's still a lot of football left to be played. So if it continues to look really bad and continues to go downward, then it's a different story. One other point on the offensive line, to me, it's your governor offensively. Like, I don't think the Texans have tremendous skill. I think Stroud, clean pocket, time to throw. I think he can deal it out really well. Nico Collins, I do think, is right on the cusp of being a top 10 receiver in the NFL. Dalton Schultz has had a good year. I know we like to bang on him last year. Dalton Schultz been a top half of the NFL tight end. And then they have some pieces, like, people love Jalen Noel. Higgins is, whatever. Kirk is whatever. I don't think that they have tremendous skill. I think it's okay. But the offensive line and lack of talent on the offensive line limits how good the Houston Texans offense can be, because you're scheming around them, so you can't just sit back and pass protect. You got to be getting rid of the football quickly, and then you can't run the ball down people's throats. So I do think it limits how good they can be offensively, and we're seeing it. 713-780-3776. Let's get to the game management of this. D'Amico's being bashed, absolutely criticized, absolutely crushed for how he handled the final offensive possession of the game last night. They said, they should have ran the ball. They shouldn't have been trying to score. Did D'Amico Ryans botch the final offensive possession of the game yesterday? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN at 92.5. Football season's the best, isn't it? We love our football season. Even when times are bad for the local 11, it's still great to talk football, isn't it? Underdog's the best place to get in on all the football action all season long as well. You're in Texas probably, and Texas is the best place to make picks and win money on Underdog all season long. It's so easy playing on Underdog. All you have to do is pick whether your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like rushing yards, receptions, touchdowns, more, and it is awesome. Get your picks right. You can win up to 5,000 times your cash, and you can play with as little as $1. And because we love you, sign up with promo code KillerB, and you're going to score $100 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. It's so easy. Instead of stopping by the C-store and picking up a six-pack on the way home, no, repurpose that money. Spend it on Underdog, and then turn that $5 into $100 in bonus entries. Maybe you win 5,000 times your cash, and you can buy all the six-packs you want here pretty soon. So repurpose that money. Think wisely. Think smarter, not harder. So Monday Night Football tonight, Arizona at Dallas. Apparently the Cowboys made a trade today, but they're not telling anybody what it is. At least the owner said that, but he might have forgotten. What do you think about this? George Pickens. Let's start there. George Pickens, 63.5 receiving yards. Do you like the higher or lower there? How about his quarterback, Dak Prescott, 271.5 passing yards. Higher or lower there? You know who's starting the game for the Cardinals? Jacoby Brissett, because they want to win. 238.5 passing yards for Jacoby Brissett. Higher or lower? It's so easy. You know ball. Go prove it right now on Underdog. Download the Underdog app. Sign up with promo code KillerB to score $100 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code KillerB, KILLERB. Underdog. Make picks, win money.
YouTube TV customers, get the sports you love on ESPN back, including college football, college game day, Monday night football, like tonight, NBA, college basketball, and more. Act now. Go to keepmynetworks.com to get ESPN back.
Now back to the Huntington Bank Studios with Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Jeremy and Joe, 713-780-3776. If only we knew the O-line would be an issue this year or even last year. If Mike McDaniel even gets fired, would he even go back to an OC? If he wants to coach, he'll be an OC. I don't think Mike McDaniel will ever get a head coaching job again.
Ever?
No, I don't think so.
He's not that old.
That doesn't matter. Did you see this crash out and how it's going in Miami? No one trusts his leadership. I think he's absolutely toast and cooked for being a head coach ever again in the NFL. I don't think he'll ever get an NFL head coaching job again, no matter how good he is as an OC.
Wow. I feel like he might get one more shot because he's only 42. I feel like that's a lot of life left to not get another opportunity.
What's his age in leadership?
42. I don't know how else to answer that question.
Yeah. I think it's more like 22. I think he has zero leadership. I think we also undervalue leadership as a head coach, as head coaches.
Agreed.
Look, and maybe that's why I'll be wrong with Mike McDaniel. Maybe that's why I'll be wrong and he'll get a head coaching job, is because I think that we should value leadership more than X's and O's. And watching Mike McDaniel's leadership and culture building, I wouldn't ever give him another opportunity to head coach my football team. But maybe that's where I'm wrong. Maybe I'm misguiding the owners in the NFL, and they're going to hire another offensive mind.
Well, I think it depends. He'd have to have a great success elsewhere. Like if he did come here, if he actually does get fired, because what the Dolphins are putting out there is a little strange that they're going to keep him on for the rest of the year, I think. But feels like they are kind of blaming the GM for the issues that are mostly at hand, at least in the moment. But if he were to come here and turn C.J. Stroud into a top 5 quarterback, let's say, then that elevates him into a head coaching job again down the road. But that's a big ask to do that. Like he has to, I think, win a Super Bowl elsewhere to really be put back into that conversation.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of the Cliff Kingsbury tale.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like, and Cliff's going to get head coaching interviews. Maybe not after this year because they have Marcus Mariota probably going to lead them the rest of the year.
Nice.
Junkie says one of the best backups in the league, says Rock and Roll Radio. Did they say that? Did they say that Davis Mills is one of the best backups in the league? Maybe we'll do that tomorrow. We'll power rank the best backup quarterbacks in the NFL. Rock and roll. This is a good text, though. It's a good point. I hadn't really thought about this. I'm very open-minded. If we have no expectations for the backup quarterback to win a game, then the Texans giving Mills that extension was a really dumb use of resources. Fair point. I think it's a fair point. Maybe I should have more expectation for the backup quarterback then. I don't, but I think it's a valid point. If you give him a contract that pays him top 40 in the NFL at the quarterback position, is one of the best. He's like top 3 to 5 highest paid backup quarterbacks in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe you should have some expectation for him.
Yeah, I mean, I think asking your backup quarterback to go 500 though is fair expectations, right? Like if CJ misses the next 2 games, we would all expect Davis Mills to at least go 1-1. You're playing the Jags and the Titans.
If he doesn't, then you shouldn't have paid him the money.
Yeah.
Like, it's okay. Like, maybe we don't have the expectations to beat a playoff caliber team in the AFC West division leaders at the moment, Denver. But Jacksonville and Tennessee, you should go 1-1 there. If you're going to be paid as a top 40 quarterback in the NFL, you should go 1-1 against Jacksonville and at Tennessee. You should. Maybe that's the expectation. I think if Dan Quinn got another shot, then Mike McDaniel could get another shot if he's successful as an OC for 2 to 3 years. Quinn's known for his leadership, though.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he's known for his culture building and all that.
And look what he did. He hired a good staff. It worked out well for him for a year. Made a bad call last night, though. So we'll see how it works out for him in the long run.
NFL coaches are so dumb with that.
It's crazy.
They're so stubborn when it comes to throwing in the towel. Like, live to fight another day, man.
What does it prove if he's in there? What does it do?
I think it's trying to make it look like less of a blowout. I don't know why they do that stuff, man. I really don't. Like, somebody was in my comments yesterday because I was blasting that decision, and they're like, well, they need reps. Why? Well, he was really good as a rookie. I understand he's been hurt and hadn't played a lot, but where are the reps really going to help him? One, it's a blowout game, so the other team's kind of calling off the dog, so how does that help? And then it's a completely different game plan and personnel as what you're going to see the next week.
Yeah.
And also, you're not giving away your best stuff. So, like, I don't get it. Case Keenum would have won that game, no doubt. You're darn right he would have. Go Cougs. He did last year, 1-1, or 2 years ago. Pete, if Hannah's in charge, Casari's on a short leash. If Cal's in charge, Nick gets an extension. That's a fair way to put it.
Never quit.
I mean, I don't know how this organization doesn't get further than it has with that sort of inspiration. Watching Nick try to build this team without addressing the O-line is like watching somebody try to repaint a house with a cracked foundation. See, I don't think that Caserio ignored the offensive line. I don't think it's fair to say that. I just think it's really hard to build an offensive line through free agency and trade. Because look, he spent $12 million on Cam Robinson. He then drafted a rookie tackle in the second round who's actually starting at left tackle and looks halfway decent. He traded for Ed Ingram. Like he made moves to address the offensive line. I just think it's very hard to build the offensive line with rookies, with trades, and through free agency. I think if you looked across the NFL at the best offensive lines in the league, you're going to see an offensive line that's built through the draft that has supplemental pieces in free agency and trade to lift the entire unit together.
Yeah, I give him credit for trying. Like he tried. You're right. He's tried, but he's missed the mark. It hasn't gone well for him, and that's why would you trust him to keep working on it? I don't see how there could be any answer that's yes to that. What has he done that proves he can fix the offensive line now? He's used every weapon in front of him to fix it. High draft picks, free agency, trades, and it hasn't worked. Like, why would you trust him to evaluate another, like, a top 5 pick, a top 10 pick at offensive line? I don't. Like, that to me is he's had his chance to fix the offensive line. It hasn't gone well enough. Like, you would think he would have one hit.
He does. He has Ursary.
It's early for that. Maybe you're right.
I mean, he was so good that you traded your $12 million free agent, your biggest free agent. I mean, I know we're talking about like lipstick on a pig here.
Yeah.
But no, I mean, I think what you said is fair.
Because
it's too early for that.
Did you like Blake Fisher last year?
What's that?
Did you like Blake Fisher last year?
No.
Okay, not at all.
No.
Okay, so I thought last year he showed some small flashes, not as many as Ursary has shown this year. But Blake Fisher is largely unplayable now. Might have to play this week with Titus being out if he's out with a concussion himself. But to have a second-round pick to go from, maybe a building block to at least a swing tackle to virtually unplayable is damning. So, yeah, maybe he got a left tackle, but you're still replacing him in the draft, aren't you? Like, isn't the most logical thing for the Texans to do is to replace Ariante Ursary in the draft?
No.
With the franchise left tackle?
No. Ursary, I think Ursary's the franchise left tackle.
Really?
Ursary's the franchise left tackle.
Oh, man. I don't know.
Well, so your thought is you're going to have a top 15 pick?
Yeah.
You're drafting a franchise left tackle, and then what are you doing with Ursary?
I don't know. But, like, he's going to have to learn to play right tackle?
See, I think we kind of overrate sometimes the left tackle, right tackle thing. Like, why couldn't you just draft a franchise right tackle?
You could. I mean, that's what the Chargers did.
Yeah, like sometimes I think we overrate that a little bit. I understand it's the blind side and all that.
Sure. So you have to draft someone that can play right tackle. Right?
Why couldn't you? Some of this is what you do with Titus Howard. It's also why I don't think having a down year is the worst thing in the world in terms of the long-term perspective of this team. Why couldn't you draft this year's Tyler Booker with pick 13?
You can.
You draft this. You draft a stud guard immediately. That's immediately a starter. That really solidifies your offensive line. Because I actually think the Texans are worse guard, center, guard than they are in the tackles. I think they're okay tackles. I think they're terrible guard, center, guard. So you draft your Booker of this year's draft, pick 13 wherever you land, and then you draft your starting center in the second round. And then you have Ursary, starting left guard you just drafted, starting center you just drafted. I guess who knows what they do with Ingram. Ingram's on a 1-year contract. And then who knows what they do with Titus Howard / Blake Fisher at right tackle. I think that, to me, is the better foundation.
I'm totally fine with that. It's just, last time he took a guard with the 15th pick, it didn't go very well.
Touche.
It didn't go very well.
Not only did it not go very well, it went, oh my goodness, the house is burning down and crashing to the foundation bad.
Yeah.
For every variety. like trading down one, you could have drafted Kyle Hamilton. If you're just hell-bent to trade down, Tyler Linderbaum's there. That dude that the Cowboys drafted was there. Zion Johnson was there. Cole Strange was there. Just kidding on that one. All right, 713-780-3776. Let's get to the game management. D'Amico Ryan, he's getting blasted for it. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. You know what I wanted to do after this football game yesterday? I wanted to go out to Two Creeks Crossing Resort and forget all my troubles. Really enjoy the rest and relaxation. Really enjoy the beautiful weather. Now's the time to get out to Two Creeks Crossing Resort. You get a little crisp in the air. Maybe the leaves will start turning color soon. It's awesome, but it's always out there. It's always awesome out there at Two Creeks Crossing Resort. 365 days a year. It's perfect. Escape the city. Enjoy the relaxing, great outdoors. Book your stay now. TwoCreeksCrossingResort.com. They got the open green spaces you love. They got the wildlife you don't see in the city. That's fantastic. They got the beautiful nature, too. Some of the best fishing in Texas. Two Creeks run alongside their property. They got the big catch and release pond in the middle of the property, which is a great way to teach the kiddos how to put a line in the water. It's only 90 minutes from Houston, too. You're there in an hour and a half. Don't have to worry about these long TSA lines that are like 4 or 5 hours. Don't have to worry about driving 4 or 5 hours. You're there in an hour and a half. You're out there escaping. You're out there hiking on their 92 acres of property. Maybe you're putting a kayak in the water and you're jumping in that sucker. Maybe you're playing a little pickleball. Maybe you're just having a drink at Swampers. Ain't nobody mad at you for that. They got glamping. They got cabins. They got the tree house. Pull up the RV. They have the perfect stay for anyone, and they're always taking care of their visitors. Let's take a look at next week, for instance. Veterans Day weekend next week. Tip our cap to all of those who served. Bonfire and s'mores on Thursday. They got a little kids craft going on all day on Saturday. College football at Swampers. Crispy nights and cozy lights next Friday and Saturday as well. You're going to have a great time at Two Creeks Crossing Resort. From November through February, by the way, you get 40% off all cabin rentals, 20% off nightly RV stays, the 40/20 discount. Perfect for relaxing by the fire or exploring the beautiful outdoors. Find them on social at Two Creeks Crossing Resort, and you may even get a free stay. Book your stay now, twocreekscrossingresort.com. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com. Who's dumber, Cutler, our big voice guy, or Nick Caley? 713-780-3776. YouTube TV customers, get the sports you love on ESPN back, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, NBA, college basketball, and more. Act now. Go to keepmynetworks.com to get ESPN back. 713-780-3776. So yesterday, the Houston Texans, game tied at 15. Denver were able to pin – I don't even want to call this a pin. But the Texans started with the football at the 13-yard line, 1st and 10 with a minute 14 left to play. Tie game, 15 apiece. Here was he's being criticized, D'Amico, for being too aggressive here. Incomplete pass, completed pass that should have kept the clock rolling. Bad officiating said he went out of bounds. Forward progress should have been inbounds. Should have been rolling that clock, but they stopped it, saying that Higgins went out of bounds. He did go out of bounds, but he caught the ball, went backwards as he rolled out of bounds. Forward progress was inbounds. Should have been a running clock. And then incomplete pass on 3rd and 6. Where do you stand on this, Joe?
I mean, it's hard not to say, looking back at it, revisionist history, should have ran the ball 3 times and at least forced the clock to run down a little bit to make it harder for Denver. But, I mean, you talk about expectations and what someone said earlier on the text line, you paid Davis Mills. You paid him to complete a pass. Can you complete 1, 2 to get a first down, to move the clock a little bit? And I think you're right about the forward progress for the completion to Higgins. It probably should have rolled the clock there. So I would frankly, I would have done what they did. I don't think they did anything wrong. You got to complete the passes. You trust your quarterback. If that's your belief system, then go for it. Like throw the ball, try to move the ball downfield. But it went as bad as it possibly could have. They had 2 timeouts left, and you burned 14 seconds off the clock.
I think it's an incredibly loser's mentality to say that the Texans should have played for overtime. I think that is as big a loser's mentality that exists. If memory serves, the Texans had 2 timeouts. You got the ball 1st and 10 at your own 13 with a minute 14 to play and 2 timeouts to go. And I understand you haven't been moving the ball. I understand that Davis Mills is a backup quarterback. But playing for overtime there is an absolute loser's mentality. Anybody who's playing for OT in that spot is a loser.
I agree.
Now, should they have thrown like a screen or a running play just to get the clock moving, to get it trickling down? That's where I would agree. There's also the mindset, too, of like, hey, you have to consider, not necessarily plan for, but you have to consider worst-case scenario there. What is worst-case scenario? You go 3 and out and the clock's never moving. Or you go 3 and out, you're not forcing Denver to take a timeout at all. But even 3 running plays and getting 2 yards like they were averaging, Denver's still going to get the football back with 30, 35 seconds to play. And do you know how long it took Denver to get into field goal range on that final possession? 15 seconds. So, running the ball 3 times doesn't even guarantee you overtime. And that's what people are saying. Oh, just run it 3 times guarantees you OT. No, it doesn't. It guarantees you there's 30, 35 seconds on the clock. Denver's out of timeouts, but Denver got into field goal range in 15 seconds and still would have had an opportunity to win the game. It's always like, well, I would have taken the points there. Well, you're acting as if it's a guarantee to make the field goal when you're making that claim, which is not the case. So I have no problem with the philosophy. In fact, I think it's a loser's mentality to go into that drive playing for overtime. I think it is major loser's mentality. That said, I do think the logistics of not getting the clock rolling a bit and having the worst-case scenario in the back of your mind was a failure from a Nick Caley, D'Amico Ryan's game day management point of view.
Yeah, from an execution part, they totally failed. But why does anyone think they should play for overtime? What are they going to do in overtime? Kick a field goal? The Broncos are going to kick a field goal, and you get a tie? Because you're not going to score a touchdown? So, what does playing for overtime accomplish? Honestly.
Yeah. See, people would say, well, it gave you a better chance. Because I'd rather, I don't know why they think it gives you a better chance.
You had all game to score touchdowns. You didn't score any.
I don't know how it gives you a better chance. I really don't. And the other thing, too, is, even if it does get to overtime, you have 2 bites at the apple. You have 2 chances to score as opposed to 1 in overtime. Yeah, your down in distance might be better. Your field position might be better. But you know what else? It might not. It might not be better. That Denver punter was pretty good. Maybe he pins you at the 5. Maybe Denver scores a touchdown with the opening possession, and now you need 7 points to keep the game alive, and maybe you go for 2. All that stuff doesn't really matter. But maybe Denver has the football first, scores, and they pin you back at the 20. Is that a better situation to be in than 15-15? Is it better to be down 22-15 needing a touchdown? Absolutely not. Yeah, this was a weird criticism to me. I thought it was kind of people looking for reasons to be mad at DeMeco Ryans. Here was Davis Mills after the game on that final offensive possession, the thought process behind it.
Yeah, I mean, we got the ball back with, a minute and 14 seconds or something, 2 timeouts. So we're going down trying to score, at least get in field goal range for Amy to make a field goal and win the game.
Nothing wrong with that logic?
Not at all.
All right.
They just failed at it.
They failed at it, which they failed the entire game. But again, execution versus thought process, game plan. Here was DeMeco Ryans yesterday on the last offensive possession.
Yeah, the thought there, we wanted to get some quick passes to get us moving. We're trying to drive down and, of course, try to get in field goal range. But to have a couple quick incompletions, it was not the plan at all for us.
Okay, the pushback there would be, well, run a draw. Maybe run a draw. Maybe run a screen. That would be the pushback there, but I have no problem with the philosophy. And then DeMeco today was asked by our very own Will Kunkel. I love the way that Will phrased it. Will phrase it goes, DeMeco, do you regret your decision on that last possession?
We're trying to get in position and score, right? We tried to throw the ball, which had a couple quick options to throw the football, and then get the clock moving, get our 2-minute drive started. It didn't happen.
There you go.
No regret.
No regrets. No regrets from DeMeco Ryans. 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Josh, you're in with Jeremy and Joe. What's up?
Jeremy, Joe, and Joel, pleasure talking to y'all once again. Calling out of Philly, man, I'm a Texans fan second. There's a couple things that trouble me, okay? I mean, Howie, I know, is a high expectation on the GM spectrum, but I feel like Nick Casario doesn't take as much accountability as he needs to, okay? I feel like throughout the course of the league, especially after everything that Howie's done in the last couple of days, I know a lot of people all across the league that are sitting here asking, why isn't my GM doing this? Why isn't my GM doing that? Why is my coaches always taking, the criticism and the toll for this and that? Yada, yada, yada. Nick Casario, I feel like, is on the perspective of having Howie tendencies and having the capability of doing the things that Howie needs. But there's certain things that I've seen yesterday that just kind of trouble me. I think in the position of the GM, it's to go ahead and set your team up for success with the players and things that you need. And then coaching within that, obviously you fall under the ladder of the GM. But I feel like if not, the GM should take just as much accountability, if not a little bit more, from DeMeco Ryans and the coaching staff pertaining to what's going on in the field. So just something as little as yesterday, we're giving Nick Chubb the ball, okay, on the 1-yard line. We're talking about 3 foot from the red zone here. Like Joe was saying earlier, the only team that's not scoring there, and I know, Jeremy, I know you think it's so hard, it's so hard, it's so hard. You can't tell me you can't put Dalton Schultz or another guy behind C.J. Stroud and push him up 3 foot on 3 downs. So I think Nick Casario is a cop-out in the city. I think that we make a lot of excuses for him, and we play the safe card for him as well. But I think a part of the coaching success when it comes to teams like this and the tools in which you have also fall on the GM within itself as well.
Josh, wouldn't you say the game plan of using Schultz behind the center, though, would be more the coaching staff? Lost him.
No, he would not say that.
Because I think Josh might be Milo Automobile. I think he is. I'm not 100% sure, but just a theory of mine. No, I think Josh brings up a good point. Now, what is the Texans' issue? Is the Texans' issue because they lack talent, or is it because they're getting out-schemed? Honestly, I think it's a little bit of both. I think in the trenches they lack talent. I think, and that's a dangerous place to get overmatched game in, game out. Whenever you're trying to outwit the other team because they have the advantage in the trenches every single week, you're not going to win many football games like that. You're just not. Now, the Texans' defensive line is very good. So we're talking specifically on the offensive side. So is the Texans' issue personnel, or is the Texans' issue scheme? Because if it's personnel, then it's Nick Casario. If it's scheme, it's coaching staff.
It's all of the above.
Yeah, probably.
It can't be. It's not one or the other. I wish it was, because then you could more easily fix one of these things. You can have your third offensive coordinator in 3 years, but And that offensive coordinator is probably also going to want to be able to run the ball from the 1 yard line. And you don't have the talent in front to be able to execute that. Like it's a collective issue than more than it is a one or the other at this point for all the Texans' problems.
Yeah, I think it's kind of like position by position. I think there's a little bit of both. I do think the Texans are getting out-schemed in areas. That's not radical to say. And then there are some other key areas where they're out personneled. They have a talent deficiency, especially on the offensive line. I mean, it's a terrible place to have a talent deficiency. It might be like, where would you rank that unit in terms of the worst places to have a talent deficiency? It might be. It's definitely behind quarterback.
Yep.
But is it next?
I mean, because I would put offensive line in front of defensive line, right?
Yeah, like to me, that's the argument. I think it's offensive line or edge rushers.
Yeah, I would say, like, would I trade in Daniil Hunter for one offensive lineman that could move a body so you could rub behind right now? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
yeah,
I would.
Especially, I mean, these defensive linemen too rotate a lot. Have you noticed this?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I mean, they played a lot yesterday, I guess. Daniil Hunter played 86% of the snaps. Yesterday's game's not a good case point for me, but he likes to rotate his defensive linemen. And you know, like if you have Will Anderson, like you can get by without having great edge play on the other side.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a good point, though. 713-780-3776. Junkies have some thoughts. There was a little gotcha journalism today, which I can understand why D'Amico Ryans is getting upset with the media. I can understand. There was some gotcha journalism with D'Amico. We'll get your thoughts as well, yesterday's game. Also, is it fair to be critical of Kaimi Fairbairn? What do you think about that? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Some of these media might need HRP in their lives. They might need it. Mike Holly, U of H class of 1990. Go Cougs. Chris Fisher over there. Chris Fisher's got to be on cloud 9 right now with what the Aggies are doing. I'm happy about it for him. But HRP's been protecting the interest of businesses for nearly 25 years. 25 years on the nose, actually. HRP provides comprehensive human capital management services, including HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. HRP is going to work with you to customize a plan for whatever you need. There's nothing cookie cutter about HRP. You need a little help, a lot of help, anything in between. HRP will create a plan for what you and your business needs. Plus, they're just a great ally to have on your side in the business world. They keep up to date with all the trends that you need to know. They're going to relay that information to you. Great ally to have in your corner. Their customer service, second to nobody. You're never going to talk to a stranger on the other side of the line. You'll always call someone familiar with you, familiar with your company. I can attest to that customer service. We use HRP here at Gal. Anytime I have a question, quick response, easy to understand. Let HRP take on the demands of human resources and eliminate your HR burden so you can get back to growing your business. Give them a call at 281-880-6525. Let HRP customize a plan for you, 281-880-6525, or check them out online at hrp.net. That's hrp.net.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
YouTube TV customers get the sports you love on ESPN back, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, NBA, college basketball, and more. Act now. Go to keepmynetworks.com to get ESPN back. 713-780-3776. Texter, the Texans D-line is very good. Question mark, exclamation point, question mark, exclamation point. They never laid a finger on Knicks all game, exclamation point. That's because Denver gets rid of the football quickly because they avoid sacks. Hopefully they don't avoid snacks. Those are very good. They avoid sacks. But do you know what Bo Nix did yesterday? 18 of 37. Not efficient. Did get sacked once. That's their philosophy. We get rid of the football. We don't take negative plays. That's not a piece of evidence that says the Texans' defensive line is not very good. In fact, the Texans' defensive line, even with only getting to the quarterback one time, created havoc, created pressure, created Knicks to go 18 for 37. Denver, if anything, could have ran the ball a little bit more against that defensive line, but they were trailing most of the game. That's not an indication that the Texans' defensive line is not very good. It's a casual take.
I mean, yeah, they got to him 4 times. They only sacked him once. They hit him 4 times. They did plenty. They're not the problem yesterday. I even saw people trying to complain about the defense at the end of the game, Jeremy, by allowing the big Bo Nix run. I'm like, what do you want, these guys to be perfect every play? Like, I get they allowed it in the end.
It didn't help that it was Toa that was kind of the nearest man. Yeah, because we all remember what happened in the Bucs game. But I agree with your point overall.
He does stink, which, by the way, why is Henry like you were talking about Jalen Noel over Kirk, which I think is just like fake outrage because that wasn't at all anything that was significant in the game yesterday. Sorry, Joe. Why did Henry To'o play so much and EJ Speed play so little? Henry To'o played 86% of the snaps yesterday compared to EJ Speed's 30%. The 2 biggest plays in that game yesterday, 2 of the top 3, 4, 5 biggest plays of the game yesterday that Denver had offensively, 2 of them were against Henry To'o. The will route to R.J. Harvey, and then the huge scramble by Knicks because To'o's drifting away with nobody in sight.
I mean, the R.J. Harvey one is he's flat-footed. He is not moving in any way. He just gets burned. He's stumbling as he tries to turn around to chase him down because he's totally unprepared.
Completely stopped his feet.
Yeah, it's bad play.
He should have just tackled him.
Yes.
Yeah, legit.
They would have been better off.
Henry To'o was Henry Toast. I apologize. That was terrible. 713-780-3777. Let's quickly go out to the HRP listener line and carry on. Chris, you're in with Jeremy and Joe. What's up, Chris?
Yeah, what's going on, guys? Good afternoon. So put me in the camp of I had an issue with how the last minute of the game was called for the Texans. Our defense is the strong part of our team. Our defense is what's carrying us this season. So put the defense on the field, and maybe they get a fumble, maybe they get an interception, maybe something good happens while the defense is on the field, but the offense has clearly shown all game long with Davis Mills there that they're not able to get anything done. And I think, especially after hearing that clip today, and Jeremy, you alluded to it, where D'Amico is talking about we just got to pound it in. It's a willpower. I mean, it's almost like he's saying our team doesn't have willpower there for a little bit. But I definitely think that he's in the headset of the offensive coordinator telling him what plays to play. And I think D'Amico, at the end of the game, his emotions took over rather than the rational D'Amico, because rational D'Amico would have been like, you know what, let's at least run it on first down, get the clock moving, and put the decision-making on the other side of the field to see what they do. And then what if we get a 15-yard run on first down? I'm asking for miracles. I know, but I'm just saying make that clock run. And so I feel like if we play to our strengths, and that's putting the defense on the field, then the outcome would have been different. So that's all I got to say.
I mean, the defense was on the field, though. Like, it was 1st and 10 at Denver's 36 with 50 seconds to play. Like, I understand that's not the best field position, but that is your defense on the field at the 36. Go give me a stop. and then the defense allowed Bo Nix to scramble for 25 yards immediately in field goal range.
Mm-hmm.
Like the defense had it, and I'm not blaming the defense. The defense I thought played out of this world yesterday. They had a few hiccups in To'o, but you're not going to be perfect in the NFL. They were really good defensively yesterday. Defense is nowhere near why they lost that game. The defense kept you in the game. The defense gave you an opportunity to win the game. But the defense could have gotten a stop on the last possession. I mean, the ball was in Denver's side of the field. It was in Denver territory, and then they got into field goal range like that. Like that. It took 2 plays. They were in field goal range. So the defense had a chance. Now, play callers call it drive starters. I would have liked to screen, halfback draw, running play, drive starter there. Just get the clock rolling, give you some positive momentum, give you a little bit of a chance to, if you didn't like what you saw in that first down play, you get stuffed at the line, okay, we're going to have to change our opinion and our mindset here. I get that. I get that. I would have liked a better first down play. I don't like the attitude of running out onto the field offensively with 1:10 to play in a tie game. Be like, we're playing for OT. Mm-hmm. We're terrible. We're going to overtime. No, it's a loser's mentality. Now running play, screen, first down, get it. Totally get it. And if you get stuffed TFL, okay, you reserve the right to change your opinion because now it's a different scenario. I get that. Totally get that. I think it's a loser's mentality to not want to score the football, though.
Yeah, I mean, the play call was like an out route to, was it Christian Kirk or Nico? That was a bad throw there from Davis Mills. I mean, it's an out route to the sticks, trying to get a first down and stop the clock at the same time. The play call was fine. The player was open. Davis Mills threw a bad ball. Like, and that's where you can go back to the coaching of, are you cognizant enough of who your quarterback is in that moment to make that play call? I don't want to revisionist history too much, but I do like it more of what they executed if CJ was there. I think so with the Carson and what you're saying, it's right. You should run something really easy on the first play, see what comes of it, and then go from there.
A little heat check, little drive starter, see what's going on. I mean, Mills had 2 terrible throws in yesterday's game that could have changed the outcome of the game. The Schultz post over the middle that he threw behind him, behind his helmet. Schultz tried to go back one-handed with a bum shoulder. And then the deep post to Christian Kirk. I want to say it was in the fourth quarter, where it was a clear first down, field goal range, you get it. It's like on a 3rd and 12, 3rd and 13. Air mails it right over his head. Is it fair to blame Kymie Fairbairn at all for yesterday's game?
Yeah, he's not consistent enough right now.
He was 5 for 6, Joe.
I need him to be 6 for 6. Sorry.
It was a 50-something yarder that he missed.
Make a 50-yarder. Like, you lost by 3. You got to blame someone. You make the field goal, you're in overtime.
You're blaming everybody.
I am blaming everyone.
You're blaming Christian Kirk.
No one deserves a pass for yesterday. Not a single person on this roster deserves a pass for this loss yesterday.
Will Anderson?
Okay, he's the only one.
Well, maybe Jalen Noel because he didn't play.
You're right. The guys who didn't play deserve a pass.
Kalen Bullock?
I don't know.
He got a pick.
Was he supposed to be over top for Derek Stingley when he got burned? Because he did get burned.
There's some debate there.
Yeah, that's why I don't know the answer to that question, so I can't give Kalen Bullock a pass or give him full blame.
There was Stingley does look back at Bullock like he's trying to pass the coverage. Yeah, that's one of those plays where you want to be a fly on the wall, and who was the blame there? Because Stingley definitely looks at Bullock. Now, would he look at Bullock because he's like, oh, crap, I'm burned? Or did he look at Bullock because he was passing off the coverage to him?
Because I look at it more of, oh, crap, I got burned because he got burned.
Yeah.
I don't really it didn't look like it was an intentional I have help over the top kind of play from Derek Stingley Jr., but, again, we're not in the situation room there, so we don't know.
Yeah, I blame Austin Brinkman, quite frankly. He's a high snapper, and I don't like it.
Who?
What?
That's their long snapper's name?
Yeah.
I do not know this man.
You don't know who Austin Brinkman is?
Yeah, I don't really focus on
Do y'all even watch the Texans play?
I forget about the long snapper's name.
You guys don't notice the high snaps that he has routinely?
I notice them.
I don't know that you do.
I just don't notice his name.
It's right there on the back of his jersey.
He's not John Weeks to me.
You want to hear some gotcha journalism?
Yes.
So there's been some beef.
Yes.
There's been some beef with the Texans and the media. Not the Texans and the media. There's been beef with D'Amico and the media. He got a little short with some of the questions. They kind of got sensitive whenever he went back at them. I think there's a lot of sensitivity going on in that dynamic. So I like Landry. I text Landry all the time. Landry tried a little gotcha journalism today. Here he goes.
Kamari had good games yesterday. You immediately trusted them, and they've been consistently impacting the game. What's stopping Jalen Noel and Jaden Higgins from doing that early in their career?
You talking about I mean, 4 completely different guys. I don't think you can. It's not apples to apples as you compare those guys. But all our young guys have done a really good job. They're all growing, developing, doing the things that we asked them to do. I think Jay Knoll and Jay Higgins have done a really good job of the things we've asked them to do.
D'Amico didn't take the cheese there, Joe.
He did not.
He didn't take the cheese.
Landry tried.
I mean, the natural pushback there, though, is if they've done a really good job, why aren't they on the field?
Sure, but the question
D'Amico's
was
not going to give you
phrased.
anything. I know.
You trusted these guys. You did such a great job with these guys, and these young players played, and you really did a great job. Why aren't you doing the same over here? That was some good old gotcha journalism. I appreciate the effort. I do. I appreciate the effort. But D'Amico was a pro with that one. He didn't take the bait. A little gotcha journalism.
He's probably gonna get upset with the media again this week, though. Feels like.
Yeah, he didn't love some of the questions later in that. He handled them well, but he kind of scoffed at a few. He scoffed at the regrets of that final possession. I think he scoffed at a Nico Collins question, like why did he have a bad second half? Yeah, he doesn't. If this goes sour, there could be some contentious moments. Yeah, like further. I mean, you're 3-5. Like I know it's been bad, but if you rattle off 4 or 5 losses, like in a 6 or 7 game stretch, and we're looking like at a 5-10 point of the season, it's gonna be ugly, man.
I feel like it's gonna get real ugly because I'll say what I said last week. I feel like some of this is personal, but
yeah,
because even the stuff that like DJ. Said on Gallant's podcast about how players are upset about what's being said to the media because they're listening to the press conferences and then what they're hearing differently. Like that was like when I heard D'Amico talk about like winning at the line of scrimmage in the red zone, I was like, players might not like that one because that's a direct shot at your players for not doing their job publicly.
Yeah, but I don't mind direct shots. Like some of these people need a little old school coaches in their life. All right, 713-780-3776. C.J. Stroud, was it a cheap shot on C.J. Stroud? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You know where you have to never worry about watching a game, if it's going to be on your television screen or not? ESPN Bet at LaBerge in Lake Charles. Plus, if you're watching the Texans game, and I don't know, it's not very good. Up there, they've got every single game going on. The new window this week had all one-score games except for one, so it was a great window. It would have been a great time at LaBerge. And Lake Charles will be back there this weekend for all the college football action on Saturday, the NFL games. On Sunday, we'll be doing shows on Saturday and Sunday from 12 to 1:30 and then 10 to 2. It's a great place to go because they got your NBA season-long bets. You can still get them in right now. So if you're feeling good about where the Rockets look like right now, you can wager on them. You can do up to 20-leg parlays. And plus, you can earn rewards on every single wager you place when you use your Pen Play card. Plus, there's plenty of other perks that come with that Pen Play card as well, even as much as free night stays. Once you're there for a while, once you're involved in the program for a while, they just show up in your account. You can use those as well. They also offer you a chance to place wagers on all of the Houston area teams. Must be 21 to bet. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-522-4700.
Between Juice Scruggs and Laken Tomlinson again this week. Four-man pressure from Denver. Stroud breaks for contain. He'll run up the middle, and he gets popped. Chris Abrams drained, and here comes the flag.
Now back to the Huntington Bank Studios with Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
YouTube TV customers get the sports you love on ESPN back, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, NBA, college basketball, and more. Act now. Go to keepmynetworks.com to get ESPN back. Was that a cheap hit, Joe?
No, it was not. It was not to the head. It's not a cheap hit. Was I surprised it wasn't a penalty? Yeah, I was. Just because the way they protect quarterbacks these days in the NFL, I thought we were going to see a 15-yard penalty there. But no, I do not think that was a cheap hit.
Yeah, I don't either. I hate the slide hit rule. I want to get rid of sliding in the NFL. I think that I think it's more dangerous than just running the football. Like, I think it's more dangerous than just kind of plowing ahead. Like, C.J. Stroud's a big boy. Like, C.J. Stroud, I'm not going to say he trucks that guy, but C.J. Stroud would have been in a lot safer position if he just, tries to truck him, as opposed to sliding down and putting your head in harm's way. And then you have the whole momentum of slamming back. Like, we see this time and time again. There was a play last week where C.J. Stroud ran, and he slid and got underneath by, 6 inches of a dude who, launched right at him. Mm-hmm. And C.J. Stroud even mentioned after the game, he was like, I almost got my head taken off. Then why are you sliding? Don't slide. It's an unfortunate play. It's stunk because the Texans, I think, win the game without C.J. I don't think it was a dirty play at all. I want to eliminate sliding. I also question, he did slide late. I agree there. I also question what C.J. Stroud was seeing on the play. I don't mind him running. He has a chance for the first down. He escaped from the A-gap, it looked like. You have a chance to get the first down there. But if you go back and watch the play, Stroud's running a crossing route from, the top of your screen to the bottom of your screen. Schultz was, my bad. Why isn't he following Schultz? Why is he not following a blocker? Instead, he cuts inside of Schultz and then takes a direct hit. So I thought Stroud, and look, concussion, we all hate that it happened. Who knows how long he's going to be out. I don't like him sliding. I also question, why in the world are you running to the right when your blocker's to the left and they're not defenders over there?
It's also not a
vision
slide.
there was poor.
It's a poor slide, too.
It was a really bad slide.
He's chopping his feet and going down and falling backwards. That's not a slide. Someone needs to teach him how to slide.
Why is he running that way, too?
Yeah,
go back and watch the play and look at Schultz. Follow Schultz.
Yeah, I'm watching it right now.
Go away from the defenders.
You're right. If he goes to the left, Schultz has a one-on-one with the safety, and C.J. Stroud's got a linebacker chasing him from behind. It's probably a first down.
Yeah, I thought
and
it was
he's also not on the ground.
I thought it was bad vision, and I thought it was a bad slide, if you even want to call it a slide, and then I don't want him to slide, period. I wish they would get rid of sliding in the NFL. Just let them play football. Let them go at each other. Let them hit, stop. And it's dangerous for the quarterback. It's more dangerous for the quarterback when you slide because this play becomes possible. If you're running and just getting tackled, I think it's less likely you get concussed. 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Travis, you're in with Jeremy and Joe.
Hey, gentlemen. Did y'all watch the game on TV? Where you at the game?
TV.
Yeah. Did you hear Daryl Johnson question why are they crowding the line? I mean, everybody in Houston is yelling at their TV because every time they crowd the line, they try to run that 24 dive, 34 dive, they get stuffed. And I don't know why they can't get it through their head. If you spread out the offense, you spread out the defense, you have more of a chance of getting that 34 dive in with bigger gaps. But I don't know why they haven't fired that offensive coordinator yet. It is ridiculous, guys.
It is
I'm
bad.
so fed up.
Yeah.
He's terrible. Nick Haley's terrible at a show.
He's really, really bad. It's a great call, Travis. Nothing to really say. It's not good. Let's go back out to the HRP listener line. Blair, you're in with Jeremy and Joe. What's up, Blair?
What's going on, guys? In regards to the slide, I don't think it was a cheap hit. I think it was a horrible slide. Horrible slide.
Bingo. Appreciate it, Blair.
I mean,
no argument here. No argument. It was bad vision. It was a bad decision. It was a bad slide, if we want to call it that. It wasn't dirty. I think we're all in agreement here. Let's go back out to the HRP listener line. Julian, you're with Jeremy and Joe. What's up?
Hey, what's going on, guys? I'm not gonna lie to you. I didn't call for anything other than to say congratulations to my daughter and her softball team, the Rich Rose Girls Softball Association 8U Falcons tournament champion.
All right.
Have a good day, guys.
Congratulations, but Julian, you're out of here. You're banned for the rest of the show.
You just made the list.
You're gone. You can call back tomorrow. Bang Bang Niner Gang. 713-780-3776. The Junkies have some thoughts on this this hit to C.J. Stroud. D'Amico, too. Is D'Amico being a hypocrite with what happened yesterday and what happened with Azeez Al-Shire and Trevor Lawrence last year? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. I don't know if you're being a hypocrite, but you're being a bad consumer if you're not going to Monument Chevrolet. Monument Chevrolet is the best dealership in town. They have been for 50 years, too. If you're in the market for a new vehicle or maybe a pre-owned vehicle, Monument Chevrolet is for you because they're the dealer that you can trust. You know, a lot of these dealerships you go to, and you wonder, you know, are they pulling one over on me? How much are they going to raise this price? How close is this to being the right price? Are they going to upcharge me with all these extended warranties that they're not even going to honor? Who knows? But you don't have to worry about that at Monument Chevrolet. They're transparent there. They're not going to hassle you with pricing. You're going to get your car shopping done fast. It's going to be the best car buying experience that you've ever had. It's why they've been in the area for 50 years. They're a pillar of the city. They've helped generations of families get into new vehicles, and then these families keep coming back because they enjoy their experience so much with Monument Chevrolet. It's a family feel there at Monument Chevrolet. It's a friendly atmosphere, and it's palpable, too. The moment you step foot on their massive lot full of tons of inventory, the moment that you walk into their showroom, you can feel it. You can feel it. It's great people. Culture's fantastic, too. Get a fair deal, a transparent deal, a no-hassle deal without wasting your time in those aggravating, stressful negotiations that make your hair gray. No tricks, no time wasting, no hidden charges. Get out there to Monument Chevrolet, 225 and Beltway 8. Mention that inventory so big on their lot. They have streets on their lots. It's so big. Or just check them out online at monumentchevrolet.com. Monumentchevrolet.com. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Now back to the Huntington Bank Studios with Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
YouTube TV customers get the sports you love on ESPN back, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, NBA, college basketball, and more. Act now. Go to keepmynetworks.com to get ESPN back. This junkie, no way you actually think trying to run someone over is safer than sliding. Yesterday's situation, I absolutely do. C.J. Stroud is 6'3", 220. Chris Abrams' drain is petite. He's a petite 5'11", 180. He's dainty. C.J. Stroud would not be concussed if he tried to bulldoze over this 5'11", dainty corner.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think acting like quarterbacks can't lower their shoulder to hit someone because they're a quarterback is ridiculous. The slide is a problem. It's been a problem. Teams don't know how to play it well defensively. Quarterbacks get hurt all the time. And even when a hit is perfectly fine, like this one is, the problem is the head bouncing off the ground. That's why you shouldn't be sliding, because that's the real effect. Most of the time, when a quarterback gets hit on these plays, it's from the head bouncing off the turf. It's not from the actual contact. Like the Aziz one is different. Trevor Lawrence's head hits the ground, yes, but Aziz also shoves his forearm into Trevor Lawrence's face. Like there is a difference.
No, it rolled
between
up
these
into
two
his
hits.
face mask.
Eh.
He hit the initial contact was upper chest.
But he's still, because of the angle, he still hit him in the face.
So you're going to hit a guy on the upper chest, and then you expect zero momentum and zero rolling up into the face mask?
No, not at all. But like
it has to be penalized.
They're different plays because of the angle in which the defender hit the quarterback. Like I don't think what Aziz did was that bad, because I think the quarterback slide's a joke. Like I don't know what a quarterback's supposed to do, but that's why the Aziz one to me was worse, was worth the penalty. This one, unfortunately, it was not. It was from the side. He didn't get hit in the head.
Valid. Hate that. I hate it, but it's valid. Valid point, Joe.
Thanks.
Here was D'Amico yesterday on the Stroud play.
Yeah, CJ scrambled. Of course, he tried to. He slid, and the guy, came up and hit him. As I see, it's unnecessary roughness. He hit the quarterback when he's sliding and giving himself up. If I'm incorrect on the rule, I've seen that happen multiple times, with our guys, and we get the penalty. But for some reason, it just didn't happen there.
We got to do something with the his scoffs are so noticeable.
Yeah, because he's not happy.
We need a D'Amico scoff meter.
Yeah, we were actually Joe Mapes and I were talking about that before the show. Like that seems to be a tell. Yeah, with D'Amico. Like I noticed that while pulling the clip, the is a little clue that he's mad, but he's not going to tell you that he's mad.
This can be like our hyperbolic Hollins. Miko scoffs, because his scoffs are like he's not happy about something.
Yeah.
Here was D'Amico today after watching the video, all of that of the Stroud play.
Yeah, look, it's a tough play, right? The quarterback is sliding. I thought the quarterbacks are protected when they slide, but what I'm learning is if you hit them, don't hit them in the head or neck area, they slide. You hit them in the chest, and that's just fine. So that's what I learned.
There you go. He's still not pleased by it. He is being called a hypocrite though, because he had this stance with Aziz last year.
We stand behind Aziz and everything, that came from that. Of course, he unfortunately hit on the quarterback, but it's twofold, right? I mean, a lot of the quarterbacks in this day and age, they try to take advantage of the rule where they slide late and they try to get an extra yard. And you're a defender. A lot of onus is on the defender, right? Whether it's on the sideline or where it's on the quarterback, you don't know what a guy is thinking. You don't know if a guy is standing up and he's continuing to run. You don't know. And then you get a late slide and you hit the guy. Unfortunate that Trevor got hurt. Hope Trevor is okay, but it's also if we're sliding, we have to get down. If we're getting out of bounds, we get out of bounds. And that rule is there to protect the quarterbacks. And we want our quarterbacks to be safe in the league. So we just have to be safe. If we're sliding, make sure we're keeping our heads down. So, and the entire thing is, Aziz is the guy, but their sideline overreacts, and it turns into a melee. It wasn't our guys. It's their team overreacted, pushed our guy, dragging our guy to the sideline. So that's uncalled for on that side. We have to be better on the sidelines as well with both teams.
All right. Is this hypocritical?
Yeah, man.
It is.
It's hypocritical because and this is where I remember doing shows the next day, and the argument that callers and texters kept saying was, what if it was CJ? Well, this is it. CJ Stroud gets hit. He's out with the concussion for who knows how long. Quarterbacks slide like this, they slide late. As D'Amico said, what's the defender supposed to do?
Yeah.
And I'm not surprised D'Amico flips because you're always going to defend your guy no matter what, right? But yeah, he sounds very hypocritical in it.
The only area that you can give him a little bit of grace, I guess, would be that I don't think that Stroud was trying to get an extra yard. I just think it was a very late and terrible slide, if we wanted to call it a slide. But no, it's hypocritical. A lot of the things that he was saying last year to defend Azeez on his hit about Lawrence, he's saying the opposite today and yesterday on the hit against Stroud. 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Noah, you're in with Jeremy and Joe. What's up?
Yo, what's up, y'all? I think that was a terrible slide. He was about to get hit. He got scared, gave his body up, and this is a gladiator sport. It's violent. These defenders are not looking to be your friend. And so, yeah, that's what's going to happen if you're just going to, curl up in a ball on the ground. And also, one thing I want to say is hopefully this turns CJ's season around. He's been moping around, depressed. Just really doesn't look like himself. So hopefully this wakes him up, playing a grown man's game out here. So thank you.
You're welcome.
I mean, hey, great quarterbacks sometimes say that concussions solve your problems.
Who said that?
Who said that?
Arch Manning.
Oh, that's true.
They asked him after the game why he played better. He said maybe it was the concussion.
Texas is back, folks. I think that's a good take, Noah. I don't really have anything to disagree with. I wish Stroud would have and Stroud could just wear the hit. Don't slide. Don't make your back of your skull vulnerable to the whiplash effect against the hard turf. Just absorb the hit or run left. Run left. There's yardage to the left. There are no defenders to the left. Run left. CJ Stroud.
Get more yards?
Yeah, I don't understand his route on that play. The route on his play frustrates me.
Yeah.
It's this is what are you where? Why are you CJ? You're running towards defenders and away from your blocker. And someone was scoffing at Dalton Schultz being a blocker. I get it. But still he's a body that's impeding the defense.
He's your blocker on that play.
Yeah, where is he going? 713-780-3776. Back out to the HRP listener line. Lone Ranger. What's up, Lone Ranger? You're in with Jeremy and Joe.
Howdy. So when Stroud was drafted, before he was drafted, he tested very low on that C2 cognitive test, and everyone kind of waged it off after his first year. But the past 2 years, he's been pretty poor under pressure, and now you're seeing that bad slide. Do you think there's any correlation with that cognitive score and its inability to make quick decisions, either when running or while under pressure?
I don't know about necessarily with running, but I'm open to some of the low S2 stuff with CJ now. Jeremy, I don't know how you feel about that, but there's things he does that make me question this test a little bit again. And maybe we crucified it too much.
I mean, I believe in sports IQ. I believe that players have, just use the Rockets, for example. I think Amin Thompson has a high elite level of basketball IQ. I think he knows how to play the game. I think he knows where to be. I think he knows inside, outside leverage, to borrow a football term, whenever he's defending another team's best player. So I absolutely believe in high sports IQ. I was very, very below average as an athlete. I felt one of my strengths was I had a high sports IQ and I could know where to be. And I think that it was like a cheat code for me. So I believe in having a high sports IQ. If you were to grade just 1 to 10, a very, Neanderthal way of grading somebody's sports IQ, 1 to 10, where would you be on CJ?
Like a 6?
His football IQ. Okay, I was going to say 5. I don't think it's elite. I don't think it's bad. And I think there's certain areas where it's good. I think there's certain areas when it's poor. He's who do I think has the highest football IQ at the position?
Mahomes.
I think there's a lot. I think Mahomes is a great call. I think Mahomes is fantastic. Mahomes would be at a 10 for me. I think Jalen Hurts is a 10. I think there's a lot. Who are other bad ones? I thought Will Levis was a 1.
Yeah.
I think he had bad football IQ.
Jordan
I don't
Love.
think Josh Allen has great football IQ.
No.
I think he's just so physically superior than everybody else. Trevor Lawrence is a great call. Lawrence has like a 2 or a 3. I think Stroud grades out in the middle. I don't think he has elite football IQ, but I don't think it's the worst. I think I'd put him right in the middle.
Yeah, I think the S2 test is overblown, but at the same time, it's showing signs of maybe that's why it was lower than to be expected. Because again, going back to it, like it's not the end all be all. Some of the worst quarterbacks in the NFL have tested very high in the S2 test. So just because you test well on that doesn't really mean anything in low either. But he just does things. He's done things over the last 2 years that are it's fair to bring it back into question.
Yeah, I think it's right in the middle. Todd the Show said Stafford. Yeah, that's a great call.
Yep.
Stafford would test out high on my 1 through 10, my eye test. How good is his football IQ? Stafford will be up there. And look, some of that's experience in like playing tons of snaps in the NFL. B. Hannon, who's a Chargers fan, says Herbert has been bad. Yeah, he's another guy who has I don't watch enough of Herbert to really know his football IQ that much. But there is, maybe that's the reason that his football talent is way up here and his football production hasn't met that. Maybe that comes into play there. So, no, I think it's a fair criticism. I think he's average.
Yeah, and that stuff can get better. I think like this slide. The slide just needs to be better. He doesn't get hurt, whether it's take the tackle, dive forward for more yards, protect yourself in a better way. It's a low S2 play.
Football IQ grade should be Vince Young to Tom Brady, says a junkie. I think it should be Jamarcus Russell to Tom Brady.
The lowest, the lows to the highest, the highs. Yeah, that's good.
Kyler Murray, low football IQ. Good call.
Yep.
Like Kyler Murray, elite athlete. Some would call him the greatest athlete currently walking planet Earth. That's an active player. But that low football IQ leads to a lack of production. It matters. It carries a huge value. All right, 713-780-3776. I'm going to dip out, go call some Houston Cougar basketball. Go Cougs season opener. The boys will take you the rest of the way. How about that win for Buffalo yesterday? Pair of contenders, question mark? Are the Bills the team to beat in the AFC? The boys will chop it up. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe featuring Brian for the last hour on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. But before I go, you might even call this a last call. Higgins Boat Rum is the best. You need to get your hands on a bottle immediately. Rum anchored in time. Higgins Boat Rum is known as the Texas Bourbon Drinkers Rum. It's probably why we hit it off so much. It's bold. It's smooth. It's even steeped in history. Honors the greatest generation. Perfect to sip neat on the rocks, a big rock. It's also perfect for crafting your Texas-inspired cocktails. Try your old-fashioned with it. Try your Manhattan with it. The classics, too. Pina Colada, a Mai Tai. It's eggnog season now, too. How about that? Higgins Boat Rum pays tribute to our military heritage and is named after the iconic landing craft from World War II. Higgins Boat Rum donates 10% of profits from every bottle to Camp Hope, which supports our veterans. So you're honoring heroes with every pour of Higgins Boat Rum. Follow Higgins Boat Rum on all their socials. Get tasty cocktail ideas. I saw an eggnog recipe that they were crafting. That looked very good if eggnog's your thing. Behind-the-scenes stories, live updates of your new favorite rum as well. If you're going to the Rice Homecoming this weekend, they're going to be out there. Make sure you stop by the Higgins Boat Rum tailgate. It's going to be a great time. A premium top-shelf rum at a great price. Get your bottle now at Total Wine in Baybrook or at HigginsBoatRum.com. HigginsBoatRum.com. Shipping to 48 states across the country at HigginsBoatRum.com. Bottling the spirit of excellence.
YouTube TV customers, get the sports you love on ESPN back, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, NBA, college basketball, and more. Act now. Go to keepmynetworks.com to get ESPN back. Joe and Brian here with you for the last hour on Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy left us. He's got to get ready for Lehigh basketball. Take on the Houston Cougs.
Yeah, you told me what the over-under was in that game during one of our breaks.
Yeah.
Quite high.
Spread is 36.5 points. The over-under is 136.5 points.
Cougs doing a lot of heavy lifting there.
Yep.
Can I be honest? The intro doesn't hit the same now without Jeremy reminding us that the show started 2 hours ago.
The show started 125 minutes ago, 126 minutes ago.
Why'd you list it by minutes?
I don't know. I just felt like
I'm surprised you don't want to do that math.
I can do that math. That one's not hard. 120 plus whatever's on the clock in front of me. I can handle that.
You can handle that one? Okay.
I think so. No, I'm not sure. We'll see how it goes tomorrow.
Yeah, well, I feel like I need to quiz you from time to time.
That's fine. Yeah, Lehigh basketball versus the Cougs tonight. Going to be a barn burner. Look, I love college basketball, but
you going to watch?
No. No, I'm not going to watch.
I knew the answer to that.
I know Jeremy will be upset with this probably, but I'm not a huge college basketball watcher until December. Because
there's usually, it feels like there's two lines of time that people tune in, unless you're diehard or calling the games like Jeremy. It's either when conference play starts or it's when the conference tournament starts.
Yeah,
I feel like outside of the diehards, there's two types of fans.
Yeah,
you're a conference play guy.
I'm more of just like a when football's over kind of a thing, like one college sport at a time. It's like once we get to the college football,
you gotta wait till January then.
Yeah, but like the college football playoffs, like 1 or 2 days. It feels
That's
like
true.
So like then because then conference play does start around that time typically, and it's just like if there is the like one of the early tournaments, I'm inclined to watch. Like when the Cougs are in Vegas in a couple weeks, like that I'm more inclined to because you have good basketball teams. But I don't like watching college football. East-West University versus Alabama. Like, no offense to Lehigh to put you in that conversation with the Cougs, but like, or tonight right here on the stations, good promo here.
There you go.
6:30 pregame, Texas A&M. The Bucky McMillan show takes over versus Northwestern State. I don't know where they're at.
Are you guessing?
No, I know it's who they're playing, but I don't know where that's at.
I would have to be an A&M. They're not going to Northwestern.
No, is Northwestern State a Texas school?
Oh. I don't feel like it could be. That would be a challenging look geographically for Northwestern to be in Texas.
I'm assuming
neither North nor Western.
It's a university located between New Orleans and Houston. It looks like
that's a 6-hour drive. You got to be a little more specific.
It's in Nacogdoches.
Okay, that is Texas.
So it's in Texas.
Northwestern's in Nacogdoches.
Wait, no, it's not Nacogdoches.
Okay, this has been quite a journey, Joe.
It's in Natchitoches, Louisiana.
Okay, all right.
So I was in the general.
Still not better geographically.
No, but I was in the ballpark. The spelling's different. So all right, let's talk about the NFL. NFL going on. We've been talking Texans for 2 hours. Ugly game this weekend. CJ Stroud. I mean, D'Amico said today that he's feeling better. He said that about him and Titus Howard. It doesn't really mean anything.
D'Amico would say that regardless, though.
Yeah, it's a positive update in terms of the fact that he's not like miserable laying in his bed right now, I guess, but it doesn't mean anything in terms of the protocols, and we see quarterbacks and players in college football and the NFL quickly go through the protocol, and sometimes it takes them a couple of weeks. So we'll be kind of wait and see in this moment of how long it takes for CJ Stroud to get back on the field. But there was a lot of other action going on this weekend. It was a fun noon slate. I mean, last week was blowout city in the NFL. This week we had close games, nonstop in the noon hour. Red Zone was electric this weekend. Let's start with the Buffalo and Kansas City game.
I'm surprised you're not starting with your Bears shootout
we'll
win.
get there. We'll get there. I'm trying not
right.
to go first. Trying to push that one down the edge a little bit. Buffalo, Kansas City was the bigger game, the better game. Are the Bills the team to beat in the AFC right now, Brian?
I think they are. I was looking at reminding myself the AFC standings at the moment to see okay, can I come up with the team that, because picking Bills and Chiefs as the favorites is boring. Is what we've been doing for 5 years now. Well, maybe Ravens from time to time, even though they've never made the Super Bowl with Lamar. But yeah, I mean, you look at the top of the AFC with the Colts, and we saw them semi-exposed yesterday. They still have that limiting factor of Daniel Jones. Even though the Steelers won that game, I still don't really believe in them as far as making a Super Bowl. The Patriots, I mean, I like Drake May a lot. I trust Mike Vrabel, but their weapons, I don't really trust their weapons. And then the Broncos, like, I mean, I think they're pretty good, but their offense just disappears for full quarters, full halves at a time. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, until further notice, I still think it's Bills 1 and then Chiefs 2, who actually right now would even be in the playoffs if it started today, but I still think they get there, and it's Bills and Chiefs in the AFC title game.
Yeah, it's like are the Bills the team to beat in the AFC? The answer for me to that is no, because they win this game 5 straight years now. They've won this game, I think it is, against the Chiefs in the regular season. They don't do it in the postseason. Like it's kind of like how it's been with the Astros for a while, right? Like until someone actually took down the Astros in something outside of the ALCS. Always going to pick the Astros to go to the LCS until someone actually, until Josh Allen specifically beats Patrick Mahomes. I'm not going to pick him, even as they're sitting on the outside looking in. Like they got Rashee Rice back, like they're getting healthier. Pacheco won't be out for a very long time, and who knows what's going to happen in the next, 22 hour, 23 hours, whatever it is, 22 hours, and see maybe the Chiefs make a move at the deadline. So it's to me, it was a good game. It shows the Bills can beat the Chiefs, but
especially on the defensive side, because I didn't know the Bills had that game in them this year for the defense. But Joey Bosa showed up out of nowhere. Mm-hmm. I thought that defense, which is already a little shaky now without Ed Oliver, was really going to take a step back. But I mean, Patrick Mahomes had one of his worst games as a pro. I believe he's under 50% passing for that game. I 100% agree with your point overall that like until Josh Allen actually beats Mahomes in the playoffs, I'm not going to take them as the threat to beat the Chiefs. But for the reason I said the Bills were the team to beat, I think maybe this is a little bit of a cop-out, but until the Chiefs are actually in the playoffs, I can't That's actually fair. But like if this game was in Kansas City in the playoffs, I would certainly pick Kansas City.
Yeah, I guess
until further notice.
Yeah, I mean, so it's interesting because like it's setting up to where if they play in the playoffs, that at some point it'll be the Chiefs on the road in Buffalo.
Most likely, yeah.
And if the season continues in the trend that it's going, I mean, I think the Chiefs are going to make the playoffs, but potentially that could be a second round matchup. That could be the divisional round if Buffalo were to get a bye. Let's say if they were to get the number 1 seed. Kansas, because I think eventually they will. Like I do think Buffalo is going to end up as the number 1 seed in the AFC. I don't believe in the Colts. I don't believe in the Patriots for that top seed or the Broncos. So I think eventually the Bills, who are currently in the moment the 5 seed in the AFC,
played one less game. Yeah, that's kind of the obviously the Colts, the Patriots, and the Broncos are 7-2, but they've got to play an extra game.
Yeah, now the Bills did lose to the Patriots, to be fair, but like I think eventually in the long term of this thing, like, it's going to end up being the Bills as the number 1 team. We'll hit on one more game before we go to break. We'll hit on the one last night. The Seahawks continue to dominate teams, but obviously the story from last night's game is the fact that Jaden Daniels was in a blowout. We kind of briefly touched on it earlier. I'm sure we'll talk about it more and more with Jeremy. But Jaden Daniels dislocates his elbow.
Gruesome video.
It's brutal. I
wasn't watching the game at the time I checked out, but
yeah. Well, because I assumed he wouldn't be in. Like, what's the point of watching? Like I was only keeping track because like for selfish fantasy football reasons, purposes. Sure. Like I needed Jaden Daniels to have a bad game to secure a win, but to have him in that late, and now this is the 3rd set of games, and they haven't ruled Jaden Daniels out for the season, but they're not going to be a playoff team, so we will not see him again this year. I feel pretty confident saying that. But you have now 3 stretches this year in which Jaden Daniels has missed football games, and this one's a gruesome injury. And Dan Quinn admitted to making a mistake, but it shouldn't even be a question. Like, why is he in the football game at that point? You're getting rocked. What are you getting out of it? Like, all you're getting, if anything, is garbage stats for your quarterback. What does that provide you going forward? A team in which you have multiple injuries. Terry McLaurin has barely played this year. You also lost Marshawn Lattimore last night with a torn ACL for the season. You have the oldest defense in the NFL, one of the oldest rosters in the NFL this year, even with a young quarterback. They now, to me, become like one of the more fascinating teams in the next couple hours and into tomorrow. Like, do they look at these veterans on their roster and blow it up in some capacity?
Yeah, I mean, anyone with an expiring contract, I think they'd have to look at it because, like you said, the roster is old. The roster was old even when it was healthy. I mean, some of the guys that have been hurt earlier this year, like include Austin Eckler, who's 1,000 years old at the running back position. I don't understand why coaches do this. I mean, I think you and Jeremy nailed it earlier. Like, I think when I first had my eyes open to this was with Bill O'Brien and Arian Foster in 2015, where they were on the road in Miami, and Miami was up like 40-7 in the second half Texans scored a couple of meaningless touchdowns to get a little bit closer, but for some reason, Bill O'Brien, deep into the fourth quarter, down 21 points at the time, like 6 minutes left, saw Arian Foster taking carries. He tears his Achilles, and basically his career's over. And I don't like what is. And I remember Bill O'Brien's justification in that game was like, well, we want to build momentum, go into the next game, work on things for the next game. But as Jeremy pointed out earlier in the show, like when you're up as big as the Seahawks were, or as big as the Dolphins were that day when Arian Foster gets hurt, like they're going to run vanilla looks on defense. They're going to take their own starters out. Like you're not really truly getting to work on stuff against equal competition or quote unquote build momentum, which is a ridiculous notion when you're about to take 6-7 days off after you build this, false momentum. So I don't know what Jaden Daniels had to prove in that moment. We know he's good. What is he? Okay, he throws a touchdown there if he stays in. What does that change for us?
Yeah, I mean, the only saving grace here is it's his non-throwing elbow.
Right.
So, and I don't know if you saw this video, but apparently it is the exact same side of the field.
Oh,
and
no.
the
RG3?
same exact yardage.
Oh, no. That's RG3?
RG3's knee fell
man.
apart. So, Commanders fans they're going through it a little bit. I mean, look, their season's over. They're going to be one of the teams that made the playoffs last year that misses it this year, likely joining the Houston Texans on the other side of the conference as a team that made the playoffs last year and is going to miss in 2025. But there was a lot more action to get to. We'll get to all those NFL games. We'll talk about the firing of Hugh Freeze from Auburn, where that ranks in terms of the coaching jobs that were open. We'll get to all of that and more here on Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. YouTube TV customers, get the sports you love on ESPN back, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, NBA, college basketball, and more. Act now. Go to keepmynetworks.com to get ESPN back.
You're back with Jeremy and Joe, broadcasting live from inside the Huntington Bank Studios.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Jeremy and Joe here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. No Jeremy, though, for the remainder of the show. So it's me and Brian hanging out with you till 6 o'clock. We'll have,
Thanks for the time, Jeremy.
First Aggies game of the season versus Northwestern State coming up at 6:30. It's in Louisiana, if you didn't know that. We learned that in
Not
the last
Nacogdoches.
Nope, Natchitoches. Probably saying it wrong, too. To go over some of the NFL games this weekend outside of the Houston Texans, just went over the two big ones over the weekend with the Bills and the Chiefs and the Commanders and the Seahawks because of the injury to Jaden Daniels. But in the division, we saw the Steelers take down the Colts 27-20. B-Mac, you kind of referenced that game a little bit. I mean, the Colts, to me, this is one of those games where if you want to make the argument that their schedule has been super soft and they haven't played anyone yet, outside of one game really this season, this is kind of a win for you in that column. But they were still in it.
They're kind of in it. They kind of fake got in it towards the end. That game for, 80% was a Steelers domination?
Yeah, we saw Daniel Jones throw 3 picks in this game.
Yeah. I feel I don't want to – look, I don't want to use one game and said, okay, the other shoe has fallen. Daniel Jones has turned back into a pumpkin. But you mentioned the soft schedule. Like, They did get a win over the Broncos, but that was kind of controversial. Kind of feels like a game they shouldn't have won with how the refs called that late field goal attempt. But some of their other wins, I mean, you have Dolphins, terrible. Titans, terrible. Raiders without Brock Bowers, terrible. Cardinals, terrible. They did beat the Chargers. That's a decent win. Then they got the Titans again already a second time. So you're looking at like 1.5 quality wins to build up to that 7-2 record. I'm not saying they were only 7-2 because of an easy schedule, but until we see otherwise, it kind of feels like they have to prove that wasn't a fake start.
It reminds me a lot of what we saw last year with Sam Darnold and the Vikings, where like it was going really well for Sam Darnold and the Vikings all year, and then it started to teeter towards the end of the season, and it just got worse and worse and worse, and then it was a disaster in the playoffs for them. Like that's what I feel like where the Colts are headed down. I don't think they're a real contender. I think the real contenders are very clear. It's the Chiefs, it's the Bills, it's the Ravens. And the Ravens are under 500. The Chiefs are 500, and they still feel like they're the biggest threats to reach the Super Bowl this year. Out of the AFC, we still the Jags get the win 30-29 over the Raiders. Brock Bowers is back. He's good.
Yeah, he was great.
He's awesome. Look, this is a good win for the Jags just to come away with it, to separate themselves in terms of, from the Texans. It's not a good win in terms of the quality of opponent that you beat, but it was a necessary win to keep your AFC South hopes alive, to keep your playoff hopes in more of your control than allowing teams to continue to catch you, little by little. So it's a good win from them bouncing back after getting crushed by, the Rams in their previous game. But doesn't teach me a lot about either team because I think they're pretty equal.
It showed me a little bit about the Jags, at least that they had a backbone. Like when Brock Bowers scored late to put the Raiders up 3, I'd written off the Jaguars as far as being able to come back. I mean, I know Travis Hunter hadn't done a ton, but you're down that weapon. You're on the road. I know it's the Raiders, but I thought this Jaguars team with a mediocre to bad quarterback and Trevor Lawrence was not going to be able to, force overtime and then win in overtime. But give them credit for even though it was, a bad opponent, for taking advantage of what they should take advantage of and getting the job done. So it's not a win, or it's not an easy win coming into, even if C.J. Stroud was healthy, I don't think it's an easy win for the Texans with the Jaguars coming to town this week. But I really thought the Jaguars, they've had some really good wins this year. Over the Chiefs, over the 49ers, but it seemed like they, kind of like the Colts, had turned back into pumpkin over the last couple of weeks. But with that fight to come back, force overtime, and then win, maybe they're not dead yet.
I think there's two coaching hires that to me have impressed me the most so far this season. I'm going to be biased about one of them, of course, and Ben Johnson. But the other one is Liam Cohen.
Duval.
He is weird, but he has the Jags in these positions to keep winning games with suboptimal quarterback play. Like Trevor Lawrence still wasn't great this weekend. He didn't throw a touchdown pass in this game. So they're not winning because of Trevor. I think a lot of times they're winning in spite of Trevor. So I think it shows to the quality of coaching that's happening in Jacksonville. To be honest, it's not good for the long term for the Texans of Jacksonville being this rollover team. Like what we're seeing in Indianapolis, with the coaching performances we have there, with Daniel Jones as their quarterback, what we're seeing in Jacksonville with the coaching performance from Liam Cohen, like there is now good coaches in this division, and who knows what's going to happen with Tennessee, who lost this weekend. They were up 14-7 or 14-0 at one point from a pick six and a punt return touchdown. They ended up losing 27-20. This is kind of an ugly football game.
I mean, most games the Titans are going to be involved in are going to be ugly football games.
Yeah.
But I agree with your point. Like, part of what worries me is not only are the Jaguars and Colts playing winning football, they both have their offensive guy. And they have offensive guys that seem to, despite having mediocre to bad quarterback play, get the best out of their guys and get an offense that, I mean, the Colts up until this last week were on a pace equal to like the Randy Moss, Tom Brady, 18-1 Patriots. I mean, that's the level Shane Steichen had them playing at. Liam Cohen has the Jaguars in the playoffs if it started today because they have offensive gurus that get the best out of whatever talent they have. And unfortunately, for 2 straight years, we cannot say that about the Texans. So at least on that front, and that's kind of the biggest front you could have, getting the most out of your quarterback, it feels like the Texans are at best third in the division in that regard. So it does leave some concern for how the Texans fare in this division over the next few years.
All right, the Niners got the win over the Giants. That game was, not that challenging for the Niners.
Yeah.
I agree with Jeremy's note that he left here in the document for us, though, that Jackson Dart's going to get himself hurt. He takes a lot of big hits. He needs to learn quickly, man, because he's fun to watch.
I thought you were about to say needs to learn to slide, but we know that sliding isn't helpful.
He can slide if he's. I mean, CJ's slide is just.
It was a bad slide. And he slid late. Yeah,
it was like a stumble on my ass slide.
It feels like the only quarterback in the league that can slide well is Russell Wilson, but the problem is they can't do anything else.
Yeah,
you can throw a deep ball, I guess.
Go call Jeremy Pena over to practice, okay? Put on the concussion helmet that looks ridiculous, but I get why players wear it, and teach him how to slide. It's just you can't just chop your feet and stop. You're gonna get crushed. So
maybe they could do what the Bears did on Hard Knocks.
Slip and slide.
Slip and slide.
It works great. Caleb's a great slider. We'll get to that game. The Patriots, they squeaked past the Falcons, but Drake London had 3 touchdowns in this game, and some of them were nasty.
I feel like you were a bit disrespectful earlier. You mentioned the first year or the new head coach is making the biggest difference, and you didn't say Mike Vrabel's name. I know he's not a first-time head coach like Ben
I
Johnson.
guess that's why I didn't leave him in that, because he is. I mean, the Patriots are the 2 seed in the AFC right now. Drake May is playing really well. I know that's the team that we keep hearing about, calling about A.J. Brown and wanting A.J. Brown, but people keep saying the Eagles aren't going to trade him. But
does A.J. Brown really – I know he played for Mike Vrabel, but does he really seem like a Mike Vrabel guy at this point?
No,
I don't think so either. I don't think so either.
Drake May is going to give him the ball, which makes him anybody's guy, because that just seems to be A.J. Brown's problem. He wants the ball.
I don't know if I want to mess with Drake May right now, right? I mean, they're 7-2. I don't want him bringing in a guy he's never worked with and then trying to hyper-focus that one guy instead of just doing what he's done now. And look, I know they need an upgrade on offense, but I'd almost rather make that in the offseason. I'm not bringing in A.J. Brown, disrupting the offense, and trying to reteach Drake May instead of just going to the open guy. Instead, try to hyper-focus and target A.J. Brown.
Yeah, I feel like they're a team that could, they should be calling about, Raheem Shaheed.
Yeah,
from the Saints.
Adding
talent to the wide receiver
Add,
room.
a wide receiver 2 or 3, but you don't have to force in a guy like A.J. Brown.
Yeah. Let's see. Okay, so the North games here. The Rams blew out the Saints. Tyler Shuck is not good. He threw a touchdown, though. Congratulations. Let's see. The Packers, they lost to the Panthers. The Panthers have won 4 straight games.
5-4.
With Bryce Young as the
record as the
quarterback.
Chiefs.
Yeah. With Bryce Young as the quarterback, the Panthers have run 4 straight games. I don't think they're good.
I don't think Bryce Young is good. He wasn't good in that game.
But they're not bad either. They're kind of like Jacksonville, right? In a way,
I think people are going to want to give the Panthers credit, which, they still won the game. You give them some credit. But to me, that game was more about the Packers just sucked. Let's be honest. On offense, they sucked.
Jordan Love is
brutal at times. That throw, I think he got dropped in the end zone, but that throw where he was scrambling around and then threw across his body was
one of the worst throws I've ever seen.
I can't. tell me what he's thinking on that play. Because like he's pointing out to his wide receiver, who it looks like from the view I saw was actually standing out of the back of the end zone, so he wasn't eligible to catch the ball anyway. And then he just threw across his body late to the middle of the field with really barely. I mean, they're like a Packers receiver kind of popped in late, but basically just a Panthers player only in the entire TV screen from what the camera was showing. So I don't know. Jordan Love has his moments. But for as great as an offensive mind Matt LaFleur has been at times, hell, he got 2 wins out of Malik Willis last year. I don't know. I don't know about Jordan Love.
I'm low on Jordan Love. The Vikings, J.J. McCarthy take down the Lions yesterday. J.J. McCarthy played fine in this one. He
was all right.
One-handed catch from Justin Jefferson was really impressive. Has a rushing touchdown as well. Lions have kind of been up and down this year. I feel like this is where you lose both your coordinators. But that's a good win for the Vikings because it's all of a sudden that division is absolutely insane. You have the Packers in first place still at 5-2-1, the Lions at 5-3 with the loss, the Bears at 5-3, and the Vikings at 4-4. Like it's going to start, beating themselves up a little bit. The Bears, for example, have only played 2 division games this year, but the Packers have played 1. They've played 1 inter-division game this year already. We're through week 8.
That's crazy. I hate when the schedule does it. There was a couple years ago where the Texans didn't play the Colts until like week 16 or week 15, something like that.
I hate it
when they schedule
like that. I firmly believe that like you have an 18-week season, you should play your divisional opponent once in the first 9 weeks and then once in the second half of the season. Like it's really simple to me. It doesn't have to be week 1 and week 18 because we've seen that before too. But like I don't understand why it happens. Yeah, then there was a Bears game yesterday, Brian.
I mean, I think I should just cede the floor to you, Joe.
Bears win 47-42. Joe Flacco
was great. What's going to be lost because the Bears won a wild game is that Joe Flacco, who we thought wouldn't play in the game because his shoulder was messed up, was amazing.
He threw for 497 yards,
incredible,
like that in the game. They scored 2 touchdowns. The Bengals did in 49 seconds after getting an onside kick recovery, which we don't see happen anymore. I was miserable for about 30 seconds, I would say, because like it wasn't a long time, but like I just could not believe myself and what I was watching unfold. And then Caleb Williams threw an absolute rope to Colson Loveland.
Who I don't even think the Bears are trying to. I think they're just trying to get field goal range.
Yeah,
right?
But the Bengals can't tackle.
I know.
They're awful at tackling, and now that there to me, like it's more interesting because we saw Chase Brown, the running back, and Jamar Chase, very publicly crushing the defense. Zach Taylor has already had to publicly kind of shame Chase Brown for going over the top a little bit when he was meeting with the media for the way he called out the defense. But it's true.
I don't. I get why people would tell him to keep that in house. Don't shame your teammates. But I mean, think about last year, where Joe Burrow put up like one of the great MVP type seasons we've seen in the last 10 years, but didn't win it because the defense was allowing. I mean, how many times did the Bengals last year score like 27, 30 points and still lose because the defense gave up 35? Is way too many times. So I get it. This is not only frustration in this game where you score 42 points and lose because your defense gives up 47, but it's the same thing last year where they went 9-8, missed the playoffs because the defense cost them at least 3-4 games by giving up 35 plus.
Brian, they've scored 80 points in the last 2 weeks and they're 0-2.
Yeah.
They lost 39-38 to the Jets and then 47-42 to the Bears. It's unacceptable.
Now, I would maybe, if I were Chase Brown, I would maybe not direct it at the defensive players in the locker room. Maybe direct it towards your GM and your coaching staff who've put this defense together. Because, you still got to go to work with these guys. You still got to go to battle with these guys. But obviously the Bengals have failed massively to put just a passable defense alongside what could have been a really good offense that carried them. It's kind of like the opposite of what we said with the Texans. The Texans have like a top 3 defense. Can we just have like a top 20-ish, top 25 offense? Exact opposite with the Bengals. They have the great offense. Can the defense just not be a sieve?
And it's on the GM. Like it's a little bit different that way too because they went a different approach. Like they went and got a play caller for defense. They fired their defensive coordinator, who's doing a good job in Indianapolis this year, and they bring in Al Golden, who he was coaching Notre Dame last year, but he's legit. And it doesn't matter because the talent deficiency is crazy on defense. And, like, you don't have Trey Hendrickson, but that doesn't – maybe they win this game if they have Trey Hendrickson, but it doesn't really matter.
I mean, that kind of speaks to the front office, though, right?
Oh, yeah, it's the front office's fault.
Because, I mean, some of the only defensive pieces they had, obviously they messed around with Trey Hendrickson this offseason, wouldn't pay him. You drafted pass rush in the first round with Shamar Stewart. You lollygag and don't pay him forever. Like, this front office you can't take seriously. I think it starts with the ownership is notoriously cheap. We see with that players union survey every year how just notoriously cheap the Bengals are. I think what you would have to maybe point the finger to is maybe don't pay T. Higgins. Not because he didn't deserve to be paid, but the Bengals aren't going to.
Because he proved it yesterday, because he showed he is one of the best wide receivers
great.
in the
It's
NFL.
just the Bengals are going to be cheap. So, like, maybe instead of T. Higgins, you pay a couple defenders, and maybe this isn't an issue. I don't know. I'm spitballing, but it's got to be frustrating to be a Bengals fan because they're not going to compete at they'll pay Burrow, they'll pay Chase, but everywhere else it seems like they skimped.
Texter here. No, I'm not wrong. I used the calculator. They said that's 72 points, FYI. No. 42 plus 38 is 80, okay?
42 plus 38 is 80, yes.
Yes. I got it right. Maybe double check myself, Texter. You're wrong this time.
How much did you doubt yourself though on that test?
I redid the calculations. Okay. Like I brought the calculator out. You can see it right here.
Okay,
on the
yeah,
phone.
you do have the calculator. Can I are you going to tell the listeners what happened yesterday when Loveland scored the touchdown?
My son cried because I screamed so loud. Caleb Williams became the first player in league history with at least 275 passing yards, 50 rushing yards, and 20 receiving yards in a single game. He's also the first player ever with at least 20 completions and multiple catches in a game. Congrats on the record-breaking day.
So where are you with his quarterback draft class?
Like the order?
Yeah. Like where is he on that
Drake,
order for you right now?
Drake May.
Would you have Jaden? I know Jaden's hurt now, but would you have Jaden ahead?
That well this year, but I still say Jaden. I think Caleb and Bo Nix is a toss-up. Michael Penix, J.J. McCarthy.
Yeah, that's kind of how I feel. I feel like Drake and Jaden are 1-2, and then the bottom two with Penix and McCarthy are obvious. The real discussion really becomes with Caleb and Bo Nix.
Yeah, and I think Caleb's is much better than Bo Nix.
I think Caleb Williams is certainly more talented, but he doesn't always play at that same level.
For sure. All right, let's talk about Hugh Freeze getting fired. It's all right, Texter. You just misheard me. Thanks for the apology, though. All right, let's talk about Hugh Freeze getting fired. Another opening in college football. I mean, where does it rank? It's definitely not in the top 3, but is it 4? We'll get to the next year on Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. YouTube TV customers, get the sports you love on ESPN back, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, NBA, college basketball, and more. Act now. Go to keepmynetworks.com to get ESPN back.
This is Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
YouTube TV customers, get the sports you love on ESPN back, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, NBA, college basketball, and more. Act now. Go to keepmynetworks.com to get ESPN back. Let's see. As the text line points out, no, we have not mentioned that the Dodgers won the World Series. Congratulations.
Something happened on Saturday?
Back to back. It was a great game. I watched all of it.
Spend $500 million on win a World Series. Cool.
The Dodgers won another World Series. They gotta pay for them, or they got to win them during a pandemic. That's how I feel bad for the Blue Jays.
Okay. If we could quickly talk about the game, because as much as I fronted there, I did watch it. They lost the game in several places, but the one I keep coming back to was the decision to pinch run for Bichette and put in Kiner Falefa. One, because his bat came up after Vladdy doubled in extra innings. But two, I mean, get a secondary lead, IKF. Like, I mean, he was out by, what, Joe, an inch? 2 inches?
And he's standing on third base.
He had like zero secondary lead. I also think if he just ran through and tried to slide, I think he also is safe. But if he takes a secondary lead, he's safe easy.
Yeah,
he's just flat foot. He's kind of like a Henry To'oTo'o, just standing there waiting for someone to run by him.
Yeah, it was poor base running. They had an opportunity to win that game multiple spots. And look, what Yamamoto did is
it Bumgarner-esque?
I think it's better.
I don't know if I could go better, but it's up there.
I mean, he pitched in this series 17.2 innings, 17 2/3. He gave up 2 earned runs. He struck out 15 guys, and he pitched 2 2/3 in the World Series after pitching the day before, going 6 innings. It's remarkable. Like, what this run that he went on is one of the best runs we've seen since Bumgarner, Curt Schilling, some of these all-time performances. It's an elite postseason for Yamamoto. It's everything they paid for and more. Honestly, it was so impressive.
They needed it because what they paid for Shohei the pitcher didn't come through in the World Series.
No, but the Blue Jays lost that World Series. I give credit.
And the ball that got stuck in the wall lost the World Series.
Yeah, and I know people are upset about that, but that's the rule.
Of course. I have no problem with the rule. It's just, extremely unlucky.
Yeah. Watch it just get stuck right there, and if it just bounces out just a little bit, then you've got at least one run in that moment, and then a runner on second and third, I think it would have been at least there from what I can't remember, but that's a big moment in this one. But the Blue Jays lost this World Series. The Dodgers won it, but the Blue Jays had plenty of opportunities to win the World Series, and they did not. Hugh Freeze got fired yesterday.
I was surprised it took this long, to be honest.
Same, because this is another one of those, there's all these openings in college football, and a lot of the people that have gotten fired this year, people thought were going to get fired last year.
Including Hugh Freeze. I thought Hugh Freeze was going to be fired after the year was over.
Billy Napier, Hugh Freeze, a lot of these coaches, the Stanford coach who got retained and then let go before the season even started. A lot of these guys we thought were going to get fired last year. They did not. Is it the fourth best job now between LSU, Penn State, Florida are the top 3, and then is it Auburn, Arkansas?
Yeah.
At that point, I think so.
I'm trying to think of what else would be the contender. I wouldn't put Arkansas ahead of Auburn. I wouldn't put Oklahoma State above Auburn.
Nope.
Wouldn't put Virginia Tech above Auburn. I think Auburn is definitely the 4th best job, and it's a clear 4 in that you can't make any argument to me that it's above the top 3. But on the same token, I don't think you can make any argument for the jobs immediately below it. That being, to me, probably Arkansas, Oklahoma State, Virginia Tech in that order. I don't think you can make an argument for any of those 3 jobs to be ahead of Auburn. So I would say Auburn pretty solidly the 4th best job.
Yeah, I think it's locked in there for me. I would be.
I don't know if it's okay. This is going to sound crazy. I think it's a very good job. Obviously, Cam Newton won a national title there. They've been to another national title game. But I don't know, being in the same state as Alabama, kind of being the second team, it doesn't feel like it would be my first choice. And obviously it's not the first choice. It's the 4th job as we described it. But I don't know if I'd be jumping to take that job. It feels like it comes with a lot of difficulties that are hard to overcome.
And you've had coaches who have had success who get ran out quickly.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the challenge with, the LSU job, I think, is is different. LSU and Florida are a little bit different, but like Penn State and Auburn, like we've seen them now, whether it's this cycle or in previous cycles, have coaches that have had success and push them out. I mean, I guess Coach O like got pushed out pretty quickly after winning.
Yeah, it was like what, national title, one down year, and he's out.
Yeah, and then there's all the other chaos that's happening around with what's going at LSU right now. I would imagine it's hard for me to think of another job that's going to open by a firing that would put Auburn in front of it. But my biggest takeaway with all this is not that teams are going to regret it, their decision to fire these coaches, but they're not going to replace them with better options than what they had. And Hugh Freeze probably deserved to get fired. But
I think he just made a bad decision at quarterback with Jackson Arnold.
Yeah, there's so many.
Jackson Arnold can't play.
There's so many coaches, like, or so many openings right now. Like, you're not all the coaches that, in the American that everyone wants to hire are all going to become available. Like, this is actually a job where, like, you could sell me on James Franklin at Auburn. Like, you could take a good hire.
I think if Auburn got James Franklin, they'd be happy.
Yes.
They should be happy. But you're right. I mean, people thought Luke Fickell was going to go to Wisconsin and not run the world. They were going to still be behind Ohio State and a few other teams in the Big Ten. But that job had in the hiring of Fickell had a lot of expectations. That is obviously not turned out and nearly as well as they thought it would. But at the same time, like, I don't blame these places for making the change. Like, okay, you give Hugh Freeze another 2 years, hypothetically. Is anything changing? No.
Nope.
I would say the same thing with Billy Napier. You give Billy Napier another 2 years, nothing's changing. Like, I think even though the next guy may not be obvious, if you know the guy there is not the guy, then any time you spend, after that is wasted. You got to move on.
Yeah. A couple of quick notes here before we get to our junkie of the day. Let's see. Former friend of the Houston Astros, Alex Bregman, opted out of his contract today. No surprise there. And then was just announced that Hunter Brown is officially a finalist for the Cy Young Award this year. This I did not.
How many finalists are there?
I think 3.
Well, don't the Astros get a pick if
he
finishes top 3?
Yes. The Astros will receive a compensatory pick after the first round in 2026 draft.
Nice.
If he finishes in the top 3 of voting. Again, I'm assuming this means that he's going to finish in the top 3, that he was, given.
But he won't win. It's Scooble's award.
Yeah, I think Scooble's going to win it this year. And then Mauricio Dubon also was announced as the utility Gold Glove winner. Now, 2-time Gold Glove winner, Mauricio Dubon. The real back-to-back that matters, not the Dodgers.
I don't know if I'm alone in this, but I kind of find it weird that we have a utility Gold Glove.
I agree.
Like, I think I would. Not to take away an award that's sitting on Mauricio's mantle, but I would take away that award.
It's kind of like 6 man in the year away.
I guess, but it kind of.
But not.
I don't know. Like, I don't know if I'd give a Gold Glove to someone who's by its definition deemed not worthy enough to start.
Yes.
Like, not good enough to start.
I'm with you.
Okay, all right. I kind of feel like it's soft. Honestly.
Yeah, and like, can we? But like, are we gonna get it? Where's the 10th man off the bench award?
Yeah.
Like, where's the guy? Like, where's the 6th man version for the guy in the lineup? I don't know. I'm with you.
Can we get a Cy Young for long relief guys? That kind of feels like what it's like.
Yeah, it's a little,
it's soft, right?
It's a little strange.
Okay.
Like, I don't really get it because it's pretty new too. Like, it's not like this is like an established thing.
I was going to ask you that because I remember it for the first time maybe 3 years ago, but I don't remember it. Like, I don't remember it at all. Like 10 years ago or further back.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't really remember it. Like, besides the last 2 years. Oh yeah. Okay. So it's been a thing since utility has been since 2022.
Okay, so it is very, very recent. I thought it was like 3 years.
Yes, and the Baseball Almanac website has it factually incorrect.
Oh, how so?
It says Mauricio Dubon, 2025 Team Seattle. Unless they know something that we don't know.
All right, is that a Junkie of the Day nomination?
Yeah, let's get to our Junkie of the Day before we wrap up today. We'll nominate the Baseball Almanac there for not being factually correct. You got one today?
I've got a couple. I'll nominate Dan Quinn for leaving in Jaden Daniels in the fourth quarter of a blowout. Absolutely no reason to have Jaden. I mean, there was nothing that could be accomplished there. You weren't going to think more of him if he threw a couple touchdown passes during garbage time. You weren't going to think less of him. The only thing that could be accomplished there is him getting hurt, and he got hurt. So that was a really bad one. and I want to nominate the near collapse by my Texas Longhorns against Vandy. Now, there are a lot of factors. Look, I hate to do this. I'm not this guy. If you allow me this one time, Joe, a one-time pass, I'd like to be blamed the ref guy, because I assume everyone's seen it by now because it was all over social media. But the refs not only calling it on the field, but then upholding it by replay, that 2-point conversion where the Vandy receiver clearly swipes the ball at the goal line, and because he's swiping it at the pylon, you have the visual reference right there. Did he get there? He swipes it, doesn't touch the pylon. They call it a successful 2-point conversion on the field, and then uphold it with the replay. It was, and that wasn't the only blown call. There was pass interference right before Texas missed a field goal that would have made a difference. They just horrible miss on the Pavia touchdown run. One of the Texas defensive lineman got tackled by one of the Vanderbilt offensive tackles. It was a rough day for the referees, but in particular that 2-point try and upholding it was atrocious.
I can't believe they upheld it. I was shocked.
I still watch it, trying to see if there's something I'm not seeing. I can't make sense of it.
No, I know, because like that angle is so clear.
It's right there.
Concise. Like it's not like it's a sorry ESPN, but like it's not an ESPN broadcast where like on ESPN. Well, I guess it was.
It was an ESPN broadcast.
But like for some reason, the NFL, like the ESPN broadcast, doesn't have the pylon camera. I don't understand. It's very strange to me. But yeah, I can't believe that they upheld that one at all. The other person I would like to nominate is caller Joshua, who said something to the effect of "love listening to the show," and then said Jeremy, Joe, and Joel.
Yeah, not the show.
Sorry, Joshua, but you got you this.
Does he make the list?
Yeah, he has to make the list as well.
You just made the list.
What's the winner here?
You know what? Late nomination, but I'm going to go with the caller there. Yeah. Like the show's changed now for what, 2 months?
Yeah. Also, with that 3 pairing, it's been like 2 years.
Oh yeah, that's true.
So
it's true. That's true.
Really very very incorrect. All right, that will do it for us today. We'll be back with you tomorrow. Jeremy will return, even though he ditched us today for UH basketball. They don't
Thanks
need
for the
him,
time, Jeremy.
They're favored by 36.5. Like, what's he gonna do?
They don't need him.
He's there for more support. Like they're gonna win by 100.
I mean, it is his job, Joe.
I know. All right, so we'll be back tomorrow. We'll be getting back into the NFL, all the stuff. We'll give away game balls and all that fun stuff tomorrow on the program. To remind you, YouTube TV customers get the sports you love on ESPN back, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, NBA, college basketball, and more. Act now. Go to keepmynetworks.com to get ESPN back. That will do it for us. Aggie basketball coming up here at 6:30 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.